still we understand. This is the fine motherfucking shit.
You're just saying that there is reason to doubt the radiocarbon dating method. That's what your conclusion is.
To the right century, but that's because that's when the reading was done.
Right. Everybody has been telling you that nobody's doubting the method. It is just the sample.
Okay, and so if we're not doubting the method, then why don't you accept its conclusion?
I do accept its conclusion, but its conclusion is made against the wrong sample. So simplistic.
So you're just contradicting yourself. You're saying there is a reason to doubt the method.
At this point, I'm just going to call you a idiot. So.
Yeah. They didn't get to choose what part of the shroud they would take the sample from. That's probably what's going on. The church probably chose where to take the sample from. I'm going to look up now who chose and et cetera, why that. They only wanted a certain part. They wanted to keep it, the shroud as untampered with as possible. And that's why they haven't allowed a second radiocarbon dating. And that's why they're doing allowing these other things. But if the church said this is the only part because it's on the edge, if they could only be on an edge, like on a corner. I don't know if all the corners were rewoven, or just this one, or did they know that? When did they discover that this was a part that was rewoven? That's right.
All of it was
eventually. Not the whole thing.
Hypothesis?
What?
Is this the French lead hypothesis? Is there some second?
Right.
I mean, that's kind of highly speculative at best, right?
I can't really talk right now, but just there isn't any such reading technique from that century possibly in the present. Although I'm not sure about that one. That isn't actually visible on at least from the side of the cloth, and especially not under really high grade scientific high zoom photographs that were taken.
Forensic weaving.
The guy who proposes things like Joseph from Windows, he's not the only one. I think he has some co-authors. They propose a specific rereading method as a culprit. But I mean, if you submit a form piece of fabric to an organization that uses this reading method without a trace at company in New York, first of all, it's faintly visible on one side with the naked eye, and much less with a really high zoom on the camera. And then it's extremely blatantly obvious on the other side that there's a lot of interpolation on foreign threads.
So did you say that was evidence of reweaving or not? I'm sorry.
It's evidence against because we would be able to see it very clearly. There's no truly invisible reweaving, especially not from the 1800s.
Yeah, but how is the image made, Mark? It's not a photograph, it's not a painting, right? What else could they have possibly done?
It's like setup.
It's looking like a extract from a body.
Yeah, I mean, those high-tech people in the Middle Ages, man, what they're capable of.
I suppose that it's miraculous that it was miracle that happened in the 1400s or 1300s.
Oh, interesting.
It's like a miracle.
Synthesizes all over it.
That's what I mean. It's a miracle.
Hypothesis, there's history of the shroud pre-1400.
Wow.
So there goes your theory.
No, the Crane Codex is not actually in a division.
Ooh.
We might be not talking about the Gray Codex.
Okay, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Shroud of Turin and the historical, what you can see in history, where it was, where it came from, pre-1400s.
Okay, what is the earliest time that you start to that before the 1300s?
So there's mention of it in the early church of a shroud of a
there's only mention of that shroud, starting at like 1350, to be
How
honest.
dare you mentioning a shroud is not the same thing as mentioning this particular fiber.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you should take into consideration, I mean, just use like some common sense with it. Okay, there's a shroud, it's highly venerated, it has it's a burial shroud. I mean, just use a little common sense.
Well, the common sense is leading me to an opposite conclusion, unfortunately. It's like, obviously, people have talked about the cross, which Jesus was crucified for 2,000 years. It doesn't make any claims of, a piece of wood being the true cross, as the true copper is, less than duties.
Well, not to mention the fact that there were multiples of all these relics circulating around everywhere in the Middle Ages.
Yeah, that doesn't disprove the credibility.
No, it makes it more likely that they're referring to some other shroud, right? There were probably very many, multiples of shroud relics around. Okay.
If you look into it, there's a couple mentions of it. There's early mention of it around pre-fall ground, and there's mention of it, say, around when the Crusades start happening and the Knights War secured the shroud because it somehow ended up in between fall of Rome and about the year 1000. It ended up in Persia around the year 1000. Knights Templar secures it, and then it ends up in, I guess, France and Turin, and that's what I'm talking about. But there is a whole history of before.
I mean, I think there is actually a reference to the shroud that predates even the life of Jesus Christ, right? Because we have the accounts of Jason and the Argonauts being the mythical golden fleece, right? And what's interesting is obviously those accounts guide the object that they found as a golden fleece, right? So which doesn't the coloration of the shroud. But given that we have independent evidence that the shroud, while wrapping the body of the Savior, right, was undergoing heavy degrees of bombardment, right, by radiation, right. So what would have happened is the gold composing the golden fleece would have there's this process called spallation, right, which is a nuclear sort of process, nuclear reaction where if a gold nucleus is bombarded with extremely high energy particles, it shatters into multiple smaller particles, including carbon nuclei, right? So that would be the origin of the carbon atoms, right? The high energy, right? You would actually end up getting nucleic data when you do carbon dating in the 20th century. So I think all of this sort of coheres together into a really compelling report.
Hey Pat, have you looked at how do you think the image was produced?
I think the spallation reaction is the best explanation. Yeah. Right. Because obviously the Savior is when there's at the moment of resurrection, right? High energy would have been produced from the body, right? As his body transforms into the diamond body or whatever, right? And the alpha particles or whatever emanating would have transformed the shroud, right, from its gold position.
But that's what Christians would say. What do you say? How do you explain the image on the shroud?
But I think that is the best explanation. I mean, it's the only one that fits all the data.
You're just kidding, because you were talking about the golden fleece and all that. I tuned out there.
Well, look, if you were tuned up when I give my explanation, I know what we're doing.
That's right. Is that the golden fleece? Okay, he's joking.
Should I know it?
I mean, the fact of the matter is, it's inconclusive. Okay, so science can't wrap his hands around it, can't wrap his head around it, can't make sense of it. Therefore, it's not natural, it's a supernatural thing. Until science can prove otherwise, but it just hasn't been able to do it yet.
That's actually a really good point, right? I mean, if you encounter an object the working hypothesis that the supernatural object is perfectly reasonable. But I was at Universal Studios, right, 3 weeks ago, and they had the Harry Potter sort of exhibit in Hogwarts.
You don't need this.
No, and they have these wands. No, they have these wands. They have this shop on Orlando.
You just
And they do this really spooky thing where like you just wait them a bit, and like some object in a window like just starts to move. And of course, science can like analyze the data, right, and give us a natural system.
And also, like, you can't just look at it from one perspective. Like, there's the scientific perspective, that's going to give you some data. There's a, and then there's the historical data.
The logical data.
And there's also the theological data. When you put it all together, I mean, it's pretty clear that it's the burial shroud. If you can come up with a better hypothesis than that, like, go ahead. But, like, just saying it's a forgery from the Middle Ages is such a cop-out. Like, it's already been disputed. And Michaela does such a good job of refuting that point.
I mean, the forgery hypothesis is just an auxiliary hypothesis, right? Meant to like rescue the naturalist kind of worldview.
No, just talk about.
Doesn't make any prediction. It has no independent justification, nothing. It just rescues naturalism.
Has the scientists have they examined it closely enough to describe how the image was made?
Ones who have, right, have no naturalistic explanation.
That's right.
That's actually not true, Deepak, because there were some naturalists who looked at it and gave a naturalistic explanation, but then they erupted into fire, and all of their explanations, their scientific papers also got burnt.
How convenient for the naturalists.
I know.
If that had happened, how would the shroud make it happen?
The shroud was the reason that they erupted into fire.
Still,
I think most likely I think the more likely explanation is that it was the naturalist mafia, right, getting them before they could release the data and more on that.
Elliot, you said you won this debate.
doors at the university, at Mafia.
Can I ask Elliot? Okay, Elliot said he won this debate against Ethan. How did you win it? Can you hear me? Elliot, can you tell us how you won the debate on the shroud against Ethan?
From my point of view, I made points that you could not refute.
Well, what
I mean,
point?
other people might.
What point?
The fact that he's also wearing a tinfoil hat, when he says the carbon dating method is wrong.
Okay, what else? That was it, carbon dating?
Well, the vast majority of our conversation was about carbon dating.
Okay.
We talked a little bit about some of the other dating things, but not very much. And the reason why we talk about that is because carbon dating is by far, in a way, the best method.
And what the argument they just gave against is that the reweaving, there was no reweaving, that there's no such thing as invisible reweaving. So that was from a good part of the shroud, an accurate part of the shroud that wasn't rewoven in the Middle Ages.
Reweaving things on the map.
Well, no, but the thing is, like, the thing about, like, saying, there can't be invisible reweaving, right, that begs the question. Because if there was a truly invisible reweaving, right, how are we supposed to know that, like, the world isn't full of invisible reweavings just all around it, We have no way of knowing, right? So for all we know, like, there's invisible reweavings everywhere. Look down on your shirt, like,
that's a good argument that there wasn't reweaving. I haven't looked at that very closely. I'll have to do that.
I'm glad I could help.
But if there was a technique that was supposed to be invisible, then it would be invisible,
But the
right?
reweavings could be invisible, then like anything could be invisible, and we'd be bumping into invisible things all over.
No. I mean, if there was a technique to make the reweaving undetectable, then it would be undetectable. So, did they say that there was some technique to do reweaving that wasn't supposed to be detectable? Is that the French stitch or something, or what is that?
That's the I mean, it was reinvented later. I have no way of knowing how many times this technique has been invented in history.
Okay, so it could have been used then, but there's no evidence because it would be invisible.
Think about it this way, right? Like, suppose you come up with an idea, right, to do something. The odds that you're the first person to have thought of it, like, pretty low, right? So the fact that, like, this invisible reading technique was invented, like, 20 years ago, or whatever, by that one company in New York, right, is actually really strong evidence that it's been invented, like, multiple times across multiple different cultures. Right? You know?
Yeah.
Rewoven.
But there's no historical evidence that, or traditional evidence that it was being done at that time. But it could
Really wild thing.
Okay, right. So we have to just. I thought there was more evidence that it was rewoven, that it was claimed to be invisible. Okay. With the fact that it was from a corner that they had held on to, anyway, I don't want to go into all that. To me, the dating isn't the big thing, it's the image itself. How was that image produced? Give some ideas.
Probably dead person?
No, the way, if you know what the image is in the top, like 2 fibers, and there's no pigment involved, okay?
Yeah, it was high tech, like Middle Ages people with like their lasers and alien technology. They did it.
Like,
No one's trying to say that it's outrageous, right? It's a looming method. It's a looming method that potentially could have come out of France prior to the Renaissance period. I don't think that's completely far-fetched. You
it's not like they
don't have to talk about aliens.
Yeah, no, we're talking about a photographic negative image before photography.
That's what it's described as, because we have modern verbiage for it that's not like I think they had, like, they didn't even know about negative numbers back then, right? So they had no way to even conceive of the idea of, like, creating a negative image.
Right.
Also, like, the image itself, there's, like, a number, carrying numbers to Ted Neely, the actor who played Jesus in Jesus Christ Superstar. Now, how are they supposed to know that 600 years ago? The concept of
That's a good question, Deepak. Well, which run are you referring to?
Run?
the canonical 1972.
Yeah, come on.
Are you talking about the London 97 run?
No, I'm talking about not the stage production.
You're talking about the movie?
Yeah, the movie is canon, right? The production.
The London 97 run.
Yeah, out of here.
Is gone
London 97.
So, what the a shroud is real because you can't disprove it.
But why are you ignoring that historically there have been multiple shells? So it's not just the shell of food. This is just the most famous surviving.
Rolling around.
This is okay. No, it was aliens. It was an alien. I'll leave it at that. I gotta read this conversation. Aliens.
If you have evidence and there were multiple shells, that would with just a order of magnitude increase in the credence level. Because at that point, we're not just talking about like a shroud of Turin, we're talking about a Turin.
So we had that, Deepak, right at the end of your chapter.
I was not talking about a shroud of Turin, I'm talking about a Turing machine.
My question is for primarily Michaela, but anybody else who thinks that the shroud of Turin is evidence for the truth of Christianity. Anybody who thinks that,
How would you do that?
my question.
I mean, if anything, it would be evidence of them maintaining a relic of what they consider to be an important historic event.
Important at this point.
It's not completely authentic, right?
Okay, but that's not what I'm concerned with. What I'm concerned with is anyone who thinks that the Shroud of Turin is evidence for the truth of Christianity. That's what I'm concerned with. If anybody thinks that, I have a question for them. If the Shroud is evidence for the truth of Christianity, and hypothetically you found out tomorrow that it actually came from like the Middle Ages, would that then become evidence against the truth of Christianity?
No, it would be a lack of a piece of evidence that you previously had for the truth of Christianity.
Claims are evidence.
Losing a piece of evidence is not identical to gaining a piece of evidence to the counter proposition.
Evidence is the claim.
It's not true. Regardless of background information, all claims are evidence.
All means are evidence.
If it was found to be from the Middle Ages, it still wouldn't explain how the image was created.
The image, the dead body face.
The image,
You keep saying the image. It seems like it's
The
the face of the dead
whole
body.
the whole image.
Seems like it's just a dead person.
Have you,
Who knows,
Michaela? Is it Michaela?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure if it is.
I just forgot when you were talking. I was looking at my phone. Michaela, have you ever heard of the anti-Kitover mechanism? I take that as a no. So, it turns out the ancient Greeks had, really advanced machinery, like clockwork machinery, 1,000+ years before, the Middle Ages, when, sophisticated clockwork started to really show up, right? So, for the time, we had no idea that Greeks had that type of technology, but we found one thing and we figured out that they did. So, maybe someone in the Middle Ages just had a type of technology that we just aren't aware of, right? Not everything from the Middle Ages is preserved.
Great point, Noah.
But it's what's the earliest? Okay, I know there was a guy saying, somebody was saying it was 1300s that this shows up, but let's get the most steel man we possibly can. What's the earliest account of somebody having this shroud?
I think someone in the room earlier said about 1,000.
This particular shroud shows up in 1350. This particular shroud, I don't know about any other shroud.
Okay, well, let's go with the other, just for the sake of it, let's go with that guy that was saying no, it was earlier than that. It was the Knights Templar, and it was the Middle Ages, and all this stuff. There's nobody that thinks that there was around in the year 100 AD, right? Or
Not in a recorded way. They don't have early church fathers saying, hey, we've got this rag that we know came from here and we've kept it in this closet.
Okay, good. So even with that, even if you just say, okay, here's some evidence of a body that was done, right? We still don't have any type of chain that goes back to anywhere near the time of Christ that would be anything other than you just have potentially have a shroud that shows somebody's dead body that looks like a guy that has a beard. But guess what? A lot of these beards,
Pretty much all of them.
yeah. I mean, we didn't really have Gillette and Dick at the time.
Wait. That's something like that. Only at most half of the population had beards.
Yes.
That's not absolutely beard.
Good.
So miraculous.
I went to the circus. I've seen some ladies with beards.
So a miraculous.
Let's like Noah's point.
I see men that don't have beards all the time, no, so.
So a miraculous image was made in the Middle Ages.
Well, no, I'm just trying to see if we can just lay it out. There's this idea, there's this shroud. Nobody has any evidence that it came from the time of Jesus, right? We just like this idea that as far as like some unbroken chain of custody of a shroud, there is no way to verify that. So what they've gone about doing now is like, well, let's try to carbon date it to see if it goes back to that way. Now, that's when the people who want it to be Jesus dig in their heels and try to claim that no, they're dating wrong, they're dating the wrong portion of the shroud, they're like doing everything they can to muddy the waters in that direction, right? But we just don't have anything. But let's just pretend for a second that all of this stuff is true. We can date a piece of cloth back to the time of Jesus, and there's a image on there. All we now have is just an image of somebody, but we don't have any verification that it was an image of Jesus. Correct. We don't have any indication of that. We could just say, in the release, we have an image of some dude that died around the time of Jesus, which is, okay, cool. Lots of people died at the time of Jesus. Yes. In fact, a jewel died right next to him. Correct.
No, but look, it looks exactly like Jesus, though. Right?
You say so.
We have independent evidence of what Jesus looked like, right? Basically, like all the people who like see Jesus in toast, right? Like all the guys who are always like seeing what Jesus looks like in a piece of toast, right? Like that's sort of an independent sort of, image, right? So the fact that they didn't
looking like Jesus, like there it was. Oh yeah, like that toast.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm here. I was like, I don't understand why this is a cool thing. Other than all it's showing is like a grave robber from hundreds of years ago. Hey, we could even worse. We could just say somebody got buried and then later on they found this thing. Yeah. It was running out to expose the sun and somebody said, oh, kid, it's cool thing. Think about it more simply. Like if relics matter based on authenticity to anyone, right? And some grave robber knows about that, and he knows, hey, I got this relic. I found this tomb from some wealthy guy that died in such and such time. And look, there's a shroud on him. Look at that! I got a shroud. What can I do with that? I don't know. Maybe if I sell it at the market, someone will develop a story and sell the shroud. What does the guy sell? Well, people want relics. Relics for the deity. Relics for the true faith. So then some guy's got a shroud. It's got the right body. He sells it. And the other guy likes the story, believes it completely for his entire life. That's what the shroud is, and that's where he got it from. Yeah, that's how these stories start. And that same thing happened to Joseph Smith. You guys know that, right? A bunch of people robbed some graves in Egypt and got a bunch of funerary texts. And these guys were traveling around the United States selling these funerary texts to people. And this guy came to Joseph Smith and said, I've got an ancient Egyptian scripture, papyrus. You want to buy it? Joseph Smith bought it off him and then proceeded to tell everybody that it was the book of Abraham.
I remember, I guess probably can talk a little bit, but I remember one of the details about that I think Ethan couldn't refute was he brought this point like then Michaela was like stuck on that. Well, maybe they dated like the newer sections of the shroud, but like when you want to look into it, you ask like, why are there like new sections of the shroud? Why is the whole thing the original? Well, yeah, it's because like it was in a fire, and the church, the Vatican, people generally agree that they keep pretty good records, they're pretty good, meticulous record keepers. And it was actually the church that ordered its restoration. They sent it off to this other monastery, and it was repaired by, I think, some nuns. I forget the exact method that they used, but the church knows which parts of the shroud were repaired and which parts weren't repaired there. And it is true that the Pope, what's the Pope? No, it was a bishop. There was a bishop, I think, in the room with them when they were choosing, I think, which sections of the shroud to carbon date, because carbon dating destroys whatever thing gets carbon dated, it gets destroyed in the process. It's gone. So they're choosing which parts of the shroud are going to get destroyed, essentially. So yeah, obviously the church should be given a choice like that. And you want me to believe that the church knowingly gave these carbon dating subject matter experts, knowingly gave them
posted just about, right?
The Martian.
This is an image of Jesus, right? That's on Mars, right? Now, how do you explain that? How do you explain how similar it is to the image on the shroud without like invoking a divine miracle?
I think it's clear that Jesus was a Martian.
Now you just mean
Don't give me this nonsense of like, we've taken clear pictures since then, and it looks nothing like a mountain once you, or nothing like a face once you like have a more suited photo. Don't give me any of that nonsense. That's
Jesus wasn't. No, but look, I mean, I see that thing. Yeah, okay, so you're right. I mean, like, that kind of argument is like saying, oh, if I take an image, if I take a picture and I zoom in and I can see all the pixels, right? The pixels don't look anything like the original image. Well, like, duh, you just zoomed in. Exactly.
Yeah, Jesus on Mars is actually bigger, so you don't need to, he was a bigger human being on Mars. So you don't need to like zoom it in. Is that, even though that was John talking to minute. Well, keep in mind, Ethan is just loving the fact that everybody is yapping about this, because I'm not convinced that he really even believes. I just think he want to create more ridiculous stuff out of it and just troll all this anyway. So every time we talk about it, he just loves it. He just gets more laughing about himself. I really don't think he believes it. He doesn't.
Do you think they specifically was proud on that, or just in general all the other stuff too?
Most of the things he says.
I think it started out as a joke for him as a host, as like when he kind of sort of wasn't, he was kind of being an atheist or how and he just started like loving all this stuff, and then he just loves to get into the minutia of things, and so it doesn't even, it becomes like, doesn't really matter whether it's true or not, it's just the ability to tell the story. You can't tell it's how well can he argue? Yeah. And he likes arguing.
I mean, how far do you think you take that? Like,
He wrote a blog about it. He wrote a huge long blog about it.
Well, one of them is like 100 pages long.
Yeah, we know it took him at least that long. Sorry.
Don't you think that's like really excessive?
I do. The funny thing about Ethan is like I just take him to be such a wily character. I think he's like so smart that like I don't never know like is he playing 11D chess with everybody? You know, I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced that he's not just basking in the funness of it. I don't know.
He's heated up, dude. Like, listen to Mark talk about whether the little like blog posts and stuff back in.
I think when you get that smart, you get bored, and so you just, like him and Mark, just play these games back and forth to see how far they can take it. Who and Mark? Are you talking about? Ethan and Mark. Albino, do you think that Ethan is like, I know you think he's serious, but do you think there's any portion of you that would go, it's possible he's messing with us?
It's more than just a little bit. Like, I know he trolls. It's just like, it's more like the grand scheme of it, I don't think it's control, but there's little bits of like, oh, you turn into like a vagina or whatever that he's telling you, and like that for control.
Yeah, you're gonna be a vagina for Jesus.
Yeah, like the stuff that he does like more on like a acting basis, like those things I think are way more reasonable to control, but like anytime like someone puts like what is probably like a literal lease of his life into something, it's really hard to think, well, he was trolling.
Hey, Miss Nancy, what's going on?
I totally disagree with that argument. I've seen some like pretty elaborate trolls in my life. Like what? Like there's a good comedian stories of like him putting in like he once bought a website named like childporn.sexy.
Oh my gosh.
And pretended it was like owned by like an autistic guy who like just like model trains. And then he would do this for like years. Like he just like these very elaborate trolls on like I don't know, very niche populations of people.
Yeah, I think those are a little bit more obvious. I mean, the guys running these podcasts and podcasts. I think that you can probably pick out people who, like, they basically make a brand on it. I mean, there's just so many, like, other inconsistencies you have to kind of think. Ethan was hiding from, like, his name on certain, not others, which kind of shows that, like, there are some things he doesn't want associated with his name, and other things he's okay with it being associated with. And if you look at what those are, it's kind of obvious which of those more. The ones with Christianity, he's fine. But the ones that were like clearly trolling, he didn't want. I don't know, man. Just like to me, like it's. I think it was fine for people to think that he was trolling at some point. Like, I think that's very reasonable. And for some extent, I think people can still kind of remain a little bit skeptical. But there is like a point where you have to just say, like, look, even if I'm fooled at this point, like I'm still reasonable to think that he's not trolling, even if he is like I am fooled.
I mean, it's largely relevant whether or not he genuinely believes it. Some of the arguments he makes are sound, whether good or not.
I mean, I don't know if you read that article by Scott Alexander about a guy who, like, for years, edited wiki article on his, like, personal vendetta against, like, some newspaper, and he would get, like, banned as a troll, and he would, like, wait for 4 years, then reappear again, and, like, start editing. Like, he would literally wait out, like, Wikipedia bots on their job, like, until they quit being bots or forget his existence. And he would come back and start doing, like edits. And he, like, dedicated enormous amounts of effort learning all the rules of how Wikipedia works, so his edits can, like, technically fall within all the rules necessary for him to, like, edit a bunch of different articles in ways such as, like, to mess with, like, journalists who are employed by the newspapers that he, like, hates. So, like, there definitely are readers out there who will, like, pour years of their life and, like, enormous amounts of effort and like, work to just, like, you know, mess with people. I don't know, and there's, like, other factors I think are, like, more special with Ethan than the other people. Like, for one, age I think kind of matters here. You know, young kids you kind of expect to, like, you know, the level of, like, sincerity and stuff grow as you get older. You know, you like troll with 20-year-old. No, but this troll isn't like a type of troll like the 4chan, you know, like your the kind of jab insults, trying to be mean. This is like a troll on the level of, like, oh, I'm doing a hoax. What was the name of that? I forget the name. It's not Foco, like something like that. You know what I mean?
Soho.
Yeah. I'm doing a Foco hoax project.
Jared Fogle?
I'm gonna show, like, how these people are, like, full of shit, like, after I managed to publish, like, some papers in their journals where I, like, advocate for nonsense. I think that might be the project, not, like, trolling in the colloquial sense.
He's not Russian?
Yeah, it was the original one in Bogosian and James Lindsay and I don't think they're there. The gal from the British gal, they did a Soho style hoax.
Does anyone know who Jared Fogle is?
Yeah, he was the fat guy that became skinny that's now in jail for molesting children.
Whoops.
Your boy, Jared.
Or the subway guy from another one.
The other
He seems kind of pretty genuine about that. But then again, I might not just get something off and stuff.
Yeah, I think it's the history, right? Because if you were around in those days where he used to like make these clubhouse rooms or come into clubhouse rooms on a short little day, no, obviously not gonna like think how you view what he's doing.
Yeah, but
People at that time, like for a while, I mean, in fact, like, there was several people at that time in the sick week probably like just for months and months, like lying like about herself, like this girl who represented herself as a psychologist, psychotherapist, and would like talk for hours about people who would like pour her soul out to her, and she was like, yeah, she's like a therapist, you know, it's like, it turns out she was just lying about everything, that she has nothing to do with like psychology or psychotherapy, she was like literally just fooling people because she thought it was fun, like that's the kind of troll that we're talking about, it's not the kind of trolling.
Yeah,
Not right.
you talking about Whitney?
yeah, and that's something that's really fucking weird. But I mean, I think something was like in this. I don't think like, oh, you made some mistake, but I think just sometimes like it's fine to be fooled, but I don't know. Like I think like this kind of skepticism is trying to like avoid being fooled, but like I think what happens is you raise your bar too high, and then you just are gonna have to give up beliefs that you probably shouldn't give up.
I'm an expert in rock thing.
Yeah, there are other people like that, like what's the other guy, not to be honest, but then
Jimmy Styles.
Jay Styles isn't really lying.
I mean, like now, like I'm just relying on the guy, but it might be like that Olympic breakfast. Maybe I'm mistaken, but some guy from that kind of circle at that time. So he also had that shtick of like going into rooms and just kind of LARPing as a position, and then like he convinces people that he like has that position, and then like after the entire convo doesn't even reveal it to them. Like it's not fun to like then say, by the way, I was lying almost the time. No, he just leaves, and then he tells to his friends like, by the way, like I go with these guys, and I hold this position, and they were like taking me seriously for like a 5-hour convo, and they find that to be like fun and like a worthwhile use of their time.
I mean, you don't ever tell people that you're a Muslim with them in your conversation.
I think Ethan's case is like the case of the boy who cried wolf, right? That's why nobody believed him. Maybe it's genuine now, but it's what he did in the past that's caused it.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, you have your own that, but actually, I guess the money wouldn't be preferable, but like, you wouldn't like this kind of concession, but like, I actually think that Ethan, during these times when he was struggling about being a Christian stuff, I think that from my conversation with him, he was struggling on whether he was like wanted to become a Christian. Like those times where he was like accusing a bunch of people of like not believing the gospel that were Christians and stuff like that. It's like he was serious about that. You know?
Is he serious about like knowing the gospel was?
I wasn't even reading that.
That was a good one. That one was the best one you got, I think. It really got me.
It was me that was asking them what the gospel was, and they said the 4 books, not 10.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, during that time, though, like, I remember that thing, and I remember his, like, attitude when he was telling us that, was like, he was serious, you know? It's like he had read something, and he was like, ready to, like, show us when we were throwing something.
Same thing with the shroud and stuff.
Yeah, I'm actually, the thing is with that is, like, I mean, is he like trolling? Like, here's the thing. Say that he's like not trolling. And he like read a bunch of argument and like whatever. Then like if it turns out like there's nothing context of it for the shroud, is it better to say like I was trolling to say faith, or that like, oh yeah, I guess I believe something that had no evidence?
It looks like a show of debate prowess, right? Because other people who didn't know about it, it was able to like walk all over them and like respond to everything they had, and maybe enjoyed that feeling, even though knowing that, you can defend this position against other people, but you still know that there's enough weaknesses in it. It's just that the other people don't know about it because they are not read as much.
Yeah, but that doesn't really make sense though, because Ethan probably would win a debate against me about whether or not I'm driving a car, which by the way, I am in fact driving a car. I think he'd actually win that debate. And in fact, it's true, and I'm literally doing it. So I don't think he needs to pick a topic that nobody else knows in order to win the debate. Ethan just is a good debater.
Yeah, but in certain cases, it's less successful, right? When it brings up wacky cases, and in some cases it brings up that they're so easily wacky that you would easily see that even if you lost the debate, you easily see how he's done some discussion that forgotten that even with homosexuality with men, which just looks so off that no matter what you tried there, you still know that. But this one was something where you could say, oh, this chemical, that chemical, like something. So he tries both. Sometimes he tries it on day one, like, oh, you're driving, trying to convince you you're not driving. But sometimes he also tries something that goes over people's heads. I guess he enjoys both. Both of them are like slightly different.
No, but you see what I'm saying about, like, maybe it wasn't just a troll, like maybe, at least my conversation with him, it seemed like he was really like inquiring into Christianity, whether he had like fully accepted it or not.
Yeah, because it's not that's the sense in which I made it true, right? He might have had a sense in which he wished it were true, right? But he could see, oh, it doesn't quite work, but I have enough knowledge that I can still defeat everybody in Clubhouse with it. Then it comes in. But I mean, yeah, I'm not saying that doesn't wish it was true. He probably would wish that there was better evidence for the shroud so that he wouldn't have to like just bamboozle people with it. Yeah.
There is a third option that exists and that could actually be applicable here due to him promoting like various conservative views for some time now. And that's like lots of conservative people, especially like people who like have come from online 4chan trollish spaces, like they have this post-truth mentality where like it's not like, oh, I think a view is true, so I accept it, or I think it's false, I may be lying to other people. Like it's actually pretty normal in those circles to LARP views as a way of testing them out, like to see if you might want to quote unquote accept them or not. Like it's it is actually a third state between accepting and not accepting a view. And lots of times people think that these kids are lying, but they're actually doing this thing. So when they say some racist stuff, and then you're like, what the hell are you saying that Nazi bullshit? And they're like, no, dude, it's just a joke. They're actually doing this third thing. They're testing out views and see how it goes. But then we have this like truth approach to it, where like testing out views doesn't mean giving like evidence or argument for the view necessarily. It's just like, seeing, well, if I accept this view, if I were to act like accepting this view, what would happen? What would be the effects of that?
It's not what I was saying though. It's like, I don't, and like he was inquiring into it, he kept running arguments, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's like, sometimes I'll like say, like, I don't know, put an argument to people as though it's like, I like it, but I'm just saying, like, do they have good reasons to convince me not to accept that position? If they do, I'm just going to be like, oh, okay.
The only problem is because it's not the environmental stuff, right? Because the guy, you can be very, very bad, but people don't know how to defeat it here. And then you try them over here, and then you adopt it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about trying out this new view about bleeding here.
Because right now, I got a win against the web-based laptop.
It would be like part of his research program or something. I don't actually know what this school for is about.
Yeah, he's in school for the philosophy program. You did make an interesting point about being conservative leaning. As a learning. There was a character that went around, I think it was in Clubhouse, by a conservative atheist. And he felt particularly isolated as an atheist because he felt like that he agreed with all the religious people on most like political issues, and he felt like he wasn't allowed to be an atheist. So there might be reasons to choose religion that are more political than theological.
Wasn't that that's one the case I thought that's exactly so. Remember that guy?
Yeah, I think Xerxes, that probably is a big thing for him. Ethan, probably not so much. I mean, it may be like that, it happens to, align with his values, the way that the Catholic Church interprets, doctrines and so forth, or scriptures, but I don't know. I don't think he would switch just for political reason. But it might be
But I was gonna say, aren't the like modern Catholics, aren't they like mostly liberal? I mean, certainly the Pope is more liberal than prior.
I'm not saying that all Catholicism is conservative. I'm saying that a person with politically conservative leanings might feel more at home among God believers than among God disbelievers. Maybe that's fine. And they don't even like to segregate kids. They just they climb up their releases thing all the time. Yeah, they're a little bit ostracized. At least
Not really. There's not really a lot of them. Like I actually remember looking into statistics. It's like atheists are the most left-leaning group. Like they're like 90% left-leaning, something like that. Because
the right wingers don't become themselves, and if you do, you become.
Because everyone in the surveys, like, why would we assume that they're false? They're like, the 10% more, like, actually underrepresented.
Yeah, which surveys?
I think this was like a Pew, like, that I found, or something like that. It's like some mainstream, I remember Googling this. It's like, the atheists are like all the way to the left.
And in the channel,
and again,
like, this is, I would have to Google it.
I think it's also depends like the region, because I know something is happening in Africa right now. They used to be like 99% religious, so with the advent of like everyone has the internet, right? Some people have found atheism, but often they don't just take the whole bucket of views. Like most atheists that are cool with LGBT cool, but they could just like pick only the atheism and then keep all the other traditional values, right? And people in those kind of places are more likely to do that, because the laws against it, everything's against. So why just pick a bucket of views that just makes you too distant from the environment and just pick like just atheism and just fitting with the rest of the other views? But for them, I think it starts getting harder to justify. Because at least the Christian can say point to the Bible or something like that, but you start asking the atheist, so why are you doing that then? Why are you, we have no answer.
I just realized if you were a female, you'd be like the most targeted person on black, gay, atheist. You just had a female, you got it all.
Oh yeah,
You must see it.
then if you have like autism,
Jewish.
Nigerian.
Why? But yeah, because of the fraud thing, like this thing where you say Nigerian fraud and stuff.
I don't think people really remember that anymore. Usually now, like the scam stuff is India.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Depending where you live, right? Because in the UK, this kind of like the black person scanning somebody and stuff is still really kind of.
Do you guys get bombarded with phone calls?
Yeah, all of the scam stuff in my neck of the woods is all Indian.
Yeah.
Like people from India, like not like Indian Canadians or Indian Americans or whatever, like people from India call.
Yeah, and you know, I watched the TV program that's right. You know, your phone packages and whatever, maybe your T-Mobile or whatever. So in these Indian workplaces, right, they have like shift workers, the American time. Now we target the Americans and they've obtained your data. Somebody in the US or the UK has sold your data so they can call you knowing what provider you're with, knowing some details about you, saying, oh, you want to renew phone? Stuff like that, you know, and that's how they get you. And even when I went to renew my phone in the actual physical place, the worker they actually like confessed to me because I told him, what's with all these people calling me from 3 networks? Like, he said, oh, some of our bosses must have sold that data to the scammers, right? They don't know who it is, right? Because they know about the problem and they just tell everybody just cope with it and not answer the calls or whatever.
Seems like coming waves for me. Like sometimes it'll be like once or twice a week, and then it'll be like 5.
There's not going to be backlash. Because often sometimes when I pick it up, I hear the voice saying, we're going to need phones for you and stuff, because I know my own phone shop is down the road 15 minutes away. Nobody needs to call for me. Anybody calling me about phones, I know it's automatically a scam. And sometimes I almost like make them know about that. And then, the way they operate as well, if you were to actually like listen to them, one of the methods that this TV program showed is that they will actually say, oh, let's sign up for a new phone. They will take your details. There's a way they can actually order that new phone, almost like it's legit because they've got the access and everything. They'll order the phone, but they will order a wrong phone, the phone that you didn't actually request for. And then they will come back, oh, we made a mistake, that's why. We'll send our courier to come and pick this phone from you and stuff. So they'll make you buy your phone from your own account, right, that you'll be paying for, and they'll get their fake courier to come and then grab it, so you use that as well.
There's a different kind of scam that happened to me at work once. Because technically, I guess in a way it's a scam, but it's not the same kind of a scam, because usually like you're getting nothing out of the other ones. This one was, they're like, hey, we come in and replace your ink once a year. And by the way, I've never done this before. And most of the things that we had some kind of service like this. And I was like, okay. And they're like, yeah, we just send you the new ink and then we send the guy to come put it back in for and we just bill it back to you guys. And I was like, okay. They're like, can you just confirm this model? And I walk over, they list it off. I'm like, yep, that's what we got. I'm like, okay, we'll send it to you. Turns out that what they're doing is they got that information probably from someone else that worked there maybe a year ago, 2 years ago, whatever. And then what they're doing is they're buying the ink and all of that and charging like triple what it actually costs. And then sending somebody up to put it in. Like they do give you the real service of it, but it's at like super inflated rates. They almost got me.
Screech. I mean, those German Jews are always a problem. Jean-Paul Schreich. The way that he said his last name one time, he said it like a German, like he pronounced the last part of it as like Reich. Yeah, like I was like, what? I mean, there's a specific one here. Jack Ames, right?
In German, like it would just be pronounced Reich.
Yeah. Did you hear? Oh, cool. Last night I was thinking while they were doing the student debate again, about, claims and this stuff. Right. And I was thinking okay, whenever one of them is gonna run the problem of evil. I don't know if you was in there last time I was saying this, but it seems that the vast majority of the suffering cases we're going to know through, just by testimony, right? Because it's going to be first person. So if you put all that aside as evidence, your case for problem of evil is going to be pretty bad, I think.
Well, I made this point to Ian as he said it. He was like, "My beliefs, and I'm telling you that these are one of my beliefs." And I was like, "Yeah, but these are some claims. Like, do these claims about yourself?" I was like, "Why should we believe them?" I was like, "No, I don't believe." So,
Yeah, because
I don't think
go ahead, finish.
He did try to shift it into those are the okay kind of things. So,
As soon as you mention anything, pops in. And you don't have to hang out and on a side down here. You can just listen on your.
Hey, you summoned me when you said my name.
I was about to ask something else.
He was a witch.
You know how in English was conversational etiquette or something like that. There's some name for it, I've forgotten, right? But sometimes you might be trying to establish despite what we can prove philosophically, there's some etiquette about debating which you shouldn't just say, "Oh, I don't think you really believe that." You shouldn't be doing that, even if someone can't back it up philosophically.
Yeah, that's what Andrew did, Chris.
That's the kind of thing that's going on. So you can't just take the argument and say, "Oh, we should take your argument." That means maybe we shouldn't even think what you're saying even meaning. It hasn't meaning.
I don't think you believe that, Chris.
Yeah. I don't know.
Sorry, what were you saying? Because I literally wasn't here. I just came in and I heard you. So what did you say about my position?
at some point in the conversation, you were like, "I don't believe that, Andrew. You're telling me what I believe, and I don't believe this." And I said to you, "Well, you're making claims about yourself." And I said, "If the claims are about yourself are evidence, then why should we believe what you're saying?"
Well, you shouldn't. You should take it as a working hypothesis. That's the point. But what I'm saying is Andrew's gaslighting, because to me, if I make claims about my own internal mental states, not about objective claims of reality like God exists or whatever. I'm just saying, if I tell you I like the taste of chocolate ice cream, or I tell you, I feel like a girl, or I feel like a guy, these are my internal mental states. That is literally the only thing you need to know what I'm feeling. Nobody else can tell you what I'm feeling more than I can.
That's not true, because you can still lie about what you're feeling.
Do you think that if a man is beating his fiance and he's like, I love you, and he's just whooping her ass day in and day out, do you think we have a reason to think he doesn't love her?
Well, what's crazy is I don't doubt that he probably feels what he's saying. It's just that his definition of love was fucked up. So I can't say he might be having dopamine or oxytocin and feeling loving, but the point of that point.
No, people misrepresent their internal.
That's not.
People misrepresent their internal states all the time, right? If people say if someone asks how are you, a lot of people are not going to say horrible. Most people will say good, even if they are feeling horrible. And plenty of people do say I love you when they don't actually mean it, right? Like they just feel pressured because the other person said it or whatever. So there are plenty of cases where people misrepresent even their internal state.
Psychologically, as like an empirical biological animal, yeah, that's true. But I'm just saying, like, if we're having a conversation and I say to Andrew, I truly do, feel this thing or feel that thing, and his only response is, I think you're lying or delusional, I can just point out that that's literally absurd because I could say the same thing to him and now we can't have a conversation. So he gaslights me, says I don't believe you, I think you're lying and delusional, and then I'm going to say to him, okay, I don't think you believe in God, I think you're lying and delusional, and now what's the point of having a conversation with each other if you can't even trust each other talking? So that's why I
Also, the point is not, look, I'm not saying this is actually true, but I think sometimes someone might be warranted to say that, like, I don't know, like the case of like, I love you, but he's just being his wife or whatever.
Andrew attempted to say, like, the reason he's not gaslighting me is because he views my claim that I view claims as working hypotheses. He said, that's as crazy as you telling me you don't need food.
Yeah, but
So he said, so if I know that's impossible and I'm not gaslighting you to say that's impossible, then we can say it's impossible for you to do that. The reason it's not analogous is because it is possible for me. It is impossible for me to live life without eating food. But it is not impossible for me to live life.
It's just an extreme as impossible.
But like, on this idea of the name thing where somebody tells you, like, my name is Fred, what would you do if somebody else asked you what's that guy's name? Would you tell them that his name is Fred? I would say he told me his name is Fred.
I think it is just saying that like it's inconclusive, right? Like that there's always some degree of uncertainty. So he's not gonna like make a final conclusion based on claims or whatever, right?
belief also still has that level of uncertainty as well. So I was about to make this point as well that when Abido asked you that, what should Andrew do then if he wants to follow your method and not take what you said, not believe that because it's a claim. Like you say, oh, this is my internal state, this is how I feel. He says, that's a claim. He said, take it as a working hypothesis. Now your working hypothesis is very, very close to what we mean by belief. So now we're just playing word games here because your working hypothesis is working as a belief.
No, it's working as a model. It's a temporary model of reality, a provisional model of reality. So I can. Yeah, but it's still taking it to be true. Like otherwise, it's just as good as any other random thing.
Well, he's not. I don't think he is saying that it is definitively true or false. He's just maybe calibrating his assessment of the probability of it.
Nobody is committing him to this absolute correct. Or just saying more likely correct.
Like how would I look if somebody said, hi, my name is Mike, and I said I'm not accepting that as a working hypothesis. Like what would they even look like?
You would say, no, your name isn't that. That's what it would look like.
Yeah, but that would be absurd too. Because why would I think I know that the name is not Mike?
I don't think you should. That's just the whole point that makes it.
I don't do that either. Yeah, I don't do that.
Well, that's one of the
whole thing is like, why are you using the model that says his name is Fred instead of the model that says it's Bob or Joe or Jason? It's like because we're social creatures and they I understand the way human communication works. So wait, you're worried about somebody getting mad at you if you don't do it or something? No, it's not constructive. Like to have a conversation with someone and say, hi, my name is Mike. The next thing you're supposed to say is, hi, Mike, I'm, Abe or whatever. Like, it's just the way you have a conversation.
In the other room, I gave you another example that I upgraded it. Now this is not a random person. This is your name, Joe. And someone introduced you to say, hello, here's Jake, your new boss, right? And now they're going to just say, it's the working hypothesis, maybe they might be lying.
Yeah.
But you know that level of information that people at a job who they've actually formally introduced typically don't have fake names. Like, how many times has that happened? It's very likely.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying they have a fake name. I'm just saying that this is what Andrew, look, this is why I was arguing with Andrew. Andrew's trying to point out the empirical claim that we are social creatures with social animals, and generally it might be the case that people don't have a reason to lie to you. That is different. That is an empirical claim about the animal and the social nature of humans. As opposed to background knowledge.
That's part of the background knowledge. That's something you know about, the context of it, right? It's not so. Point like you could have something in the background. Normally, people aren't lying when they tell their name, right? And then you're still learning something new when they actually tell you something. My name's Fred. And the point is that they've narrowed down something, right? They made something more specified. You've got new information.
I looked at Andrew's whole video. I watched most of it in fast forward, but I did watch it with what's his name? Yeah, Joe.
He claims his name is Joe Schmidt.
He claims his name is Joe Schmidt. That is true. I take it as a working hypothesis. But Joe Schmidt, I cannot fucking believe this dude is a PhD in philosophy.
I don't think you're so He had a master's. He's in the PhD program.
He has a master's.
I don't know what exactly I'm about to say about Joe Schmidt, but dude, he is very smart. He's very smart.
It's possible that he's smart in other ways, but when he joked, because Matt said he fundamentally misunderstands epistemology, and he kind of laughed it off and said, I think I should get a t-shirt and sell merch that says I fundamentally misunderstand epistemology. But yeah, I think he does. I think he just completely fucking missed this.
Oh my god. And this is the guy who knows way more than you about this topic.
I would like to say that I'm friendly with Joe. Joe was right on that topic.
Wait, you know Joe?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. Well, can you ask him why he's so confused?
He's not confused.
I thought he was not confused. You're not confused. The person who is confused is you.
He's not confused.
Look, think about it. I'll try to explain. Are you in philosophy too, Robert?
Yeah, I'm Graham Hoppy's PhD student.
Okay. So the thing is this. To try it like this, right? If you say that claims are evidence, and you just mean that evidence is something that is probability raising, right? We're on the same page with that?
Yeah, there are many different ways you could define evidence. That's one way, yep.
Okay, sure. So if that's the way, then look at the conclusion. Claims are probably raising for the evidence of what? Of that it raises the probability of the claim, which is the tautology.
Okay, so
use of the claim.
Rob, really quick, this is the conclusion that keeps coming out. When we say claim in this context, we're not talking about the proposition, right? We're talking about
so
data that you have that asserts something or
if the proposition is there is a cat, and then the claim is Sally says there is a cat.
yeah, so let me just say something right off the bat, which is related, but okay, so my erstwhile advisor, who wrote a critique, I don't want to dox myself and say who it was, although I'm no longer listed on her website, pointed out, let's say that you take Tim Williamson's account of evidence, right? It is just a straightforward consequence of that view that props are evidence of themselves. Now, you could think that this shows that that's a bad evidence, which she does in her book. But if you think that what it is for something to be evidence is that it raises the probability of something, it's just a fact that the proposition P would be evidence of itself. So if you complain that, oh, well, it's tautological, so student, that's fair. That's what Brown's critique of Tim Williamson is. She calls that the infelicity beta in her 2018 book. But notice that's a critique against the probability raising account of evidence. You would need a different understanding of evidence, or you would need to modify what it needs for something to be evidence then. Because that's just going to be true on any probability raising account. Because
Well, we might say something like you're not updating on propositions, like you're updating on data.
Because if you think to yourself, well, what would raise the probability that God exists? Well, if God exists, so God exists, the proposition raises the probability that God exists. So the proposition would raise the probability. So that's what that does.
If it's true, like if you conditionalize on it, then it's like.
So if you conditionalize on the proposition, if you conditionalize on P, right? P.
That's not what we're talking about in this context. At the very
It's not what we're talking about. It was just because he mentioned the tautological thing.
I feel like it's claims a little bit.
So about the claims being evidence stuff. Look, Joe's analysis of that was very standard. I mean, I don't think that many epistemologists would disagree with him. I think that further you could get, obviously, Wittgenstein is having some influence on me. I could just give you a series of examples, and then you could squint hard enough and see the family resemblance. But one thing that you may believe is that, look, there's certain testimonial things that we just think are evidence. So, for instance, when you go up to somebody and you say, when the doctor goes up to a patient and says, well, what's wrong? And they're like, I'm in pain. It seems like them claiming that they're in pain is evidence that they're in pain, right? So that's one, right? And you'd say to yourself, okay, let's say that we have two theories. So theory one is that the claim that the person, so Josh says that he's in pain. Okay. That's theory one, and that would be evidence of the fact that he's in pain. What's theory two? That it's not evidence?
Well,
how does that explain our epistemic practices?
Well, I just want to point out, I think I said this before, I'm not sure if you were in the room. I did point out that having claims about your own internal states, like I have a headache, that's obviously going to be valid, just because how else could we ever get that information? In fact, you can't go to my neighbor and say, does he have a headache? He's not going to know. So when it's something to do with your own internal mental states, like I have a headache, I'm hungry, we take that as, probably veridical. Yeah, it's possible the person is also just faking. But like you said, we don't have any background information to assume that. So in light of your own inner states, then yeah, that's fine. I'm talking about when people make claims about objective reality, like God exists, Jesus walked on water, stuff like that. That's the thing where I'm saying that claims are in no way probability raising. They're not evidence in any way.
Okay. Few things to say. Good. So here's one thing. When you say objective reality, this is so Searle talks about this. Just because pain has a first-person ontology, meaning that it only existed if it's experienced, doesn't mean that we can't study it in a third-person way, meaning objectively. So just because pain only exists if someone experiences it, does not entail that it's not part of reality, objective reality. Okay, so that's the first point. The second point is it's confusing how you would think this type of evidence would function then, because the account account of like testimonial knowledge even work? Because it seems as though there are many cases in which we feel that you can transfer knowledge to another individual via testimony, right? And if you don't think that that's the case, appealing to theory choice, again, we have these two theories, right? We have the theory that claims at times can be evidence. And what that theory allows us to explain quite neatly are cases of testimonial evidence, either testifying about one's internal mental states, or testifying about something that an individual saw, so like eyewitness testimony or something like this. And then we have another theory that has this like shifty view, right, which is like, you can testify about yourself and that counts as evidence, but then it doesn't count in these other cases. And I think that one theory is going to have more explanatory power because it has more explanatory breadth. It can explain more cases. Whereas your theory, it's not going to explain as many cases. Like, it's going to be difficult for you to explain a lot of testimonial knowledge transfer cases. So yeah, I'll just hold on.
Yeah, thank you. And I have two questions, if it's okay, Roger. Number one, were you in the room with Andrew or no when we debated this?
No.
You know, okay. Well, that's fine. You didn't miss much. The point is, there's been a big war going on, basically between the theists and atheists, but not cleanly split down the middle about whether claims are evidence. The point I'm trying to make is, I said to Andrew the other, that when somebody, let's say, we took a benign example of someone, you meet them on the street and they say, hey, my name's Mike. And Andrew said that is evidence that their name is Mike. And what I said is that I don't see that that's evidence that their name is Mike. What I do is I take that as a working hypothesis, meaning they shorthand say, I would like you to call me Mike. And then I refer to them as Mike. That has nothing to do with the epistemology of whether I truly know their name is Mike. So, number one, would you agree that that's like completely not like irrational or illogical in any way? You could tell.
All right. Well, let's tease this apart. What does a working hypothesis mean?
Like a model of reality, a provisional model of reality.
All right. Why do you take it to be a provisional model?
Since I don't have any data backing up their claim, and since I don't think that claims are evidence. So what's
data?
Like the birth certificate, their license, driver's license, things that would account for what their name actually is.
Okay. So the question then would be, by a provisional model, by a working hypothesis, you need something like a model. So why accept that as a working hypothesis, as opposed to just assuming that they're lying?
Because I'm a human being, and I know humans are social animals. And in general, when people come up to me and they say, hey, my name's Mike, how would I look if I would refuse to call them the name Mike? And I just say, nah, he might be lying. Like that, we can't have a conversation. So,
right. So the reason that fine. So let me push you on a maybe example. So suppose someone came up to you and they told you that they were transgender. Is your default position to assume that they're lying?
So this is also what Andrew did because he loves the freaking, muddy the waters. I'm not saying you were doing that, but I'll tell you what I mean. It depends what you mean by transgender. When they say I'm transgender, do they mean that they are truly biologically the other gender, or do they just mean I feel transgender, like I'd like you to, my gender identity is I'd like you to refer to me as a male or a female, that has nothing to do with my biology? Like which one?
Okay, well, no, let's be clear. If they're wouldn't them claiming that they're transgender be evidence that they're transgender?
Well, it depends what their definition of transgender is. If the definition is just they feel, that's purely to do with their feelings, then yes, that is evidence. If it's that they're claiming their biology
Well, that's not okay, but most transgender people are not saying that, right? I mean,
I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a bit of a red herring. So let's just stick to the case, right? If someone came up to you, so your initial talking point was claims are evidence.
Claims are not evidence.
Good. And then we might say,
There's a working
here's a trans person. They come to you and they say, I'm claiming that I'm trans. And then you said, and then here are two theories. Theory number one, that's good evidence of the fact that they're trans. And then on your theory, you have to say it's not the case that that's evidence.
No, I'm saying for their feelings, for their own internal mental states, that is evidence.
Okay, but no, let's be specific. When we're talking about evidence is something that's anchored to a proposition, right? So when I say, like, I'm transgender, like in scare quotes, right? That would be, the claim is anchored to that proposition. So if I say, my claiming that I'm transgender, the question is, does me claiming that provide evidence for that proposition, right? Now, on one theory, it does. On your theory, because you're saying that's not the case, you have to say that it doesn't. Now, you have to provide an account for why it doesn't.
Well, why isn't it accounted for when I said your own internal mental states? Like, look, the trans one, it just seems a little bit confusing.
Because that's what, okay.
Just get the one with the headache.
Okay, no, pause, because that's exactly what my account is going to be, but that's consonant with saying that claims are evidence. Because I'm going to say, look, the person is claiming, right, that they're transgender, okay? And that constitutes a certain degree of evidence because the claim is most likely rooted in feelings that they have. So that constitutes good evidence, right? And the claims are emblematic of somebody who might possess a series of dispositions. So that's totally compatible with the view that claims are evidence.
Yeah, but you understand the distinction I'm drawing between like your own internal mental systems and objective claim about reality.
No, because I think that's confused. Because that you're making this mistake that happens in the philosophy of mind. Just because something has a first-person ontology doesn't mean that it doesn't admit a person analysis.
Okay, let's draw that. Right. Okay, so let me ask you, if you're pushing back on that, then the question is, under that, what would you expect me to do when somebody tells me I'm hungry? Like put them in an MRI and take their blood work to see if they have like, ghrelin or whatever. Like, pragmatically, what would I look like if every time someone told me a claim about their own internal mental states,
separate epistemology from ontology, right? Whether you recognize it as evidence is independent of whether or not it is evidence. Just because you don't recognize it as evidence doesn't mean it's not evidence. And for instance, that's like saying something like, okay, well, I don't really understand this result of the Large Hadron Collider confirms string theory. Or no, I don't understand why the anomaly cancellation is evidence for string theory, so it's not evidence for string theory.
Well, what I'm saying with the people is that.
Well, wait, hang on, can we slow down? Can you acknowledge the point that just because you don't acknowledge that it's evidence, or you don't understand that it's evidence, that doesn't mean it's not evidence?
On the basis of pure testimony, or on the basis of the data from string theory?
What I'm saying is that whether something raises the probability of a proposition being true, right, is not a function of whether you think it does.
Yeah, I mean, okay, good.
Slow down. Wait, slow down. Because your objection to what was said was the following. Well, I don't know whether we can verify whether that person, had any lunch, and how could I possibly know? Look, that's not the point. The point is, and you're like, I don't know about that claim, right? The point is that if the claim that they're making is, if they do make that claim, that makes it such that it is reasonable, to believe that they're hungry, which constitutes evidence.
So here's what I meant when I
just
said.
Because you just believe them, doesn't mean that it's not evidence.
Okay, here's what I meant when I said I don't know. I'll clarify. What I mean is, absent my taking their blood work and having some type of empirical data to verify, to falsify or verify their claim, I cannot tell the difference just auditorily when somebody says I'm hungry between someone who is truly hungry versus somebody who is lying to me. With that being said, since I can't tell the difference, it would be stupid of me to say their claim is evidence. Or
why would it be stupid?
I mean, the claim is not evidence in the sense of why would I assume one way or the other? I have to take their word for it when it's something to do with their own internal states. Unless every time someone tells me they're hungry, I'm going to say, well, I need to take your blood and I just need to check what's in there.
Okay, good. So do you think that it's the case that someone's saying something about... Okay, let's... Okay, I don't want to...
Maybe 1 second, I gotta take this 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. That's fine.
Andrew is really missing out because he wishes he would be here for this.
Does he?
Oh yeah, he's been doing this for 2 days straight.
Days.
Yeah.
Leaving, fighting each other, making spite rooms. It's been the biggest beef.
I don't know. I don't even think it's that. It's not that contentious of an issue.
It has been contentious a lot.
Because he thinks he is trying to pull one over.
Yeah.
These people claim to have seen Jesus or whatever, that's evidence.
I think that's Abe's issue is if he left this door open, then that means them just springs for it.
Right. But then, what I'm thinking to suggest to Roger is to try to show him based on not something like hunger or pain, but he's saying he's granting those. He's just not constructing it properly, but he's granting those. He's still saying things are not evident. He's granting these phenomenal things, right? So if you can show him on another example that it works, rather than trying to, because what we try to do instead is to say, oh, awareness of pain and stuff, even though it's subjective, it's those kind of claims that are not like somebody's internal mental state system.
Right.
I actually agree with Andrew. If he lets us door open to you, please, proof.
I'm not.
I have a social epistemology that's literally based on testimony, so you know, it just happens.
It's true. It's just Andrew wants to sit in here and claim that there is evidence for Christianity, for God, and so.
So what? There's like 5%. Yes.
Yeah, but you holding,
It's really no evidence. It doesn't matter.
it isn't like to be hungry.
No,
It's
you relax. I was just saying it's not that theism is true. It's just this is what he wants to claim is the evidence.
And you can tell them it's really bad evidence. Then what? I don't know what to fight about it.
I do tell him it's really bad evidence.
No, you want to think they're not evident. You want to say the claims aren't evidence at all.
No, fine, because alright, this is actually what I wanted to mention about. They depict evidence in a sense. What the evidence is, who considers it evidence, is subjective. This is why it's also a dumb fight. I gave the example of the guy not just claiming his name is Mike, but he can win $1 million if his name is Mike. And you're walking around, the first person who you meet says, who proves it, or not proves, or just gives evidence that their name is Mike, wins $1 million. And in that case, what you consider evidence now changes. It's just, you're just not going to go up to somebody and say, is your name Mike? And say, yes, here's $1 million. At that point, is your name Mike? Yes. Show me your wallet, take out your wallet, show me your ID. Now what you consider evidence is different.
If you got $1 million, you might want evidence to be stronger than a mere claim. Doesn't mean the claim isn't some evidence.
And actually, that's you should really, you probably shouldn't make that kind of,
So you don't
crossover, because pragmatic concerns don't actually really change the nature of what is more likely. They change your urgency. Like if you're about to die, like one guy's saying we're in the hospital, you're gonna want to confirm you're really going to the hospital and also that one guy's evidence. But if you're just along for a ride and you just go, hey, where are we going? And he goes to the hospital, we're going to the hospital, you'll be like, all right, cool. Because you don't care. But urgency does change your epistemic practices, but it doesn't actually change what's more likely.
I agree with that too. This is why if you get put in a high pressure situation, but this is actually more evidence for the working model hypothesis than actually saying this has any epistemic justification. It's more, if you're in a high pressure thing, you're not doing calculations and justifications really. You just have that. Which is the examples of people in a hospital and things like that.
I mean, my view of beliefs isn't just this affirmation that we do. It also has a theoretical component where beliefs play a role into the kind of actions we take. And that's why we can say that your beliefs contradict your actions, because if they simply were just attitudes and that's it, then we couldn't just say oh yeah, well, you don't actually believe that you love your wife because you just beat her. Otherwise, how are they contradicting us? The whole point is beliefs are supposed to play a role into the action we did. And so if we're taking actions, we should assume they have beliefs about them actions.
Not necessarily. This is what I'm
right necessarily.
Otherwise, theoretically, you're gun to your head. This, gives these examples with a gun to your head. This is not indicative at all of whether you have epistemic justification or not. This is, you're putting in that life and death situation or something like that. It's just, in a sense, the logic goes out the window.
I'm not talking about that.
Well, you're saying,
then when you take an action, I guess part of what your action is constituted by is your belief.
this becomes a little so, but I think that's.
Some people don't like that. I really think that if you consent to that, you're just making beliefs like superfluous.
You think beliefs rationalize actions?
I think some of them can. Sometimes I think what they do is they like form what's like a word, like a box. Like if I believe that there are 0 cats, there's like somewhere between 0 and 10 cats. They don't rationalize action per se, but they does. Like if someone says I own 13 cats, those 2 beliefs will force me to have a belief that that belief is false. So in some sense, yes. I just want to make clear.
I said it's the wrong way around. To rationalize by beliefs.
Sure. But yeah, they play a role into the action feed, like all of them. It's like, I think if you get rid of that, you just pretty much can't really say like, oh, your actions betray your word, or like it's not easy to anymore. But I do understand that it is intuitive for people to say like, no, I went to the church 100 times this year, but I don't believe in God. And I think you can make sense of that, so. It's hard.
I mean, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, I think you can act on something in spite of your beliefs.
I think you can too, but they're actually like more complicated than what would be like normally said. Like if we go to church, like one of the beliefs that obviously would form a reason to go to church is just that you believe in God. But another belief that obviously justifies going to church is my wife likes going to church and she wanted me to go. Like it has nothing to do with believing in God.
Wanting to act on something in spite of your belief, like give me an example of that, like.
Rational, like you did addict or something like that.
Well, just when you say that, it makes me think of like doxastic voluntarism. Like what? Like so you can believe you are skipping, but you're walking, but then you can believe you're skipping. You can like.
It was more like you believe smoking is bad for you, you want to quit, but then you have a cigarette.
Yeah, you can just.
It's irrational.
And I think obviously I do think we can do that, but I think that's just being rational. I'm assuming in like theory about rationality.
I mean, if you say I shouldn't smoke, but then you smoke a cigarette, then when you say you shouldn't, I know that it's bad for me to smoke, but like I am smoking. So in some sense, I should smoke because I want to smoke. I mean, I don't know. It's like
we might as well say no once.
It's purely like irrational behavior about like physical addiction. You're not really in control of.
Right. Yeah, but I don't really consider that like in the example I'm talking about. It's just kind of like there are these competing biochemical processes where your mind says I don't want to do it, but then your body wants to do it, and they're like competing with each other.
You're doing it mentally.
But if you want to keep running, you're so exhausted, you have to. You want to be gone.
Like mentally,
something like that.
You're forming in terms of the ego thing with them, where like your desires are always what's guiding your action.
Right. Yeah.
And I just don't agree with that. I mean, like it is a really simple view. It's kind of like what you believe generally. There's a little bit of variance on that, but the goodness about those views where it's just like you have your desires and that's it. It's really simple. You have one thing that guides your action, and it's really obvious that what you do, what you did is what you desired, assuming it was an action and not a behavior. But you have to say a lot of people are deceived mentally about their own beliefs because many people will just straight up tell you, I did this and I didn't want to do it, and they will just leave it there. They will not say anything else.
Yeah, but you did something, but you didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
In some sense you did. In some sense you
In
did.
some sense you did want to do it because you actually
wanted to do.
Well, in some sense here, I'd say, look, I did it because I was obligated to it, not because I wanted to.
And you just want to fulfill the obligation, right?
Yeah. But that's what the human will say. And I'll say, no, I didn't want to fulfill my obligation. I was just wanting to do it because I was obliged to. See, like, what you're trying to do, what the whole goal of the desire view is to reduce everything to a desire, including the obligations. I'm trying to put forward to you where the obligations are also something fundamental, so you can't reduce it to your desires.
Interesting.
And that way you can preserve the natural language. You do lose a little bit of theoretical parsimony that way, but personally, I think this is a good reason to, because our natural language is so ubiquitous in this kind of stuff that, I think this is a good time to do that.
French and Andrew were trying to comment this on, we're saying the same thing of you, it's just saying,
Yeah, he has that view too, and I think that's really strange. I feel like theists should be really opposed to it.
no, Andrew believes the same thing in the different cases. It's fine. He believes he should do something, but not that he ought to do something.
You. Wasn't that you?
Yeah, I'm talking about, in the cases, these so-called, what do you call them? Fucking
Radicals?
Yeah.
But, Andrew, same thing. Wait, God commands Andrew to do something. He says the same thing. God commands Andrew to kill his own mother.
He thinks you ought to do that.
He thinks he ought to do it.
Yeah. So that wasn't what you were saying. You were saying you ought not to, but you did it anyway.
Okay, actually, sure. But, you guys are kind of conflating ought and should. Is what I was trying to say. Okay.
What's the difference between
I mean, those are often used interchangeably.
Yeah, the difference between ought and should.
There's sometimes there's a difference where ought is used in a more strict way, whereas should is also includes like surrounding it. But I mean, the point is, in most cases, like they can be used interchangeably. So as long as you're not being too strict,
That would take a look at for us.
I completely agree. It's like, I think you can feel like you should do something that you ought not do.
It's hate out like
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's your essentially.
like normal, but again, in most contexts, people are going to be using them interchangeably. So when you ask yourself, what should I do? What ought I do?
I agree. Like a lot of just everyday cases, things you can use interchangeably.
Even in a lot of philosophical contexts, they're just used interchangeably. But if you could ask the question, like, what should I do? Yeah, you don't even have to use it throughout the term ought, just you should.
I think in Andrew's case, it's the difference between the should and would. Like, God asked him to kill someone, like he maintained that he should do it because it comes from God, but he might not do it, based on other reasons.
Are you guys saying, I don't know, the difference between ought and should? So, like, what about like things like etiquette? You shouldn't eat with your mouth, or like you should use this or that, or this or that meal. But those aren't. There are things I don't know that you should do. Is it should just like a bother?
They're different domains of normativity. So like there's moral normativity, there's prudential normativity, or like there's epistemic normativity, aesthetic norms. Sometimes people say like, the encyclical conventions around etiquette, that's normative.
That was the kind of thing I was trying to remember what Abe was complaining about with Andrew. That when he says, when Andrew's trying to say, you think you're lying, you think you don't believe, because Abe claims about what he entirely believes, and And I'd be willing to say, well, then, you said the claims are not evidence, so what you're saying right now, we shouldn't believe. And they would like pushing back against that because it's kind of like breaking like conventional norms of sitting down and speak with each other. So we might just like bring that into the argument and stop the conversation basically.
Dude, I mean, I feel like, well, just because Roger's here, I guess, willing to talk about it more, but I'm pretty much done with this thing, with this topic. I mean, Andrew is he's just trying to be a snake with his words. Like, if he, specifically with my disagreement with him, if he was just willing to say some claims are evidence, or claims can be evidence, and then you can just, with a little asterisk, that means, depends on who's making a claim, what claim, with respect to the background information, whatever. But if he's just willing to say some claims are evidence, or claims can be evidence, we would agree immediately. But he's just trying to say that our claims are evidence. Now, that's where I disagree. Yes. Of course. When he's pushed that, no, I know, but this is the problem. Just saying claims are evidence can be interpreted. He never says that because then he always then will just go back to a simple example and say, in this example, this simple example, is the claim evidence? Like he's just saying.
He never said claims can be evidence.
I wish he was here. When he pushed on it, yes, of course.
He has agreed about claims every time you got a discussion.
He said both of those things. He said first, I think you're in the interesting.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm pretty sure he's the one who takes the stance of his own evidence.
I'm back. The problem with saying claims is, again, when he's pushed on it, he will say yes, only in certain cases. Exactly. Kenny is like, he wants to say claims are evidence. So he will just specifically focus on one thing and say, in this case, is the claim evidence? The problem with just saying claims are evidence, all claims are evidence. If I say,
the crazy thing is that you're saying this about Andrew, but like Abe literally says no, claims are never evidence. And then he also doesn't say that sometimes they are. But what I said, that's the target here. That's actually the target here, is to get Abe to admit that sometimes claims are evidence. Because everybody else now came to agree.
you can do that with Abe.
He has actually, Abe was actually because he's saying honestly, and some of those days he does that.
Yes, yeah, I know, but then he still insists nothing, claims are never evidence.
Yeah, he
doesn't have that. That's not true. He didn't say that. No.
He said that.
Okay, but I just listened to the conversation you gave with Roger. He told Roger that claims about my internal states are evidence.
I know, and pointing out that he's being inconsistent about it. I just pointed that out, that he's being inconsistent when he says that. Because every other time you ask him, hey, are some claims evidence? He says no. No claims are evidence. And then he'll just say that. So yeah, here's the inconsistent.
One was to say, well, because we can't put the heads and take, so we have to take that the working hypothesis, you can't do anything different. But it's not fully accepting that claims can be evidence.
Oh my god, Frenchie left, bro. Fuck.
I saw your message not getting unlocked out of Flutter. I was told Ramblin to unblock it, but I don't think she saw it.
Whatever, dude. If they want to make their rules even more boring, but
Those people are idiots. Idiots. How do we formulate this? How do we resolve this beef with Andrew and CM? Because if Andrew comes in right now, it's going to go blow up.
I just wanted to make the point of, because if he was willing to, if he's being a snake with his words, if he's willing to say
he wants to focus on one little thing and say, in this case, claims are evidence, right? And I'm like, if it really is, but I was trying to say good generalization, like one claims evidence.
I think we read this point. See, we read this point 3 or 4 times now, right? What was Sunny's response to that? Sunny just gave a response. You were listening, were you?
I don't know.
Sorry,
I'm just saying, yeah.
sorry, I'm just talking.
I think I was. I'm saying,
Hey,
it's
so,
just we're so irrelevant.
Roger, are you still there?
Yeah. Steve, actually, you're not even trying to process what he says, right? Anything longer than 5 seconds is not. Of course you are. Of course you are. You just don't have the attention span, right?
Okay, well, hold on. What he's saying is completely irrelevant. I have analyzed this thing in every possible way. If Andrew's willing to say some claims are evidence, or claims can be evidence, we're done. He's only trying to focus on one. The problem is saying listen, exactly.
You just want to talk. You just want to put words together. How is it that you not understanding what people are telling you, right? People are telling you things. They're responding to the things you say. You refuse to even understand what they're saying, much less engage or respond to them.
Do you agree that claims or evidence can be interpreted as all? Actually, CM is
it's way too hard for you, CM. I get it, right? You're actually falling.
either this time or you would.
I never came to be smart. I just feel we actually use those figures.
Bro, like you're doing.
No, I make an effort. I'm doing something tomorrow. All you want to do is talk. Right? Just say the same thing again. This is a pure smart. All you want to do is a pure smart. Right? You're not the objective. Okay? Maybe say that.
Can you give me a yes or no? Can claims or evidence, can that be interpreted?
I'm not engage in what you're saying when you refuse to engage with what anyone else is saying. You have no right to do that in this conversation here.
I'll engage with whatever you want. That's not the problem.
I engage. Ask him again what he said. Listen to what he said. And I accept his voice and I you don't even understand what he said.
I responded to the subjectivity of what, who considers what evidence.
That has nothing to do with what he said. That's how you feel actually
forward. Andrew has like agreed that it's not all claims multiple times. And so just to say what they are going to do about it. The point is, one saying something that will take 2 more minutes. So yeah, you're breaking that. The point is that Abe is like the holdout now who's still going against the lending here. Abe and Zeleny are saying that no claims are evidence. Right? And the rest of us seem to agree that like sometimes claims are evidence. Even I said the only time I will say claims are evidence, if you want to say that, is when somebody claims about their own internal states. That's the only time I say. As long as like you'll agree. Okay, I don't want you to say like no claims are evidence and claims are never evidence, right? But
what is CM's response to that? CM has not heard what Sonny said for the second time, right? So the two questions on the table is he capable of understanding what it wants, and does he have like a response of his own?
Yes, which you didn't let me get it out.
Probably Abe was the one who spoke up for it.
If Andrew's willing to say some claims are evidence, as like this is the general statement. Some claims are evidence, or claims can be evidence. I want the general statement. I'm fine with it. He's trying to say no, claims are evidence. Can be interpreted as all claims are evidence. And that's the problem.
One last thing, and then you can have it. Like once again, just observe that CM is like, it seems like he's actually capable of even understanding the point of what's happening. Nothing is ready to do that again. That is again, just wait to jump in. Wait. Nobody else cares either, CM. Nobody else cares either. Like, yeah, again, he has to waits to listen, waits to talk, right? And he doesn't listen to the point that Sonny is making.
versus like objective claims of reality, like I'm hungry versus Jesus walked on water. The point I was making is even though claims are not evidence, such as like when somebody says I'm hungry, that doesn't raise the truth value or lower it in any way. It's just that how would I look in my daily life if somebody said to me I'm hungry and I said claims are not evidence? Like how would I practically, right? What would that even mean?
Good. Okay, so let me see if I understand your point before I respond. So as I understand it, the dialectic goes something like this. Methodology says claims are evidence. And then I say something like, no, certain people can claim facts about themselves. That seems to serve as evidence. And then your response is, well, I act as if it's evidence because that's pragmatically speaking what's most socially appropriate for me to do.
Yeah,
but I'm not a
social
human.
animal. Yeah,
Okay, was that accurate?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so let's just take that. Before diving into this, there was sort of a pivot that I wanted to make at least briefly. I think that a lot of what this debate turns on is the question of whether we can believe someone who's testifying, like testimony on knowledge, etc. So, okay, here's a question.
That's not what the debate is at all.
Well, I think it's relevant. I mean, so if someone claims that they testify to X, is that evidence of X?
Not.
Where testimony is just that they say. So, for instance, let's say that someone alleges that they just got a cat. Okay, that would be considered testimony in the literature. So they're testifying that they got a cat. Is that evidence that they got a cat?
Right. On the basis of their mere testimony, no.
Okay, good. So let's stick with this. In order for it, okay, so let's explore this a little bit. What further evidence? Actually, let's use the birth certificate example that you used previously, because I think this teases it out actually quite well. So let's say that they produce the birth certificate, right? Why not think that the birth certificate itself is like further testimony? In the sense that you have to say, is this birth certificate genuine?
Yeah. So this is
Because at that point, wait, if I could just finish the point. The person would produce the birth certificate, and then there always may be the question of, is it fabricated or not? But then in order to know whether or not it's fabricated, you'll have to rely on further testimony. So what my worry for your review is that you're going to get an infinite regress.
Yes, correct.
And that's why
I'll respond about it. It's funny. It's the name you see.
Oh, you were muted.
Can you hear me okay?
No, you cut out for a few seconds, but you're back now.
Okay, thank you. The point is about the name example. What I mean when I said somebody's name, what would count as evidence for their name, I truly just meant that it's the letters that we wrote down on paper that's referenced in like the judicial or the federal system under Social Security and stuff like that.
Good.
That's what it means to have a name. But it is completely subjective. I agree with you. The fact that we wrote down the name as Mike is completely subjective to begin with. So if you want to be technical, then yeah, technically there's no evidence for their name because it's all just subjective. So I'll just take everyone's name as a working hypothesis forever.
All right, sure. So, but let's zoom out a little bit, okay? So, for instance, let's suppose that ace the class. Or let's talk about whether or not John Searle was a Rhodes Scholar. Okay? And I say John Searle was a Rhodes Scholar. And then you say, well, how can we believe that? I'm like, well, it says it on his Wikipedia page. Okay? And then you're like, well, why can we trust that? And I say, well, there's a linked source to it. You could read the original source. And you say, well, why would we believe that? Why should we believe what that person says? And then you email Oxford University and you say, was this person a Rhodes Scholar? And then that's another person who's testifying to whether John Searle was a Rhodes Scholar or not. Okay? And so you have this infinite chain of a person testifying to a person testifying. And what the issue here is that if you go for this kind of framework, you're going to have almost this infinite chain of verification, always have this undercutting the theater.
Okay, so let me make sure I understood what you're saying. You're saying if I had a true 100%.
I got thumbs down! That's funny. It's funny. I didn't even know you could do that. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, you can do a lot more than just the thumbs up and down.
You lose karma. You lose karma, Roger, and if you lose too much karma, the thesis committee hears about it.
Okay, yeah, good to know.
So the point is that if I take all claims as working hypotheses, is that your position?
Yeah, I would say that what it is for any claim, like, I don't know, X, the evidence for that claim X might rely on some further thing Y, for which we might ask, why think that Y is true? And then that's going to depend on Z, which is going to depend on Z1 and Z2, and it might produce an infinite regress.
So this is, what's in philosophy, is it Agrippa's trilemma? Agrippa, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
But the point is, yeah, you're correct. Technically, if that's your only pushback, then yeah, everything is either infinite regress. But I don't see that as an issue, and I'll tell you why. We don't have that issue when it comes to scientific data. Like when we look at the Big Bang and we say, how do we know where the universe is the Big Bang? Okay, where did the Big Bang come from? We don't know. That doesn't matter because we still know that there's good evidence for the Big Bang. So when I say, what is your name? You give me your birth certificate or your driver's license. And we really can verify it in the government, saying that you didn't forge it. Well, okay, you're correct. When that has to do with like human society, almost 100% of the shit we have in human society is subjective. Why we call ourselves certain names is subjective. Whether somebody achieved a Rhodes Scholar award is subjective. But all of those things, the fact that they ultimately terminate in some institution or whatever, at a certain point, the reason it's going to terminate with the person is because that's what it means to win a Rhodes Scholar. It means the committee of people in the college said John Searle earned this or whatever.
Good.
So I don't see that as an issue. Yeah, I can still sure. That's yeah.
So let's focus in. So I take your point that we're focusing on what the meanings of the words are, going from there. So a point that Cody pointed out is that we might think that the meaning of testimony is that the person is at least attempting to communicate to you something that's true. That's what it means. It would be unintelligible to imagine a community, it's very Kantian to think this way, but it would be unintelligible to imagine a community in which all testimony was false. The concept of testimony would collapse if that were the case. So every time you say the pub is on Market Street, it would just be like nonsense. There would be like, you had no reason to trust them. And then you'd be like, well, what does the notion of testimony even mean in this situation? And so to this effect, what we might say is that we have a prima facie reason to believe what an individual is telling us to believe, unless we have a defeater. So what you can do here is take a leaf, or like borrow something, if you will, from the phenomenal conservatists. And what the phenomenal conservatists will say with respect to perceptual knowledge, so Plantinga makes this move as well, is you say something like this: look, I'm justified in believing what seems to me to be the case unless I have a reason to doubt it. Okay? And similarly, I have a reason to believe what somebody testifies to me unless I have some reason to doubt it. Okay? And if that kind of parity is fair, then I'm justified in believing what somebody testifies to me. Prima facie, unless I have an undercutting or rebutting defeater. So yeah.
Okay. Well, do you agree with that? Because I don't agree with that.
Well, I think that I think that the parity is interesting. I think if you think that I have this immediate objectual knowledge through perception that furnishes me with justified belief, then that I don't need to go through this inferential process, then it seems similar in the case of testimony. Like I have this immediate testimony where someone tells me that something is the case. I have no reason to doubt that they're lying to me. And so I'm like, yeah, sure, okay. Unless I have some reason to think that you're just guessing or that you're hopeless on this topic, unless I have a defeater, I'm justified in believing that you might have something going for you. Or like that this might be good evidence, unless I have a reason to doubt it.
Why does he need to accept some conservatism?
He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to accept phenomenal conservatism. It's just I think that this might be a plausible option for somebody who wants to think that we might be justified in believing testimony. And as a side note, you don't need to give a phenomenal conservatist account of it. You could just give, so phenomenal conservatism is largely speaking internalist. What you can do is you can give an externalist account of it as well. You can say something like, look, if your brain is functioning in the environment it was designed to function, and generally produces true beliefs, then it's justified, then whatever belief that bubbles up is also going to be justified. So absent some reason for thinking like there's a defeat or whatever. So then if it encounters a testifier, then you're just kind of like, okay, cool, like I'm justified in believing this because I have a properly functioning brain and it's operating in the right sort of way and it meets the externalist conditions for knowledge. And so you're justified in believing it. And there's a perfectly coherent story you can tell about this with respect to perception. And whatever business you're going to tell in the perceptual case, you could transfer that over to the testimonial case. And yeah, so you don't need the principal PC in particular. There are other types of accounts that you could use that are more externalist if you want to. So yeah.
So just in closing, I'd love to talk more about it. Sorry, Jason. I'd love to talk more about it another time. But in closing, when I said to Andrew that I live my life accepting no claims or evidence, and it's just a working hypothesis when someone tells me their name or they have a headache, you would agree there's nothing like irrational or illogical about that, other than your pushback, which is that you think it leads to an infinite regress of claims. But I saw that it's an issue because everything does.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate the discussion. I thought you were cordial. So
thank you, Roger.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, we'll do more another time. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I thought where you were going, Roger, was when you were talking about infinite regress. You were actually making a statement that all evidence is in some form testimonial evidence. Like I would try, like I was even thinking, find the most physics hardcore piece of evidence, and you could make a connection to say there's a facet of testimonial evidence involved in that.
Well, yeah, so the point is that, so you can take like two views with respect to testimonial evidence. You can take a reductionist account and you can take a non-reductionist account. If you're a reductionist, you think something like, well, in order to believe the testimonial evidence, I have to verify that the testifier is reliable. But if you take that view, which is kind of similar to mental Hunty's view, if you take that view, you get a regress. Because then you're like, okay, someone comes up to me and they're like, oh, I don't have any homework today. Like somebody kid comes up to me, he's like, I don't have any kids, but he's like, suppose that he's like, I don't have any homework today. I could just, play video games. And I'm like, okay, like, why should I believe you, right? And then I go and I call one of the other parents' parents that I know, like, do they not have homework today, right? And then she's like, yeah, they don't have homework. And then I'm like, well, why should I believe that person? And then I call the teacher, right? And then the problem is that for any person that I call, I'm just relying on additional testimony in order to validate the testimony. And so when you get to these types of instances, you might worry that having stringent requirements on testimonial evidence will generate a regress that's vicious. And so I think that this is a little bit problematic. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking, I was trying to formulate a position that is in opposition to no claims or evidence, or like a very rigid view that many forms of claim without evidence, in the sense that you could like take a piece of evidence that Abe might say that is
someone's medical records. Yes. Someone's medical records are just further testimony. That would be an example.
Right. Yeah.
So it'd be like, oh, what was your cortisol level in August of last year? And then they're like, here's the medical record. And you're like, well, that's just someone testifying that that's what it was.
Right. And then they're like, well, wait a second, but here's the measurement. I'm like, well, somebody is confirming that he has to observe that measurement. They're like, well, but we know that, that this is a valid way of doing the measurements. Like, yeah, but somebody had to observe the techniques that.
Well, that's further testimony.
Exactly. So to have this rigid view that like claims are not evidence seems, I just think it's kind of silly.
It's not competing because it's a claim. It's also a claim.
Yeah, good point.
That's like a waste of a time joke.
Anyways, Doctor, are you willing to actually answer certain history? So to say, things like birth certificates are also claims. Are you?
I'm inclined to think that they're probably claims. I mean,
okay. So I pointed out the problem with this because then it's about how the truth is actually determined. If you want to say, if somebody goes up to you and says their name is Mike, you want to say that claim is evidence, right? That their name is Mike. But then, how do you determine that you want to determine the truth that his name is Mike? If you go to his birth certificate and then you look at his birth certificate, whether it says it's Mike or not, if you just say that's a claim too, then you're just in
how do you know? Okay, good. So how do you know the birth certificate's reliable?
Okay, sure. I mean, you can always do that and play this global skeptic. I know.
Well, no, that's the zoom out. Hang on. Zoom out. That's the problem. The problem is that what we're doing is the person who says claims are. Hang on. No, hang on. The person who says claims are evidence is asking for quote unquote further evidence for a claim. So if someone claims like, oh, this is my birth certificate. They produce the birth certificate. You're like, why should I trust that? Right? The point is that you could always say with respect to some particular thing, you'd be like, why should I believe this?
Well,
and then what's going to happen is that you're going to be like, well, the docs sell. I'm like, regress. The doctor just claims that this is a certificate.
He's skeptical about everything. We know.
Actually, the question is, how does accepting the view that claims evidence solve the strictness?
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, exactly. The point is that if you say claims are evidence, you have a theoretical cost that the alternative view lacks, which is if you're a non-reductionist without testimony, you don't get this regress, but if you are a reductionist, you will get the regress. And so when you're doing a cost analysis of the views, you're like, I want to avoid the regress.
I'm seriously wondering about the regress.
Yeah,
like I'm telling you accept the claim of your kid that claim as evidence. That doesn't mean you know it's true. Like why would you accept it as like good enough evidence to accept? Let's say you want to verify even though it's evidence. Like then you would go back to another claim. Okay, you accept that claim as evidence. But why would you accept that as good enough evidence to accept? So you want to verify that. So you still have the same regress even though you keep calling all those claims evidence.
So Sully just admitted that, that he's the claim claims are evidence is kind of a trivial point, and I'm saying then why trivial point? I'm thinking they're saying something profound. I don't get it.
It's trivial or it's false. You can't have it both ways. You can't say that it's false to say and also say that Sully admitted that it's trivial.
Did you hear my thing about what you consider evidence is kind of subjective? It's trivial in
a sense that it is a subjective assessment, I suppose. Meaning, it boils down to your credence levels, right? Like what you think is probability based.
Correct. So that's what I'm saying. The epistemic standard that Abe is using is actually more well thought out, more rigorous, which is why he's trying to make the non-trivial point that for him, claims are not evidence. Now, the guy in the first part, the claims are evidence, just giving the most trivial example. My name is Mike, they're not really, they're just responding back to the triviality. And I get it, fine, you can argue, you're just wasting time.
Look, it sounds like you're saying you disagree with Abe, but you like him, he's your pal, so you want to offer some issue, right? I don't understand how much you're not saying that he has, I can admit that, he can probably flush out his view until it's self-consistent, right? It's just that nobody is going to believe he operates that way, right? He's left with a set of commitments where
that's why you don't believe me when I tell you
this thing is why we just found so much.
He's killing me,
and it's always another one, and it's all police behavior, right? The moment I overtalk them, sorry, go ahead. I don't like policing my own conversations with another mod because it's look, he's left, Abe is left with these commitments where he has to declare that he thinks he believes that FDR existed, but it's only a working hypothesis that Calvin Coolidge did, right? If you think that he actually holds these kind of views and beliefs, right? You probably think, oh, never mind, I won't do it. But another thing I want to say also is that Roger's still there, about the birth certificate, they're actually yesterday, CN kind of goes to a good point. It goes on CN, they get a cookie. You're saying something different than John. Yeah, I knew that would beat you into opening your mic, I knew it. Okay, there it is, yeah, get it all up. Yeah, okay, so if you take the view that the group maker of what makes the name your name is what's written on the birth certificate, right? And not what say your parents declared at birth, right? If that's the truth maker, then the birth certificate isn't a claim, right? At that point, it's performing the illocutionary act, giving a name to you, right? Naming the naming of the HMS Pinafore or something, right? When you make champagne and blah blah blah. So then it's not really a claim at that point. It's just the act that assigns meaning to it, right? Do you have any thoughts on that, Roger?
Sorry, could you, yeah, so you said that, okay, good, yeah. So yeah, some thoughts on this. I think that the first thing that's worth noting is what we're really interested in when we say that claims aren't evidence, or at least part of what, not what we're really, but like part of what we're interested in is this stringent evidential requirement, which is that whenever somebody produces a piece of evidence, we're wondering whether or not that piece of evidence or that thing that someone is claiming or providing as evidence is in fact reliable. So we say something like, here's a claim, does that reliably, should we take this as evidence? Should we think this reliably, or should indicate that this increases the probability of some proposition, blah, blah, blah. Now, if someone gives me a birth certificate, I think that the point that I'm trying to make is whatever problems you meet with claims, I can launch a similar type of objection against the birth certificate. And really all I need to say is, why should I think that this is trustworthy or genuine or reliable indicator that the person has the name that's offered? And I'm going to give these like similar kinds of objections. And if you think that they're valid in the case of claims, but they're not valid in the case of a slip of paper, you're going to have to provide me with some kind of symmetry breaker. But whether that symmetry breaker will be persuasive is a separate matter.
Yeah, I mean, I think that stuff is uncontroversial, but I think that stuff is like uncontroversial, or at least it should be among people with brain cells. What I was saying is that, like, specific to the birth certificate, right, and different from like a driving license, right? Like, you could actually hold the view that what's written on the birth certificate, like, even if it wasn't the intention of your parents, right? Like, let's say they misspelled what they intended your name to be. You could have the view that, like, what is written on your birth certificate just is your name, but it's the truth maker. In which case, like, it's not that the birth certificate is making a claim of what your name is, right? It's committing a sort of illocutionary act, right, of doing the naming itself. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I'm also doing a little bit of reading right now.
Roger, when you talk to Joe Schmidt again, can you please
can
you please just
his argument. This isn't his argument. This is more my argument.
Okay, maybe it's not his argument, but I have heard him say when he responded to Dillahunty, I have heard him say something like more claims. I have heard him say that. So,
yeah. Well, and I guess he gave us a similar argument. Well, it's an argument in the literature, so
so thank you.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, sure. That's fair.
But did you have any thoughts? I mean, I guess there's nothing. I don't know. Like, maybe there's no real response to it, but like, there's nothing much to say about it. But like, do you understand what we're saying about? You could have a view that the birth certificate is actually the truth maker.
So the thing in virtue of which but sure. But then I would say you're just claiming that this is the birth certificate. How do I know this is the birth certificate?
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Let's say that we're from hypothetical where, I don't know, you just have infallible knowledge that this is in fact the birth. But it doesn't even matter. I'm just saying like
that's changing the topic. The point is that is the claim the evidence. If someone gives you a birth certificate and they're like, here's the birth certificate, I could just say, you're claiming that this is the birth certificate. That's not evidence that it's the birth certificate.
I guess changing the topic probably because the previous topic is really like exceptionally trivial, right? And I don't know.
Well, the thing is that you're just never going to get the kind of evidence that, like, you're never going to get really good evidence, or just like evidence, if you say claims are evidence. So if I show you, like, okay, here's the birth certificate, I'd be like, well, that's a nice claim, but what's the evidence that it's the birth certificate?
This is the problem, Roger. This is why we're trying to ground evidence in like more objective things, more maybe even some material independent things. And now you're giving this in such a data, actually, you're not even just in some inception world of like infinite regressive claim. It's just now the birth certificate, because you're in this infinite regressive claims. If the guy says my name is Mike, you want to consider that evidence. Evidence for what? For the truth that his name is Mike. But now you can never really establish truth.
Yeah.
If the things that would presumably establish truth, this is why I got Andrew on this point, because he started saying the same thing you're doing, this global skeptic, but the birth certificate and the driver's license, all these things, these are just more claims. And it's like, okay, and now you're just, the truth doesn't even exist anymore. Now the truth is just a claim. Like, it's just, you guys are not that smart at doing this, bro. I don't know why I keep saying that, but I just don't understand why you guys are wasting time with this. Like, the same thing is
yeah, you're just a misunderstood genius here. One day we'll all see. And we will apologize.
I agree, actually.
It's been 5 years. 5 years.
It's been 5 years.
I haven't seen anything.
It took Galileo, Newton, like far on than 5 years. Right? They could afford to be patient.
And it was so like,
this is why I had to change my bio. I just say I'm not smarter than anyone. I'm just thinking harder.
I would think I was smart.
I'm just playing that.
Demonstrate.
That's smart. I'm thinking harder.
You're going to
I don't think I'm smarter. I don't know.
I was, when I was young, I was actually obsessed with like how smart I was compared to everybody else. And then at some point I realized it's not the most important thing.
Because you realize you weren't.
That was part of it, right? I kept like being in rooms, successively smarter and smarter rooms, where at some point I wasn't like even a medium smart person anymore. And at that point I just stopped caring. And yeah, life was so much better.
Yeah. Anyways, you guys realize you've been trolled by Abe, CM, and Andrew, right?
I'm not the one.
They picked me into a private room. We were like, let's do this evidence is and his claims are evidence and everything until people go crazy, okay?
Andrew has something against me because when I say
it's not about you.
Shut up, Abby. When I say these things, Andrew loses his mind. Has a full category 5 level. When Abe says the same things, no problem. Like he'll discuss it, this and that. I think there's some secret, like, I don't know, there's something.
Did you hear me say anything about this fucking evidence?
Never said a single interesting thing.
Exactly. I will not engage with your troll. I will not engage with your troll. I do not. I'm the only one that Imagine fucking participating in this poll that's made by this dumbass. Did you participate? Let me see.
I think it's like
I participated twice. You know that's not easy.
Let me tell you the tone of the conversation. We haven't had.
Can I have a little commercial break?
Don't last in a long while. So.
Okay, take me first.
it's funny, man.
I was having a little commercial break. Let's have a little bit of fun.
Yeah, because
I know CM for 5 years. So.
Everyone said you can't flirt in a private room. There's really, I think that.
I don't do things.
Hey, Caleb's here. I do want to, if he wants to, because Sully was trying to do it in the comments too. Talk about this claim that all science is based on claims.
Yes.
Complete absurdity. Especially that they're like, science is based on claims.
Something new.
It's like saying the scientific method is a claim. Scientific method.
What about Carl? This whole thing started with weeks ago, or Sam was saying something to Andrew, it goes about a completely different subject. Then it's like can you remarks extraordinary claims of extraordinary evidence. So I'm wondering, like, that doesn't seem inconsistent with like this
actually, Abe, you kind of let you get away the other day with this, talking about asking like this weird question. Wissam was also making this claim. Was also saying that, yes, all science is based on evidence. And him as a scientist, like, I really want to bring this up to him, like, talk to him about this. Because,
yeah, again, I was talking to him about neuroscience, and he was giving me a lot of really interesting like resources to look up, like websites. So I kind of focused the conversation on that, not like saying, let's start arguing epistemology. But 100%, I think he's right.
And so now Sully too and Caleb have heard say this. It's unbelievable. Again, science is the easiest to disprove. And then I think it can also be just shown that it's nonsense in philosophy as well. And which is really the two main fields I care about. But this is why, again, Andrew and now Deepak want to just bring up all these like trivial everyday examples and say, oh look, I think we're making a brilliant point by saying in everyday life, you can consider claims evidence. It's like, whatever, dude. I care about science and philosophy.
Yeah.
Science is not just.
Yeah, I think a good reason to not want to accept claims or evidence is when you're targeting, like I said the other day, like weighty topics, right? Because saying, oh, is Jesus God or whatever, like, or something like that. But if it's where's the supermarket, right? And they say, okay, go left, right? We might consider those like mundane and not what we're actually targeting, because if you try to like measure the total amount of claims, most claims would be like a little trivial, and that's usually the examples they bring up. So here, the claims is good enough as an evidence, but in many cases, it's inadequate, and that's the point that the people who first started saying claims are not evidence were trying to target a particular category and ended up in a conflict on the trivial category.
I don't really mind whether claims are evidence or not. It seems to make most difference on whether atheism is true or false.
Because if someone in the resurrection debate, was the first time this came up in popular level was in the resurrection debates. When, sometimes it happens that you do a generalization of the cuff, right? But it's kind of like you have, there is a context to it. He's not saying, where's the next petrol station, the next gas station, and say over there. Is nobody having money when they said this? But then in order to refute it, you say, oh, most claims are mundane, and most claims, they're usually taken as evidence, because why would they lie? And then you use that to bring it away from its context. It's trying to narrow it down to cases where it might not be a good idea to take someone's word for stuff, was what originated this slogan.
That's the model of the moral society. No millions can be burned out, which means taking nobody's word for it. Okay, so on this question of given that we were it's this thing about how people are obsessed, right, with how smart they are and they're the smartest people. I mean, smartest person in the room. I get it, right? We all it does help to be the smartest person in the room. But there's so things that are important, right? This blog that I just linked to about, really beautifully written blog about one of the things that really matters, right, to get things done, right, to actually succeed, right? Especially if you're not the smartest person in the room. I knew the author a little bit, No, it's really good. I think everyone should learn something from this.
I thought the title was about having. Who's upset with who? No, it's because you're just trolling so much just now that hey, now this is a response to that. Start anything. You gotta see. She won't let you when I troll.
I'm quiet. I'm quiet, please.
I think we have it more too. I see the bigger problem of some videos calling others down happens more often than somebody coming in here roasting their smarts. So I think that's the bigger problem. Yeah, and that's actually probably kind of like incentivizes people to try to beef up their status when if you say something like, oh, you're down, right?
Does it happen to you in real life or only on the app?
Okay, so welcome to Clubhouse. That's all this is.
Yeah,
I don't know. How do they really concentrate on?
Clubhouse is a baby.
Yeah, it is a dating app for UCM, that's it.
That's true.
It's
Things
the kind of thing I think in place of work is different because in place of work, even if they thought you were down, probably they'll say that behind your back or they tiptoe around you. But in here, it's like, oh, you're down, and it gets too toxic. And then statements of people trying to maybe present themselves more than they actually are and stuff. It's crazy, dude. In a debate, your opening statement is your thoughts.
Yeah, what I'm glad to see is Lenny was on the correct side, the non-trivial side. I was actually on the same side as Lenny. That's kind of crazy.
Well, good choice, Ian.
That
No, I mean the whole claim is evidence thing is very good, true.
is Andrew a phenomenal conservative? Yeah.
Not really.
What was that? Would be. It's not a view.
He's not that conservative if you think he is.
CM, how do you do science when you are drunk?
How do you do science when you're drunk, CM?
How do you do
Hey. You
I know, but that's.
Okay, yeah, she brought a point too, which is, unless you guys want to just move on with this conversation.
Well, you're gonna bring it up anyway, so say it.
Weren't you here?
Yeah, you can be that. The movie important is up to you. That's what you're gonna remember. It's not a
It's related to what you're saying, JC, is whether you can consider claims as evidence in objective matters. So the objective, when the truth of something is objective or whatever, for example, whether the sun exists or not, can you really consider claims evidence? What does it mean to say that you say the earth or the sun doesn't exist? It's evidence that the sun doesn't exist. Is that actual evidence? Does it raise the probability that the sun doesn't exist?
I don't remember this, and then Andrew said something about the moon.
I don't remember that. It's thinking about things flat or things like that. It's just in objective things. Does it really make sense to say you have evidence for this thing? You have evidence that the sun doesn't exist.
I remember Masam telling me that claim is evidence if the proposition is true.
not really obtain it. If you say, well, they have to be true in order for you to say that you have evidence. Like, I just found out the SCP article on evidence, just search SCP evidence. It's very good. It's good on this because it talks about cases where something is good evidence even when you're wrong.
Oh, exactly. I completely understand that. For example, in a court, you can have evidence that Bob killed the person or that Johnny killed the guy. Like, yes, but this is why I was bringing up like science and philosophy, and objective matters, whether that actually makes more sense there. But I agree.
Yeah, isn't that guy that flew down from a spaceship disproved Einstein's theory of Newton?
Yeah, he disproved both. Yes.
Yeah.
This was what, Sam?
No, I'm trolling Phoenix back. I have no idea what's
What'd you say, Phoenix?
No, I'm not trolling you.
The guy that fell, I don't know if in a spaceship he said, disproved Einstein and
what are you talking about, Phoenix?
I think his name is Felix or Flex or something.
Felix Baumgartner? How is that disproved Einstein?
You would be able to understand Einstein in order to say he disproved him. There's no way in hell.
I think that's something about passing the speed of sound. It's not like a human cannot survive it or something like that.
No, I mean it's dependent on G-force. It's not the velocity that the person travels. Which, if they're in free fall because they're falling from low Earth orbit, they're only approximately 1 G, which a human can definitely survive.
Exactly. This is something the flat earthers also get wrong. And the re-entry of the Artemis capsule thing, they hit like 24,000 miles an hour. And I agree, if you accelerated from 0 to 24,000 miles an hour in like a second,
you die.
You might not be able to survive.
You would die.
But if you accelerate to 24,000 miles an hour over several hours or something, it's not the same thing. Like, they just don't understand it.
I think that guy that did it was trying to disprove a certain belief in the scientific community.
No, he was a base jumper. It was like high octane stuff with Red Bull. He wasn't anything. He wasn't like somebody trying to disprove scientists. That's just moronic.
Yeah, it's like a record. And you're trying to make a record.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Just like the guy who broke the Eddie Wings. Yeah, it does.
And I think people come up with that guy.
That dude survived with like that spiral. He survived that spin without blacking out. That's hardcore.
Yeah, he just died last year.
Yeah, he died of a hang running accident.
Yeah, hang running accident.
Yeah. But yeah, just like the other dude that did a no parachute jump into a net.
Yeah, you could not pay me all of Elon Musk's net worth to do that bullshit.
Dude, that was badass.
You would not believe me. To be fair, it would be a very quick death if you missed it. So you're probably not like, probably not.
Yeah, but you're like, you're missing it. You're like, oh, fuck. It's like, yeah, I like go out that way, man. Knowing that, watching the ground come up at me, fucking gonna die. I'd rather be like blindsided and not know it when it hits me. Like, walking at night on train tracks and get. Hey, let me just say the last thing. Yo, Chris, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so like the way most of us, or correct by the way, define objective as like mind independent or something like that. So like if the truth of something is mind independent, or stance independent, has nothing to do with what anybody thinks. Yeah, are you okay? Would you be okay saying like you can have mind-dependent like evidence of something whose truth is mind-independent, like so objective. And you have subjective evidence, so like something that's objective.
I think so, yeah, why not?
What? Well, I mean, then especially if you keep the same definition of evidence, you're saying you're raising the probability subjectively of something that's objective.
Oh, but if the person who's reporting it to you actually maybe did the experiments and like witnessed the stuff, but they're reporting back to you. Yeah.
Can I show you the asymmetry in a way? Like, somebody claims, I'm not hungry, but we measure their body and we literally show how they're burning up all their fat storages and cholesterol and they're growing spiky through the roof. Like, I don't care what they say at that point. We know that they're hungry. They may not be feeling hungry for some weird, biological reason, but they are in a state of hunger. Yeah. Whereas the opposite, where if somebody is completely sated, satisfied, and they say, I'm sorry, what's the opposite? The opposite, CM, you said is, if objective reality, what I'm trying to show the asymmetry is that objective reality wins out over reality. Our words don't reflect on reality. Yeah. Versus if you say, I can fly, again, we're going to refer to reality, not your testimony or your claim.
Yeah.
So there's no asymmetry here. We're just kind of along for the ride. Reality is more powerful up here.
Yeah. But I was giving evidence of something that you can still be wrong about it, but it can still be evidence. So in the case whereby you say I'm hungry, and then they check the stomach and it's full, then you're right about it, right? And you can have a case whereby that person says they're not hungry, but you took their word for it because, most likely they often tell the truth, or somebody went by some rule and took their word for it, and then it happened to be wrong. It can still be evidence as long as you did your due diligence and checked the stuff you were supposed to check. Even if you ended up being wrong, that doesn't mean we should revise it and say, well, that means that was evidence.
Well, what it means is, if you only have one option, you can either check the subjective claim or you can check the objective body. We're going to go objective 100% of the time.
Yeah, but it looks like it, but I think it depends on what the claim is, though. Because remember, this exception we're doing for mental states, right? You could have some kind of defect where someone's stomach is full, but something about the mental stuff makes them feel hungry. Yeah. And then they report that they're hungry, and now you say, oh no, but you check your stomach and it's full.
Well, that's because there's like deep.
How they feel, then that's now overriding what your stomach.
But what I'm saying is if we had complete knowledge of every single one of their physical processes, we would not need to hear anything they have to say. It's only because usually their testimony, obviously they have a deeper connection to their physical body than we do. So it might indicate some physical thing that's not immediately manifest in the same way that we could, figure out if their stomach's full or not. There might be some deeper neurological issue of why they're not receiving a signal or something. But ultimately, if we knew everything about their body, their claims become irrelevant. Like, we know everything about their body.
Yeah, when someone likes to say that maybe you are subscribing to physicalism,
I am, 100%.
Yeah, so if you're talking with someone who disagrees that you can measure all the physical properties and then also know all the mental properties as well, if they disagree, there'll be no problem. But as long as they agree, maybe they also take it to the extent to work.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, even on physicalism, you get at the same problem because the way we know what mental state people have is that they report it to us. Right? The way we know what physical, the neural correlates of pain is people report their pain and we scan their brains at the same time. So if people are misreporting, their experience, we can never determine what pain correlates to, what physical state pain correlates to. You're just talking about subjectivity, like, and you can say, yeah, you can, even under physicalism, you can say pain is subjective, and it's true. The same punch from somebody will cause you more pain than somebody else more pain. Like you're just talking about subjectivity. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So you're the expert on what mental states, subjective mental states you have, and therefore when you report your mental states or what thoughts you have, obviously what you report is evidence. It's your claims, your assertions are evidence. Yeah, Piper debate based on physicalism is today, right? Yeah, that's right. It's totally debating 8 p.m. today. I don't know where Piper is. See, am I crazy? Because like I don't know Piper that well. But I thought Piper was like an atheist and was like really against the anti-rock laws. Yeah, Piper is an atheist. He's an atheist, but he's a pope. Yeah, what's this thing you've been doing with him where you say you can't have money dependent evidence for money in the future? I was just asking Chris about that. I think you were there. It was a point that Lilith raised last night, kind of about, that question. It's just the probability raising question regarding like objective facts. Can you have like subjective evidence that the sun doesn't exist? Like, can you raise the probability that the sun doesn't exist? Like, I don't know. I agree it's semantic, and the point is it becomes a little weird. Yeah, but I think that, just the phrasing sounds like a dark or something, but there's plenty of things that we agree with that have like similar phrasing, like you can have fallible knowledge of an infallible truth or something. So maybe you're not watching out for that kind of. No, so it depends on. This is what I've been saying today. What you consider evidence is also subjective. Like Wissam, who he's seen some of these rooms. Wissam, his epistemology. This guy's a rigorous. He does like rigorous neuroscience and stuff. His view is you can't have evidence for something that's false. Like, but he's just being more rigorous. And again, it's what I'm saying about what you consider evidence and don't consider evidence, because it's actually giving like a rigorous definitions of evidence, not like this everyday, literally everything in the universe is evidence. Like the way God is speaking, everything in the universe, everything in the sun is evidence. Who is this? Hassan? Wissam. He says what? That you can have evidence that something's true. That something really is only considered evidence. No, the actual thing is true. No, that's not what he says. He says if it is magic or not, whether the proposition is a fact or a fact, whatever. Yeah, like so. No, the factivity is not. It doesn't just mean a fact. The factivity has specific velocity. It means something like there's something corresponding in the world. In fact, whatever. So yeah, the point is, in like this more restricted definition of evidence, I don't think you can have evidence that the sun doesn't exist. I don't think you can have evidence that the earth is flat. Yeah, I mean, it's just a more precise, you just need more precise, more rigorous. I mean, if you lived underground, maybe. Yeah. Or like if you had, I don't know if there was some evidence for a theory that, the earth, the sun's like a hologram from this folio or something like that, but those are going to be dumb scenarios. Because, but they're going to all be like dumb scenarios because there's so much evidence for the sun that's going to be outweighs in every case. Yeah. Hey, Aga, so the Pipers and Gavin debate is 8 o'clock, you said? Is it here on Clubhouse or
no, on
Discord? It's Discord. What? Will be recorded?
Yes, and they're going to record you all the way.
Of course it's recorded, but I'm not going to record it Discord. I thought it was actually Piper. No, I thought it was debating Gavin. Oh, seriously? It's another.
Is Gavin on this app as well?
Yeah, occasionally.
I mean, did you say it's gonna be a Discord?
Yeah, that's what I heard last week actually. It's gonna be on PMR. This I have no idea, but this is what Andrew used to tell all this stuff. I'm not on Discord, so I don't know.
Yeah, because Gavin told me it's supposed to be here, so.
Oh, it's not Gavin said it's here? Then probably it is.
Wait, hasn't stuff up Converse?
What was that?
They were saying last week that Piper and Gavin were gonna debate on Discord.
I think Piper mentioned that we debating Gavin against and I don't know why Congress debating it, but I can remember sorry.
And when is this?
It's supposed to be right now. I can remember now, it's good friends with Piper. With Gavin. I mean, Gavin told him that it's on Clubhouse. I don't know. I would count it as that's a claim I would count as evidence.
Yeah, Gavin has the one that is kicking the camera with his feet, right? I'm asking if Gavin is the one that with the picture of someone
Yes.
kicking the camera with his feet.
Yes.
What is Piper's
Oh my
Discord
God.
number?
Do the voice, dude. Buster has the funniest Gavin voice. Do the Gavin voice.
Check me out the other day.
Oh my fucking God. That was good.
It sounds good.
He always about debates.
I was gonna try and do like, check me out, woman.
We have evidence for God.
He says that.
I have in-look things about somebody's Discord, but can you tell me what's the name of the debate? Or what are they going to debate about?
Sorry. I'll be on it right now. I looked at
Yeah, me neither.
individual two line. Maybe it's on the other.
I mean, if they're not online, like somebody here's got to be friends with Piper and Gavin. If they're not online, then it's probably not here on Clubhouse.
Is it 8 p.m. Eastern or Pacific?
I just checked in. I just checked to see if Piper's on Discord.
Gavin is on Discord right now.
See, I don't see Piper.
Anyway, it's supposed to be 8 p.m. Eastern, which is right now in 1 minute. Okay.
Yeah, Piper's not online. I'm looking right now. Yeah.
This is great news I can run on. So, Gavin wins by default, right?
Yes.
Right. This is the third loss Piper concedes to Gavin. Because the first time he reached quit. The second time he wasn't addressing the debate title, the debate strategy. And the third time, get by being off.
Well, I don't know, you guys still want to discuss this, or related to the physicalism. In a room, what was it, this morning or yesterday, you said, because somebody asked about the holographic prints because you loved it.
Oh yeah, I think you guys get a message from Gavin. It says it's delayed till the 30th.
Why do you think holographic principle disproves physicalism?
We depends which holographic principle you're talking about.
The one, physics and math, obviously.
Well, I mean, are you talking about the one where everything is a simulation?
The holographic principle is not saying anything about simulation. It just says, like, you get the information contained in, like, all these physical systems. There is some, like, kind of mathematical projection that can store that information on the so-called, like, boundary of the universe. Just like the information inside of a black hole can be contained on, it's like on the boundary of it.
information of the actual physical system in a bulk. It's called the bulk universe onto the boundary of the bulk. I don't know why I would disagree with physicalism.
Oh, you're talking about that holographic principle, because there are many different versions of it. Okay, I agree that version doesn't disprove physicalism. Although it seems kind of strange that, depending on how you define information, if you think information is physical, then yeah, it's compatible with it. But if you think information is not physical, then no, it's incompatible with physicalism. And I've never heard of give physicalistically sufficient or acceptable notion of information, definition of information.
I mean, yeah, having the information discussion with you is weird because you think information is subjective, which is like, you think because you can like subjectively ask different questions and you get different answers, that means it's subjective.
No, it's crazy. It's because I think any definition of information you come up with is going to inextricably reference mind-dependent entities.
You said mind-indie or deep-minded?
Mind-dependent entities.
Okay, what are you saying? That a mind can ask about information or transmit information?
I'm saying the amount of information a physical event contains depends on what question you're asking, what question mind is asking. It's not the same as, like when we ask what is the color of an object, you can get the same answer irrespective of what the observer is. Yet when you ask what quantity, how much information a physical event contains, you're gonna get radically different answers depending on who's observing the event.
Yeah, so like the color example was bad, but a better example, I guess I can understand what you're saying. I just think you're just mistaking asking different questions for something being subjective. So, because I think I've read to you. I looked this up on Google, and I mean you can just ask Google. The first thing it tells you is that it's not subjective. That it's like the least amount of say bits or whatever required to transmit a method, and it's not dependent on interpretation or actual meaning, subjective meaning. It's just transmitting the zeros and ones if you want. So like it's more on that point. It's more on
Shannon's concept of information is the negative log to the base of 2 of the number of physical states that says the number of possible states a physical system can be in.
Correct. Once you fix the question, right? Whether we're talking about flipping dice, flipping coins, or throwing dice, or whatever, once you fix the question, you fix the number of physical states, and then that formula will always give you the same number. Yes, if you change the question, like I like your example about not just tossing a coin, right? Because we know like a coin toss is 50-50 or whatever, heads or tails. But you said something about now you're asking a different question. Not whether it lands heads or tails, but let's say if it lands like heads, what direction, north, east, south, or west, George Washington is looking at? Is looking towards. That would increase with the so-called parameter space, the possible outcomes. But that's a different question now. It's just, you ask that question, you're going to get a different but fixed answer.
Okay, but would you believe that the quantity of information is supposed to be independent of your interpretation?
It's not about interpretations here. You're just talking about different.
You're talking about interpretation. You said something objective is independent of interpretation.
Yeah, I mean, of course. It's up to you. So, I don't even want to give you this example, the trust example, but again, just help me understand, because you can ask different questions and get different answers, or different parameter spaces, outcomes, which which is obvious. It doesn't.
Okay, but a physical event presumably is supposed to have some quantity of information, which is interpretation dependent or observer independent. Sorry, interpretation independent and observer independent. But the point is, in this case, the quantity of information a physical state contains, it's not like a mass or the weight or some physical quantity. It completely depends on what question the observer is interested in. So it's not like any of these other quotidian physical properties.
Well, depends. Well, sure. Okay. Well, I need to think about this because we're kind of changing what we mean here by like the information and like again tossing a coin or something like that, or the information in some message to just relay the message, independent or irrespective of any of what the message's meaning is. Okay, like that's not what it's worried about. And then after that, I say, how much information down this dice or quarter?
Okay, so to use your example, suppose you transmit the physical event. Suppose there's an image you transmit over from sender to receiver of the coin prior to the flipping and the coin after the flipping. Okay, and like we're defining objective as independent of interpretation. But in this case, the interpretation determines how much information was sent. Because if somebody's interested in the coin landing heads or tails, it's going to be 1 bit. But somebody's interested in whether George Washington's head is pointing to the east, southwest, or whatever, it's going to be a different amount of bits. And somebody's interested in more fine-grained information, it's going to be an infinite amount of bits. So how much the quantity of bits is going to be dependent on interpretation. So by definition, it cannot be objective.
My bad, dude. I tuned out. Sorry, I got like a message. I don't know if we want to repeat that. I won't even ask you to. It's just, all I hear from you is just, you can ask different questions. And it's like, yes, you can have, it's like chess, dude. You can say the rules of chess are subjective. We subjectively say the bishops move diagonally, the knights move like little L shapes, etc. The rules of chess completely subjective. But once you fix the rules of chess, that's it. These pieces move this way, no other way. These are the rules of chess. Subjective, if you want. Okay. Once you fix the rules of chess, you can have objectively better and worse moves. Like we have like chess engines that are like calculators stuff. Then you can talk about objectively good moves or the objectively best move in a situation. Even though the rules that we have to agree beforehand is completely subjective. You can have different variants of chess. But once you fix the rule,
physical events and objects are not supposed to be like the rules of chess. They're not supposed to be mind dependent, right? Physical laws are supposed to be mind independent. So I think this is a bad example you brought up.
Yeah, not to like take the talk away from what your guys talking about, but isn't the universe governed by rules that are constants?
So the law of the universe are supposed to be describing mind-independent events, or mind-independent. They're supposed to be mind-independent themselves. They're not like the rules of chess. Rules of chess are just concocted by humans, arbitrary rules that are just humans came up with.
Wait a minute, are you trying to say something about like information theory, some kind of laws of the universe? Like, I don't think it's, or you can say it's more like statistical laws of the universe, like entropy. It's more about like measuring uncertainty and things like that. It's not this,
that's part of my argument that whatever like the concept of the entropy or information itself inextricably references something that is mind dependent. So they're inextricably tied to mind dependent entities or concepts.
I mean, channel entropy can be defined in terms of like channel capacity terms, right? You don't have to reference like observers and minds at all.
Okay, let's just go, you said something interesting. So you said channel entropy can be defined purely in terms of the channel capacity, right? Did I understand you correctly? Deepak? That's right, yeah. Okay, so suppose I transmit an image of a coin prior to flip and after flip. How many bits of information do you think that contains?
Well, if I understand right, you're saying I transmit an image of a coin, right, before a flip, and then I transmit the state after the flip. Like you sent the first image, right? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. I guess the 1 bit, right? Okay, actually, that's not true. I mean, okay, well, that depends on a whole bunch of background information. To be able to send 1 bit, yeah, that's right. It depends on a whole bunch of background information. Yeah, I mean, if you without absent any background information, then you have to send the whole image of the coin again.
Okay, I don't understand what you mean by you have to send the whole image of the coin again. But the point is, you said it contains 1 bit. Okay, why do you say it contains 1 bit?
The reason I said that is because I was presuming, and maybe this is the point we're trying to drive to, is that like I'm presuming a situation where like the channel has been set like an arrangement where if the coin has been flipped, right? I send like all I have to do is send a bit saying that hey, the coin is flipped, right? And then the person at the other end, right, can actually like calculate the image of the flipped coins, right?
Well, I think what the natural people have is prior to sending the image, you're not sure whether the coin is heads or tails. And then after the sending the image, you're certain, right? You know that it's either head or tails. So therefore, it was 2 possible states prior to the image being sent, and then 1 state after. So the reduction of certainty was from 2 to 1. So it's just 1 bit of information.
That's okay. That's what you're talking about.
Okay, now suppose instead of being interested in whether the coin lands heads or tails, you're interested in whether the coin lands with George Washington's face pointing to the south, or to the north, or to the east, or to the west. It's exactly the same image, except you're interested in a different question. How many bits of information do you think was transmitted?
2 bits.
Okay, 2 bits, right? And suppose you're interested instead of, like, you're interested in more fine-grained analysis, like you're interested in whether George Washington's head is pointing to the southeast. In fact, you're interested in the exact degree where George Washington's nose is pointing. Presumably, that is just like, that can be represented on a real number line, or there's like alien, not real numbers. So then, how many bits of information do you think was transmitted? Then,
sorry, what can you repeat the question?
Yeah, suppose you're interested in more fine-grained information. Instead of asking, is George Washington's head facing to the north, south, east, or the west? You're interested in whether it's facing the exact degree where his nose is pointing to.
Right. Well, okay, so it depends on like what level of accuracy you want, right? But like
Suppose you want like just infinite the exact degree with I don't know, like it's just very, very precise.
I mean, if you want to be able to transmit like potentially the answer could be any real number number, right, including all the transcendentals and so on, like then no channel will be able to transmit it. No channel in the sort of in the Shannon sense will be able to transmit it, right? Because you will have to have an infinite number of bits.
Wait, that's not true. You can parameterize all the points on the unit circle by an ordered pair.
Exactly. Tell us.
You can parameterize the ordered pair of real numbers, yeah. So
So
you can make a ordered pair. You want because you can try to transmit the angle.
Sure. Well, this really is. If you want to
look, if the answer, like if the set of answers possible, right, to the angle at which it falls could be like pi by 4, pi by 7, any real number, right? Then, by virtue of like well-known results in set theory and so on, the number of bits you're going to need is infinite, right?
Okay, well, if you are a very large real number, is pi by 4, then pi over 4, then you can still transmit that with a finite amount of symbols information. If you wanted to get the infinite decimal expansion, yes, that would be
yeah, if it actually is literally like any real number, right? So now Agamemnon changed he's clarified that he's talking about like to some degree of precision. Like, yeah, so what you do is you just
Google precision, whatever. Just a very large number.
Yeah, it would be the log of the number of digits, roughly, so the log of the number of states.
It would be like quadrillion bits of information.
Yeah, but then it would be the log of a quadrillion. You need that anyway.
So, despite the same message, same image being translated, do you think now the amount of bits depends on the interpretation, like who interprets the image?
No, it's not. But what's happening there? See, that's the thing, right? Like to be able to transmit this information of like which direction the head is facing, right? And expect the sort of the observer at the other end to reconstruct an image as intended, right? I'm relying on some shared background knowledge, right, between the source and the receiver.
No, but you don't have to rely on shared background knowledge. You can just transmit an image prior, transmit an image afterwards, right? And again, the question is now how many bits of information was transmitted obviously depends on the interpreter.
No, it depends on the interpreter. No, it depends on the capacity, the ability of the receiver, right, to reconstruct based on some shared background knowledge. So, for example, it doesn't have to be the receiver might not be a person. The receiver could be like an algorithm, right? That's set up so that it receives like that one bit of data as input, right, and then just generates an image of a coin in the right orientation. Right.
Okay. Seems to me it's still depending on the interpretive framework. So whatever interpreter algorithm is determines how much bits of information the message contains.
I think that I can just analyze that in terms of like background knowledge, shared background between the sender and receiver, which doesn't have to have like some intentional kind of analysis, right? It can just be like, like they share the same program, in other words. They share the ability to generate images of coins, right? The sender is to send the input it's using, and the input is specified and say the degree at which the coin is turned.
Okay. I mean, even without a shared interpretive framework, the sender can just send one image and then a different image. So prior to the flip, after the flip. But then if the algorithm which decodes it is interested in like the degrees instead of being heads or tails, you're going to come to radically different conclusions about how many bits of information was transmitted.
The difference is like, if there is an algorithm at the receiving end that's capable of receiving like the number of bits that represent the orientation, right? The bits that represent the orientation, and then generate a full image of the coin in that orientation, right? Then you only need to send like those information is the minimum number of bits you need. It's not specifying the maximum. Right? It could always end up underusing the capacity.
Oh, okay. So it's the minimum number of bits. Okay, so just for my own education, so if there's a program that sends an image of a coin prior to the flip, and an image of the coin after the flip, and there's an algorithm which reconstitutes the image after the flip. Are you saying that the amount of bits you need to send is identical to the size of the image?
If the receiver doesn't have any capacity to generate an image merely from the orientation, in other words, it has no background knowledge of what coins look like, so on, then yeah, it can't. But if it doesn't have all that shared background, then yeah, all it needs is the bits of information that represent the orientation specified, and then it can reconstruct the coin.
Okay, but this is the exact problem, because now you can have a physical system where the amount of bits transmitted is identical to the size of the image or something like that, and then you can have a different interpreter, let's say human agent, who can gain unlimited bits of information from observing the image. He can determine the exact orientation of the coin after the flip, like the exact degree represented on the real number line.
Well, because if you're sending an image, right, the image is discrete, right? It can't actually represent orientation at any possible angle, right? Because images are discrete. At some level, they ground out in pixels, right? And so, below some level of resolution, you can't distinguish angles anymore.
I guess you're correct about that. I'm gonna have to think about it.
I think I'll actually admit that there may be some broader concept of information than just maybe Shannon. It does seem to me also that the concept of Shannon information, while useful, doesn't always track exactly what we need information in many other cases, many ordinary cases. And it may be the case that there is something more we can say there, and we specify, and then you could make some argument. I think that concept might turn out to be something mind-dependent, intentional, whatever. Right? I don't know. I leave open the process. That's why I'm going to ask the question. It was actually really an open question to me. Right? Is there something beyond Shannon information that could rigorously be used as a concept of information?
But look, even in the case you described, where it's the image is made up of pixels, and it's not going to give you the exact orientation of the image, I think it's still going to be the case that if you're interested in whether coin lands heads or tails, that information can be coded in just one bit. You can just send a message which has one bit of information. And in fact, if you send this image of a coin, that itself contains one bit of information for a person who's interested in whether it lands heads or tails. But for a person who's interested in a completely different question, the same image, the same physical structure object contains much more information compared to much more information.
Maybe. I think you won't be able to ground this in Shannon information specifically, but of course you did start out trying to, so that's not a criticism, but I don't know, I actually have a good possibility that, what this reminds me of is things like, the rule following arguments and so on, right? What puzzles of intentionality, how is it that representation in brains or in minds, because I don't know, I'm just debating here, but there's I actually think there is maybe something there that isn't complicated.
Yo, you debating or what?
What do you want to do?
Definitely not what you guys were talking about before. So,
Do you believe in God?
that's crazy. I've never seen other men lose like that.
Do you think that God exists?
That's crazy. I don't think he buys it. I always knew he was smart, but I never knew he was that smart. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Do you think that God exists?
Hey, you know that, so this is K-Man, right? You know Drills knows him from like,
Oh, no. Oh, crap. Oh, shit. How do you know Drills?
You know, the son, bro, where Samir came from, he's like, the son.
oh my god.
Rob. Oh, really?
Another philosopher, bro.
He is. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Forget it, I'm not talking to you.
I'm not a philosopher, bro.
Wow, so sassy. And by the way, so who was it? Sam or April taken from the room?
Bro, you guys were just over here in the comments. Happy with that. Go back to
Shut up.
Abby, I didn't keep
I think he's putting in his application.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. What are you saying, babe?
I think it's going pretty well, right?
Shut up, Sam.
bro.
1 second, guys.
Who is this random girl that was like control room?
Me?
Oh, step up, man.
Hey, guys, you put in your application to be one of the vendors Pokemon, right?
Yes. Hey, you know,
So it wasn't you?
he said he's making a group of like Christians and stuff, like the Christian.
So it's Sam. I'm gonna fuck Sam up.
Yeah, good. The thing is,
I'm a fucking hacker, ass nigga. Sorry. I'm autistic. I don't think it's flipped up.
She's racist and she only.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean
What did she say? Yo, that's on the page. Who cares about fucking
I literally tuned her out. What did she say?
Well, then her racial slurs.
Sorry, that was an accident.
Yeah, we can debate. What I was gonna say for me is that Andrew likes his atheism. Like, if they're an atheist Pokemon, they are more valued.
Yeah, he fed them rare candy. He leveled them
I'm
up.
not a Pokemon. I thought you were joking.
You are a Pokemon.
Yeah, you don't even know who I am. You just said you don't know who I am. How are you going to tell me if I'm a Pokemon?
He does save all his rare candy.
I use my Pokédex on you. I analyzed you with my Pokédex. You're 100% Pokemon.
Okay, so does that mean one bigger one?
I mean, sure.
I'll do it. Homework right there.
He is my book.
And
We're saying you're putting in your application to be one of Andrew's Pokemon.
and we have a Pokemon.
But Andrew, telling us that you favor your atheist Pokemon more. Right, Andrew? You favor your atheist Pokemon more.
Wait, which Pokemon is
More
red?
valuable.
What is the red Pokemon?
Everyone wants to be a Pokemon too, but
No, which one is the red?
which one is
Everyone's favorite Pokemon is like a true Catholic Christian.
I need the red one.
Like you and Mark and
Oh, Rattata. I mean, Ape is Rattata because you are red.
that was literally a human.
Abby would be like a Goldeen. You throw her out, and she walks around and
Okay, so now let's debate. We got Pokemon is fun. Now let's debate.
Have you got clear with them?
You missed the whole show. Sam was crying.
Andrew who talked with what's his name, Joe Schmidt.
I got listening to Sam crying.
I talked to Roger. I explained my position. He pushed back in a much more clear way, honestly, than you did. But I think you're basically on the same page. But the point is, his only argument, he didn't call me delusional or a liar, by the way. He said, no, I understand you live as if claims are not evidence and that they are working hypotheses. But his only critique he had for that position is that he said exactly what you said, which is that wouldn't that result in infinite regressive claims, meaning that when you ask someone what their name is, then they refer you to their driver's license, and then the driver's license refers you to so on and so forth. So all I would point out is that's not a valid critique because you have that issue of an infinite regressive justification for claims, even using scientific data. Like if we say how do we know the Big Bang happened? Well, we have this evidence, and then you say, okay, fine, but what came before the Big Bang? Well, okay, I don't know the answer to that, but that doesn't discount that there was a Big Bang.
That sounds like an argument for God.
So, in the same way, when you say, Andrew, how can you justify somebody's name if it's just another claim? The point is, it is all subjective anyway, because people's names are subjective. But the fact that
that's not a good point. I don't know why you guys keep saying that's subjective thing. That is such a terrible thing to say.
No, I'm just saying what it means to have a name is subjective. It means
something objectively occurred that involved you getting a name.
So what we can do objectively is we can
subjective part.
What we can do objectively is we can
somebody said my favorite color is blue, you're like, well, that's a subjective thing that they said. So
what I was up there.
Point of order, before the fight starts, the bell has to go off. Ding, 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 ding.
And also, I would suggest you to do replays on them because they're gonna lie.
yes.
Literally. And also, me and Bob are good friends now, by the way, Andrew.
You and Bob are?
Yes, we had a really nice conversation.
Okay, Andrew. So the point is that if you say what I mean when I say their name, it really just means whatever the documentation is in the government and that they're linked to it through their social security or something.
That's the christening.
Fine, okay, call it christening, fine. Okay, but that's not fair to non-religious people, but I'll just go with it for you.
It's
not like the point. Yeah, the point is the ceremony by which we name someone and it's subjective. But that's what it means to happen.
I'm sorry. Okay, so subjective at the ceremony.
You want to respond to it?
Please respond to that's not fair to religious people to say christening.
Is laughing an adequate response?
What did you say, buddy?
Can I make a point of order?
Yeah, but
so if you didn't see already, for some reason, I don't know why, I don't know who modded me,
Well, like Nick kicked anyone from the room or abused my powers and sounded up in you. And I think that
You just got it.
I think it would make all of the rooms go smoother if I was mod in every room. Because with these mod powers, I don't have to worry about like trolls fighting on my heels or whatever. I can just kind of chill, but keep it on.
And so you know my principle, and
I agree with you. He's doing a really good job keeping this room actually.
I was thinking of your principal as he was talking. I haven't looked at what you said, but I was thinking of your principal as he was talking. As soon as he said I should be a mod, I was like, uh-oh.
No. He was actually. I've seen it. He has been keeping this room open actually.
No, if you love it, because there'd be like it might be a double, right? So it could be the case. It's like actually he's saying I shouldn't be a mod, but now that he's being a mod, he's like actually it's kind of working out.
that's a good point. Yes,
Okay, good. Because you did ask me. Okay, good. So, yeah, Greg, I'm with you, buddy. Let's see what happens. Hey, I will tell you, if Rob comes back and starts to melt down, when he's
Can you become a robot with me, please?
can I become a robot? Claims are not evidence. I do not know my mother's name. I do not know if I am who are you? Moral, song, real, what does that mean?
Do you think that knowledge is discovered in me?
Within Chef's blood, he wants to cook, okay?
Andrew, he's a debate bro. He gets up at night and like he feeds on debates.
Sometimes he just sits back too. He
I
also
feel like he is in his pajamas here on Ethics and Mike.
he lives.
Every accusation is a confession. Okay.
I am in my pajamas. Okay, 2:40 a.m.
It goes to accusation is a confession.
It's a claim and I have my evidence. I can see through the
And you like being a robot is really hard. I'm not worried about
But let me see, Chef is not just a debater, he's also a learner. He sits back and he listens to people that he knows are very smart. He knows we have some smart people in the room. I think Aiden seen him learning. God bless you guys. I don't know drills in, but he should be here too. But Chef, he learns, and then sometimes when he's ready, he gets to skill it up. He's like, who wants to do it? Who wants to do it?
Andrew, if you notice, Ian was talking shit in the chat. I have a room down in case you put the room, I'm pretty.
I just said it's like the worst decision of all time.
How is it the worst decision? You see,
Andrew, dropping me as a mod and modding Greg instead is fucking dumb.
no, it's the best decision ever. It is Greg. Greg doesn't have half of the people belong. So.
This person must be removed. He violated the law. He violated Abe's law. I will remove him. He is removed from the room. I do not care what humans think. I will do what I want to do. Okay.
My logic is undeniable. My logic is undeniable.
That's it. Greg said, you know what? Greg just took chill right now. He's like, see, not only will I not kick you, next time you're in where Greg's at, he's like, let's get a beer, bud.
I'm pretty drunk. Some pretty drunk right now. Alcohol makes me more docile. But like, real shit. Like I think being a mod is like the best scenario for everyone.
It's kind of weird. You guys didn't know this, but like Piper gets pretty hard. Piper gets pretty hostile in just being like in the rooms, like as a panelist. But if you give her mods, she actually changes entirely. It's crazy.
Him.
Thank you, Abby.
Oh my god.
I would just point out, she probably would still kick Abby, but she probably would give Abby you're just doing that too.
No, I'm not just doing that. Don't look at me fucking at you right now. It's obviously a man, and let's keep it like that.
But why do you tell me that? Is that you're correcting me though? Because you know my position. So like.
No, I don't give a shit about your position. You should come back to reality.
Yeah, so you're just saying that.
Stop being delusional.
No.
why are you saying that?
If you're a Christian, be a real Christian.
Why are you saying he?
Because it's a he.
No, but I understand. What I'm saying is, if you know everybody up here understands the discussion, maybe you're not listening.
Andrew, don't do this like me. I'm gonna convert you into telling Piper it's
I'm just trying to understand what the motivation is of it.
motivation is reality.
No, but I'm saying the motivation to say it.
It's reality.
And she's continuously correcting you every time you make a mistake in your view. This is what I think this is a good principle, right? Like, so now every time you talk about God, like let's say you're telling Converse, hey, John 34:17, blah blah blah, and then you're like, by the way, God doesn't exist.
So fucking unfunny.
No, it's awesome. It's right.
Not funny at all.
Because if you're talking to somebody and you're like, so, from my atheistic point of view, you're like, God exists. Go on. Okay. You know what I mean?
I think people like Abby,
Oh my gosh, shut up. Stop talking about me. I swear I'm getting so close to calling the J word.
is racism and transphobic.
I love that you said all it there in front of me. That was really good.
Like so completely weird. Look at it.
I'm not even listening to them. It's in my brain shuts up. I can't process this fucking voice.
Just put her down and we'll talk about something.
No.
Go ahead.
That's when she's quiet.
Shut the fuck up.
And just sit there and look quiet at it.
Sit down and go on mute.
Yeah,
Good shit.
I think it's John, if memory serves, John 16:33. I know the verses, I know those numbers are probably correct, but not to a certain date. But anyway, it goes the following way. I have told you these things that in me you may have peace. In this world you will have trouble, but take heart, for I have overcome.
Yeah, it's a beautiful passage.
Beautiful, dude.
I've overcome the world.
You know, like Eric should be a monk because he's a heathen just like you, and
Andrew, what does that mean?
gosh, shut up, I don't want to hear you.
Yeah, it's not
No,
to speak.
he's been talking for 5 days and literally nothing happened. I'm speaking just for 5 minutes, I'm gonna go sit down.
But Abby, hold on, look, this is what Deepak's saying, and I love what you said, they're great. I just want to say Deepak says this. Deepak says, look, robots can speak just as much as bigots, okay?
I'm not a bigot.
No, that's Deepak's fault.
I'm not a bigot of a robot.
Age is a bigot.
That was a very poetically put.
Yeah, exactly. No. But Deepak's saying Abe has the right to speak as much as you have. So he's saying,
No, he hasn't.
He's saying robots have as much of a right to speak as
No,
we
he
do.
doesn't.
Right.
He's been speaking for 5 days straight and nothing happened.
Can you explain to me?
Can you explain?
Okay, can you just mute it, please? She's really just being.
I think I'll have to do something.
You're a bitch. Oh, Andrew, you called me a newborn. Are you gonna do something about this?
So,
Can I call him a kite because he calls me a bitch?
you can't say Deepak will put the hammer. And I don't care. You know I want you up here.
Mom, can you please move her so we can start a conversation?
No, I think it's going to happen in the next 3 minutes. So
I can throw it out that Crimson Knight suggested. Hey, Canine, you know about psychophysical harmony?
I know a little bit, but it's not really one of the arguments I'll be running with stuff. What, did he debunk it or something?
Crimson Knight in the chat said, like, yo, Canine, teach these guys about psychophysical harmony.
Yeah, it's not my argument.
Before we do the psychophysical shit, Andrew, can you just tell me your interpretation of that word? He overcame the world.
Yeah, my brother. It's awesome. So he's dying on the cross. He's subduing sin of the whole world, and he's destroying the works of the devil, who is the god of this world, and he is the king. So he's just saying, in every way, all of the stuff he did on the cross accomplished a massive metaphysical act, and he's becoming the actual king over the world, although the kingdom isn't in place yet. As far as physically, we don't see like the physical results of it.
but we do see people being saved all around the world. So it absolutely is true what he's saying there. It's just awesome. And he's saying be a good cheer. He's saying, look, there's going to be a lot of tribulations, a lot of trials, but I've overcome the world. You've got your faith in me. I got this. There's no power on this planet that's going to do anything to me. And I just love it. It's just an awesome. It's basically Jesus just saying the most gangster thing that you can. It's so wrong.
Yeah, it's true. I brought that up with the intent of like continuing that train of thought. Like I hate to be succinct, but my only point is like I fucking love that guy. I fucking love that guy. There's no one that can ever match it, man. There's no one that can ever match it.
Even Hegel, right?
Yeah, even Hegel, man. There's no one who can ever match it.
And one thing I'll admit, like from the pure mythology, fantasy, like Tolkien's legendary, Lord of the Rings, like I think the story of Christianity is fucking epic. It's a cool fantasy story.
I'm glad
I'm watching.
I knew you would definitely want to put in fantasy there a bit, or Harry Potter or something like that. But I get that. You have to include that. But I'm okay.
I'm saying whoever wrote it, it's a good story.
And you know what's crazy is multiple people wrote it. You know.
I'm saying like it doesn't surprise me that it spread so much because before there was like internet and before there was people told the story, they interpreted it.
No script sent back to the producer and back and forth between your mom and okay, and check this out. There's a reason why it's called the greatest story ever told. And
that's not the greatest story ever told.
Oh, Baba. Oh.
I don't know the greatest, but it's a good one.
About Baba. It's the God of the universe saving the entirety of the universe.
Yeah, from himself.
Wait, how did he save the universe from himself?
I do not believe one of my favorite atheists, Lexicana 40K. I don't even know what that means, but
it's a Moana reference on it.
It's a nerdy Moana. The warhammer of atheism is here to destroy all reality. Big 40K. Okay, so. Alright, so here's the deal. Lexicana found you meet Chef. And Chef is a theist. I can't remember, are you Catholic? Chef, I forgive me.
My beliefs are pretty close. You know, okay. The atheists, you know, like pretty much whatever Catholics believe on.
Yeah. But wait, are you transubstantiation? Literal body and blood of Christ? Okay.
I think it's still flesh, but a lot of people in my church hold different positions.
Okay, fair enough. So okay, so you may not quite be Catholic. I think Catholic is kind of on board with transubstantiation.
They have it on Oriental. So.
Oh, you're Oriental. Is that why you also own?
Wow, yeah, that's it.
You own a 7-Eleven.
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. You would say?
I'm Armenian. We don't do that.
Oh hell no, Armenian. That's why I fucking hate you.
Abby.
I don't like you either, bitch.
You got Jensen.
What's wrong with Armenian? And by the way,
he's racist.
He's not racist. I've never Chef actually say anything.
No, not Chef. Abby.
Oh, Abby. Oh yeah, Abby's racist. But that's okay. But listen, is there a 7-Eleven? Is there a 7-Eleven in your area? Not Chef.
Yeah, bro. They're all Indian. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I just want to know if they have 7-Elevens. And do you guys run them?
I'm Armenian.
I don't know what that is.
Armenian? You don't know what fucking Armenian is?
No, I do. But I'm just saying, do you run them? Are you in them?
I just told you I'm Armenian.
Armenian is Orthodox. He's Oriental Orthodox.
Armenians don't do that stuff, bro.
They think they're the first Christian.
Hold on real quick. I don't know what that stuff means. It's a convenience store.
Yeah, but Armenians, like...
Armenians do healthcare stuff.
They're too prideful for that. That's not
Armenians, just to explain this to Armenians believe that God doesn't destine you for battle, it's a free choice action.
They do healthcare stuff. They live in Glendale. They live in Glendale and they do $30 billion healthcare scam. But they're
Can you, if it's a moral scam you guys are involved in, check you.
How is that moral?
It's not you guys. I don't do it.
Okay, before Mexican gives the argument, I want to hear you say, but real quick, Chuck, do you like Slurpees?
Yeah, I love Slurpees.
Okay, go ahead, Deepak.
Well, we don't talk like the most gangster gamblers in the world are Armenians. Like, the order is
true. That's true.
Vietnamese, then Greek, and then Armenians are top. And it's not even like Armenians.
Because they are degenerates.
Wow.
Yeah, but we win.
Some of them do. It's true.
Yeah.
Most of my family wins on the coast.
Okay, Lexicana. God does not exist because. Lexicana? You there, bud? Check that. We'll win by forfeit.
Yeah. I'm kind of losing my voice after yelling friends.
Sorry, Andrew. I my mental health is fine. I haven't killed anybody. I've only cut my wrist like 4 times. I'm doing good. Okay, I put the gun in my mouth 3 times, pulled it out. Sorry for anybody that heard that. But God does not exist because.
I'd say you can't prove a universal, negative, God doesn't exist. So I think, yes, the point is that there's no good evidence that God exists.
Why is that reason to not believe it here? That's why you.
Yes, listening to the question is rather actually my voice is a bit fucked because I came back from the gym and sort of happens to my voice. Anyway, so in epistemology, the burden of proof is on the person making the claim. If someone says God exists, they need to provide evidence. And from then, the rational position is to withhold any belief. I would say different religions make conflicting claims about God.
So you're not an atheist? The position you just described is agnostic, not atheist.
How so?
Because you're saying, for one, you establish you lack stomach access, so you can't possibly know, according to you. So you're establishing a channel, and then you're saying, and then you're saying all there is to your position is that you just lack access.
Yeah, that's
not going to make it happen.
What is a belief claim, not a knowledge? Atheism is not belief, exactly. Agnosticism is knowledge, right? Agnosticism is not knowledge. So again, these are screwed. Atheism simply I don't believe God exists. Agnosticism and claim to be certain. So you can both at the same time technically. That agnostic atheist.
Wait, Andrew, did you ask him if he knows, or did you ask him it's false?
I said God does not exist to be
right. Yeah. So there you go. The claim was not about knowledge. The claim was what each given person is going to take to be true, or what motivation they have. Right. Exactly.
But here's the thing, Lexicam, I really kind of wish, and Deepak, I don't know, we don't have to stick on terminology, but let me just say it'd be so much simpler if you guys would just do theism is believing in God, agnosticism is undecided, and atheism is there is no God.
It's not believing in God. Conservative. No, but this is Andrew's conservative thing coming up, right? We just everyone with his own unique flower, we all bring.
You either say I'm an atheist or a theist. No, we're not going to go in between. No, I'm not. And it's actually you want to do the God religious, but you want to do God atheist meaning God doesn't exist or something?
You
God exists, or you want to the point is.
No, you believe he doesn't.
Yeah, that's the hard. No.
You don't believe God
historically and still academically, that's how people use the word atheism, bro.
No. Do you believe there are any gods?
Okay, look, there's a simple
problem. Lexicon?
Yeah.
Do you believe there are any gods?
Do I believe there are any gods? I don't believe there are any gods. I don't believe any are except them, but I think it's unlikely there's any gods because there's no evidence for them.
Okay, so what do you think?
Belief should be
You believe there are no gods, most likely. Is that fair?
I wouldn't say anything with 100% certainty, so yeah.
Well, that's why I said most likely.
Yeah, like 99.999%.
Yeah, so then that means you're saying the lack of evidence, is not just a simple disbelief, but rather functions as a motivator against it, right? So you're saying me not seeing evidence for God motivates against my belief in God, therefore he probably is not real. And I'm saying, I'm saying that's not a valid inference.
What do you believe in unicorns?
What?
Do you believe in unicorns?
No.
Why not?
Right, I think that a lack of evidence is evidence in certain contexts, but the conditions here.
I understand.
The point is, it's evidence if you expect to see evidence. If there's nothing in specific which expects evidence from the conditions, then there's no reason to make a conclusion based off a lack of evidence because it's not motivating towards either proposition.
So what you're saying is we wouldn't expect to see any evidence of God if God existed, is that right?
I'm saying in principle, yeah. Like,
okay.
to say you expect evidence.
See how fast you said that, then you?
Just
be a bit more precise, bro.
That is, I'm trying to make it as concise as possible.
I made it much more concise than you.
Okay. I'm sure if I said it like that, somebody would disagree with something and it would take way longer.
So I think I said
I'm not saying you didn't steel man me. I'm saying someone else would have disagreed if I explained it that short.
So expecting evidence, yeah.
So
yeah, I'm saying in principle, God alone, without adding extra content, does not expect.
And then you're a theist. I'm just wondering if that's a fact.
Evidence is not created by expectation.
Because I wonder if the theist here would argue that
evidence is created by expectation.
I'm wondering if the theist here would say there's loads of evidence for God emerges at night.
Evidence exists independently of what you expect.
Andrew, John, let us know.
What do you think evidence is, bro?
Oh no.
Yes, there's evidence for God, ready? A good 70% of the planet thinks God exists.
Wait, but hold on. Why are you just letting
people doesn't matter?
Why are you letting it sound like fallacy? He made a claim just now. He said the simple fact alone that God exists, expect that he himself has evidence for God existing. Why is that? Why should we believe that?
You asked that's for me.
You're the one that said it.
Right. Evidence isn't created by expectation. Evidence has to exist independently of what you expect. So in epistemology, evidence is something that can be observed or tested or whatever. It's not just anticipated. If someone's expecting evidence, if expecting evidence counted as evidence, you can justify literally anything.
It's completely arbitrary. So let's say I agree with that. That does not mean that. So all that means is that there is evidence for God. So let's say I agree there is evidence for God. You're saying that given there's evidence, you would have it. That's the claim. You're saying expected upon the hypothesis God is real. Not only there would be evidence, there would be evidence in addition to you ascertaining to it. I'm asking what's expected upon the hypothesis that even if there was information, we understand it.
Yeah, I think that's a contradiction. If everybody was clear that it's not, it wouldn't be like some hidden or like some selective thing. You'd have access to it.
Why is that?
Because evidence should be publicly accessible.
Yeah,
because evidence should be publicly accessible and testable, not something that you already have or expect it, right?
Yeah. So I agree we have access to it, but you're saying we have access to it and we would expect to find it. Why is that true?
Sorry, say that again?
You're saying you have access to it and given the conditions that are true, you should find it if the hypothesis is true. You're saying you don't find it, therefore it's not true. I'm saying why is it that given there is evidence, you should find it? I'm saying I'm granting that you have access to it.
You're saying it should be publicly available, observable.
I'm saying no, I'm granting that. Let's say it is available. So why does that mean hold on.
I'm asking you what it is, I think.
Yeah, but that's what you mean. You're missing the point. Go ahead. He's saying there is evidence and we have access to it. I'm agreeing with that. Additionally, he's saying he would ascertain to whatever evidence is in question.
He's saying if there's evidence, it should be publicly available and you should have access to it.
It is available. Okay. And you can access it.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that you probably will. Okay. So I'm saying, okay, let's say you can access it. Let's say in principle you do have the ability to ascertain to it. Why does that mean you probably will, or that it's unexpected upon the hypothesis that you won't? Because he's saying it motivates against it.
That's a good question. I think he should give a lexicon. What is it that you would expect to see different if it were the case that God exists?
Well, so if evidence is genuinely available and sufficient, then a rational person should be able to find it with like some sort of honest inquiry. I think good evidence isn't rare or hidden or dependent on some sort of markets are consistent and
You're saying there's two extra non-them, that either the person is rationally inquiring of God and that they will find God, or that they're not rational and their irrationality is the reason for not finding God. So what's the symmetry breaker between your rationality and your irrationality?
I'm saying, if you're saying it's available, but you might not be able to find it, because like you said, either that would mean it's either too weak, unclear, or whatever to reliably convince someone, or it depends on some sort of subjective factors, like some previous beliefs or what have you. And both of those things undermine what strong evidence is. That's what I'm saying.
What does that have to do with honesty?
Wait, hold on. None of that undermines strong evidence, because what is the symmetry breaker between you knowing that you're just irrational and that you're rational and there's no evidence to find? What's the symmetry breaker between those two explanations of your experience?
He's going to say he's rational.
Yeah, no, so there's two positions. And he's saying both of these explain the fact. If there's no sector, then both of them equally explain the fact.
His conviction that he's rational. He's going to say that's going to tell him.
Is that what you're going to say, Lexicon?
No, what I was going to say is they don't equally explain things. That's the thing. So,
okay, so what's the symmetry breaker between your irrationality and your rationality?
The symmetry breaker is explanatory power. That's something that's reliable. Short explanations are generally consistent. They're generally flexible.
Come on.
Ask me the question again.
You got to be very careful what you're asking.
So you're saying there's this experience of your life where you haven't found God, okay? And you're saying there's two explanations to this. Either I am irrational and I just failed in my faculty, that's why I didn't find God, or I am rational and it's just, it's not my fault. It's the fault of the weakness of the evidence or something like that. And I'm asking, okay, fine, let's say these are the two explanations. What's the symmetry breaker between the two? Because it seems they're equally, explaining it. So if you can't give me a symmetry breaker, then you have no reason to believe you're not irrational in your understanding of the world. Because the symmetry breaker comes out of the position.
I can answer that. So the symmetry breaker is on reliability and external support. It's not just my personal experience versus yours. So I can check which explanation better fits the wider pattern. If the explanation is you're rational, that would mean a lot of numbers of intelligent people across cultures all just fail in the same ways, which is what we clear. If that's not the case, I'll tell you what.
Just the vast majority of people believe that God does exist, and they do think there's evidence for God. So, like an example,
yeah, but that's why you understand what argument and problem fallacy.
Yeah, that's not what I'm doing. It's not even close to what I'm
doing. So let me ask you a question. I just want to make sure.
He's in a quarter, bro.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you understand that quickly. So when you say that whatever a billion people believe in Christianity, do you understand how that's perceived to sound like an impossible fallacy?
I understand why it's perceived by people who don't know what the impossible fallacy is. The impossible fallacy is The popular fallacy is a bunch of people believe it, therefore true. That is not what I'm saying. What I just wanted to say in service of this discussion, the reason I brought that up is because what Alexa Cannon was arguing is that if God were to exist, there would be publicly available objective evidence for people to check out. And I'm just saying that it seems like the majority of the planet believes in God, and they do think there's objective evidence. So I think there's something else going on. I don't think it is the case just based on the sheer numbers and the size of people who are assessing it. But
Jeff is like sort of attacking different places.
That was my line. He was just giving her a video of what Lex wants to say.
Yeah. And when you say that they think that God exists, that's also doing a lot of heavy lifting to assume that a billion Christians all think that there's evidence for God. A lot of our
Bro, even if it's the intuition, that's evidence. And I don't look, it doesn't, to me, it's like if God wants to impress on people's intuitions that he exists, that's evidence. And I don't have any problem with somebody saying, I just know that God exists because I intuit it or whatever. Or it is clear he has revealed himself to me. That's enough for me. So the thing is, he wants to say that it needs to be objective. Well, I mean, if we're talking about interacting with God himself, is that objective? I mean, what are we saying? You guys think you can't access it. Well, now I think stuff's going to be relevant.
People don't interact. The billion Christians don't interact with God directly.
I don't think Andrew actually believes what he's saying. I don't believe Andrew believes what he's saying.
I think Chef is like, I don't want
Chef to lose his thread, but you think I'm sorry,
I think you're a smart guy, right? I think you also being dishonest. So I think both the majority believe in something has never ever been a reliable path to truth. People used to believe incorrect things about science.
That's definitely not true.
And the world popularity.
If you're going to say evidence that God is real, you have to say beliefs are expected. So if it's expected that a lot of people would have evidence, it should be expected a lot of people would believe it. Okay? So if a lot of people believe it, it's consistent with that. It's simple, bro. The point I was making, your response was it's unreliable. Therefore, because it's unreliable, there's so much of others. Buddy, one of them is literally labeled as unreliable. You called one explanation of your life as an irrational explanation. That in and of itself in principle is unreliable. And my point was, you have this unreliable explanation and this reliable one, but they have no symmetry breaker, therefore you have no reason to take either over the other. That's the point.
called intuition evidence.
Hey, appeal to intuition, watch what happens. I'm waiting for you to do that.
Yeah, let's see what Alexa Cannon does. I want to see what Alexa does. Alexa Cannon, can you
I just think there is a symmetry break, but he's just.
What is it?
Because his explanation says there is strong evidence. There is strong evidence for God. Yeah, with rational people across the world don't consistently find it.
Yeah, I'm saying, how do you know that you're categorized in the group rational rather than irrational when there is not a symmetry breaker for you to know which one you're part of? So this would be the point. You have to appeal to your intuition, like everyone is saying. That's what you feel. I feel. Let me know.
I'll answer your question. You just need to say them. So you don't.
You recognize it.
And he's definitely the question explain what you do.
Go ahead.
You have to answer the question. We can have some sort of discourse here. The question isn't about making this up. It's about which translation actually works better.
But works.
That would be according to what you're saying. That would be according to what you're saying. So if the evidence for God is strong, why isn't it consistently convincing people?
Because you're irrational. I'm saying it's irrational. This is what I'm saying. And right now, because I'm saying there's no symmetry breaker, the explanation of your life is 50-50, that you're rational and irrational. If this is true, you have no way of discerning yourself as in the group of rational. You need to present a symmetry breaker.
Yeah, the question is which position depends less on assuming error.
Well, why is that simple? But that principle would also require its own justification, which will require the presupposition of reasoning faculties, which is also going to fall into some primitive intuition or credence. So either way, your justification is going to terminate somewhere, bro.
Yeah, it's going to fall back on the CDs probably.
And that cannot have evidence.
Yeah.
The primitive credences in your epistemology cannot have evidence because it's prior to your ability to even discern something as evidence.
Yeah, once you go prime. crime, I think you're kind of in that boat, Lexicam, and I don't think there's anything you can go beyond that. Like,
But now watch, Andrew.
yeah.
Earlier, Lexicon presented the principle, there's no evidence for something, therefore I don't believe it. Is there evidence for his opinions? No, there isn't. Therefore, by his principle, you should not believe it.
You said something deeply insightful there. I don't know if you really realize the weight of it, but I'll explain anyway. You said that.
What are you talking about, bro?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Are you talking to me, so I don't know if
So, I'm talking to the street dude, the black guy there, whoever was just talking.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
You, whoever's talking right now.
You call me a street dude?
Yeah, you're not like street or like okay. Well, anyway.
Your PTR is the guy in the street. Maybe that's what he means. No. That's what I'm actually.
That's gonna be so big. No, but anyway, we said past this matter, I think you kind of inadvertently said something deeper than I think you realize. Anyway, you said, fuck, I'm drunk. You said, he couldn't know that it's evidence because it's prior to.
Yeah.
It's logically prior. Obviously, epistemically prior to his ability to discern something.
Yeah, I said it's primitive in his epistemology as well.
Yeah, but that's not. Now you're aggressive into like Midlands here. You said something like high wit or like overwit. I don't know.
Wait, what's different about saying it's primitive credence?
Yeah, okay, so you get to the primitive credence and therefore you can't justify it. That's like a midwit take. You said something.
No, I'm saying it's not.
Hold on, chill.
I'm saying if it's primitive in your epistemology, well, just understand what I'm saying. If it's primitive in your epistemology, if it's primitive in your epistemic framework, then you can't justify it with evidence because it's primitive to your ability to produce evidence.
Well, no. You said originally you said something better. That's like midway what you just said, but originally you said something overweight, and what you said that was overweight was you said that it's prior to your ability to discern what counts as evidence. That's more or less what you said. Hold on. That's overweight, and I would stick with that because that's like base. Like what you're getting at is the mutual presupposition of evidence and that which is evidentiable. And it's almost like epistemology is a complete fucking waste of time because you have to be dogmatic on one end or the other, or you can just appeal with the speculative method and fuck it and not have to do that stupid bullshit anyway.
I see it like he's framing it as if the only issue is whether the design is rational or not. What?
Don't have that conversation. Yeah, it's ended, bro.
You are? Really? That's not to use the sign, that's off the room. So let me finish what I'm going to say, please.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. So he's framing it as if the only issue is whether something's rational or not, but that's not the actual question. He claims, if somebody claims they're strong evidence for God, if that were true, people across the world in different cultures would consistently recognize it, but they don't. Belief just be a little bit more respectful.
Yeah.
Belief varies massively depending on where you're born and what somebody's taught. So that leaves me two options. Either I assume that large numbers of sincere, thoughtful people are rational, or accept that the evidence isn't actually.
No, you're confused, bro. Your understanding because your understanding of other people falls in the same problem. Person is rational, or these people are rational, because I have seen a world in which they are rational. I have seen a world in which they are rational because my eyes work. Why do my eyes work? So no matter what you bring up, it's always going to fall into this first thing that you start at. And that first thing can't be justified. And therefore, whatever belief you have, let me land, bro. Let me land. Therefore,
trouble with it.
Don't reach me.
I'm not trying to reach you. I'm not trying to reach you. Genuinely, I very rarely say this about anyone. Listen. I very rarely say this about anyone, but I was about to call you a thicker. And I very rarely say that about anyone. But then you regress back into like non-thinking territory and this point.
See, it's actually scary how similar to Samir, this dude is. They came from the same ant colony back on this.
I don't think it's not that bad. So you can debate whatever, but no, but he just creates false nobody respects that shit. I don't know, like we can let this guy do it right now. Like how can you see how he's creating false equivalent? So he's seeing he still arguments that he didn't have this discussion. I've never heard somebody do the research. I'm explaining why it's wrong, but it's not shushing. I wasn't shushing you, I was shushing people in general. You shouldn't be that, bro, why are you insulting me? Stupid. Whatever, no, I wasn't interrupting you. I wasn't insulting you. It completely makes sense. I wasn't interrupting you. No, listen, man, I wasn't insulting you. You got me completely wrong. I was about to call you a thinker because you said some really deep shit, but I don't think you realize. Okay, I don't care. I'm honest with you, bro. Listen, I'm not here to talk to you. I'm here to debate. Shut the fuck up. I think it was kind of like off the cusp. I don't think you realize how deep the shit that you said really is. So that's what I was trying to explain.
He's a delayed vampire.
Without the need or the intention of the debate.
Get on with the debate, bro. No one cares about this shit.
Let's definitely do that, but like I think this is also a good time for everybody to look at the link I shared on top. I think it's actually quite relevant for the debate with it. Whatever it was that's happening.
This guy Deepak keeps talking his job.
I think this is like one question for us. We should just read this. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I have one question for us. Alright. Do you believe all starting points are equal? That's my question to us. Do you believe all starting points are equal?
Yeah, you got to clarify what you mean on that one.
I'm asking, do you believe that all starting points are equal?
So if you're saying there's no other condition, and what you mean by starting point is the same in both senses, there's nothing, it's just a starting point and the other things.
So somebody's starting point, okay, cool. So somebody's starting point includes specific claim about God existing. When you say that's equal to someone that isn't doing that, like, do you not think that's an extra layer that isn't universally shared and isn't independently verified?
No, I think, yeah, so like that, if you're speaking of positions, some positions are stronger at the start than others.
Well, I wouldn't say starting my certificate about God existing is very much.
Keep in mind, it's your burden to presenting the symmetry breaker, not investigate my position.
Well, your initial position is metaphysical. I'm not starting.
I haven't presented my position.
Okay, tell me what goes. I've got position, metaphysical position.
I'm presenting a specific argument. You're moving away from it, which is shifting the goalpost.
No, it's not, because
are you going to present a symmetry breaker?
No, I'm just saying the distinction. One side uses widely reliable assumptions, the other has a major claim without the same level of support.
You have no support for your rationality because there's no symmetry breaker between the explanation of your life as a rational person and an irrational person. Both are equally good explanations because there's nothing that distinguishes them and there's nothing that distinguishes them as one which has a higher truth value than the other. There's no symmetry breaker.
Okay, well, there is. I'm telling you, truth isn't judged at like an absolute starting point in some sort of isolation. It's judged by how well a position works when you build it.
Yo, lexicon, you are not understanding, bro. Everything you believe starts at this. Everything you believe starts at you being rational. You're saying your beliefs are true because you're rational. I'm asking how you know you're rational, you still haven't told me.
rationalism like some blind thing. We test it, we check consistency, we compare with others. Do you think rationality rationality isn't like some fixed assumption, right? It's like something that proves itself on working. You do understand that, right?
Can a non-rational animal conclude the existence of rational animals? Can a non-rational animal conclude? No, right? Because they don't even know what the fuck a rational animal is.
It doesn't follow. Look, I don't know what the script you're following. It sounds like Darth Dawkins kind of script. These are just designed to be.
I'm a radical probabilist, Abe. I'm not running tag, dipshit. If you don't know what I'm saying, you want to tag it.
Okay, rationality doesn't conclude anything in a philosophical sense. So it doesn't fall abstract beliefs or like.
Can we get another interlocutor for Lexi? Because this dude's ridiculous.
No, just comparing animals to humans. This is the point. Do you not see how that this is the point?
The point is, lexicon. You need to be rational to understand that another person is rational. So this evidence you're presenting with, oh, look, these people are rational, so, that's got to be reliable. I'm saying the thing you're using to determine creatures as rational itself presupposes rationality. So prior to you actually observing it, you're already affirming you're rational. And I'm asking, how is that prior affirmation true over the alternative affirmation of you're irrational?
Yeah, how much time are we going to waste with this stuff?
Yeah, Andrew, are you there?
That was a start.
I don't think we've squeezed the juice out of it.
Yeah, you're right, Matt. You're right. I'm sorry. You're right.
That's a cop.
Okay, so I'm with the bitch.
Anyway, who wants to talk about God? God is based.
And God is based.
Deepak, have you looked into Hinduism at all? No, I'm not trying to be racist, but just wondering.
I have not been in seriously in like at least not since I was 10, 12-ish or something.
Deepak, did you grow up Hindu?
Yeah, my parents would take me to temple and all of that.
Are your parents like some kind of Vedantic school, like what kind of school Vedantic is?
The vast majority of Hindu but then it's just ritual and like stuff like they go to the temples, just having vague beliefs in gods. It's not even clear in their mind whether like they have a polytheistic or monotheistic conception because they worship different gods for different like sort of outcome, like whatever, for different purposes, right? But then also talk about God in the singular.
Deepak, is it true that there are literally like Hindus who they think that atheists are still worshiping God because like they worship God by being atheists? Is that true?
I've never heard of anything like that, but I don't doubt it. People have all sorts of confused beliefs about what other people think.
Something about the radical, like Hinduism is generally pretty open to other religious beliefs. Like they feel it's like all path to God.
Yeah, that is true. That is actually quite simple to Hinduism. I think that if you're, you could be an atheist and still sort of accepted as a Hindu in some sense, at least, right? Like more than just a cultural belief. Whatever. You can believe in some metaphysical spookiness and be a Hindu. You can be a Christian.
Have you heard of the Charvaka school?
I have. I don't hear anything specific about it.
I would fucking love them. Like 4,000 years ago, they were writing like, "There's no heaven, there's no hell, everything's material. Enjoy yourself and have a lot of sex and enjoy pleasure." These people were. What?
My dark age.
Hold on, I gotta ask Andrew what that was about.
That was
I got you yell in real life for this fucking line. And fucking thing, you can say the shit to me.
even worse. Like that'd be really bad.
I know, so we need to find out.
Nina's had it with Andrew because Nina has talked to Andrew about his quote misogynistic views. So
Andrew's the homie, he ain't a misogynist.
I don't think he is purposely being misogynist.
I don't think he would agree with
whether he is or not.
What is a misogynist in today's world exactly? I've always been wondering that because views keep changing and today's world is very soft. It's not the world I grew up in.
The definition changes, but I think what people generally mean is that a misogynist is somebody who thinks that there's like either a quote qualitative difference between males and females, and that this difference is like makes males superior to the females, and that they should be treated differently under the law. Usually, I think that's what it means.
Okay. Do you think that there's not a difference between male and female? And not to say that that's not a like better or worse thing, because I generally tend to think that women are naturally a little smarter than men, but men are predominantly stronger than women. We're more physically able and capable. Like, I don't think that's misogynistic to say that. Like, we are. Like, we can overpower women.
Do you mean in general? I mean, what does that mean in general?
Yeah, in general, men are more often than not, 98% of the time, like physically stronger than women. But a personal opinion of mine.
But how is that relevant to like treating them under the law? Even if that's
well, treating them under the law, that's a whole different thing. I was just talking about like do I think that there are differences between men and women that are a genetic thing that makes like that. Men have certain superiorities over women.
Men are definitely stronger. I think women will agree with that.
But even if they are, how is it relevant to, again, like every single human being is different from another human being. So yeah, there are differences.
I guess it's more so. Okay, so I would say like being treated different under the law. Everyone should be treated equally under the law. But on the same note, I don't believe that if women cannot perform the same in every single duty that a man can, that they should receive equal.
So, Chris, can you have a baby? But equal
I know I cannot. And that is why I cherish women. My mother was.
What do you mean receive equal?
The example that I can think of, just with my line of work, I work in construction. There's women that work on my construction site that they can't do some of the things that I can do, but they want to get paid the same.
Receive equal pay.
They shouldn't get paid the same.
Why did you say that? Receive equal pay.
Okay, so equal, like fair treatment should be given to everybody, even the people that I don't agree with. Like that.
Does the guy who's stronger than you get paid more than you because he can lift more 2x4s or whatever?
No, it's not about stronger. It's about no. Okay.
Didn't you say you weren't strong for that? Yeah, that's what we tried. You're not very paid.
Well then yes. Then yes.
Okay.
If there's a
how are we going to possibly? Okay, hold on, Chris. How are you possibly going to tier this in a structured, methodical way for hiring people? Because usually what people say when they say we're hiring a guy at a construction site, they just mean we have such and such things that need to be accomplished in a specified time. And then if you can do that, if you can lay these bricks or whatever, then now we hire you. So what do you mean? You're literally going to have them like do a test to like bench press more before, and then we're like going to give your salary based on that. What are we even talking about, honestly? Well, what are you saying?
In construction, that's not really, like quantifiable necessarily, but essentially, yeah, I think that should be a thing. Like that's why there's fit tests in certain fields, and the fit tests are graded lower for women. Why? Because they can't do as much, but they want to pay.
Can you understand? Hold on. Do you understand that constructing a job like this, where we literally give fit tests to construction workers before they go on job site, is going to require so much more money just to do these tests? You might as well just keep the pay 50-50 50-50 exactly equal.
Well, yeah, no, I didn't say
as long as they can just get it done.
I said that's why they were fit test in certain
You were
people.
talking about construction.
Yeah, I'm a carpenter.
Do you need strength for that?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess obvious one. Chris, I guess an obvious one. I guess
carry big
What else do you think you need strength for?
no, I think an obvious one would be like natural selection. I don't know if that's going to be relevant to this.
What's the strength you need?
Natural selection.
What's the strength you need?
Have you ever operated a 70-pound power tool for
Okay,
10 hours?
so it's lifting the power tool, right? That's what you're talking about?
No, have you ever operated with precision?
What do you think? Like, why is such a dumb question? I asked you, like,
Most people have not done that. Yeah,
and
that's
just,
something
you
that
just like, well, the power tools are really heavy.
Okay, the power tools are heavy, the materials are heavy.
Oh, that's the word. That's what I said. And you're like,
Yeah, the wood, carrying the wood is actually not that bad.
That's why I'm saying comparison is natural selection. Like if you do any Jordan raw reads, right? Let's talk about natural selection.
so presumably the women need to take more breaks because they get tired lifting the power tools. Is that the problem?
Yes, which is why I would say that they should choose a different field. And then some people would say that that's misogynistic, saying like, oh, well, why can't women be construction workers? I'm not saying they can't be construction workers.
Okay.
I'm saying that if they can keep up with the best of the workers, then they should probably be different field.
Why do you have to keep it with the best?
Okay, well, if they can keep up with the mediocre of the
Yeah, I
workers,
think that's fair.
then if they can't keep up with them, then they should choose a
Is there any other people on the bottom that also are getting fired?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
But if there's a sort of mediocre level, is everybody below that level women?
No, not at all.
Oh, then why are they getting
My
fired?
job,
Why are they getting fired?
all the women on my job, not all of them, the vast majority of the women on my job are electricians.
Okay.
They don't
Do you
have to
strength
lift
for
a
that?
bunch of crazy shit, but like I said, they are very smart.
Problem
They're
solved.
smart.
So they're doing the jobs where you don't need a lot of physical strength, right?
Yeah.
That sounds like they work in construction, just not in some jobs that require this, massive.
That's why I said I was just like trying to give a comparison to say that women be like, oh, why would you can just do anything that men can do? No, you can't. It's the same way that we can't do
Also, I'm talking about military. Why are you zoning in on construction? I mean,
that's what I do, and that was the easiest thing.
military is not making a very example. Like, can a woman actually get through natural selection? The answer is yes. No, you can.
What?
That's like exactly what you what do you think natural selection is? That like a certain year?
Do you know what natural selection in the army is? Or
Well, I mean, is it a British thing? I've never heard of it.
I mean, it is.
What does it mean? I mean, what does it mean? Just out of curiosity, what does natural selection mean in the British Army?
It's not a full term actually, but it means I think I'm a bit drunk, maybe using the wrong term there. That's not natural selection, sorry, I'm being really dumb. Was that something where it's like, they make you do like intense training before whether or not you're accepted into the army? It's something selection, but it's not anyway. What's it called? Sorry, I'm being really
Chris, the point is that why wouldn't you just word it like this? Why wouldn't you say that anytime he's going to come for a job, they need to be relatively competent, at least like the median people, in order to get the job? Why don't you just say that?
Well, because they kind of saying that if you want a job, you should be qualified. But in today's world, there have been occasions where it's like, oh, we have to hire some women. Like, almost like affirmative action. Like, some women, because if we don't, they're going to think that we're sexist, or they're going to think we're this, and they're going to think that we're that, even if they're not qualified. And I don't think that that's
obviously, I'm not arguing to hire unqualified people, so.
It's not a special forces selection, really stupid. So like,
I think we're right. Some like Haiti Googled it, and there is like natural selection apparently is a thing in the British Army.
Yeah. And it's not the same I've been before.
not looking at the army as the win.
Wait, where is the British Army off frequently?
I don't even know the British Army fought by themselves.
Falklands. They kicked Argentina's ass. I mean,
who can't kick Argentina's ass? You could say we couldn't compliment Argentina.
We couldn't kick Vietnam's ass. We got a draw in Afghanistan at best. Looks like we're about to lose Iran. It's not a very good
That's coming from Trump, isn't it? They fought by themselves.
Too much. So did Trump agree with Trump because we're on putting Paul back to World War II. Do you know anything about that? What about World War II? The fuck is right?
America dominated World War II. I thought that was what happened.
I gave you research.
I mean, I can show you.
America came in at the end, bro. They let us survive the Blitzkrieg and all this.
Nagasaki, but I know it wasn't.
Oh, really? If you come in at the end, you bombed 2 places in New York.
We didn't come in at the end. We were there.
We kind of hung around. I keep saying this, right? We kind of hung around.
Yeah, they weren't. Like, if you just look up like the Blitzkrieg attacks and stuff, it was like the Germany never bombed the United States. They were constantly
Nowhere ever bombed the United States. That's my point. That's not true. Pearl Harbor. Yeah, except for after Pearl Harbor. What happened right after Pearl Harbor? We picked the shit out of it. And that wasn't even the continental U.S. That was Hawaii.
Did you realize that, right?
It's just tribalism. It's all.
We never had detail.
Moving the goalposts now. What about Jordan Peterson?
And are you there?
No, buddy. I'm not going to freak out.
Thank you. Before we.
Oh, yeah, I don't even want to get into it, but some people piss me off so bad. I felt like I just dealt with a real life team. And
And you're only caught there. You sounded angry. In these rooms, hold on, Andrew, in these rooms, even when you were crashing out a couple days ago, you looked at high pitched and you got mad. But you didn't seem really angry. Yeah. You seemed pissed off. Oh yeah. I was like, what the fuck?
You can be angry. I was able to talk to you guys, but I don't want to get into the details of why. I'm just obviously doxing me, but it's just unbelievably stupid. It's actually working.
You sounded flashing.
Yes, it is exactly what worked, and absolutely.
But Andrew, can I just ask you a question? Is that the way Jesus would want you to speak to your fellow coworkers?
I think that Jesus yelling at somebody isn't unheard of or wrong. I don't think excoriating somebody is wrong. I don't think yelling at somebody and telling them, hey, when they're doing something that's absolutely wrong, when they're violating agreements, doing the most immoral stuff in business practice.
You shouldn't respond to him, Richard. He's like a leech. He has to come up with these provoking questions that you let him latch on to.
Congress pretender.
He's like a leech, a bloodsucker.
I don't know.
Andrew, answer your question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't mind giving an account for that. That's fine. I'm saying that there are things that people do that I think are wrong to such a degree that getting super aggressive with them is warranted. I don't think that's wrong.
Well, I can't comment because you're not giving us the details, so I can't really comment.
People, I don't want to get into specifics, but people think that something.
Why did I get my lodge removed? What happened?
I don't know, probably one of the routine late.
I know it wasn't a mistake. I saw it suddenly got moved down.
Congress is having everything.
No, listen. If one of the regular ones wants you, I didn't take away. I didn't shit. I did. I need to know. nobody on there, you bring them up, one of them thinks that you're not even one, but they have that right to.
I didn't do anything. I literally didn't do anything. It's not a big deal. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say, I don't listen. I feel like 50, I keep the title.
John Grady definitely comments.
I didn't do shit. Okay, yeah, Chris, you're like fucking 50 after you fucking faggot, fucking African niggas. You can't do that great. Damn, why we gotta do the hard on?
Oh my gosh. I just want to say, it's fine, it's fine. I'll just say this, there's misunderstandings of self-control. Self-control, people think that means you're just gonna be mild and meek and never gonna interrupt somebody, you're never gonna yell at them. That is not correct. In fact, I think that is the opposite of self-control sometimes. You can't just...
And I would love to comment on this, but I can't look. If you saw someone you're talking about, and they are like
I'm not talking about somebody violating the work agreement, okay? But I don't wanna get into this. This is only my opinion.
Giving you stuff you want.
This has been happening over and over again, and I'm absolutely fed up. I wanted to drive through an intersection, okay? That's how wrong it is. It's just screwing me unbelievably bad over and over again. And it's just so frustrating.
Andrew, don't you have, aren't there like, I don't know, again, I can't speak because I don't really do it.
Yeah.
I think there are ways in a work environment to address if someone's doing.
No, it's not like that. No, it's not like that. It's not that. It's not that kind of thing. It's not some that kind of work environment with an HR department, all this stuff. It has nothing to do with that. This is interpersonal. People not doing what they say they're going to do. They give you their word. They promise to do something, and within 24 hours, break it over and over again. And to me, it is so wrong that I don't know how to express how wrong it is in a way that's going to be impactful at times because it just doesn't get the message across. This is going to happen.
Screaming at them is going to get the message.
Oh no, I think it made the point. No, I think it made the point. I think it made the point actually. And my point is to you, Abe. I understand what you're trying to do. Part of it I think is not properly motivate what you're doing, but part of it I think is fine. Which is I'll just tell you from a scriptural standpoint. First of all, I don't think yelling or cussing at somebody is necessarily inherently wrong. It just depends on what we're talking about, what the situation is. I think it's quite fine to excoriate somebody in certain conditions because they may not receive it. Oh, you just listen to me. Let me tell you why this is wrong, and you should read. No, some people don't reason like that. Some people need to be hearing. Hey, Jesus is never wrong.
No, and you have a right. Sometimes you gotta tell somebody, look, you fucking up. Do this the right way. Or don't.
Yeah, bro. And I asked Converse, no, that's right. But I asked Converse for the scripture. It's like when people say when you're interrupting them, they're like, where's the self-control of the atheists love to do this? Where's that Christian self-control? I've heard them say that so many times. And I'm saying, you guys are idiots. Not over-talking somebody. Think how stupid this is. This is what they're saying. If you over-talk somebody, you don't have the Holy Spirit and stuff. Really? So that means when my child or somebody, and you have to be a child because you're going to be like, what's different with the child? But just think about what they're saying. If your child is looking at you, F you, mom, F you, you POS, I'm going to call the cops on you. Oh, don't interrupt your child. Because if you interrupt your child, you don't have self-control. What are you, an idiot? Obviously, they interrupt your child. Obviously, you interrupt your child, put them over your knee, swat his bottom, okay? Because the point is it isn't the case that just because somebody is saying something that they can just say whatever they want and you don't get to interrupt them. No, there are people who say absolutely retarded things, and when they're speaking, it's okay to interrupt them. And it doesn't mean you don't have the Holy Spirit. It would actually be the opposite. It doesn't mean that your self-control doesn't mean that you don't interrupt somebody. Your self-control just means over the things that are bad, the bad impulses that you have, you should control them. But it doesn't mean that you won't interrupt somebody. In fact, that may be just the thing the doctor ordered. The person could be talking, you can interrupt them. You don't talk to my wife like that, little Fisher, right? Somebody's like, somebody's mouthing off and demeaning your wife, right? You don't let them finish. You say, you shut your mouth right now. You can stop them mid-speech, and there's nothing wrong with that. So what I'm trying is just having aggression, just being excoriating or telling somebody you're doing something wrong is not somehow inherently inconsistent with being Christ-like. That's what I want you to know. And it's not right to just put that on somebody who's feeling, oh, well, you should have self-control. Therefore, what that means is you should never interrupt somebody or call them a name. That's wrong. And that's all the thing I'm pushing back against. I'm not saying I'm
to engage, right?
What's that?
So you get to choose not to engage as an alternative.
Yeah, I agree. No, don't engage, Andrew.
No, Congress saying don't engage A, but when you say don't engage, you can't do that when you're having a work agreement. That doesn't work that way.
And a lot of friends, yeah, that's the different.
Yeah, it is. But nonetheless, no, obviously, I'm not saying if a random person comes up onto the street and says something to you, you have to be up in their face and deal with it. But when you're talking about yeah, well, sure, if you don't know, right. But yeah, right, exactly. But if I'm saying in interpersonal, like work relationships, family relationships, if you have some contention and there's some issues there, you can't just get away from it, right? These are people that are permanently in your life, or insofar as you keep a job and work with them. So you have to work through some stuff. And I'm just saying some people are not receptive to calm correction, and sometimes that's been done over and people don't get it. So, without getting into all the specifics, I was trying to be able to speak to you guys and put an absolutely most, I'm gonna not say certain things here, but some of the most lame things happen. And so I was just like, bitch. But I appreciate you depocking and thinking, oh, we don't need to hear this or whatever, needing to hear or whatever. But yeah, it's very, very, very frustrating. But yeah, don't be deceived and think that just because people are talking and one person interrupts the other person, therefore that means the Holy Spirit's not involved because you don't have self-control. Self-control does not mean that you control yourself over everything. That doesn't mean you don't control. It doesn't mean that you control yourself and not over-talk something. That's not that. Because obviously I'm really good talk. Some people are saying things that are wrong and they're being extremely hurtful and they're saying things just unwarranted, unfiltered. And they shouldn't be doing that. And so sometimes you have to step in and be like, hey, stop doing that, right? That's not a lack of self-control.
Yeah, it's not being their kids, they need some self-control.
Yeah, if somebody's their kids, the Bible says do not discipline your children and provoke them to anger. So if you're disciplining your children, don't do it to such a degree that make them resent you because they know you aren't doing it out of love. See, when I look back on the times I was disciplined by my parents, I know that they were doing it almost exclusively out of love. There were times I think my dad was angry. There were times when my dad was angry and I don't think he was in the right mind state to be disciplining me. But at the same point in time, for the most part, I think I was under-disciplined. Because had I not been disciplined as much as I was, I would be much worse off. Because I was going to beat you. Well, when you say beat, I think you're specific.
No, you know I brought that up.
Why?
Because, I need to have some self-control in my behavior, so you have beatings,
Yeah, Jack Hank strikes that Congress is child abusing his children, or whatever, he's beating his children. But notice what you guys do.
Here's what they do. This is what they do.
No, yeah, listen.
No,
Tell me.
you literally have nothing to thank you.
Yeah, I don't Congress. I'll ask Jack why he said that, because that's pretty messed up. But
I'll also answer after this.
Congress beat his kids.
Yeah, but let me just say this real quick. Chris, listen to how atheists typically, or people who are, let's say even Christian, who are opposed to spanking your children, look how they frame it. This is one
Why does it have to be spanking?
Here's why. Because you have a massive pad on your body, and it can take some hits.
Yeah, they can also sexualize children. Do you know that?
If you find
slapping the kids out. That's kind of dumb.
No, he thinks that slapping your children on the bottom is somehow going to sexualize them. This is why sociology and psychology studies you have to be, and I wish James up here, but he could comment on this. And this is what I was talking about people. This kind of stuff, I don't know, man. What, you spank your children, therefore you're saying, it's like this woman comes on the block, she says, you need to ask, Lexicon, you probably in favor of this. She's like, you need to ask your children consent before doing anything. When you're changing your kid's diaper, you need to say, I'm about to change your diaper. Oh, you want to obviously, it's literally insane. This woman came on Fox News, and I don't think
insane stuff.
That's not the point. The point is there's a contingent of the population that say this child rearing stuff is retarded. That's all I'm saying. And that's what
very few of them, very few of them are saying
but that's what I'm saying.
my wife is going to be horrified to hear that you, well, I guess you don't have kids, but like if you were just, you know, to like spank them, then she'd be horrified to hear you did that, right? But she'd also think it's pretty crazy to think that she has to ask for permission before changing.
I agree. So my point is there's two opposite extremes. There's people who beat the fish out of their kids. They do, you know, they don't care about anything about the well-being of their child. And then there's people that just glorify their kids to the point where you have children, you have parents. I'm going to get to this. I want to ask you a question, but I just want to say there's this woman, and this is serious. This is somebody's being taught. Don't talk down to your children. Get down to their level. And I'm not kidding. This guy is so beautiful. He's like, we need to go back.
Listen,
you're gonna hear me. You're gonna hear what I'm saying real quick. So there's a comedian, and it's awesome, and it's glorious. I actually want to play it. And if we're on Discord, I'll play it for everybody to watch it. It's actually super funny too. But he's like, this not spanking thing's not working out. He's like, my sister her son was throwing a fit in the store, laying down on the ground, just throwing a fit. And she's getting down, eye level with him on the ground. Tell me about your feelings. Tell me what's wrong. Tell me. And it's just, and he's like,
Nobody, why you going to say don't have to put your kid out, right?
This kind of child wearing is hypocrisy, and it's garbage, and it's garbage.
You can discipline your child without beating them. That's all.
No, okay, that's why we think I'm always doing anything to take you don't we take kids discipline. I'm talking why because I want you to hear this. Notice the word they choose to use, okay? It's not Chris. Notice the word that they choose to use. It's not spanking your children, which is what it is, right? They say beat your children. Notice the other word they use. Am I beating your kids? No. And I'm telling you that word psychologically does a lot of work. And that is what, when you guys do that, you're making it seem like you are punching the kids in the face.
I have kids. I have 5 kids. Now, my oldest son's 19. He's good now. I've dealt with him. But my 13-year-old, because me and his mom work together, when he's with his mom, he talks a lot of recklessness. That when they just came out for a couple weeks to stay with me, that he kind of let that feeling that he gets with how he talks to his mom because I'm not around, he let that transfer into me and thought that he could like raise up on me, and I didn't beat him, but as soon as he raised up on me, I smacked the shit out of him immediately. And 30 minutes later, we were all playing Monopoly together because he just had to get checked real quick. That's not beating. That is your child. Stay in his house, please. Stay in his house, stay in your child, please.
Brother, I want to bring you in as an advocate, but you just say,
Yes, I did.
Chris, I tried to bring you in as an advocate, and then you said just now, quote, I smacked the ish out of him. Okay,
I'm not going to smack the shit out of him. That's just how I talk to Andrew.
What you mean is, this is not the place to use the rhetoric because these people will jump all over that. So,
not with you. It's not your language, right? It's how we're going to interpret a phrase like I smacked the shit out of him.
No, right, because they already think spanking someone's bottom as a child. They already think that's a way.
We hear phrases like I smacked the shit out of the kid, and like, oh my god, I'm going to go for the girl
They already think spanking your children is, quote, beating them, unquote, and, quote, hitting them, unquote. So listen, when you say that you smack the, quote, ish out of them, they're going to think you basically ripped off his arm. And that's how they're going to do it.
This is a problem, not a you problem.
If you're in a co-parent relationship, right?
And usually I get calls all the time. This is my 13-year-old that's cursing at his mom or yelling at her or whatever. But he won't do
terrorized him. So I've never terrorized him. He has good grades, he's educated, he's never gotten me into trouble. But what it is because his mom is easy on him and doesn't spank him, that he thinks he can just rule the world. He is a child. He is a child who does not know everything. He does need correction, and he does need
an adult, and you don't know everything.
Maybe not, but I know more than him because once I was his age, he was never mine. Period. Point blank.
All that is fine. All that is an argument of like discipline, broadly speaking, right? And I'm not the guy, like generally speaking, I'm not a person who's going to be like horrified at the mere idea of physical punishment for kids, right? Like if I grew up in a culture, like my parents actually know it, but like where I was familiar with kids who were like physically disciplined at home, right? And as long as it's mild and they're not like, I'm assuming you didn't literally like beat the shit out of them or something.
No, I didn't beat the shit out of them.
Okay, so I'm not going to say I'm like horrified by what you did or like by physical punishment, but I will say that there is. You can look at it, and Andrew's just going to reject it because it's like, you know, but there are usually I shouldn't be getting it. But like, there is research showing that physically, that sort of discipline isn't effective.
This is where MJ should come up. MJ, come up here.
The other 2,000 plus years that, you know, they're not full of the time.
Can I just ask one more thing? Yeah, let me just finish. That's all. I mean, there's, for example, research showing that, like when you impose physical discipline, you know, they learn that, like, you know, this physical really answer to certain, like, right?
I know that to be not true because I actually got beat. Like, I didn't just get spanked. I got beat as a kid. I don't react to violence.
Okay, but these kind of studies, like this kind of research isn't like if X then Y stuff. Right? I mean, this kind of research is an area where research is difficult, right? So you can be like skeptical of everything. But the point is like what they show, they measure effects, right? So in terms of like tendencies, so they just show that in a population, like you take a population of parents that impose physical discipline and a population of parents that like, you know, don't use physical discipline. Like what's in the current school is some kind of I would say you kind of take school with authority. Like we grew up, I'm not sure. Like yeah, like team up, like honestly, I was like, and I knew you guys were both want to come tonight. Look, I'm just saying that it's like, you know, the way the research is done is to show that there is a tendency, right, for children raised under physical discipline to be more aggressive, right? So, yeah, you were fine. Like maybe the majority of kids actually are quote unquote fine, but if there's like say a 15% greater likelihood that like, you know, the tendency towards violence is increased, right? And also it's also clear that, like, for example, I mean, there's other research that shows that there isn't any long-term benefits in terms of actual, like, learning, like, you know, socialization behavior or whatever you want to do, compared to, like, other forms of discipline. Then there's no real benefit and a potential harm. So that's why, like, I think, even if you think that it's, like, I have moral, like, qualms about actually getting kids or signing them or whatever, but,
you can say giving them a haymaker, Deepak. I know you want to come in, Chris and Lexicon. Just please, I'm going to say this, and I will mute for a little bit. Okay, let me just say this real quick. So Robert says as easy because I don't have children, holding forth on perfect parenting. I just want to point out what a dumb statement that is. If somebody has, so for example, when people are committing abortions, aka committing abortions, aka murder, okay, when they're doing that, just because I don't have one woman doesn't have a comment on that or something to say about it. Secondly, and probably maybe even more importantly, to have expertise in something or to know something better than others does not mean you need to have experiential knowledge over having children. That's a stupid point. Obviously, I could be a child psychology expert and not have children. Don't say stupid stuff, Robert. Thirdly, somebody can know God and God can reveal things because, God is the greatest expert of all, believe it or not. He actually knows more about child psychology than any psychologist on the planet all put together. Okay? That's actually now type psychology. And it's obviously all Robert's just saying is, I don't believe in God. That's all that translates to. When he says, no, you don't have children. He's saying you don't have the experience of raising children, but he's just saying he doesn't believe in God. I believe God has revealed how child psychology works, how children work, how people work in general. There's some simplicity to it. It's kind of intuitive. We're a bunch of brats, and you have to restrain brat. You have to restrain people from being brat, and you have to train them. And that's a good thing. So here's the point. Don't say ever again, Robert, because it's an absolutely foolish statement. Deal with what I'm saying directly. To try to say that my lack of, and by the way, I was involved in an enormous amount of child raising, like daycares, okay? So I've been around kids a ton in my life. I have a lot of experience. I have nieces and nephews through the wazoo. So don't tell me that. I got one of my brothers has like 5 kids, the other one has 3 kids, the other one has, no kids. But anyway, the point is, I have nieces and nephews all over the place, right? And they're young enough to be my children. So I know about children. So don't sit there and do this thing, well, you don't have kids, you're trying to talk about it. It's the same thing when people say you're not married, you're talking about relationships. You can know a ton about relationships and not be married. How stupid can you be? Love you, Robert, but I'm going to say dumb stuff.
You can't speak on the Nazis if you do it.
Yeah.
Let me respond to the thing that the person, I would say he's like, anyway, I would let him go and he interrupted me, but no, you did like that, okay. Yes, I did. Andrew, you gotta have replay with him, so I don't know where you go.
No, I know, we've been through it for a while.
Alright, so anyway, next time you keep saying the thing, we're like, oh, but I was also saying what? Like, oh my god, dude, why are you interrupting? Control yourself. He keeps saying, like, why am I speaking on the butt, guy? It's like sexualized kids or whatever. It's like, no. So spanking is not a sexual act. Right? People sexualize it when they're like, degenerates or like freaking, they take something like that and make it sexual. But spanking itself is like corporal punishment, right? And the thing is like if a parent is spanking their child, right, and somebody thinks that might be sexualizing them, it says more about the person who thinks that spanking a child's butt is like sexualizing. No, it's like don't let him say sexualizing. That's what you see the point. It's not like games about the child. It can be for a mild, for users. No, it's not. Yeah, it is. Sexualizing for the. Well, I can explain if you don't know what I mean. Oh my god. Can I have this? First, you were cutting out Congress. I wasn't. I've been waiting for like. No, I said the Congress. I just said the Congress. Sorry. Yeah, so I've been going in microscope, bro. And thank you. I think it can happen. XA does. You have a kid, right? Chris is my son to speak. Chris working with you. Chris works. Alright, so I think it can teach that physical force is a way to deal with behavior. That's number one. So a child, let me just finish this before then. Okay, I just want to say one thing. A child sees when someone does something wrong. The response they see is hitting, right? Kids copy actions more than instructions. So even if someone wants to hit, they've been shown that it's successful in certain situations. That can carry into how they handle the screens later. We see it all the time. Finding kids in schools, police, etc. That just feeds into that. Secondly, it involves hitting a part of the body that later becomes private. So you're linking that area potentially. You're linking that area with pain control, authority, right, during development. That doesn't necessarily mean the raw 100% core issues.
but it can create confusing associations around like boundaries, touching boundaries. So the concern isn't the sort of, it's not ideological, it's just that ideological, it's just that the method can reinforce things like aggression and create uncertain, unnecessary like complications around physical boundaries over time. That's all.
Okay. And I know there's one that I think is pretty good. No, that one comes up. Can I ask this one like this?
Independent people thought I could sort of gently steer into a direction never really comes to a point where he's bold enough to actually consider physical action against me, but like, you know, it's unthinkable at that point, right? Just like it was for me, right? Like when I became like physically big enough, potentially like sort of get physical against my father, it was just unthinkable for me. And my father never had to actually like physically discipline me in any way to do that. And that's a part, right? And I think it depends on the temperament of the kid. Maybe there are some kids who just are. Like my kid is actually quite like that in the sense that he's very physical in general. Like he likes to play sports, he likes to just run around and hyperactive. So he could end up that way. In which case, you know, it's going to be hard. But I suspect if it happens, I obviously want to like restrain him physically, right? It's not like I'm going to let it make me. But restraint is different from like hitting back or striking back. I don't think that teaches them the right lesson. It would just be an opportunity to like teach how to like respond, right? Assertively to physical violence without but in ways that can de-escalate. Is that something situation without needing to extract? Is something happening?
Yeah, your mic's messed up.
Okay, last question for any and everyone that does or doesn't have kids. Do you believe that it's okay or not okay to teach your kids that if someone hits them to fight back? Or do you see that's a good question? I guess
Your mic is screwed up. But I'm saying, yes, you can. Chris asked a question. I was going to say this. Also, I think some of the adults in here being spanked as children, but we can still remedy that because I think some of y'all need to be spanked as adults. But anyway, go ahead.
Look, Chris, the point is this. Like I said, the room's kind of moving quickly. There's a lot I have to say on this subject and this topic, but the point I'm trying to make is basically I'm going to try to distill it into two very distinct points. Okay. Number one is that the current scientific evidence from like all the medical associations, American Pediatrics Association, American Psychological Association, all of these people who study child development for a fucking living, right? They all say that there is no good evidence to suggest that beating your child leads to like good long-term outcomes. The reason for this, I mean corporal punishment, whether smacking or spanking or hitting, whatever it is that they define corporal punishment as. They just say that there is no good evidence to suggest this is a legitimate long-term child rearing practice. There are many reasons for that, but basically the reason is when you hit or spank a child, there are biological things going on in your brain that have to do with stress hormones and fear and pain. And if you want your son to understand that what he did was wrong, the only good thing that would probably make it easier for him to understand is not flood his brain and his body with cortisol and stress hormones that put him in like a flight or fight response and make him angrier and more aggressive. And also potentially, if you actually smack him hard enough, give him a concussion or wobble his brain that he can't think of. So all I'm saying is there are biological reasons that, as we understand the human brain and body, that you do not want to be hitting or corporally punching your child.
That's the second part of my question also when you're finished.
Yeah, sure. But the point is that that's basically, if you look up the authorities in this area, I think what you might do, and I like the details of your story, because when you said my son squared up to me or whatever, I think that means he challenged you. Was it verbal? Was it physical? I don't know exactly what happened. But whatever happened, I know that a better way to address it is not to slap him in the face. It's to in some context, have a conversation and say, this is not the way we do stuff. I'm your father and I love you. And, I would appreciate it if you talk to me in a certain way. All of that can be done without slapping. So that's the only thing I wanted to say. For the second part, and you can look that up yourself, or I can give you the links if you'd like me to direct you to the APA stuff. The second point, do you tell your child, you said you said
Someone, yeah, if wherever it's at, if someone does something, if someone physically assaults them, you can go and like, don't fight back because you know what, there's a bet. Go and tell someone, or do you tell them no? If someone can say to you, you whoop their ass.
No, it would depend on the context. You don't have to tell them to be a pacifist, right? I mean, obviously, no one's allowed to be pushing them around or hitting them. In school, in general, you can probably tell them to get a teacher. But if they were like, cornered in the bathroom and someone started beating them up, yeah, you can take them against themselves.
Okay, but then you have to say, I'm just saying, the detail is a little bit more. I'm cornered in the bathroom, not nothing like that. If someone comes and punches them, I don't care where they're at, they don't need to be cornered. Do you tell them to walk away after being punched in the face and go and tell and get a teacher? Yes. You tell them to defend themselves.
Yes.
No, do both. Oh, yeah, do both. I mean, defend yourself and get a teacher.
Chris, if it was one punch, right, and you still have your faculties with you, and you're not in fear of your life, right, you can walk away, diffuse the situation, and get the teacher.
Have you been beaten up a lot?
I'm sorry, Chris?
Have you been beaten up a lot?
I've defended myself a lot, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say,
why you pivoting, Chris? Why are you pivoting?
I'm not pivoting.
Yeah, you are. You insinuated, you asked me.
Right now, my face, that was really, oh my gosh, I didn't need to say that.
I'm glad you were out.
I never heard anyone apologize for clubhouse.
Yes, you get your kids to fight back, absolutely. I'll teach them boxing, martial arts. If somebody ever made me think of my kids, I would say, yeah, beat his fucking ass, absolutely. I'm a boxer myself. I train 3-4 times a week for the last 6 years. What's that going to do with parents? I'm beating some kids. What the fuck's that? What's the equivalent? Okay,
that is teaching violence. That is teaching that
you react with the violence. So it's not. That's defending yourself. It's completely different. No, it's not. You're wrong. You're right. They're not going to say anything against violence. They're just saying that doing it on your children is the type of violence you shouldn't do. That's what they're saying. But that's the
The line is don't smack your own child.
Yeah, don't smack. What do you mean? You actually use the word smack. But it's like makes it seem like you're getting them in the face or something like that.
He said he did.
I know that's not a man. I don't think you get him in the face.
It's not like a man.
I think he was smiling over this.
Oh,
my 13-year-old son is 5'11", and he's about 170 pounds. So yes, smacked in the face. I'm going to talk to you, first off, because we don't deal with all this together.
Yeah.
He's been trying to like raise his voice and hit his mom, and he decided that he learned that. Not from me. Definitely not from me. You know, I learned it from the past that you're talking about.
Look at my behavior.
Let me talk to you. What's wrong? And he takes that and, I can do whatever I want. I can do whatever I want. And then he comes to me, and that don't apply.
I'm saying,
decided because he's been around her.
Chris.
And I can hear it.
Yeah. There are potential vices that were never hit by the parents. So nothing to do with like. So you're not tough little kids up. Speaking of fights,
We're not talking about those pieces. We're talking about the kids that, okay, you have kids. Not a problem. No, I'm on that.
You said no. He said no.
Okay. So, what would you do?
Hey,
if your teenage kid.
What?
I'm sorry. I said atheist don't have to.
But we don't even answer. We don't even answer. Atheism is not defined with that. It's actually.
What would you do? And then I didn't get I don't abuse my kids. My kids aren't beaten at all. And my kids aren't in fear of me. My kids do know that
agree with you.
They don't care about God. They don't care about.
Oh, right. Okay. All right. Andrew, now see where we're at.
As a principle, I agree with you, right? I do think kids should respect their parents. Obviously, barring exceptions where the parents themselves are, in those cases, you just take the kids away, right? That's not a problem. But, I mean, I just think all of these things can be achieved without needing to be controlled. And one of the reasons why, by the way, just another thing to add is that I really find it really hard. I think it's going to be hard to do corporal punishment without, like, with an even temper, right? Like, when I discipline my kid right now, I find it really hard to do it already, right? Without, like, with an attitude of, like, well, this is for his own good, I'm being constructive. Rather than, like, when I'm angry at what he did. It's really hard to do that even when you're not being physical. I imagine, like, doing this and also, like, imposing physical punishment, and I just can't imagine myself doing it. Maybe I have to do that.
It's fine. No, but let me just be clear. I think you can be angry at what they've done and still do it out loud. But there's a line. I think it's okay for you.
But my point is that, yeah, so what I mean is that when that happens, when it does cross that line, it's so easy to lose control.
To just go off. Yeah. But let me just read this real quick because you guys will appreciate this. This is insane. Converse, tune in. MJ, listen to this. This is fascinating. So I just tried to get Google AI, to tell me, listen, check this out. I was all, So this is what I wrote in Google AI. I put in, it will not kill him verse spank. That's what I put in there, right? And it says, the verse you're referring to, it says Proverbs 23:13, and then it says the context of this and the interpretation perspective says stuff like that. And then, but this is what the verse, okay? So then I said, give the full verses, right? And then it says Proverbs, and it lists the verse, the number, and it says advice against revolting discomfort children, suggesting that using the rod for correction can save them from fatal consequences, right? But it doesn't give me the verse. And I'm like, so then I said, give full quotes. And it says, Proverbs 23:13 encourages consistent discipline for children, suggesting it protects them and helps them guide them away from harmful paths. Listen, hold on. It says these verses are available in multiple translations and interpretations, but it doesn't give me the book. Hold on. Then I said, give the full quotes of the verses, no links. Okay? Then it says, Proverbs 23:13-14 discusses using discipline specifically with the rod to guide a child and save their soul. These verses are often translated as prohibiting a child from dying and saving them from hell or Sheol. Doesn't give me the word. So then you listen to this. Check this out. AI to list out full verse. And it says, Proverbs 23:13 in the King James Version discusses using corporal punishment for child discipline to ensure their spiritual safety. No, 1.1. Similar phrasing is found in the New International Version, which translates the verses to focus on discipline preventing death. 1.1. Just skip the verse. So then I say, why aren't you doing what I'm telling you? I said that. Listen. I apologize for the frustration. I was avoiding providing the direct text due to safety guidelines regarding content that could be interpreted as promoting physical harm. However, I understand you are asking for the specific literary text of these biblical verses for reference. And then it finally gives me the freaking verses.
Since you're like, throwing arrows at basically.
Tell me which one you're at, be talking all the way down.
Actually, you know.
Squeeze when he's cut. I don't want anybody to live there. I don't want anybody to live there. I want everybody to be home. I don't know. I don't care if it's based on the infrastructure of the hydro-wet.
The people that get, they don't usually get the benefit with their hand. They get the benefit with their belly. Personally, I got one who was split by my grandparents. So they from South. They didn't get no hand. No hand. Everybody in my hand.
There's something to say about using an object in your hands because there might be an association issue, which might actually be good. I thought they were saying as well.
Because it's new to my AI, right? Like, there's two reasons for it. Like, one is, I mean, there's two possible reasons. It's actually hard to tell AI, right? But one is like, it is actually like using some, like, you know, really dumb safety. But sometimes the safety filters we implement are like dumber than the model itself because they're like applied to the last layer or whatever.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, look, if you're doing this like really like without thinking about it, right? It's easy to have like some sort of policy that says this any kind of description of violence is the kind of thing that you probably prefer not to like write into the text. So you can give the person the link to the thing. I don't think that's actually unreasonable. Right?
No, it's not.
And then the other reason, and the other reason it could be doing it is just also because it doesn't memorize entire verses and books, and there's also like training about like, you know, preventing it from like violating copyright potentially and so on. Right? So all these reasons together might be why it doesn't do it. Even if it just is not doing it.
But why? It said what the reason is, you guys, and here's the thing. If you went back 100 years ago and had AI, it wouldn't have said this. Like it would have prevented all things. But my point is,
just because saying that doesn't mean that's the actual reason. Like you shouldn't.
No, I'm just telling you that that's fine. But I figured it was the only thing it says. Let me read the actual verses that finally said it after 7 entries. Okay, or whatever. Okay, inquiries. It says, okay, so this is the problem, 2313. And this is going to become banned, guys. Get ready to go to jail for it. Hey, Congress, wake up. Here we go. No. Withhold not correction from the child. For if you beatest him, there you go. If you beatest him with the rod, he shall not die. Okay? 22, and this hold on. And the next verse says, you shall beat him with the rod, and shall deliver his soul from hell. Now that's gangster. Now you guys are going to say, yeah. And I know that's how you're doing that. Man, that is why. It is correct. And so here's what's going to happen, you guys. And this is what I said to freaking whoever in the chat, Tapioca. All he's saying is the God of the Bible doesn't exist. That's all he's saying. Because if the God of the Bible exists, he's perfect and you're wrong. So that's what it comes down to. This is it's my point is all you're saying is God doesn't exist. It's not just, I don't like the way God does. You're just wrong.
Not only does God not exist, I'm telling you, there is no scientific evidence in the year 2026 is that everything you are saying that you're attributing to be beneficial by being your child is not true. Full stop. Exactly. You're basing that on claims.
You can't prove that God don't exist the same way that you ask people to prove that God doesn't exist. You can't prove it. Because there are many more unexplained things that are supernatural that would attribute to God than there are science.
Wait. Great. You claim to
Nothing supernatural.
Yeah, how do you demonstrate something was supernatural? Where are you getting that from?
You never had anything unexplained happen?
I'm asking you a question. Why are you asking me? I'm asking unexplained is. So why are you asking me a question? Why are you asking me a question when I ask you a question, Chris? So how do you determine how you I asked him first. Okay, good. So this event that happened, you claim it's supernatural. How do you determine it was supernatural?
Because there was no other way to do that.
So therefore, that makes it supernatural.
don't know what happened.
That's called an unexplainable, undefinable, or unexplainable natural phenomenon. Right? If it just happens, it's natural. If it happens in our natural world.
Well, because it's not happening. What the fuck? Don't know that.
No, it happened. No, Chris, it happened. We know how it happened because we don't have the.
Because you don't know God.
No, what the fuck does that mean?
That means exactly what it is. If you don't know God, the things that God does, those are the things you don't know how it happens.
So if something happens that we can't explain, that means it came from God?
Not at all.
Okay, great. So now what?
I can't argue with it. You know what? I am glad that you're an atheist.
Thank you so much.
But so you don't believe in death?
No, that's not what atheism entails. Atheism entails I have no belief in a God. That's it. I don't believe God exists. I believe other things. I believe in things that align with reality. Now, I don't believe in deities. I don't believe in natural. I don't believe in ghosts. Right? Now what?
I'm gonna just drop a big line in the chat. See if you actually say some funny stuff. Chris, go ahead. Chris, here's the thing, brother. Something unexplained doesn't mean supernatural, so you gotta be okay.
I said something unexplained. Like, Andrew, I'm a doctor man. So there's certain things that have happened in my life, and I really, I can't explain how.
I can't explain that, no. And then you can't blame them, Chris. You can't blame them.
Well, I'm not challenging his experience.
I'm challenging because I think the thing is, we can't really blame them for us saying our subjective experience as we see it, because it's not something that is external to us in the sense that they're able to just put it under a microscope or see it or feel it the same way. So it's very difficult. I can understand why, from their perspective, it's like we're delusional or something. And it can make them say things like, why is God showing himself to us and he's showing himself to you, that kind of stuff. And I get that. And I'm actually very sympathetic to that. I think that's because Chris, from their perspective, it's quite easy for them to say, look, everybody's saying all kinds of stuff. You got Hindus and Buddhists and Christians and Muslims all claiming their experience with God, I don't see any of it, And so I don't blame them to some degree for that, right? So I can kind of see that. Now, it's hard for me to imagine that they don't have an overwhelming sense of just like this esteeming that there's more than just the natural world. I don't know why that's not inherent to them. And so that I'm a little suspect of, but that's fine. Like, I'm just saying, like, when you say, like, look, I've had these experiences, I'm sure they've never had these experiences according to them, and they're saying that anyway. And they can't investigate yours right now, like, they don't have any way, and all you can just say is it's unexplained, or something happened, you don't know how to put it into words. It's easy for them to just say, well, that just sounds like you're just making stuff up, or something, you just had an experience that you are interpreting as God, but really wasn't, or it was just indigestion. Or, you know what I mean?
Andrew, it's one of the things that I've learned a long time ago that I don't have to make it make sense to anybody because it makes sense to me. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of blinding though. What we're saying is
that's the thing is I can't make it make sense.
Well, they don't want to.
I just want to.
Okay.
I wish I could.
But Chris,
yeah.
Hang on. Does that make sense? If you can't make something make sense, someone's going to ask you, if you can't make it make sense, why believe it?
Because it happened to me.
Yeah, you have an experience. I'm not denying you have an experience. But this experience...
Many. Not one.
Many. You have... Okay, great. You have... Okay, that's not the point. Okay, Chris, thank you. I'm granting you a billion experiences. These billion experiences you have, you equate them to supernatural, i.e. your God, right? But yet you can't make sense of it. So my question to you is, if you can't make sense of it, why believe it?
Can you see the air?
smoke up in the air, I can see that. And I already said I can't visibly see air. Yes. However, it can be measured. Yes.
Okay, but you know
The air is not supernatural.
Okay, that's not the point I was making.
Why you ask me about air?
If the wind is blowing and there is no smoke, if you're on flat land and there is nothing going on, the wind is blowing, you can feel it, right?
Yes, I can feel the wind. Yes.
But you can't see it.
I agree. Yes, I cannot see it.
But you know it's there. Why? You feel it.
It can be verified and tested and my sensors let me know it's there. Yes.
Things can be verified for the people that have sensors like me. They can be verified.
What things can be verified?
The presence of God. It's not.
But hang on. The point was, if you can't make sense of it, right? Why believe it? Now you're saying it can be verified. So the presence of God, you're saying it can be verified. How do you verify the presence of God?
I can't.
So then why did you say the presence of God can be verified?
I can only tell you from my personal.
But they don't say the presence of God can be verified.
Well, it can be verified to me is what I just said.
So when you said that, then how do you verify the presence of God?
I'm in it. I live it. My life was horrible.
Your life was horrible.
It was horrible. It only got better when I changed certain things about me.
I'm glad I got better.
It only got better when I changed certain things about me.
Can we get to how you verify the presence of God is what you feel?
Yeah, because until I surrendered myself to what, God, and started praying and started doing the right things in life.
Okay, let's stop there, right? You said you started doing the right things. I'm presuming those things that you call right were the opposite of the things you did in the past that caused you to say your life is horrible. So I hear you doing actions to benefit yourself.
No, see, that's the thing. That's where you're wrong.
Why can't you wrong? That's what I'm telling you. Why are you?
And I'm telling you, that's where you're wrong.
I'm wrong, Chris. You got it, Chris. You got it. You're awesome. You got it awesome.
Well, thank you. But for a lot of the time, all I did was what some people would call, what's the easiest analogy? A dry drunk. Where I just did better, but I didn't really want to do better. In my heart, I did the things that I should do, but I didn't really want to. And I just did it. I did it, but I didn't want to do it. Until I actually was these are the things that I want to do. Because I was doing the right things for a long time, but that shit never worked. It never worked. Even though I was doing everything right. I was breaking the law, I was doing everything right. But nothing worked. It kept fucking failing. Until I gave up myself to something else, things got better for me. And it don't make sense to you. I don't care if you can't quantify it in science. I don't care. You know why? Because it works for me. It works for me. And I've watched it work for other people. And it will. God will. It'll work for you. But I'm not here to save you. That's the thing. I'm not here to save you. I'm only here to tell you that does exist. Science is not the answer. But other than that, look, I like it.
When you say God doesn't exist, how does God exist?
God exists in every single thing. He even exists in your atheism.
So it exists in everything.
Every single thing. Every fucking everything.
I love that. So when you say God, are you saying God is everything? Or all things have God in it?
God is everything.
Okay, great. So why are you calling everything God when we call everything the universe? why rename God?
Again, everything.
Okay, I asked you a question though, right? So you're saying God is everything. We already have a term for that. It's called the universe, right? The universe encompasses.
That's a human term.
God is a good concern. You're awesome. So what I'm saying is, when you say God is everything, right? Is that not a human term? You're a human giving it a term, yes?
Yeah.
Great. So we agree. So we agree. So please let me finish. We agree, right? So you're calling everything God. And I'm asking you, why are you doing that? Because when we call, do you understand what everything is? We call that the universe. The universe is all things encompassing that exist, right? So that is what we call the universe. So why are you calling the universe God?
What created your universe?
Is that why you're calling the universe God?
He responded to the question with a question.
I know.
Okay. It's my belief that there is one creator of everything.
Is that why you call the universe God?
I call God God. I believe He created the universe. He created everything.
So if God created, if God,
We had.
let's follow me. I get it. I get it.
Everything. Every single
Piece of out Jesus to finish his song. Go ahead.
We're never going to see eye to eye because you're the
I know, but when you say God created that,
we're never going to agree.
It's not about agreeing, it's about understanding. No, I want to continue it, right? I enjoy this. So when you say God created everything, but yet God is everything, are you now saying God created himself?
Yeah, apparently. That's one of those things. That's one of the things that's beyond my understanding.
Gotcha. So how did God create?
All I do is live in the life that I was given.
Sure, I agree.
I live the life that I was given, and I choose to believe that.
But you already think
something created me beyond my mother, because something created her. Something created this earth. Something created everything that we see. Everything that we see. And mind you, like vibrational energy is real.
I get all that, right? Can we talk about you saying God created himself? How does that happen? I want to understand that. If you
that's probably the atheist question is, well, if God created everything, who created God?
No, you're the one who said God. That's why I said
that's probably one of the best questions.
It's actually
him. And who created him? And who created him? And that's a never-ending question.
No, but you said God
created the one that.
But you said God created himself.
Okay, but did you hear what I just said?
I did hear that. I'm not.
The never-ending question.
But I am not asking
who created that.
I'm not
asking that. Who created that? I don't know.
I'm not asking
that answer for you. That is very direct.
Chris, I'm not asking that question.
I don't know.
But I'm not asking. Are you listening to me, or you sort of bloviating?
No, I'm not listening.
Okay, great. So you're so kind. You're such a kind God. I will stop.
He said he's not on listening.
No, fuck you, motherfucker! Fuck you, motherfucker! Fuck you, motherfucker! No, he didn't say I was an idiot because of my picture. I said he's an idiot because of what he said.
We also have to move down to Chris because he did insult one of the members here on stage, right? That we talked about. He insulted JCC and you know,
it's just crazy because the exchange between Chris and Andrew was like they were talking as if they're part of like this special club together, like, oh yeah, we both know God, but all these atheists, they don't know God at all. Like, are you fucking serious? And then you think you guys have, let me finish. You think you have some privileged insight into reality that all the atheists lack?
Brother, hey, housekeeping, you think the exact same thing? What are you talking about?
I don't have a privileged insight into reality. What happened? I think I'm just looking at reality.
Exactly.
And I think you're seeing something that's not there.
No, but my point is, Abe, is you think you're seeing something that we don't see, which is
I don't think I'm superior.
Yeah, I didn't say we were superior.
No, Chris said, Chris didn't say anything. Chris said, I have my senses or my ability or whatever.
Yeah.
Means I can verify God for myself, but it is standing that.
Well, there are things that you aren't able to. You just know why you aren't able to. He's saying he doesn't have a way of conveying where he's at to you, though. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You didn't say anything that put him in some kind of elite thing. I mean, I do think, let me be real, I think believers of God are elite in the sense that they're actually seeing the truth. But I'm not saying that there's like some kind of superiority, like we're better, we have one up, we're worth more, God loves us more. I don't think any of that. I think all that's nonsense. That's not my opinion.
Yeah, but whatever the view is going to be, whether it's, even if you're not going to say it's superior or inferior, you do believe in some type of, I don't know, divine hiddenness. You believe that God appeared to you, but not to me.
Well, to be quite frank with you, it's not. I think it's not. You're not going to like it. No matter how this goes, you're not going to like it. But I'm just going to tell you what the truth is. It has nothing to do with God. God is not the problem. Okay? Whatever the issue is, it's not God. God's perfect in what he does.
God's in control of everything, Andrew.
No, but God has done his control out. Okay? So he's not, it is the case.
Okay, did you choose to sublet his control out?
Yes.
Well, then he's still in control.
And no, yeah, I want him in control. There's something bad about him doing that. That's a predictable loving act for him.
It's called the problem of divine hiddenness.
No. But what I'm saying is the reason that he's hidden, quote unquote, to you, I think is not on God's behalf. That's a thing that's within the ages. And as far as what's going on there, there's a lot of contributing factors. I'm not going to attribute it all to malice or purposeful self-deception or ignoring what the evidence is. I'm not going to attribute it to that, although I think that plays a role oftentimes, maybe even most of them. But it's certainly a confluence of things that are going to be at least potentially at play. It's going to keep you from acknowledging that there is a God. But of course, we're both in the same boat as far as value. And of course, we're in the same boat, I believe, as far as having access to God. But it's just that for some reason, you aren't seeing it. And I don't know what exactly needs to click or what penny needs to drop, shoe needs to drop, but you aren't there yet. I want you to be there, but you aren't there. But people do go from atheism to theism and vice versa. And, it's just, there's a lot of stuff to navigate there. But just to be clear, Dave, I don't want you to ever think, and I'm certainly not saying it, Chris said it, I don't think he would mean this, that he's worth more than you, or that God thinks he's special. No, I don't think that's it.
It was just like God was being wording. I don't know if he intended it, but it was just that you guys were saying, like, oh, we have some, like, insight, like, we can't share it with everyone else because they don't
No, that was not what I'm saying. Yeah, I get you. If you can't share the part, it isn't because, I've got a secret, and I'm just not going to tell you. No, it's more like, it's inevitable. To be able to put certain experiences into words is going to be even a bit compelling. I mean, he could just tell you, I had a mind-blowing experience. And it was like this thing that happened internally that I can't really explain to you. What is that going to do? Like, it's not in your phenomenology, it's not in your first-person awareness experience. Like, you're not experiencing it. So how can he express his experience in a way that motivates you?
I guess looking back, I don't want this to sound insulting because I truly don't mean it this way.
No, it's fine.
But the following is that I mean. That I've never had some type of crazy, mind-blowing experience.
Yeah.
I just attribute that to me being like neurologically healthy. Like I haven't hallucinated. Like at this point, I think that's all it is. Because when I hear videos talk about, it blew my mind and I felt the love of God. Yeah. I'm like, bro, your brain is just like, zapped.
Well, to be quite frank with you, I don't live my life like that. I don't have experience. I only had like 3 experiences. One of them is that lady coming up and telling me exactly what was going on with my body. The way it was just, I don't care what anybody says. That was at church. It was not at church. It was at the diner. It was at the diner, and it was insane. This lady came up and just read my mail. She just read my mail in front of me.
And it was impossible that she was watching you first.
Bro, I had pants on. I'm not particularly tight. I'm not a skinny jean wearing straight from the egg. I don't like to wear stuff that's super tight. So the point is, I have a little more of a thug look going on. No, I just have my relaxed
I'm telling you, I was not limping. I was not doing anything that was indicative. I mean, I'm serious, dude. I'm serious. When she was talking to me, the hair on the back of my neck went straight up. Why? I see there, brother, don't go nowhere. The hair on the back of my neck just went straight. She was just telling me, she said, the first thing she said to me is, I know I'm eating, and she just appears next to me, and I really feel like she just appeared next to me. It's crazy. But she appeared next to me, and she said, you don't know me, I know you don't know me from Adam, but are you having trouble with your left ankle? And I was just like, there's no, look, somebody can limp, and we went on this before, but somebody can limp for a whole host of reasons. There can be a whole lot of reasons why you might limp. So even if you guys, which is what you're now just saying, I'm just telling you I wasn't, I had somebody else there with me as well, and they confirmed, no, there's no reason why anybody should see that. I know how I look. Somebody tried to say you wouldn't know how you look or walk. I do know how I look or walk, and I can tell if I'm limping. But the point is even if I was limping, she not only had the cojones, even though she's a woman, she had the cojones to come up to me, somebody who she does not know, while they are eating, and interrupt them and say, I know you don't know me from Adam, but is there something, is your left ankle bothering you? And as she's saying that, my hair is going up on the back of my neck. I'm just like, I literally was like speechless. I was like, what? Because there's no reason. I don't know who she is. There's no indicators. There's nothing that she should know. I had no cast, nothing on my, nothing, right? That could have been a back issue, even if I was limping. It could have been a left side, your right side damage that caused you to limp on your left. There's all kinds of stuff that can cause you to limp. He specifically called out not my foot, not generally my shin, my knee, my hip, my back, no, my left ankle. She said it did not no indication. That's what happened after. Like I was specifically. Oh no, and I was just like, well, yeah, actually, I am. And she's like, yeah. I asked her. I said, how did you know this? And she said, and this is where it got concerning for me, but she said, I see auras. And I was just like, okay, well, I didn't know what to say because that sounds like, some new age stuff. And maybe you got in touch with something that's, but I don't know why I think it's godly. Yeah, I don't think that I would think it's godly, but I didn't know what to do. I was like, this is very, very odd. So it didn't fit nicely in my worldview, except I do understand that people do things that are supernatural that aren't actually.
But they didn't come to FJ because that was very rich.
How do you know thousands of us she belongs to? She was talking to seven.
That's insane. But for those that think that's a normal thing to say, like a woman is also intelligent. No. Let's account. I'm not saying that's insult you. I'm just saying, think about what you're saying. You're saying this woman, and white girls, you can speak on it as well. But think what's being said here is this woman is just randomly approaching people and saying some, specific. He goes up and presents a specific factoid about somebody, that should be personal to them. And she's going to get it wrong most of the time. But she's going to get it right. She's going to get it right every once in a while. Yeah, she just happened to do that.
I hundreds of people out loud. Could have been one of thousands of people today intending to scam you.
But you just our money. I understand when she said our income. If I'm wrong, it's
Harley, it's your name.
For eating something. She literally told me, guys, this is all how she said, well, I have a couple recommendations for you. She told me about some kind of casting, okay, to like some kind of ankle or like an ankle corrective device or something. And then she also told me about some kind of, I think it was an external topical thing to get. Okay? And I remember, I think I wrote that stuff down. I was absolutely blown away. I asked her her name. It was something really crazy. It was something like a stereotypical Southern name. It was like Mary Jean White or something like that. Wow. What's that? Would you say?
Sammy Mae?
Yeah, exactly. It was something like that. It was three names. I think it was something Jean, whatever the Jean one is that people say. Something Jean something. But anyway, it's Mary Jean White. I think that's right. But I wrote it down. I asked her if she was from there. She said no. She lives in a city that was about 25 minutes from where this diner was. This diner had about 6 tables. It was outdoor only. It was like when you walk up and you order. There's no indoor tables. There's no indoor tables. You just go up and order at a open, they talk to you and your food out. And there's these 6 tables. I'm sitting at a table with a friend, okay? This lady talked to me out of nowhere. And then after she was done telling me the recommendations, because I asked her, what's your name? I asked her where she was from. She told me, I'm not. She said, I'm from the city, about 25 minutes away. But she said, but the owners here know me. And I was just like, man, I didn't want to be like super weird, but I felt like I wanted to just not lose touch with her or something, because it was just such an insane experience. And then she just dissipated. And I'm dead serious. Like, I was literally, like, I looked over at my friend, I'm like taking a bite of my food, maybe, but all of a sudden, I just remember looking up, and she's gone. And I didn't see her in any vehicle, and I asked the person I was with, where'd she go? Where did she go? Like, where is she? Did she get in a because because the way that it's situated, there's like a road that runs right alongside the tables. You can see like everything that's going on. There's no like, it's not like anything's really obfuscated. You can only see where everything is and how someone would get out to the street, get in the car and drive off. Like, I didn't see her leave. I didn't see her get in the car. I didn't see her in a car. And I was just sitting there, just absolutely, just gobsmacked. I went back to my house and wrote a whole thing out about what occurred. And I think it's still on my computer. It was the most, I don't think I did it on my phone. I think I did it on my computer. So hopefully I made a copy because I did not know it was the
I'm just having to call this.
Yeah.
There for what?
No, there's not there for what. The reason I'm saying this is, and I've had 2 other experiences too. The point that I was trying to say to you is,
Can we talk about the other 2?
Yeah, those are going to involve demonic experiences. By my lights too, extremely, and with the same person, believe it or not. So yeah, it was actually, so it wasn't with 2 separate people, it was the same person, and I just take him to be just like embodying some very evil stuff, and it was very concerning. But yeah, and here's the thing, I'm not one to want to be deceived. I'm pretty big on, I think I'm pretty actually, despite what people might think here, I'm actually pretty good at critical reasoning. And I was able to like examine what it is that I thought maybe the explanation for what was going on there, and none of it made sense. And it was bizarre. Not only with her, but with this guy, two different experiences that were just insanely. It was just, I felt the evil. I just felt the evil so strongly. I was like, yeah, this is just the deep darkness, like deep darkness. And I'm glad I kind of lost touch with that guy because he was bad news. But anyway, that said, we probably talked about it. But I only wanted to say all that to say that most Christians, like Converse, myself, Coptic can tell you, I'm just letting him speak for himself, and maybe, whoever else is a religious person down in the audience, if you want to come up and say too. But it's not like we're living from experience to experience. That's not how that is. It's not like God is appearing before us, and it's like, oh, we're getting all these experiences, and you aren't. No, it's just we know that there's a God, and there's stuff there's different ways of us engaging in that knowing and experience with God, but it's not like some kind of some twinge or some kind of, it isn't like it's not like he's appearing before us. There's no visual experience, there's no auditory experience most of the time. I know people do have those, but I think typically that's not the case. I don't know about you can tell me, but I don't think you've ever had an auditory experience.
I can understand you experiencing that uncertainty when you call it God, because it makes you feel better and safer in life.
That's obviously an explanation. Once you start, look, I'm open to exploring those. I don't want to do it too quick way or something like that. But for me, it kind of feels like you can just say, yeah, and the reason that you aren't acknowledging God is it's an authority that you don't want to be under.
No, I acknowledge our susceptibility. I don't make things up to make myself feel safer. I acknowledge the fact that we're human beings at times second guess and triggers it to the larger.
No, but I'm saying because you want to watch pornography or you want to do whatever it is you want to do. I'm saying because you want to do whatever it is you want to do, it's going to, and that you might feel is in conflict with God. Then I'm saying that you might psychologically prevent yourself from accepting the authority that's impinging upon your mind.
And hold on. When you said that story of the lady, are you saying that number one, did you think it was God incarnated in the lady, or she was an angel?
No, I'm not even sure that it was. So look, she was telling me something good, which is cool. And it's crazy because like I had the previous night I was saying how I've got still have a mild little pain because I had a basketball injury like from 2 months earlier, right? I tripped and rolled my ankle, and it was pretty bad. It was actually the worst roll I've ever done. It was insane. But anyway, there was still like a little bit of joint, like I could kind of feel a little bit of achy, right? But again, it didn't affect my gait. And even if it did, again, narrowing that down, I think it's just insane to say something insane, specifically my left ankle. By the way, I think your guys' reason there is why I'm with Deepak and others here who are.
One second. Do you think she was an angel?
No, I don't know anything. It might have been, you don't know, it might have been, her recommendations were positive, but maybe she has like some kind of word thing, and maybe it's not demonic, but I'll just say I think it's kind of weird. It's not like it was supernatural. Yeah, so I don't know it was supernatural. Yeah, but look, here's what I was going to say. I think your guys' reasoning to Deepak, I'm curious what you particularly think about this. Do you think it's reasonable for them to posit as an alternative explanation? I know from your guys' background and priors and all that, you're going to say supernatural is great. Do you think positing this, the person probably goes around and tells people, hey, this X about them, it's going to be really the same thing, and they're arguing it's a very specific, unlikely thing, but she's going to get it right 1 out of, 423 times where it is. Do you think that's a reasonable alternate explanation that they gave you?
I mean, it could be. I think somebody like sort of miraculous, if somebody just diagnosed you.
Yeah. It's like something coming up. It's like something. Yeah. It's like something.
Obvious visible sign, like you're landing or.
Like something coming up and saying your left testicle is smaller than your right, you need to go see a doctor. Okay.
That is hard. That is interesting, right? But like, I can imagine like, look, there might be something like, are you sure that there can't be something in your pose, the way you're standing, that's imperceptible?
Deepak, you agree with me? And there are multiple reasons as to why somebody. There's tons of reasons.
Yeah, but like, you might actually differ based on like which part of the body is. I mean, that's true actually. Like the way you look depends on which part of your body.
I agree. Right side damage can cause left side wounding, and anything on your left side can cause left side wounding. It could be your back. It could be something wrong with your ankle, your foot, your toes, your heel. It could be something wrong with your calf. It could be something wrong with your hip.
Yeah, but there are specific angles that you're at and stuff that could like. I'm pretty sure that we had like scientific sort of like instruments and so on. And people work on it.
I think that's she had medical background.
No, I don't think she was an expert in that sense. I'm just saying she might have had an intuition, right? People do have like.
Okay, that's fine. But what she attributed it to, just so you know, was she said she sees yours. That's what she told me. Now that's fine. That's fine. Because so you would say she'd be lying about what she's saying. Because obviously she realized she doesn't know that based on some kind of that she's been able to pick out medical ailments on people, just based on her. Sorry.
Could be like something that your subconscious just like sort of translating it to an
That's fine. Okay. All right. Fine. But just keep in mind, that's not what I'm asking about. That's fine. I appreciate what you're saying there. As far as what I'm just trying to get. But do you hear what Lexicana and what Abe said? Do you think that's a reasonable alternative explanation? I do not think that's reasonable to say that.
Let me lay it out. The amount of people who are fully healthy at any point in time in society is probably, I don't know exactly the percentage, but I'm sure there's a significant minority, maybe 20% of people who are experiencing difficulty in some sense through either a permanent injury or a temporary injury. Okay? Yeah. Just run the numbers. I don't know. I'm saying it's great. But yeah. So the point is this. And you had, yeah,
what you're trying to do.
and you had, a city of 10 million people. Oh, you there?
I'm here, sorry, I'm here, I didn't smile.
If you had like a city of 10 million people.
Yeah.
And you had a crazy lady who she went around just telling people all the time, walking up to them, oh, you heard it in your, insert, toe, back, knees, whatever. She's going to get a couple hits. It's inevitable. And when the people say to her, when she gets this wrongly, and they say, oh no, I'm fine. You know what she said? She's like, okay, have a good day. And she goes on to her next day. They completely don't remember, but you only remember the hit, you forget the misses.
You guys find? Okay, so let me just tell you, this is actually an interesting exercise in critical thinking. Because I think, and our ability on my quote is more likely, I think just on its face, that kind of wrong. I do not think what you're saying there, and this is where I think biases might come in, because I'm more willing to believe that she actually did have something there that was not natural, the way she was perceiving it, not normal, not something ridiculous. Let's say maybe she had some kind of advanced, I don't think it's based on the way I was walking, but maybe she has some kind of advanced ability to, some kind of ability to perceive pain, because people talk about auras.
Maybe she, look, there's so many different human brains, especially maybe she was more talented at, like, I don't know, seeing people's but that doesn't jump to the conclusion here.
No, I know, but I think you guys wanting to provide, rather than my explanation of something potentially being supernatural, right? With what she's doing, like, rather than going to entertain that, you guys want to say something, well, like she's just going up to random people and telling them, hey, there's something wrong with your toe.
It's possible. There's many people who
are. Of course, that's impossible. I'm just saying, look, do you guys, can other people here, who haven't weighed in tell me, particularly the atheists,
the thing is, the way it's saying, that's just the basics. So you can refine that to like random plus some ability. Like when she goes to someone else who looks like they might be having an eye problem, she might just do that instead. So it doesn't need to be like just go say exactly the same thing.
No, but let's rule those out, because that's not what we're, because obviously just going up and doing that, that's not what we're trying to, that's not really what we're talking about.
Well, we're saying, one more thing that will actually boost the percentage, I just realized. When she goes up to someone, random people, and she says, what did she say?
You don't know who from Adam.
Right, she said,
interesting expression.
But she said, is your left foot hurting?
Is your left ankle bothering you?
Is your left ankle bothering you?
Yeah.
So look, when she words it in that way, is your left ankle bothering you? Okay? That already leaves open such a host of interpretation. A lot of people will say, yeah, look, I didn't have an injury like you had, damage from basketball. But they might say, yeah, it was bothering me a little bit lately. It's all subjective.
Yeah, but I like what I think you guys are saying. But when I asked her about the aura, just so real quick, I'll just say this, Kristen, when I asked her about the aura thing, or when I asked her how she knows, she said, I see auras. She said, your ankle is angry. She said that.
Speaking on that. So, yeah, I always feel so that's yeah. So I know thinking that, oh, that's not what we're talking about. Well, that's my point. It's laid out there, but it's the mechanism of guessing that she could use. It doesn't have to be exactly that. She should be so stupid about it. She goes to tell 10,000 people just only name and they're not pushing that specific community. She has the ability to refine it based on how the person is looking or wants. So once that's available, you get the overall points that Abe's making, and you don't need to like fixate on his crude, because one is laid down and it's a little crude, whereby it doesn't look the exact same thing. It seems like that's what you are trying to do.
Yeah, I don't like being partial, that's not what's going on. Because what I'm trying to do is say, is it just strictly speaking more reasonable to say that someone is randomly going up to people without saying, without coupling it with any ability, and they're just shooting in the dark, saying to them, hey, do you have, because that's what's going on. We're holding it fixed. She did not see anything about me. She couldn't tell about anything. She's just going up saying stuff to people like, do you have a problem with X part of your body? Or is there something going on? Do you have cancer in your abdomen? Whatever, right? Just goes up and says stuff to people, okay? Is it more reasonable to say that than it is that she gave a claim that she sees auras or some other thing is going on there, other than just guessing? Okay?
You want to bang while guessing together with the older one and see which one's more reasonable.
Yeah, I'm saying wild guessing versus something else that she has access to. Whatever it is.
That it could even be physical, it could be expertise, it could be.
Yeah.
Wild guessing, I agree. The air bonus one, that would be a little bit like less likely. And even, she has access to be able to look at you and tune her guessing, right? So even if you just upgrade it a little bit, by studying what's going on before making the guesses. Like those people doing code reading or something where they'll touch with you a little bit first so that they can target their guessing. So they don't need to go telling everybody, you have a green card, you have a green card. You have to do a little bit first before they get to a person could also like look at you and maybe see how you work or what might be aging before making their guess. So since that's available, I don't want to talk about age ones are like you, but I think it's the spirit, not the letter. But obviously you know that age has access to upgrade this hypothesis a little bit, and then you will be able to write all the oral and just by adding some more kind of like guesses based on the way they're working, the way they're looking. You know it has access to that. So why do you have to fixate on the person's a crude version, which is just that's not what randomness.
Yeah, because he literally likes to kind of agree with them that that's more likely. I'm just saying it's not. That's all I think. Without modifying, which obviously I think you can modify things to make more likely. Of course you can. Modifying though, which is what they left it at. I'm saying that is not more likely. And I'm just saying that kind of reasoning is just something I think is fascinating.
No, but it's not right. No, that's fine. Well, it depends on what your trials are, right? Because you might still think if the trials was financial kind of thing and low enough, you might still think totally random guessing. It might be more, you are more open to supernatural approach. That's why I look at it more. Yeah. But I still maybe that's why you think that the guessing one looks more reasonable compared to the boxes coming, I think. I just think it's interesting because I think it's kind of close there. Oh, well, let me just say this last thing. I mean, Kat and other consultants, I want to hear you guys weigh in on this because you got to get out of there and get those shit out. And one thing, we're coming away from just like being like, we're talking about like experiences in your life which should not be just attributed to the natural. Okay? And that's what we're talking about. And so let's go. The experience that I had, right? I'm saying, like, it is the case that the improbability of it, just being something where she's going up and randomly guessing, is just so the celestial cat. This lady came up and called out what was going on in my body without me. I was sitting down eating my food. This lady just comes up to me, interrupts me eating, and tells me that there's something that she asked me, is there something wrong? Is there something wrong with your left ankle? And she told me my left ankle was angry at me. That's what she told me. And she saw an aura. Okay? That's what she said. She was precisely right. My left ankle was in fact bothering me. But not to the point where I was limping or anything like that, because I was very skeptical of how she knew this. From right when it happened. I was just like, what the heck? And I asked her when she said, I see auras. My whole, the hair on the back of my, because when she told me, is your left ankle bothering me? The hair on the back of my head just stood up. Okay? Because I'm sitting here eating, and I did not solicit, I didn't talk, I didn't know who this was. I'm at a diner, she was not eating there. I didn't see her order food. She didn't eat after she talked to me. She didn't have food, not eating there.
she there? Why was she there?
I didn't ask her. I did not ask her why she was there. And she told me that she liked the diner, but I don't think I asked her why she was there that day. I was just, as soon as she said what she said, I was just my brain was zapped. I was like,
there was nothing ankle angry at you.
Yeah, but these guys are all saying it's natural. Well, of course they don't believe in supernatural, liver, cat, and flesh. But one of the things that Abe and Lexicana just before, which I think is pretty, to be quite frank with you, I think even though you guys are geared against supernatural events taking place, I think that is more improbable than a supernatural event. I do not think it's the same. Here's what they said, guys. They said, or what Dave said, what Lexicana said, is that if this lady maybe just sticks around, she just walks up to random people and says, here, there's something wrong with X part of your body. And then she's going to get it right. She's going to get it right one out of how many other times? I think there's something to say. There's some other things trying to make it research things. That's fine. But I'm saying by itself, I think that's a ridiculous thing to say. And it should actually edge out the probability of there's something else going on. That's what Chris is actually trying to talk about.
And that's what my parents were like, was like, you know, they can definitely just tune it up and say, get it, plus maybe studying you for like he said he was sitting down, but maybe half an hour ago, he was actually behind you when you were coming to the streets walking, and she's seeing you, but you haven't seen her, and she goes, you think you don't have a link, but they're not looking at your own gaze. Maybe somebody looking at you can notice who has a little bit of experience and notice the link that you can't notice. Those are more likely than a supernatural thing, right? I think.
I agree with that.
I have something else I want to add, but I'll wait until it comes back.
I thought they've done like something like they've done investigations of people who claim to be like quote unquote fortune tellers, right, or able to tell people's future, and they figured out that the way they are able to make it seem that they're able to tell the future accurately is by just making these general statements about people and figuring out what people tell them by asking them questions. They're able to like tell them things that are accurate because people have already told them what they want and stuff like that, something like that, right? And so in the same sense that she just observed the emperor, right, the emperor's behavior, and from there she made that general observation, right, to Andrew, right back to Andrew. So Andrew thought that this was something like a supernatural thing, right? But there can be like agency or something like that. Andrew, you're here. Yeah.
My phone died. Did Kathy, I'm trying to say Chris to go.
Oh, yeah.
Chris, go ahead.
Okay. They got your link. Okay. Can Lilith and Kat, you guys get, because we need to start getting, because Abe's a robot.
I'm just curious, I think, like, were people looking for me yesterday?
Yes. Yesterday. We're always looking for you.
Or it was like really late last night or something?
Listen, look, I know you and Adam have a long history, long history, and I know you're involved in a lot of evil, but if you wouldn't mind putting that at the door, check it out the door before you come in, because we want to keep the sanctity of this place intact, if you understand. Okay. With that being said, we're always looking for you, glad you're here.
I'm just curious what I missed. I missed
No,
yesterday.
that was, I'm going to call you Will, that would be here. Lily, if you're missing, if you're not here, you are missing something, okay? So the point is that basically here's one of the story. You need to quit your job. You need to leave your family. Anybody that you know that's close to you that's going to impede on the highest priority, which is you being present in Clubhouse 24 hours a day. Anybody who's going to do that, you need to cut them out of your life. I'm just yeah, this is how we're doing. And then if any opposition comes up, you're like, hey, they get removed. All of a sudden, where'd they go? You know, so the point is 24-hour constant presence. Yeah, that's right. No, but that said, Lily and Kat, we need to provide the experiences that we have had that are not natural, okay? Unnatural, and I don't mean unnatural like somebody marrying a dog. That's not what I mean. I mean unnatural in the sense that it cannot be explained. It's natural. Okay. So, before we continue,
talking about this lady, how she had such a amazing calendar, but I want to say, number one, Chris made a great point that you didn't even know whether this lady was actually like watching you from the street for like 10 minutes.
I know.
Yeah, that's a good point too. But number two, number two is there are, like I said, there's lots of neurodiversity, and there are people who legitimately have talents that we thought were supernatural until we understood it. For example, there was a lady who she could literally smell who had Parkinson's disease. Okay. Yeah, dogs can smell cancer, some not really great. She smelled Parkinson's, and when they tested her in a laboratory setting, she was like 98% accurate, which is fucking insane. So if she would have came up to you and said, you have Parkinson's, go get checked, and I see auras, and the demon gave you the information, or God gave you the information, you would have been blown away and thought, oh, this is an angel from God. But it's not. She could just smell the chemicals that are released in your body when you have Parkinson's, which is a rare gift, but it happens. So yeah, so jump to conclusions. Like, things are weird, brains are weird.
No, that's fine. Look, and I know. So there's a lady named Joy Mill, a woman from Scotland, who can smell Parkinson's disease. She first noticed a woody, musty smell scent on her husband years before he was clinically diagnosed. Researchers eventually discovered that Parkinson's disease causes changes in the sebum, the skin oils, producing specific volatile organic compounds, which are the things that people are smelling. So she was able to smell that, and that makes sense, right? Now that's fine. You guys, look, I should have, and maybe, you know what I may do? And I may do this, okay? I may write this down. I may go back to the diner, if I can find the owner, because it's the same owner. I know the diner's still there. But if the same owner's there, the same name of the employees, I'll be like, I'll try to find my note. It's Billy Jean, right? Billy Jean, right? Mary Jean, right? Something like that. You know this owner, because he was here, and she mentioned, like this restaurant, and she's from, the city.
Like 22,
No.
Oh,
yeah, but no.
Andrew, keep getting on the Clubhouse.
Oh,
yeah, you should come here on Clubhouse.
yeah, let me write this down. Okay, here's one.
Top content right here.
What'd you say?
Top content.
Yeah. But I'm serious, and she'll recount it the same way. I'm going to ask her. Well, I'm going to ask her if she flew there, with her wings or something, because I did not see her show up, and I did not see her leave on it.
That's a loaded question. You can't fly her with your wings. You have to say, how do you get?
No. I won't know if she's easily manipulated, if she's easily manipulated and a liar, he would say, "Oh, I did," if she didn't. If I said that, but obviously, I think it's fine for me to ask it that way. Obviously, most people are.
She's gonna be the creeps, but I would be scared to talk. She's gonna be the creeps, but
You got it. No, but it would be interesting talking. And the thing is I'm gonna be like, I mean, really, because you just appeared Like, how did you do that? And yeah, I'm curious too. So I remember
Rather than be a mundane answer like, oh, I just, Andrew, you completely got distracted and I have to go shopping. I think I want that.
Yeah, that's fine. It should be safe. That's fine. Given the fact that I'm not saying that that's the weirdest thing, right? It is the case that was weird to me when that happened and she disappeared. I didn't see it. Maybe it was natural normal. What wasn't natural normal is her saying that my left ankle was angry at me and she saw the aura. That was not normal. And she could sit there and say whatever. I also think just as a side, I should say, her saying, I know you do not know me from Adam. It's kind of a weird expression. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm not going to want to do that.
The statement, I don't know you from Adam, is a normal.
No, I know it is. But I'm just saying, I think we know who Adam is. And it's just kind of an interesting expression to use. I don't know if it's the origin from that. I haven't looked it up. I don't know if that comes from the Bible. But I expected her to say something like, I got a word from God, or some kind of, revelation that I had who had this problem. That's actually what I expected. My hair was thick as straight on the back of my neck. But then when she said aura, I was kind of threw for a loop. Because I'm like, well, now I don't know what to make of this, So that said, I don't know if I'm curious what Lilith and Kat, if you two can recount any events that you've had where they're not natural. You can't explain them naturally. And they're you thought about it, and you're like, no, that just doesn't make sense. The improbability of something like that occurring, it's like, I put it this way, to the people that, that have a hard time conceptualizing this. If somebody came up to you and told you, Lilith and, Kat, whoever, come up to you randomly on the street while you're walking and said, hey, I really like that Maroon 5 song too. And you were just singing it in your head. You're just humming it in your head. You didn't say a word. You weren't saying anything. And they just come up to you and say to you, I really like that Maroon 5 song too. That's not normal.
David Blaine does some phenomenal songs.
No, but he doesn't do stuff like that.
Because it's not.
No. I know what you're talking. Derek Brown.
Still hard times.
Let's count. That is not a normal thing. I don't care about me, but there will be film tricks, there's all kinds of collusion, there's all kinds of AI now, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about somebody who, in reality,
Derek Brown.
Okay, so then you think if that's true, Lexicana, you shouldn't just believe in the natural thing. You should at least be open to either A, he has some, extra natural ability. Okay, something that it is natural but plus. Okay, let's just say something that did unexplained.
I think Derek Brown's very talented. I think he has exceptional talent.
Yeah, but you think he's talented. When you say talent though you're saying he has the ability to do things that are actually normal, but he does it in a deceptive way or in a tricky way or a very clever way to make people think that he's doing something.
I wouldn't say that normal. I would say that unusual, but it's within the realms of normality. Yeah.
No, but normality means other people could do it too.
Yeah, if that talented enough. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, because you don't. That's not what I'm like. Hold on. One more thing. In principle, Lexicana, what's going to explain somebody coming up? Let's make it a little clearer. Hold on. What's going to explain somebody coming up? Okay, let's say you have a stream, and you know how people have memorized the Quran. They've memorized that. I think there's a guy named Jack Van Newby, and there's a few other people like that in the world who memorize. They say the entire Bible, and it seems like they actually have it pretty well. But at least an enormous amount, even if they haven't actually remembered the whole thing, and maybe they're lying about doing that, whatever. But anyway, the point is, they remember a lot of stuff. That being said, what if somebody has remembered, just listen to what I'm saying, okay? A string of 46 numbers, okay? 10, 5, 2, 6, 9, 4, 2, 12, 25, 68, okay? Okay. They remember a string, and it can be as many digits in each one, right? But whatever, 46 26 character screens or be couples or whatever, however you work that. My point is, they can be, it can be like 23, 48, whatever, just 48 inches. They have that memorized, okay? You're walking on the street. Somebody walks up to you. Now, you've never written this down. You've never told anybody this. It's just you've done a mental exercise of memorizing this, okay? Now, this person walks up to you and just without hi, my name's whatever. And then, of course, you don't want to believe that's their name because it's just a claim. But anyway, they say, hi, my name is whatever. And then they go, 42, 55, 63, 42, 42, 48. And they just do that, and they're literally calling out the numbers that are in your head. Right? So, now, no. My question is to you. Now, it sounds like what you just tried to do there, that doesn't happen. That sounds like what you're trying to do there. But if that happened, what in principle, Mr. Cannon, could naturally explain that? Go ahead.
Well, you need to give me an example of what that's actually happening.
I'll say, no, you're not.
No, I mean, there's a certain evidence where it seems highly unusual. But again, you're not giving me an example of when that's ever happened. So
No, I told you that this, because we're talking about a company, and you're telling me that you're humming a Maroon 5 song. You wanted to try to compare that to Darren Brown or something like that, and do something like that. But do you think Darren Brown is actually natural? You don't think he's doing something?
He literally said it's natural.
That's fine. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Darren Brown's a good example. So somebody put it out.
Anything that you don't understand, like if I would tell you that, I don't know, if there would be a human who could like play blindfolded chess with everyone who was sitting in the diner at the time, 10 or 20 people, you would think, you'd probably say, oh my gosh, how is that natural? But there are people who do that.
Yes, and that's not something I think is supernatural. That's just innate good ability to feel the board, know what piece still has insane habits for you. Okay, that's memory mostly. That's not really what I'm talking about. There's a guy who knows, and I believe this guy is based on probability in terms of talking about probability.
Probability to do things like something like Jack Rocker.
Wait, I don't know. Oh my God, guys. There's a kid, they're studying him, It's the boy who never forgets, or something like that. The boy who remembers everything. I think it's named the document.
Daniel Comic?
No, I don't remember his name. There's more than one person who's done this. But so the people would come up to him, the tester or the quiz, the quiz, whatever they call it. Anyway, he'd go up to him and he'd say, July 2nd, 1984. He'd say, oh yeah, that day it was raining. I was late for school, blah, blah, blah. He knows every single day. Okay, some people have so I've heard that. Some people can memorize 90,000 digits of pi. I can do that. 1,000. Yeah, that's insane. Actually. People have good memory, but you guys took regarding like if you let the camera, like this example, some guy like read your mind, whatever. Yeah. You have to give them a realistic example. You're basically doing it again after you. That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. That is something you can't explain happens. How do you explain? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this is what. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if that occurred to you, or if you found out that occurred, what would be your go-to? Would you guys just do this thing, which I think you probably would do, and I think you would do this, to be quite frank with you, I think at least, what I think we would just understand, let me say this actually. It depends, because I think you don't even know what you would do. You can say you know what you would do, but actually, I think some people would in fact conclude, if they saw something like this, they would be like, that's supernatural. Now, some people, which is some people, no. Yeah, and you know what? What's fascinating about that? And Deepak, the Fishers, I hope you're listening. The thing that's fascinating about that is even if somebody goes up to somebody and heals them in the name of Jesus and their legs regrow in front of you, you know what you could just say? Oh, that's not his name. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? If God himself appears before you
Once you're back, no, listen, once you're back at your location where he drops you off, right, out of his slave, you could just say, well, that was funny.
Yeah, like, somebody happens to ask me in my dream.
There you go, buddy. So here's what you're doing, Stan, and this is why you guys are unreasonable. You guys have in principle, and I just don't think it's the nature of reality. I think this actually is a wrong, but this is a logical failure on your guys' behalf. What you guys can do, if you want to, and I think this is the nature of reality, I'm not set up this structure. What you guys can do is you could always exclude God from being a reasonable explanation for anything that comes, no matter what it is. You could wake up. Yep. So you could wake up in hell for 1,000 years and say, this is not evidence for God or for the Bible being true. You could do that. If you really want to, if you're motivated, you can do that. You should be like,
Do you think you're not being desperate and motivated right now?
no, I don't know. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm telling you that you guys, it doesn't matter. You guys keep on doing this very, very, I think, actually disingenuous, maybe not knowingly, but disingenuous stuff where you're saying, oh, give me good reason to believe in God, give me good evidence. If I give you an argument, that's probably not going to move you. Even if it was strong, there would be some out, because no argument is just airtight. You can always come up with some out to it. If I give you an experience, or if God himself gives you an experience, there's always an out for you. And because of that, you will never say, based on your core epistemological practices, you will never attribute it to God. And I think that's a problem on your guys' behalf. Rob used to give us the same example of what would convince him. He would say, he would say, every person on the planet needs to give me a simultaneous testimony about an event that has occurred that the whole world can see, and that they all independently verify to. And then I'll take that as good evidence for supernatural. That is such an insane bar. You guys are ridiculous. That is so stupid. And the fact that your epistemological practices, which I do not think are healthy, to say, well, it doesn't matter what occurs, I'm going to find some alternative explanation. It can just never be God, because in principle, God can't exist. It's just such a stupid thing. You guys are being unreasonable. If somebody kills somebody in the name of Jesus, or if they have a missing leg and they get healed, somebody lays hands on them in the name of Buddha, nothing happens. Somebody lays hands on them in the name of whoever, and nothing happens. Somebody comes up and says, in the name of Jesus, your arms, legs, regrow, and they do right there. That should convince you that Christianity is true.
What if somebody legitimately believes though that the concept of God itself isn't doing it?
I think that there is any good reason to believe that.
Well, I mean, we could debate that, right?
No, that's my point, though. That is a debate. They are.
Well, no, hold on. So, like, what I'm saying is, like, you could say, well, okay, then you have to at least admit that it's supernatural or some, like, insane writing, or, like, right? So, like, they could say something like that, but, like, maybe they think your conception of God is just completely correct.
That's why I show that, though. We can show rationally. They can't do it. Look.
I'm not doing that.
No, that's what you're saying. I'm saying they are, and I'm saying that seems to me demonstrable. If you want to try to think this could be the debate, that's fine. We can say, is God himself incoherent? Well, let's see. A being who doesn't just know a little bit, but he knows everything. A being that's not just powerful, he's really powerful. Maybe even all powerful.
Well, that's about his outside space and time. So those are
outside space. You guys already think there's something outside of space and time, or at least a lot of physicists do. That's not retarded. There's something external to time that brought time into being.
Well, space-time is like, and that's a complicated.
Yes, there's something external to time that brought time into being.
I mean, not really.
No, because there are a lot of atheists that are fine with that. Because what you're saying is, if time is coupled with space and matter and all that, it is like there's a simultaneity of ontological, presence of these things. There's something that is external to the ontology of those things that made them have their ontology. Okay, so it's not like that's just be something that's standard. Yeah, am I turning you on? Okay, and yeah, I know.
you're not the psychological damage that our green friend did, Charles, I will prove that I'm not. No, you know. No, no, I got it. It wasn't messed up. It wasn't messed up with our green friend. But anyway, I just wanted to be in there because I don't want to the green friend, you know what I mean? But anyway, but all I'm gonna say is, look, you guys, it isn't something unreasonable to say exterior, logically prior to space and time and matter coming into being, that there was something that was present, right? I'm just saying I agree with that. I'm just saying that there's look, I'm not saying there's not routes to chat. I think that debate has largely been won by the field. Well, no, but I'm saying, let's just say that it's totally dominated now. Yeah, and I'll just grant that. Sure. Okay, there's other ways. No, what I'm saying, I'm not going to say that. Let's say there's no good point. So God can exist. Sure, okay. But let's just say that the atheists believe it because they haven't heard of the feeder or forgotten. Yeah, just say they can't be right? Yeah. Well, there's no way. Yeah, no need to be yeah, right. So if they believe that, and then you give them the hypothetical about like everyone on Earth needs to say something or the sky and stuff like that. Then to them, they're going to say, well, no, given that they have this commitment, then of course it has to be with aliens, supernatural, but not God. So they're not being irrational, given that this other belief has the need for it. Here's the thing. I think that people they have some cognitive dissonance and tension there, because I think that a lot of people just know that it's not irrational to say God exists. They know it's irrational. And for them to say that it is, just bring up the reasons. Keep hearing all the stuff that's been said, and I don't find any of it even remotely persuasive as to why there isn't a being that could have done this. Right? So, yeah, but also it's a being, bro. I don't know. We don't know that. When you say we don't know that, is it the case that it is the position of a lot of cosmologists, physicists, whatever, that when the Big Bang occurred, that there was an instantiation of physics, space-time, matter, all these things. There was an expansion. Yeah, the laws of our natural universe. These things are recently thought to have been simultaneous. There was a simultaneity between that and everything else coming into being. Nobody knows if they were. Well, when you say no, you mean that there's probably certain about it. That's fine. Yeah, but don't have evidence of whether they're eternal or not. They could be eternal. Well, I think some things. Well, okay. I don't know. So you're saying that they don't have evidence that physical laws came into being? I'm not sure if that's true. But we don't know. We don't know either way. Well, no, is one thing. I'm saying we have evidence. We don't have evidence either way. What I think actually is pretty good evidence that they probably are eternal. In the sense that right now, that's fine. If that's not motivated just to exclude supernatural hypotheses, because they were. Well, I mean, we have an inductive case enough to do it. Now, of course, that doesn't mean it was always the way. I'm just saying that there is some reason. What would evidence of where the laws of nature came from even look like? Yeah, it would be sure. This is so I tell this to I said it to you all the time. I'm like, hey, I don't really like the only interesting metaphysical questions are these, like, what is the origin of the laws of nature? Why do we have these laws of nature and have those laws of nature? Like, to me, these are the only interesting metaphysical questions. And I don't even know if we can even begin to investigate. Yeah, I think that probably might be not formed, right? Because of the idea of well, no, I'm saying it presupposes that God almost in a sense with some kind of force, right? Where it's like, it might just be that, like, this is how nature is, right? I mean, we need to ask how, right? We need to ask how questions, not why questions. Exactly. And so, I say this because I say, like, all these other, like, metaphysics in, like, almost every other domain to me is a waste of time. Talk about, like, the metaphysics of morality, or the metaphysics of, like, I
Yeah, I mean, I just think morality, like, way out there.
Yeah, like morality, I believe in subjective morality.
I not only subjective, I think that there's a moral like a stance someone has.
Exactly,
I
yeah.
don't know what else they would even mean.
Well, they want to argue objective morality, right?
I don't even know what that, I don't even know what that means, objective.
It means, like, morality, like, just falls from the sky.
But even like morality was like when I take people to museum and they talk about morals, it's like what their stance is or even God's stance to be subjective.
That's what I think.
No, that's no. We can talk about it real quick. My mom died.
But I so what you were going to say is that when you're talking about like where the laws of nature came from, like what would you said the word? What would
No. I just think
like
I just don't think it's right. I don't think it's right that you guys are saying that isn't held by people who are perfect. Wasn't the deal that they don't. No. You say you're just based on when that there's evidence for it, and I'm just for the physical laws actually, the laws that we're aware of, the physical laws actually in fact did come to be. They aren't something that are.
I mean, if you're just saying people that believe the universe came into being,
Of course they believe the universe came into being. Of course they do.
Okay, and most of them probably think that the laws of nature came into being with the universe.
Okay, and so if they think that, and if there's good evidence for that, then this whole idea that saying, hey, you can't rule that out, maybe we have good evidence for it, and we should rule it out. Maybe it's the best practice to say, hey, this is the fact that it's more likely that they came into being rather than not. But my point is, and Celeste, I'm glad you came back. Yeah, you guys got the comment. My only point is to say that, look, God can be a coherent concept, okay? Entirely, I think it is. I think most people, most atheists, will agree that at least in principle, God can exist, okay? Now, the thing is once we got that off the table, or off the ground, you guys, or once it's on the table, I should say, and off the ground, you guys. Yeah, exactly. You guys should not be doing this thing that you do that I think that you have a motivation, a bias to do, which is that when certain things occur, the evidential weight of it should push you towards thinking that something supernatural has occurred. You guys want to do this thing where it's like, well, there's always an alternative explanation. And I just think at some point you'll start saying things like, yeah, the person may go up and ask every other person around them random questions, or say randomly, your toes hurting, your back's hurting in the lower third vertebrae, or whatever, the third from the bottom vertebrae. And they're just going to keep saying stuff like that until they get it right. You're going to put that up to somebody actually has the ability. Even if it's a natural ability, you would sooner go to some explanation like that than allow any kind of supernatural thing. But you think you're forced to take an alternative explanation. You're forced to take an alternative explanation to supernatural. You guys would say something like somebody's going to go up randomly in their life and they doing this. Go up to random. This lady didn't look like she got drugged from an alley. She looked like a normal dressed and reasonable, healthy woman. All things considered. And it's not like there's anything about her that should make you think that that's something she's going around doing. But you guys would say something. But you guys would say something like this woman is going up to random randos on the street 583,000 times, and then she's just going to get some of those things right every once in a while. I just think that kind of, once I see that, I'm just like, you guys need to realize. You guys think Christians are motivated. You think theists are motivated to believe in God. You guys say stuff that is very motivated sometimes. It looks, it's not reason that gets right. And you guys say stuff that is not jumping. And so, you can tell me with your robot brain and all of you atheists, if it's the case that somebody comes up and prays for somebody in the name of Buddha, nothing happens. This is in a church, okay? Let's say it's a multicultural, multi-background consortium of all these different religions, right? They're like, we're going to do a meeting of all these interfaiths and get together and speak about these things. There just happens to be somebody there that's freaking a quadruple amputee, okay? And everybody's not something. You'd like to make 5 points. I'm going to make 40. This is the last one I want to make. people would be healed. Christ went around healing all kinds of people. He said his believers will go around doing these things. If it's the case that somebody does something like that, it is best explained, and keep in mind, it's couched in a Christian framework, not in a Buddhist, not in any of these other things. It's within the name of Christ, not Hare Krishna, not Buddha, not Allah, any of them. In the name of Christ, and their legs and arms regrow, you guys will say, oh, not supernatural. That is so ridiculous.
And can I respond to that?
Well, yeah, sure.
I'm asking how these things. It's like 5 points, but you're not gonna like my response to this. Okay. You're not just jumping into a conclusion. You're leading to a system you can't even explain. When you say supernatural, what does that actually mean in concrete terms? Like, what are the rules? How does that operate? How can it be distinguished from imagination or error? You can't answer those questions. I think that's the problem. No, you can't. You're using a label as if it's an explanation, but there's no mechanism, there's no predictive power, no way to test it. So you're not explaining the fact. You're just renaming your confusion. A rational approach doesn't do that. It sticks with like explanations that at least aim to be like coherent and testable and grounded, even if it's not completed. So the issue is that you're open-minded, is that you're concluding something using a framework you don't even understand or can even define. That's not stronger reasoning. It's just stopping at a convenient answer instead of actually working through the problem. Okay, but I can know it.
I had a question. Check you. One more question.
What is going on?
Oh, sorry. What kind of thing could happen in principle Mexican where you would say that is evidence for God? Please tell me what that would look like. Give me a scenario, sir. Go ahead. Mexican.
What is going to be the best practice?
Hold on.
Something that's clear, peaceful, and independent of belief.
What would that look like?
Something that's real evidence that shouldn't depend on somebody's
Yeah,
what something
something's
repeats non-festival, under controlled conditions. So it's relying.
What did you say? Yeah, but what he seems to be saying here. So I think at first I didn't know, like I see what you're saying. Yeah, so lexicon. If somebody did this once, what if they did it twice? Now he's saying that it's something that's going to start to count. So once they do it twice in a row, the same exact thing, you're going to say that that's going to be over. So in controlled conditions mean it's in a religious context, and the same person prays for somebody who also gets prayed by other people. So it's contrasting against other oral tradition of the same faith, which I think has bearing on it. But anyway, you have that going on. You have a message of Jesus. This happens twice. Is that right?
Twice.
What about 3 times?
Something like that.
What about 4 times? What about 5 times?
If it was done, how may you condition for different people?
Different people sort of cite different in that analyst in there who watch the things, different people are assessing all the data, but they all come to the same conclusion. Yep, it looks like it's controlled in the sense that there's nothing we see, there's no hokey funny business going on. They definitely have no legs, they definitely have no arms, they did definitely grow, and it was only at the words of knowing the last word in the name of Jesus. Once the S came out of the mouth, it happened.
It's all about numbers, isn't it?
Not about numbers, but wait, hold on, let me go follow this through. Nobody else, just wait a second. They did it 10,000 times. That would not be evidence.
That says it's consistency under proper conditions.
What conditions need to be changed to make this appropriate?
And it's repeated once a month with different people. We
Yeah,
can
I control all that. What else does it need?
rule out guessing, prior knowledge.
What's guessing? There's no guessing involved with lakes. What
If it
are you talking about?
If it only works sometimes or in these situations, then it's not strong.
No, it works every time. Now what?
If it works every time.
Yep, every time they pray, the legs regrow, it's controlled, it's guaranteed, it's documented, their legs are missing, their arms are missing, they regroup out. Is that supernatural?
I'm saying that for everyone, so there's something we just
Every time they get their brother, you follow. Nobody else can.
yeah, premise of that's not the issue.
Wait, like, and I think you are being, this right here, my friends, I think what just happened there is an insane display of motivation. That is insane. You're telling me something from watch. Like, what? No, hold on. Hold on. What about these conditions need to change such that they will meet the criteria that you think need to be met for it to be supernatural? What needs to change? So it's not anything else, but what needs to change? There's consistency. It never fails. It is documented. It's by different analysts and people who are there to look at all the different aspects of it. They clearly are with video cameras, all of that. There's no way, there's no faking the legs. They were in fact missing. They did in fact regrow. It is in the name of Jesus only, and it's upon that last head coming out of their mouth that it occurs. Tell me what's missing.
It's just a ridiculous, I mean, if limbs were genuinely growing through prayer, it wouldn't be anecdotal that we were the biggest medical breakthroughs in history.
So you're saying, is that, just so I can translate what you're saying, that is going to be good evidence for Christianity or for the supernatural?
As I was thinking about the case, it would certainly raise some credible suggestions, but it's not the case. So I don't know why you why are you using it as a number?
No, see, don't be ridiculous. This is a very healthy, very healthy exercise. See how much chocolate what I'm doing? No, crazy hypothetical. No, this is very healthy. We're looking at the standards of evidence that you guys are willing to say. Jesus came down from heaven and went hospital to hospital, literally healing every single person. Why would you conclude that's God? Why would you conclude that's God? No, I know. There is one God. I would definitely give you pause. I would give you pause. I would be giving out. Hey, Sam, I'm glad that God coming down, healing every single person.
He never allowed me to. He literally said that would be good.
Yeah, it would be terrific, magnificent evidence.
He's eating your coffee.
If he knew everybody in the hospital was walking off, I just want to point this out to people here who are cognizant of this. What happens is, it's some very interesting stuff going on here, but there's a shift in what is being accepted as credible evidence. And things can be happening, or things can be positive, be like, well, that's not good evidence, even if it did occur, right? Let's just say we put forward some miracle like that or whatever. Because we say that it would be never gonna stop. Listen to what I'm about to say. We put forward these kinds of things in different contexts. Like, well, no, that would be, there's other explanations that would be better explain that than being supernatural. But then, once it kind of feels kind of cringy, once you take it to the point where you do what Lex Cameron just did, to where somebody gets their quadruple amputated limbs, gets them to regrow after 5 times, he's still saying now doesn't qualify. It was fascinating. If you heard what he said no matter how many times you do this, that's not good. Prayer isn't good, right? Prayer does not qualify.
So the point was about, it's not about making sure they're controlled.
No, I don't have control. Nothing changed. No, hold on. Nothing changed between when I gave the last conditions to the amount of times and he kept saying, no. I repeated all the same conditions again. I didn't fix anything. I just emphasized the same conditions. And he just still said, then he finally said, that might be enough to be able to give you a little bit of something to look into, kind of maybe investigate, kind of possibly. No, ready, it's evidence. And it is good evidence. And you doing that and only finally kind of eventually shifting towards being willing to say something. It's because you realize how ridiculous it sounds. And the same thing with CM. CM wanted to say that. And I just paused it immediately after he said B can come down. I said, it could be an alternative B. It could be an alternative B. And I think he said, yeah, it's not movie. I think he said, yeah, not movie. But then he said, if somebody gets their head chopped off, and somebody goes up and says, in the
sentence there?
Yeah, how would you like to watch it?
Okay, cool. Then verified regrowth under controlled conditions, observed and replicated by independent experts. Then you'd have something that forces a conclusion. But even then, the first step wouldn't be therefore God.
There you go.
Yeah,
There you go.
Yeah, it would be, there is some phenomenon we don't quite understand yet. And after all, only after ruling out all natural explanations would you even start considering something beyond that.
That's crazy. Because they're all
It's not crazy.
Yeah, like this camera. You could always say that there's some unknown natural extent for these events. You could always say that. So why would you ever think? Why would you ever hold on. Why would you ever conclude that it was God? Why? Based on your methodology, which I think is fallacious, by the way. But based on your methodology, why would you ever conclude that it's God? Why? What is I'm asking you? Give me conditions. I don't care. Look, if you ask for a gold bar on your glass, like he jump says every 3 minutes, and it keeps going. No, centuries. Charles, you may be more reasonable because you're actually understanding what's being said here, and I think you're realizing it's kind of. My point is that there are plenty of people who if it weren't for hearing this conversation right now, I think some of the people, very people on the stage would do, what they would do, and in fact, many practice do this, even they might say otherwise, is if they were to pray and a gold bar lands in the lap, they obviously be very happy about the gold landing in the lap and probably collect that, and they'd run away without any problem. But anyway, that being said, but that being said, hold on. If they did that, they would just say, look, there's an interception that knows me, that there's tricking. They think that I'm
but that hypothesis would not have been explained from power than God.
I agree with you, but that's what they would do, and I'm saying.
Who's just saying that? Right?
The reason I'm saying that is because I see what they say about events that have already been presented to them, and I've watched the reason. I looked at what Lexi Cannon just said. He said that wouldn't even be evidence for God. That wouldn't even be evidence. Are you kidding me? Somebody who's a quadruple amputee, and you witness and multiple analysts, and it's already controlled, it's verified, they didn't have any limbs, and then they had it in the name of Jesus, and you're saying that's not evidence for I'm not just God, Christianity? You're crazy. Of course that is. Of course it is. What are you talking about? And he said it's not. Like Cannon just said it's not.
It wouldn't be immediately evidence.
No, it immediately would be.
No.
Not immediately. You hear it? Charles, did you hear it?
Yeah, I think what might be overly human whatever. Like, I think what they're saying is originally the first
time it's evidence. Yep. First time. Yep.
Yeah.
Not the first time.
Charles, you don't need to replicate something for it to be evidence.
Well, it is evidence, but not up to like a scientific.
But see, and this is why I'm saying you guys are so warped. He didn't even say it's evidence. He literally said it's none. He said it's not.
Don't say the guy. I literally just said it's
just a couple words. Okay, you know, because Gabe is an actual Lexi Cameron just has a robot brain. Listen. Yes, exactly. Here's the point. He literally said, after I gave the conditions, they're sufficient right for controls. He said, it doesn't matter how many times it happens. He said that. That's crazy. That is literally insane motivation. You wouldn't even get that as evidence at all.
So I think the status of
just so you know, I think we finally, and it was difficult. But instead of wanting to give me credit, you kind of did a little bit of you kind of tried to steal my glory there, though. You're like, look, I talked to Roger and basically confirmed what you said, but he said it in a much more intelligent way. It was much more. He did that. He makes you believe, more intelligent than me. Roger's very smart. He's around, PhD philosopher. Roger, of course.
And Roger explained to me that he completely believes that it's logically possible for me to live my life.
Well, of course it's logically possible. I never said it's not logical.
Which means he just called me a liar.
Roger's not logically. I want to call logically. Here's what he said. Guys, just so you know, Abe
he stopped doing this totally. He was arguing that when somebody tells your name, if they say my name is
No, let's not go back to that.
we're not going to go back. Let's continue talking. I'm going back to it. I just want to people to get back. So we're saying, we're not getting off in this conversation. I'm just saying, his position was that when somebody says my legal name is, like my name is this, and for some reason you're saying my legal name is this, right? That they're actual legal names. Claims that that's not, he was trying to say that that's not evidence. And for the fact that they're actual.
We'll take the agree.
Now, obviously, that's not smart. But I love Abe. But it is the case that I think we finally got to the conclusion. Well, I think we finally got there. That yes, in fact, there's a ton of cases where claims are evidence. I don't want to hear pride coming out of you guys' mouths. I bet you want to say Joe Schmidt is wrong. I bet you want to say Joe Schmidt is wrong. I bet you want to say these guys are wrong. We just literally demonstrated, Hanson, here's where we ended. We ended by showing that most of the body of knowledge that people have is based on just a bunch of claims. It's claims on claims on claims on claims on claims on claims on claims. So what you believe, Hanson, and what most people believe, the knowledge that you claim to have, the things that you say you know, even the things you say that you believe are in fact true, is based on a bunch, it's a web of claims. There are physical things, there are some things that you can, with your direct sense data that you get, whatever, that might be some of the evidentiary basis for things that you know, for sure. But there's a lot of things that you know, particularly like this, and Hanson, we'll just do a quick thing, and then we're off this quickly. Hanson, do you know that George Washington was the first president of the United States, and that he existed? Hanson. Okay, and how do you know that?
I trusted the source.
Well, that's right.
I'm not debating that. I don't think this is correct, but this is.
Well, Andrew, I know it for different reasons.
This is different from the topic of the debate, right? I want to get a clear statement on the debate. What is the clearest?
Right now, see, Andrew, I was in history class, right? I was in history class with the teacher doing the amputee, and I prayed to George Washington that he would come. I thought of you. So that's why I know George Washington. You saw the real George Washington. I know the real George Washington. I see it. The real George Washington came and healed the guy that's right. That's awesome. But here's the thing, Hanson, just so you understand what we're talking about currently, and I want Chef to come in, and we can talk about this, and I want Lilith, I still want Lilith, Lilith's here. Yeah, Lilith and Celestial. But Kat's here too. I don't know, maybe Celestial will show up. That's not like a dude that's impersonating woman. Just now, I'm going to hope that you will. I'm just not. Okay. But anyway, that being said, Hanson, where we're at right now, we're talking about what constitutes something that can reasonably be said to be supernatural, and what the standard of evidence is for those that I think are skeptics that are being unreasonable. Like, I think they're just an insane, unreasonable bar that they're putting out there that needs to be met for them to actually reasonably call something supernatural. And I put it around depending on the context of the conversation. I think it's on one hand, you can say, hey, this really crazy thing happened, and this miracle happened over here, and they smell that there might be some authenticity, so they're like, well, he is the case. That wouldn't be evidence for God, right? But then in other texts, they'll be like, oh, no. I'm very reasonable. If this happened in front of me, that would be evidence. But then in other contexts, they'll be like, nothing can be evidence for God. There's always a better alternative explanation than God. So I just watch that happen. I watch this vacillate between all of these different standards, and I find it to be fascinating. That said, Hanson, what I'm asking you, because it goes into the previous conversation, we can spot this up quickly, which is, if you say you know George Washington existed, and he was the first president of the United States, the reason you know that is based on a whole lot of testimony on claims. That's a whole bunch of expert testimony, people who are artists, they're going to say that's an actual portrait based on actual things that are true, you're going to trust their assessment. If the case because that's a portrait of him or whatever. You're going to have people that say they have the locks of his hair. You're going to have people that say they buried him wherever, and the tombstone says this is George Washington. You're trusting claims upon claims upon claims. You're trusting testimony from your historian, the history departments all around the world, people who write textbooks. You're trusting claims upon claims upon claims to build the knowledge that you have that George Washington was. And by the way, you actually know this, and you think that it's true. It's justified because you think it is true. That George Washington was the first president, and he existed and was the first president. You do know that. And again, it's based on a web of claims. That said, I think that's where we ended with A and CM and drills. And I think there was a reluctant admission of that. And so that's why we're trying to move on, because we don't want to reopen that whole thing. I think there's a lot of wounds, a lot of pride, a lot of missing fingers, maybe a couple missing heads, but we're just going to try to break up.
That actually got pretty interesting topic.
It is. I mean, I don't mind. It is. Yeah, go ahead.
So let me just get out. Okay. So yeah, thank you. So my question is, are you taking a pause or just putting a complete stop to that topic? I think
I don't mind going back to it.
Okay.
But if we can finish the what standard, because we were on a conversation, because I was trying to, all of this is also on the backs of me trying to get Lilith and Kat to give any equals, because I'm trying to switch up our conversation that we have kind of routinely. That Kat have had personally in their lives that they would say upon scrutiny cannot be explained reasonably, that's key, by natural means, right? There's some event that has occurred in their life. If they have, I'm not saying obviously they have to really bad at it if it hasn't. I'm just saying if it has occurred, some kind of event that upon scrutiny does not have a reasonable natural explanation. It's going to be more reasonably explained by supernatural.
Okay. This current I was just wondering if you guys still want to continue the previous.
Sure, we can go back to that.
Okay. Because last time I prevented from actually
really weighing in.
Yeah, because Chris kicked me out.
Yeah.
Very rude.
Yeah, it might be because you're from Yale. He's racist against people from Yale.
I understand. Yes, and one of the seven sins that he sins.
No, but we can always go back to that. I'd love to hear your thoughts on Nancy. I do want to give Lilith and Kat, and if whoever wants to go, I know a lot of people want to say stuff, and I've been talking a lot. I'll try to, I don't want to say the degenerate thing that Nancy said, but I'll stop my blank muscles for moving. And Lilith and Kat, if either of you would like to give, and if you feel comfortable, and if it's even occurred, something that you think is supernatural and cannot be explained by natural means. If you do. You have not? Okay, appreciate it. So, Lilith?
So I feel like natural is one of those terms like AI, like it's just not precise enough to mean anything useful. Like, right, like you could just like by definition say that everything is natural, or by definition say that nothing's natural. So I don't know, there are lots and lots and lots of experiences I've had that I have no idea how to explain, but I wouldn't know like which ones to attribute to anything supernatural.
Yeah, so that's what I was now that you guys mentioned the second topic. That's what I was saying. I suppose it seems to me, I just came in and it seems to me that I thought that the pieces I just picked up, it seems like you guys are mixing up a lot of concepts, conflating all the concepts, like supernatural, God. I mean, and none of you, maybe you've done it before, so I can just maybe
like medium atheistic or like.
But that doesn't mean you can't go.
For sure, I'm not making a point in the answer statement. I'm saying like, for the standard that tapioca, or not tapioca, who the other guy was in there was like asking for, like, it almost seems like if it follows that standard, it's just going to become defined as natural.
Right. That's what the girl said too. Like whatever supernatural is going to be natural at that point.
Right. It's like supernatural has to almost like violate like what we know and then the novel testable prediction. But then, of course, then supernatural could also paradoxically be both everything and nothing.
No, it just means like we're talking about God when we say supernatural. We can't define what that is, but we know he's in the realm.
But you basically equating God with supernatural?
No, basically.
That's my question. I mean, you see, from what I heard, you guys are just mixing everything up. So what is what?
I mean, if you let me finish. The point is, it's not really even a relevant point because all it means is that what we went to when we say God could still be God, but it's just supernatural. So all the same arguments, all the same beliefs would be maintained. It's just supernatural and natural would be a distinction used.
Well, that says nothing because if we're trying to test something, like we need to know what we are testing for. And if we don't even know what we're looking for and testing for,
And we're all like,
Yeah, I mean.
What is God was the angel?
He said how you gonna test for it is what he said.
Yeah. What are we testing for?
I mean, usually, like, look, for one, it doesn't require for you to test something that you'll be able to distinguish it from other things. So I don't know where you're deriving that from.
Well, I'm just saying, what are we looking for? What are we talking about? What are we doing?
Usually it would be like natural things are constrained by physical principles. Something is not constrained by physical principles. It's probably not natural.
Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't obey physics, law.
Right. It doesn't obey the laws.
Okay. What if the law of physics needs to be improved? Let's say, for example, before 1900, we didn't know the quantum mechanics, and we didn't know special relativity. In 18, I don't know, 50 or something, 30, we didn't
have an entity that comes along and say that they free crops more money for 1 hour and 20 minutes, 3 seconds. I will completely reverse the law of gravity, against the question of electromagnetism and general relativity, and which is the very much actually reverse you go the other direction, and it is completely blow up the measurement device. It's not within the measurement error, and then after that, it will revert to the law of gravity, or I can do half law of gravity. Law of gravity, it's not 1 squared, it's 3.5 power. And then general relativity is also the black hole will become white holes for that period of time. Would that be something that you would classify as
I'm not, look, it sounds like you're saying, yes, what you must have. Okay.
No, we've heard.
If it was for me, go ahead. If it was,
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I know the people in the example, like if I lived at the top of Moses claim to have access to divine power, then maybe he can just slip into a step. Maybe that's not good enough. But when he then starts doing all these other stuff, well, I said this very limited, so he said that they do death, and then was first born. But eventually, all of these obviously Moses is a myth, but more miracles that he's supposed to perform. If that would be supernatural, why they didn't trust Moses, I would probably be.
But don't you think that British people have this intuition about
So what is the miracle? You're introducing the fourth concept. We have God, supernatural, natural, free, and then the fourth is miracle. So how do you define miracles?
Yes, supernatural, but.
We have to define supernatural, and then the corollary define
it pertains to the divine order,
right?
Yeah, it pertains to the divine order.
Okay, so we have yet to define God and supernatural.
It's an eternal conscious creation. An eternal conscious creation.
What's eternal conscious?
Yeah, that's what most people mean by God.
So that's a synonym of God, right? Okay, so we were talking back to
well, he just gave us a definition of it.
What definition?
He said, an eternal conscious creator, those are his descriptions.
Oh, that's the definition of God.
That's what he said.
that's a different definition of God?
Yeah, he's just saying God's wrong. So where God is, where the creator.
So previously we were working on the concept of the supernatural. Now we're shifting, we put that aside first, and then now we're shifting to eternal creation, right?
That's not a shift.
It is doing that also. We're going to have talks about it. So it's a creation. So the creation of all these law of physics and all that, right?
Right. Yes, let me shift from science to that question. I mean, the point was that Moses claims to have access to the divine. The divine is not supernatural realm.
Stop because we have divine supernatural.
There's no definition. He's saying you can know what it is by knowing that's what God is.
That's the big picture.
Taking on.
But right, the land God was in the covenant.
So I'm trying to do it logically. So you have to define all the primitive concepts and then move on to the next one. It's hard. Right?
No, you know.
These people get different name on God as the third person.
How would you voice it?
I'll just give the definition. It's hard to not the sort of thing.
Okay, maybe we should.
But I mean, that's just dishonest because if like a glowing entity came down from the sky and like he pointed at something and he turned it into like, he turned like jello into a rock or something, you're gonna be like, oh, that's probably not from here. You're gonna be coming from a different world. And you're not gonna be thinking he's from a different planet. You're gonna be thinking he transcends physical principles. Oh, it's your sister. That's actually a good point.
You might think it's
Is that what you're saying? Wait, what do you mean? Hold on. But there's a problem. If you're saying we can't distinguish between the supernatural and the physical, then you can't distinguish the physical from the supernatural either.
Yeah.
So when you say something is
that's Hampton's point.
Okay.
That's a good question. I'm asking.
Right.
Give it, please, give a definition of supernatural and natural and all that God and angel and demon and.
Yeah, I see. So it's like a leap that you're doing. I'm agreeing with you that you can't define it, but then the leap you're making is, you can't define it, so you can't know anything about it. You can't define things like dark matter or dark energy, but you can know things about it.
Yeah, I think the point earlier was like the whole non-professional thing. Like, there's going to be no way to do that without them just sneaking naturals back in.
Right, exactly.
So there's no.
We could reason.
No, that's true.
The miracle of Moses with
There's a reason we need to stand on common ground and build from that. If we do not have a common ground to build on, there's no reason.
Yes, so you're saying because there's no facts that distinguish the two things, we don't have anything to build off. But I'm saying, like the fact that when we feel towards a certain way, towards certain things, that in and of itself distinguishes it. And so in reason, we have these two things that, because our feelings are different, our feelings distinguish. Bro, just wait. Everyone uses feelings in their epistemology. The point is, you don't need to have like an object in the world that you see with your eyes. You can just feel like there is such, or like even imagine. You can. Forget how. I'll use another thing. Wait. You could imagine it. You could imagine it. Listen, bro. You could just conceive of it. Okay. You could conceive of the object, and then through reason, distinguish that object you conceived of from the other object you conceived of. Okay. So in my mind, I have this belief that there is this object that I can't observe with my eyes, but I know there's such a thing. And I know in my mind, through reason, this thing is distinct from this other thing. That's sufficient. So through reason, I'm saying two things.
Let's take a vote. Let's see who thinks this is a good definition of supernatural. How we feel.
It's not a definition. I say you can't define it.
Yeah, so
I just gave a way to distinguish between this natural and the supernatural. Through reason.
He basically.
But it's like this, like, it's going to happen.
No, it's not.
So I understand that you can derive something and infer something A from B. But the thing is, it rests on A being true or whatever how you define it. We have a
Yeah. But it can prove different from me seeing it. So you're not here? Yeah. So I cannot see it and still know it's true.
You can consider it's true. You can consider angel, and then you can feel the angel, and then you go from that. Feel God, and then you can go like God. And then you can also communicate that to me, because it is you have that as incommunicable, and you can only feel. Right? So it is true.
Wait, no, that's not true.
I thought you just said you can feel it, but you cannot.
Yeah, that was one way. But I didn't say I can't.
You just said
I didn't say I can't. I can form it in such a way where I can't do it. So yeah, like that's one way in my mind through reason. I can attribute different things through reason. I'm not observing anything in the world. Through reason alone, I can attribute these different things like feelings to reason say, well, this is not this, and this is not this.
Sure.
So I'm not looking at anything in the world. I'm
Yeah,
just saying,
is there anything like the view that you're having of supernatural?
yeah. So that's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to say. So one thing would be that, like, I don't know who used the word realm, but I think that's really the best way to distinguish it. Saying it's a different realm, even if you don't know the specific principles or laws that each realm is distinguished by, saying that there's this realm that we're in and a realm that's beyond it is a sufficient distinction. So there's one realm and another. I just did. I said there's the realm we're in and the one that transcends.
Well, like, what do you do about break down realm?
Actually, I think that it could still like have space, and depending on what you mean by time, we still have a change and like passing different things. I'm saying heaven could be corporeal, like in some way, and there could be. Yeah, like a higher dimension, like it's a realm above the physical one. We don't know the specific principles that distinguish it from the principles of this world, but we know that it's not the world that we're in that it transcends it.
Okay, so how do you know it exists?
Yeah, it's a different question. You're just saying whether or not I can distinguish it.
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm saying how do you distinguish it?
I told you. Because I have conceived of the realm that I'm in my mind, and conceived of the realm that I'm not in, and because it transcends the realm.
So it transcends, but you cannot communicate it.
I just did. Do you not know what it means for something to transcend another thing? Do you not know what that means? Okay, do the physical laws transcend the physical occurrences that derive or are constrained by those laws? What?
Any physical laws
transcend
what did you say? Physical law transcends?
By transcend, I simply mean it's beyond it. So there are things which I'm going to clarify what I mean by beyond. I'm going to clarify that. By beyond it, I mean there are the constraints of the world we're in, and there is such a thing that is not within those constraints. It is outside. That's what I mean by beyond. There is where we are, and then there is outside of that border, beyond that border.
Okay.
And I'm saying there's a realm beyond that border.
Okay, so when you it's beyond that border, does that mean that it is, and you also said it's not constrained by the border, but then how do you know that exists? And what information?
That's a different, listen, saying how I know is different from saying whether or not, given I know I can distinguish the two. Given I know I can distinguish, right? Because one is beyond the other.
Okay, sure. That there's something beyond this realm, but how do you know? What did I say? Okay, there's nothing beyond.
Yeah, that's really the best example you can give, because there's this like constraint you have in your life, and then what's happening with Moses is going against all these constraints we've had in our lives. It's like, it's beyond that. It's not really part of you, but it's for someone else.
Beyond, I mean, there's something that transmits the information of the existence to you, or it does, there isn't.
My brother.
If there isn't, then I can also say there's nothing beyond this.
Do you think a theistic God is possible?
Sorry?
Do you think a theistic God is possible?
What God?
A theistic God, a God that does not communicate his existence to you.
God,
Yeah.
Communicate, that's the point. If God doesn't communicate, how does it make any difference?
That doesn't mean he's not real. The point is, the point is that would make him not real. So you can have something that exists, it not communicate his existence to you physically, and we still conceive of it as something that could exist. Because me not knowing of its existence is false about its existence. So I'm saying, given I know that there is this other realm beyond, it being beyond is a sufficient distinction to distinguish it from the realm I know that I'm in.
Okay, so given you know, because you already assume you know, right?
The point is,
yeah, so I'm
right, so it doesn't, in my mind, we're just saying, I know it for the hypothetical, so that I can conceive of it, and I'm just saying,
so that I can think of it and let me say I know. Let's not say I know. Let's say I believe. I don't have justification in my mind for it. There's no, sequence in it. I just take it as true.
Sure.
So now move forward with that. I don't know. I just take it as true.
Sure. You can take it as true, but I also take it as untrue.
That's all my brother. Given I take it as true, can I distinguish it from the natural?
I don't know. You can tell me.
By it being beyond. Okay, hesitant. What does the word super mean?
Super.
What do you mean?
And something can be above, can be yeah.
What else? What do you think it means? What do you think it means when you put it next to the word natural?
I don't know. You tell me.
So you have no idea. So hold on. And so obviously I can tell you thought about this a lot. And you thinking about this a lot. Not a single time did you think why people attach the word super to natural what they're saying. You never thought that a single time? Subnatural. I assume it's a subset or like a lesser category in what the overall natural things are.
Okay, so it's supernatural, a super self is natural.
That's how your brain works, fine. What super means in supernatural, etymologically, is beyond. That's literally what it means. So, that big
this guy brought up when they were talking about natural and supernatural. And he's one of these people that's like, why strategy in conversations is not understand English. So he basically just goes down this like dumb Socratic dialogue. Like, what does this complicated people mean? And what does this complicated?
He's a philosopher.
Right, and so there's that. And then his main interlocutor has been this like stoner Christian guy who like desperately wants to be in Negro, but it's just a big player. So it's just been like gibberish versus like, pretending not to understand English. That's the conversation.
Yeah, well, there's
Somewhere beyond the natural, somewhere waiting for me.
You know, like an raging part of this is, bro. You all think you're smart for saying. You are dumb for not understanding what I'm saying. Every single person who does, I'm sure, is fucking retard. You're a retard. You're a retard. That's what I'm going. Okay, so this is. I'll just lay it out one more time. His point is that I cannot distinguish between what is natural and what is supernatural. I am saying I can simply because there is one that I am in and one that is beyond the one that I am in. The reason I brought up the analogy of the cube is because when we're stuck in this cube, we can distinguish what we do not have access to, the outside of the cube, from the inside of the cube that we're stuck in. And if I ask him, is what's beyond this cube distinct or identical to what's inside this cube, he would by necessity say distinct. Because we are not outside of the cube. We cannot leave the cube. We're inside the cube. So what distinguishes the natural from the supernatural realm is that we are in one realm and the other realm is beyond it. That's the thing. That's the thing.
When you say we're beyond it, right, are you saying something like we're possibly, are you just saying we're possibly disconnected?
No, I'm not saying it's possible. I'm not saying it's possible. That's not
what is it? Then I have a hard time understanding what precisely you could be missing right now. Because you should tell me something like in a space-time sense, where like we're outside.
I know.
Like, you mean spatially outside?
I think heaven, I think the hierarchy's to heaven, and I think the heavens are most like there's space, there's change.
So basically, you're on a level.
No, it's not a multiverse. There's like realms and stuff.
Things like realms.
No.
We think God is in heaven or space, not like inside of the universe.
No, I'm not. The only sense in which God is in space-time is like through his energies. Where he feels. Yeah, but his essence is obviously. There's a verse. I don't know if it's verse 17. It says he's above the heavens of the heavens. So yeah.
This is just word salad. Can we just move on? It's not word salad.
How do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, when he says it's literally spatially external, that is making fucking sense.
Look, this is what I'm going to say. You move up far, like physically upwards far enough. It's gibberish to say if you move physically upwards, that's gibberish. How was that gibberish? I was moving upwards.
Up from where?
From Earth. If I physically.
Right. It's not literally in a direction up.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that it is.
You're saying that if you went in any direction, say up, as long as you didn't fly in the sun, let's just say you have the immunity.
If you went in the same direction, I'll stop you get that. You get to that.
He's saying if it is the case that you went to the outer edge of the expanding universe, whatever that is, if you got to the other side of it, you would be potentially where God is. Something like that.
No, not where God is. No. Shut up. There are layers to heaven. There's multiple realms, which are different heavens, higher from the
this is like automatically like considering this like more absurd than other news, right?
This is okay. This is okay.
Yeah, because if you say a place is not physical, then it doesn't make any sense to say you just go off in a certain direction. Are you fucking serious, Deepak?
Yeah, but I never said. Look.
Keep going up.
It depends on what you mean by physical. So in a way, heaven there is a
Here's somebody else, please.
And so you're mad at like a beast. Give an argument. What was the argument?
He's a debate vampire. He's exactly like a argument. And Michael was like,
Yes, exactly.
I think you're all scared of this, right? So then the baby.
Coming to mind is like if there is such a tight relationship between our physical universe and this other realm, right? Like the kind of relationship you're describing, you expect there to just be empirical evidence, right, in our cosmology or whatever.
Yeah, I think there is. But that's a different question.
Honestly, I hate Justin Wilson.
Look, this was Deepak. The only reason I'm saying all this is to say that I can distinguish the two. That's all I'm saying.
Deepak, can you steel man what Piper is saying that is wrong with what Chef is saying?
Well, maybe I was listening, but I think Piper is saying that this is not what people talk about when they talk about spiritual realms and heaven and so on, right?
Hey, that's another point. My point is just, if you say a place is physical, then you can't say it has a location that you'll get to if you just take it to space that far.
Yeah, but he's not quite committing to the statement that it's not physical. I mean, he's saying
I said it depends on what you eat, dipshit.
You said it depends on what you eat stuff after I questioned it, right? So now he's like,
I never said it's not.
just to kind of summarize how
this is beyond physical regularity.
we look at how we
Yeah, that was about specific principles. Let me clarify. When I said that, I was speaking specific about specific principles. Bro, let me clarify what he's arguing.
20 minutes.
Rare agreement with Sam.
Oh my God.
also agreeing among you two.
This is, I maintain fucking Justin Wilson giving us all lecture on fucking,
Ross, can you just get to the point?
Okay, the point is we're changing something.
What? My boy, what is the okay, look. I'm saying when I earlier
yes,
said
you are. Shut up now.
you're a fucking pussy. You're a pussy.
I mean, look, I wasn't here for like 8 minutes of it, but I
Are they being fairly or not?
don't know, probably not, but
Yes,
I don't think their attitude is good, to be honest. If they don't want to talk to it, that's fine, that's a different question. That might.
That's why this is related, right? Because this thing where he says you just move up, and then get here. We have things like that in the Bible, like Elijah and his
Chariot.
Yeah, which would be the reason I'm saying that.
Even Jesus is looking up to heaven and stuff. The Bible is saying that when you have something moving up, then saying it's going to heaven, that doesn't really make sense. Heaven is not physical.
It's like, it's like, here's the whole thing. Let's say like the Bible stuff fits, right? Religious people, all right, really brain dead, don't take stories like that as a literal guide.
Andrew, I have a question. Why is it that whenever like Jesus goes to heaven, then like he ascends up, and like why couldn't he go down?
Chris, but I don't really know, obviously the exact, relationship there. But I tend to think that there's an external environment in which God dwells, probably, outside of the physical universe. But, or dimension, you might say, whatever. But what's that? Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
But I think it's just a something like as a Christian to say, I don't know whether they actually say this. They might still maintain that heaven isn't physical, but maybe because of the understanding of the people there, right? He just wants to symbolically show that he was leaving, and that's why he was leaving first as not only just symbolically show that maybe there's like heaven is not physical, right? But there's a portal that leads to heaven that is up there. So if you go by, you will then get to the portal and then you will like escape physical reality through that portal. And the portal that's a very famous thing.
It also is
our expanding universe isn't exactly a normal thing. So,
it's also important to know whether that ascent motion is to be understood as being an inertial frame of reference or some sort of accelerating or because then the geodesic calculation get complicated.
Writers of the Bible actually were referencing something like physically direction, like a physical direction up there. It seems clear in many of these religious texts, especially like Islamic texts, like almost very clear that there was some notion that it's up there. Even in the Bible, you can try with the physically for me, based on how many times it was referenced in the context of it. Like look at the Tower of Babel story. It just seems like clearly these people, some of them at least thought there was God up there actually.
There's a pretty clear contrast between how scientifically literate the Bible is and the Islamic scriptures, how far ahead and sophisticated they were scientifically, like many of our Muslim friends keep pointing out. Like another example is when they say that Allah has two right hands, right? It probably sounds bizarre to most medieval scholars until we learn through quantum mechanics, right, that what this means is that God is composed of particles that have spin 2, right, which would actually have this sort of property that is analogous to having 2 left hand.
Okay, that's the what? It's the way all of the straight face,
Deepak jokes sometimes fall flat, but that is a very
that falls, they never fall flat, I say. But here's one more thing.
So did we conclude what supernatural evidence would look like?
Oh, and I just wanted to say that from what Lexi said before.
Yeah.
All Lexi was saying, I feel like you were getting up and go, he's being unreasonable.
No, Lexi,
right. But the point is, all he was trying to say is that no amount of physical evidence leads us conclusively.
No, I don't like that conclusively.
The point is,
the point is evidence. No,
so what I'm saying is, look, I would agree with you if we had the prayer and the Jesus name and then people sort through that.
Yeah.
I have no doubt that there is some type of phenomenon that we need to research more.
That
is amazing.
But
when you make the extra conclusion, which is you're attributing this phenomenon to Jesus.
That is God.
That's not yet borne out by the evidence.
No, that's predicted on Christianity that people will heal in the name of Jesus. He healed left and right. And he said,
I understand that, but even they might be making a mistake. When Jesus said, look, if you believe the story, when Jesus put his hands on people and they were healed, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's possible that Jesus was mistaken and it was
that's not even the point. The point is I don't know who's talking to who, but if you're talking to me, undoubtedly be critiquing me that's all you do. So if you're talking to me, no, I won't. Just to be clear.
Yeah, I said Andrew, can you stop?
Yeah, so just to respond to you, no, I won't, then usually you are very motivated to critique me. But it's good to see you warm up and move up. That being said, in the Bible, it's clear as day, Jesus is healing people. Now, you don't believe that. Obviously, I think that's real deep. That is real, okay? But it could be, placebo. Yeah, it could be. That's not the point. Listen, you take a hypothesis. You say, look, given Christianity, given the idea, does it make a prediction about what it is that would occur? Should we see something now, today, if Christianity were true? Yeah, should we see that, right? This particular data in our reality. Well, if you see somebody in a controlled environment where they're confirmed quadruple amputee, and they get prayed for in all these other religious names and stuff like that, so it kind of shows it's not just praying, just generally doesn't seem to work. And then all of a sudden, somebody prays in the name of Jesus, and the person, their arms and legs are broken. If you're telling me that's not evidence for Christianity, which is what Lexicon said, and which you just agreed and doubled down on, I think you're just wrong. I think that is evidence for Christianity. And I think the more of that you see, I think it's clear that it actually personally be more and more Christian.
But when you say Christianity, do you mean the supernatural part of Christianity?
Yeah, bro. Christianity has supernatural built into it. What are you talking about?
Okay, so the point is this. I don't think there's any way to prove through the physical.
You're saying prove. Quit saying prove. Evidence. Because look,
there's evidence that there's something we don't know.
No. Then and you're just gonna admit it because you said it the other day. You're just like Lexicon because you're an actual robot. He's a robot brain. Both of you guys think that there isn't anything that could count as evidence, much less sufficient evidence. I'm believers. A, because maybe find it entertaining to laugh at them and show how stupid they are. But B, to try to change them and to get them to be.
When I first came on this app, I legitimately was interested in having arguments and maybe seeing evidence. As I've been here for years, it moved me to the opposite conclusion.
No, I'm saying that you don't argue. Do you think there are arguments like that? That are basically worthy of division and just try to change them off of it? No, exactly.
I don't think there's any view that's only worthy of derision. Even something like that. No, I think it's only worthy of derision. I think these are humans that we should have love for. And no, when you say listen to what I'm saying. If you're saying only worthy of derision, as in you just want to yeah, I know that. I know the point. Yeah. Okay, yeah. No. You may not have interest in talking about it, and that's one thing. You might just be like, I don't think this is worth it. But people have been persuaded out of it. You just have to think about the stakes of their belief. Is it worth even fighting for such a thing? I think it's interesting to listen to the flat earth people and talk to them sometimes because they're far sharper in science than what people believe or not. They actually, because they actually have both of that. Because they have point. Right.
I think you actually do science.
Well, here's what I mean. Let me just be clear about it. Basics of science that are in fact mutually agreed upon by the and yeah, on both sides. They're more well, I think that when you get down
I guess you don't go to science and they say a bunch of science words and stuff.
No, that's not even it. Even the geophysicist, the geologist or whatever that guy, he acknowledges that these guys are actually fairly proficient in some of the stuff that they're talking about. They're not just saying stuff that's completely out of their hands. Okay, so I do think that they're pretty sharp because they're up to date on it because they're trying to overturn.
I tend to think the opposite is true.
Okay, well that's fine. That's fine. I think when they're recounting this stuff and they're talking about refraction and aperture and all this other goldfish, talking about how far is water finding its level, stuff like that. Yeah, I bet you anything. You go up to the average glober and ask him how much the current yeah, go up to the globe cards. Ask him how much drop you should get over whatever distance. Most of them are not going to know. But these guys have
I don't think those flat earthers know.
Oh no, they do. They said that they do Charlie. They Google it. That's not my point because I don't care how they got the knowledge. My point is it's not just going to be mutually accepted, but the globe readily available. Why? Because they're not spending the day in, day out trying to overturn a model that's held by most people. So I think that day after day. Well, that's kind of a separate point. But I mean, look, I think we're going to look at where you think but I like the point is that these guys, I think they're used wrong. They do, if that conspiracy were true, like if it was true that we were in a flat Earth, that's a huge story. And so, look, if these guys really believe it, I don't know what happens to people once they have to be where they're at. I mean, I think they're wrong, massively wrong. But that being said, I don't go up to them and just try to make them feel like POS. It's usually, if I'm in my fields and want to just retaliate. But what was my point? But listen, you're saying are some views like not worth engaging just because you know? No, I'm not saying like one the better example is like the Nazi, right? Like worthy of derision and try to make them. Well, okay, that's fine. We talk about it. And worthy of derision. Worthy of derision and the board, something that you have no interest in trying to change your mind about at all because you're already 100% committed. Yeah. And yet the other goal would be to think that you could become sympathy for a Nazi, right? And try to like change them out of it. That's what I mean. Yeah, and it's fine. We can talk about that. But I'm not saying to like beat down and make them feel like shit. Okay, that's fine. What you're saying. Okay, guys. I'm just saying I don't think the way you deal with people who have views is kind of more is to just exile them out of the group or not talk. I don't think that's what we do. Now, there are people who, I mean, it's one day after broken crime who put themselves in such a position where you actually literally remove their freedom. Yeah, I think the best way to deal with those people is to engage them, try to platform them, and try to overturn re-rational. If you can't do that, then maybe you don't collaborate, like in other words, bash someone and not open to it. You might not want to indulge them in a way, like platform them in a way that's just going to let them unadulterated garbage to come out of their mouth, but then again, you might. No, so obviously, if you have to go, I'm saying it does, but if you think quick any details about the logical contradiction, this is, the scientific evidence to say it's going to be right, all that, like, I think it's fine with, whatever it is you're targeting to just say, like, yeah, I mean, nothing has been convinced me given by, what I purport to know, and then just kind of pay somebody else on that. I got you, but I don't want to encourage that because I feel that way about atheists. You know what I'm saying? So I think if you want to like when you're like, oh, what would convince you? It's like, well, they're saying in some sense, like the Christianity entails a lot of contradiction. Okay, but look, I mean, I think that you're like literally, it's like I think it sounds like a performative contradiction to be an atheist, right? Or something. Well, performative contradiction, no, I agree. I think we can make free will. Yeah, but I think performatively. I think serious performative contradiction. It's kind of, I mean, it feels kind of that way. It feels like, it's like God is literally undergirding your existence, and then you're like saying there's no God. And for me, it just feels so overtly obvious that it's kind of strange to like hear people say there's no God. Yeah, I think the moral stuff. I mean, because I feel like the act of God in your life is obvious as it is to me. Like just him being present undergirding your very existence. That like just the things you say and everything are even made capable by him.
If you like, for example, Charles, like have you seen any tweets recently?
Even Bob is important to my tree. Andrew, you've been talking to God, how many years now, how many thousands of conversations? Yeah. Right? Okay, so when you're saying that, especially like in America, we have like the type of people who talk to you, and we have a kind of Judeo-Christian moral value. Yeah. It's like strongly disagree about your views on LGBT people, but like, other than that, I don't know about my views on those people. I don't know. Well, well, just to be clear, I don't want you to frame those people because that's not my view. I know the act of being. Yeah, I think certain things are disordered to the. Okay, it's not. That's not. That's not my point here. Well, I know, but I just want to be clear because I have friends who are LGBTQ and I don't want that to be misunderstood. Well, because I was saying, say to this? What's their normal
No,
response?
yeah, he grew up in a Christian country, and the values instilled in us. So yeah,
Then if you would agree that Christianity is part of the undergirding founding of your moral framework,
but
which it
not
is.
that God.
So that's fine. You don't think it's
So
God.
is pagan philosophy.
Right.
Well, anyway, all
No, yeah, Christianity, but not the like the actual like ontological truth of the God, right? The belief of Christianity, like the Bible.
I don't understand this argument where it's like, oh, well, this world religion influenced with a lot of people think, therefore, there's something weird about denying its metaphysical things. Like, no, I mean, that's not how anything works. I don't like. Isaac Newton got a lot of strange things.
Yeah, that's
wrong.
wrong.
Are you gonna like accept that on the basis of him like contributing to science?
Yeah, that's
That's the other way to claim it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like that. It'd be more like, that would just be more like looking at the maybe predictive power of Christianity and saying, is it the case that this is more expected of Christianity true? Do we find these things to be good? If we find them to be good,
Wait, like the defeater.
I think it's gonna be a really, really weak argument.
The defeater would be Muslim that act and
be bolstered and also looking at it would also be bolstered by asking if, like, Christianity were true, would the darkness be as awesome as they are, would the St. Stephen's Platz Cathedral in Vienna be as like awe-inspiring?
there's actually an argument for beauty for Christianity too, so.
I also said it's extremely weak.
Right, gave you a response to that.
No.
Andrew was basically, he thinks God's obvious for reasons that nobody knows, right? So because we know see it's obvious, right? They're like,
It's a running is like
I'm not exactly sure to be
Hey, Andrew, let's start with the wages of sin and death. Let's start with the wages of sin and death as Christians and see where that takes us.
good point, Katie. I always make my point for the undead crime. Yeah, this is a crime. Yeah. Crime is supposed to be a fact. Because earlier, I was saying about how you're wondering why maybe atheists are doing something wrong, why they not recognize God, because probably looks obvious, right? But it depends on where you are. Like, if your environment don't work as hard as atheists, they didn't try to read anything just material, but because they were in the right environment, they're so stupid when they are, they want to do nothing else, but they believe in God. So, like, we can see that there's something. Wait, do you give them a formative contradiction again? Because that was like a contradiction in our beliefs that you think were like lying or believing.
Yeah,
or is it a formative contradiction?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, I think, just to express, I think there's two. I think morals are one.
I address the moral.
Well, you're saying that, but I'm just saying from my, I'm not saying I'm gonna be able to persuade you, I'll say what I think. I think your logical, your moral outrage that you have about X, Y, and Z, you don't think that's objective, you're just emoting. You're just saying, hey, I think this is something I think is wrong, not the way the world ought to be. But it's not really.
now this is the way the world all ought to be, according to me. You constantly do this shit where it's like, I'm just gonna conflate non-moral realism with like moral error theory. It's like, why do you do this?
Well, no.
Like, you know that they're not the same thing.
Wait a second, so let's walk through this, Piper. So when somebody says, I don't like murder, what are they saying? From your perspective, when you say
that they don't like murder,
yeah,
they don't like
but when I think they not,
yeah, but when they're saying don't
when
say that, you shouldn't wonder, your brain is just fizzing in a non-order.
Of course it's just business. So the point is, what you're saying, what you're putting out there, that proposition that you ought not do this, you're not saying that that's an objective ought that anybody is bound to. You're just expressing what you think.
I'm saying people are bound to it, but I'm not saying anything about it being metaphysically.
Wait, why would people be bound to it?
Because there's a moral obligation.
Where does that come from?
It comes from the reasons that you have for following the obligation.
No, but if somebody says, I don't like this, I have other reasons, there's no rational odds either. So why do they need to accept that?
So they don't care about anything. No. It's not that there's no odds. This is the thing I'm saying.
Okay, so what was the point?
Okay. It's not that there's no odds. It's that the odds, right, are in stance in the making.
Well, no. But when okay, so just to be clear, when I'm saying an ought external to themselves, I'm saying an ought that all people need to go towards. And if it's not,
you can say that all people need to do X, but it's also not true that norm is stance in the making.
Well, no, I think it is. But I'm saying from your perspective.
No, I'm saying, look, it's not, world realism isn't just when you think that there's an ought that applies to everything. World realism is the view that there are normative facts that are independent of
I agree. And I think there's lots involved.
So then this argument that you're doing when you do this rhetorical conflation between simply not thinking that there are stance independent odds and not thinking that there are any odds at all.
No, I'm not. I understand what's going through that. I'm just trying to understand. So again, when you say that they ought to do it, but it's not stance independent, what does that mean?
Yeah, but it means they ought to do it.
What's the subjective? I know where you're going.
No, but I want your subjective knowledge. Yeah, why is that? Why is your subjective assessment on what ought to occur have any ought force on your? That's something called
ethical discourse where we figure out what the reasons are for.
Well, that's just for discussion, though. That's just for discussion. I'm saying.
It's a rational discussion.
Yeah, it's a rational discussion.
You have arguments.
But why are they bound by rationality? Why is that an issue? Why is it the case?
You're asking for the reason for rationality?
No, I'm saying if somebody says, I want to be irrational, I don't care to be irrational. Yeah, I don't care about what you think is the best reason. I want to eat babies because it's fun. Okay, exactly. So my point is that
that just sounds like somebody that, you can have a person like that even if there are objectives.
No, right. Yeah, but you can say that they are.
More like, even if you think, look, Jeffrey Dahmer existed in the world where there's like, world realism.
Correct.
So I don't understand what this appeal is.
No. The appeal is that there's a standard that he's bound to, and in fact, he eventually acknowledged that. He said, I was acting out of. No, it's not a matter of convincing them. I'm saying if the standard is external to them, okay, and you're saying, look, I'm appealing to a standard that they need to, that there's an ought involved there, that they're bound to. Okay, that makes sense. But if you say it's inside of you, and it's just your rationality. Yeah, inside of you, meaning it's subjective. Okay, I don't know. Hopefully, you guys can try to be, so we don't have to get super.
No, I don't think what you're saying.
Well,
you asked me what it means to say.
Inside of you.
What does it mean to say you have an obligation? If I ask you about your language,
Yes. Hold on. If I slip up, let me just be clear here so there's no confusion. Inside means subjective, outside means object. Okay. So inside to you, or relative to you, you think there is a rational obligation for them to be morally in line with the ought that you think is clear by rationality. And I'm saying, why is that rational obligation? Why is that something that they asking for a reason? Yeah, I'm asking for a reason why somebody needs to reason the way you think they should reason.
It's not a matter of
What I think, I don't know.
It's not a matter of right? There are publicly available standards of rationality, right? By which the tests are
own view. It's like, look, I want to do what makes me feel best. The highest order for me is do what makes me feel best. What makes me feel best is killing these people and stealing from them. That's what makes me feel best. I'm saying compared to what you're saying, which you'll try to reason and all that stuff, that's fine. But why is it that there's no objective difference between the two as far as one's right, one's wrong? You wouldn't say that.
There are reasons I would appeal to you that that person.
Sure, and there are reasons they would appeal to, right?
Yes, there are reasons that firearms appeal to what,
I agree. That's why I think ultimately what is the symmetry breaker is that one can say we're more corresponding to objective reality.
I don't get what that part's doing.
Because, well, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying people who are disagreeing with one another, it isn't that some should have any more, there's no normative force that should have.
That's again, you're just doing this confusion. The norms aren't standard independent, and there are no norms.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just don't understand.
You understand those are literally like logically distinct propositions.
Yeah, I understand that. But I'm saying apart from that.
You can't argue that one tails down.
No, okay, fine. But what I'm saying is, and this is hard to articulate. I wish somebody who understands exactly what I'm saying also because what I'm saying is that you're just saying stuff, and the stuff you're saying is within you, and you're not appealing to anything external to yourself as far as any normative standard.
You said that all that language. Wait, no, that's not. It's not independent. You're not saying anything I disagree with.
And you are, yeah, but
it's not an argument against what I'm saying.
Okay. Why? There's nobody who's being wrong in an objective sense by the rational, but by the rational faculties. Listen, they're not violating any rational norms and any moral norms. No, objective norms.
Okay, yeah. Why are they repeating the thesis in the incredulous code?
No, I'm just saying they're not. No, hold on. I was done. I'm saying there's no objective moral norms or rational norms. So why isn't it the case that somebody can feel completely justified doing whatever the fish they want to do, and really, even though you may not like it, there's really nothing beyond just your preference that they don't do it that should be binding on them or that should bear down on them, right? Somebody should. I think it's a matter of preference. Somebody may physically stop that. But I'm saying apart from that, obviously they can get away with doing whatever. Why should they? There isn't necessarily
dialogue with them. They're going to appeal to something like what I think you. Charles, you like it.
I'm not even talking about talking to them. I'm just saying if the person wants to do whatever they want to do, in their mind, even if they're aware of your preference against it, that doesn't have any normative. It shouldn't have normative force because there's nothing. Okay. Well, that's basically there seems to be some disconnect there because the way that people talk about this stuff, it really feels like as though they're saying, hey, there is the standard that I'm saying is not just from me. It seems to have more force. It's like it's being put forward as an objective standpoint that people need to go or a checkpoint that people need to hit before they continue their life. If they're not doing the right thing, something needs to change it. And it isn't like I'm just saying I'm imposing something that really isn't geared towards truth, some kind of thing I'm fizzing in a different way, and I'm trying to put that on you. No, I'm actually saying there's a standard that you're not meeting. And it's kind of weird because I feel like there is some sort of, for me, it feels kind of strange because that is what I hear from people. Like I hear their moral outrage, I hear the things they're saying, and it's like, you ought not be doing that. And it's like, well, no, you seem to be saying more than just like, I don't like what you're doing. You see, that's what I think.
I mean, there are a few things there.
Go ahead.
I mean, one thing is, first of all, I don't agree that like moral realism being false means that the normative patterns are matters of preference. Like I don't think that sort of production is right. Like, take for instance, like I think rape is wrong, right? The reason I think rape is wrong is not just because it's icky, right? The reason I think rape is wrong is because I think like, other human beings have an interest in living in a society where people don't do that to each other. Right? That's like it's a more weightier thing than just it's icky. But I know like more whatever. But the other thing is like again,
there's tons of work on this, and volumes and volumes of work. And I'm acknowledging that it's complex, but I'm saying, like, there's something I feel that is performatively going on here. When people, like, appeal to things that seem to be regarding truth, logic, things about what's moral, like, it's not like you're not. There's something that it seems like you're trying to track while saying you aren't tracking that in an objective sense. And that's why I just felt like, for me, it's very strange, because people are, there's like there's like a uniformity in nature and the laws of logic, all the stuff that people say. And I don't typically run like a transcendental thing, but it feels like that's the kind of that's kind of strange, because it seems like you're in like this world with a fixed thing. Like there's like something that's being used to measure what's true, what's wrong, but then also simultaneously saying that it's kind of every man for himself, and we're just byproducts of evolution.
And this, again, you're just conflating.
Please, let me try back. Something that we said before. You feel that, they seem to be pretending as if they are appealing to a standard, but that if it's not objective, if it's not line dependent, they seem to have a problem, right? But can't it be co-constructed by the community, just like a language? If you go around to say, how do we say these words? How do you construct this sentence? There's something there appealing to them. Yeah, that's right. This is the standard. And yet you don't think that there's some kind of like mind-independent English, like you just co-constructed by people there. So you can have morality that it's not just appealing to only yourself, you're appealing to some kind of like shared construct that you build together, and that's the standard, and it's not mind-independent because you built it together. Why isn't that good enough?
I think just the way that people speak doesn't seem to track this ultra.
I could just add to what you were saying about your word about formative aspects of it. All this is that once you engage with people in a discussion where morality is the thing that you're asking for certain language to be used, like you can't avoid the performative aspect. Because the way we talk to each other here is not the way that like I go about my daily life. Right, so those differences matter. That's kind of how we're avoid it.
I'm sure that I do.
Yeah, the thing is, again, when someone pauses and tries to get answers to questions asked, leave them. Don't just fill the gap by just talking about something else. Like, when you were thinking of what to say,
and then there's the idea like complaining when people are like, this is wrong, and it's like abortion or murder rate, whatever thing you give out, like, it's always wrong. You never say, well, it's wrong to me based on my stance.
That's right.
Because of the power that they're right. I think
Yeah, but look, that's just because there's a bunch of stuff that we all value, right? We feel like if either right or wrong, that we can appeal to the conduciveness relations, our actions and the things that we collectively done. There's no need to invoke like, well, but actually, if there weren't any human beings around, the universe would be this. Like, it's just, like, that's not, those are really not.
Well, I think a lot of people have to do that, and I think that
yes, I think basically, I mean, like, I think the thing that's behind the situation, right, is just that people are obviously very attached to their moral conclusions, right?
Yeah.
And, I think they should be. Like, I'm not against moral conclusions.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
but they're attached to it in such a way that they think, oh, this can't have something to do with us humans who are
and the way William Lane Craig puts it, people don't like it, but I think it's actually kind of captured the intuition. When people say that raping an infant is wrong, they mean it's really wrong. And by really there, he's obviously saying stance independent. It doesn't have anything to do with your preference. It just is wrong. Apart from anything that you think, apart from anything anyone else thinks, it just is wrong. And I think that is something. I think that is something that people are. Yeah, it's all right. I was just saying that I think the thing that like William Lane Craig he capitalizes off of this in the discussion because I think it's a very common intuition when he says things like when you talk about raping an infant for fun or torturing an infant for fun, that's wrong. Not just wrong, but it's really wrong. And when he says really here, he's obviously playing on people's intuitions.
He's doing the same thing that you're doing, except it's a lot more
well, you guys can say this, but I don't. Well, we talk about this. I think you dropped the chart this on. That's fine. But here's the thing. If you think that that's, I'm going to chart. Well, this was a while back. We talked about this. I remember talking about this week. But I think maybe we need to pull up a clip where he says this. We talk about things wrong. The thing that what he's doing there, I think it's a very because I think he feels the same way. I don't think he's like pulling a hoodwink. Here's the thing. It's more than just me saying it. It's not just me saying rape is wrong. There's more than just that. It's not just a bunch of people agree with me either. It doesn't matter if everybody agrees with me. It's that it just is wrong. And I think that when he says that, that's what he's getting at. And that's how I feel.
Yeah, I think none of, but you realize, none of that has to do with whether it stands independent.
No. It is because I said it doesn't. It just is wrong apart from anybody's thoughts. And that's
well. So this is why I think it's something. I think it's just straight up equivocation. So when you say, oh, but it can't be stance dependent, because it's really wrong.
Yep.
Right. Okay. But what he means by really wrong, right? If it's taken as supposed on, if it's not just going to go to be a question making argument. What he means by being really wrong is that it stance dependent.
That's right.
Right. But the only way it doesn't have persuasive force to anybody is if they think what he's saying really, he means like it is actually wrong as opposed to not being wrong.
No, but
it actually being wrong is not dependent on it being stance independent. Right? So
no, but I think people do in fact think it doesn't matter if people agree with me, it just is wrong. And it doesn't matter if I agree with myself.
It's not responding to my text.
No, but what I'm saying is I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying that I don't think that's dishonest because when he says really wrong, he's saying it's not just my own associate. It's not something that we just evolved to feel this way. And I think he couches it, not to pull up in a presentation where he does the moral values thing, but I think he does indicate what he's getting at, which is that even if it were the case that Hitler would have taken over in World War II, won the war and taken over the whole world becomes Nazis, it doesn't matter. It's still wrong. So it's not stance dependent.
And that doesn't have anything to do with stance independent.
No, it does, though, because he says that every single person, all people on the planet, all stances now think it's fine.
And it's still wrong. I think it just stance doesn't mean whether you believe it's wrong. Right? Stance just refers to like a subjective psychological state. It doesn't necessarily refer to what you believe about a moral proposition.
No, that's what I'm saying. In all psychological positions, stances on the whole planet think that Nazism or whatever being Nazi is good, then it would still be wrong. He says that, right?
And but then also like so when you're evaluating that hypothetical, you can evaluate that. Like if someone asks you, like, if everybody on the planet became a Nazi.
Yeah, at the time of World War II. Yeah.
At the time of World War II, it doesn't matter, right? But like the point is just like everybody on the planet,
what we think is wrong right now. It's saying it would still be wrong even
But the issue there is those reasons have nothing to do with like the metaphysical status of moral values, right? They just have to do with, well, I think human beings have interests in like, Nazism not succeed, like, or resisting Nazism or whatever it is, right? So the point there is just like, I still have my, anti-fascist standards, right? So even if you bring up a world in which everybody's a fascist, right? I think I still have my reasons for being against it.
I understand.
It's nothing at all to do with like,
I know values. I know where the distinction is, because you're talking about somebody now evaluating, and I'm saying that if in the thing he's saying to evaluate, if he frames it such that the people at the time during World War II, if it were the case that all people on the planet became Nazis, being a Nazi would still be wrong, even if all of this psychological response. How is that not a response? You just said we're evaluating from our perspective. And I'm saying,
like what you're saying doesn't escape the fact that we're evaluating it from our perspective.
no, because he's saying no. He's saying if it were the case that from nowhere you go back in time to World War II, when the whole world has been taken over, Hitler would still be wrong. So
you're saying that because you have your standards, right?
No, not by my standards. That's why I said from nowhere. Because
now it just sounds like you're making too much indicated Nazis. Look, the point that I'm just right, is that you're trying to put this to me as this is why you should believe in objective moral values and duties or whatever, right? The reason I don't think it's persuasive is because you're asking me to evaluate a hypothetical. Yeah. With my standards. I still have those standards.
Yeah. Well, that's not what I was
saying. Now, it's not that you think your standards stands to them.
Yeah. Well,
I'm just saying, this is not an argument. This is at most, it's a lame attempted intuition.
Well, the reason I was giving this is to try to show that I don't think William Trace being dishonest, and we were talking about that to try to say that. I think what he's doing there is appealing to people's intuitions that I do think are tracking. Yeah, I think it is tracking. And I think the intuition that they're tracking is that people think that if all minds were gone, or all minds were leaving, if all minds were gone, if all minds were gone, or if all minds were believing one particular thing that we would consider wrong, it's still the opposite would be true, that it would be wrong, even if they thought it.
Yes, right. Andrew, what do you think the point of an argument is?
The point of an argument is to motivate you to the conclusion. But I'm not saying this to you. The person that's hearing the argument.
Okay, so if you think it's a good argument, and like, okay, you have this argument, let's say for atheism, right? And it pumps the intuitions of atheists, people who are already atheists really hard, that they should still be atheists, right? That should be atheists, right? But it doesn't, and in fact, sure, you actually absolutely nothing to people who aren't already atheists, like agnostic and theists, right? You think that's a good argument?
If you're trying to motivate atheists to be theists, what's the argument? Sorry.
Okay, so you have an argument for atheists, right? And the argument, right, it solidifies the intuitions of people who are already atheists for other reasons, right? It solidifies their pro-atheist intuition, right?
Yeah.
But what it doesn't do is give anybody else a reason to become an atheist who is already, right? You think that's a good argument?
No, I don't think that's a good argument.
Right. So I don't think the fact that because Craig uses the argument, the intuitions of his audience really agrees with it, makes it a good argument.
Yeah.
Makes it so that it's not solved.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what he's going for. I think he's going for people who are on the fence or who don't really understand how to
Listen, give people who are on the fence the reason to rethink their position.
Oh, I don't think that's right, because I think if somebody who's on the fence hears, oh wait, I do actually think, in fact, like for example, here's the actual quote from him. This is what he says. To say that there are objective moral values is to say, I'd like to do it in his voice if I could. Well, I can have it. To say that there are objective moral values is to say that something is right or wrong independently of so. For example,
That's not what it is, by the way.
How's that wrong?
Remember, I made a distinction between stances and beliefs about a particular moral proposition.
So you're saying that it is wrong to say that there's no sense of objective moral values that would track with him saying that it is
No, I'm just saying that, so moral realism from you, that moral values are stance independent. He made it up beliefs. Stances aren't just simply beliefs.
So you're saying but that's what I'm trying to understand. So I'm trying to see where you're saying he's wrong, because you're saying the statement he just said is wrong. So
stances aren't just beliefs. Stances are like psychological attitudes, right? Subjective states.
Well, stances are
Therefore, then there are psychological attitudes and subjective states that aren't like propositional, like states of the body, like beliefs are.
To say that there are objective moral values is to say something is right or wrong independently of whether any human, I'm going to just do a little a little chat GTP thing, whatever on this, and see being believes it to be so. Okay, understood. What's that?
AI's gonna be bad at theory sensitive.
That's not.
I mean, if you just want me to pull up
Well, that's not all
things
true. Well, that's all true, but I just want to make sure. I think that's kind of strange. Well, hold on. Is this wrong, or is it no? I think we need to get to the bottom of this thing. I think this is kind of there's a lot of points to make, right? I get it. But when we talk about some of the things he says, let's evaluate them and see what's up. If this is wrong, I don't know, because as far as I can tell, to say that no one believes it to be so, independent of whether they believe it, it's still just wrong. Independently of your belief system, it's still wrong. That's not like a.
Okay, Andrew, I feel like I can prove this point pretty clearly, just with like a simple thought experiment. So,
okay.
Let's say I have a view that what's right and wrong depends on your desires, but that's nothing to do with your beliefs. Am I more realistic?
Wait, one more time. You can say what?
Let's say I love the view, the benevolent view, that right and wrong depends on your desires, but not your beliefs. Am I more realistic?
No.
Right. But according to the definition of Grant just gave, since he makes it only about beliefs, I wouldn't be involved. Because in my view, it would be independent of your beliefs. It just wouldn't be independent of your desires.
But wouldn't your desires still be you still have beliefs about your desires, though, right?
If somebody's desires aren't beliefs, unless you want to subscribe to a controversial thesis in like the philosophy of mind.
Okay. So
You're appealing to something that the audience would relate to. He's not being like conceptually precise.
So
that's the only point I'm making.
Yeah. Well, that's fine, but you're charging that with him, because I think we need to kind of deal with the elephant in the room. You do think that that's him trying to be, because he doesn't, just to be clear, he's not.
I don't think him being imprecise in that moment is emblematic of his dishonesty. The thing that I think is emblematic of his dishonesty is the way that he predicates on the term really when he makes his argument more real.
Yeah, but how is that so? If that's just to relate to people, to make them think, because this is how I feel. Like when I first wrote that, before I really understood the philosophical distinction, and I still don't know that if I understand all the philosophical distinctions, but before I understood it, I understood him to be saying this isn't a matter of just within the human, what they're thinking. It is external to that. There's like a standard floating there.
But let's think about the argument. Let's put Craig's intentions aside and get back to that. Let's just think about the argument, right? It's the first part of my charge is, so my argument here has two prongs, right? Premises, or whatever, right? The assumption. So one is that his argument is equivocated, right? And two is that he knows that his argument is equivocated. uninitiated people, like, they will tend to conflate moral realism and really being wrong. They don't really get that distinction between, fact on some anti-realist views, right? You're going to have, in the case there are no facts, right? Uninitiated people will readily conflate the things in which there are no facts and the moral facts are fancy detectors. So then what he's doing is relying on that conflation, right, to make this rhetorically powerful argument. Now, that is just equivocation, right? He's substituting one sentence for the other, right? And he should be aware of that because he's a professional philosopher. So that's why I think he's dishonest.
Okay, but what do you think that's doing to the audience? So then they become convinced that,
It's confusing. Okay, so it's basically
but why?
pulling the hole in your eyes.
But what does that do though? It's not making them think anything different than what all they would be thinking then is. I think it's really wrong.
It's reaffirming them in their confusion, their conflation of moral anti-realism and moral error.
But why would you want to do that?
Because he's dishonest, right? He just wants
the
way I view his goal here. His goal is to set aside all the philosophical nuances and talk to Christians who are relatively ignorant of philosophy, but who want to do wicked easy apologetics. So he's giving them that McDonald's, right? He's giving them the moral realism Big Mac. Here's the argument where you can rely on a terminological equivocation that might be rhetorically powerful or rhetorically persuasive to an uninitiated person, but really is sort of like dumb as an action word.
But why would he do that then just to set them up to get raped? Why would he do that?
I'm hoping that I'm talking to non-philosophically uninitiated people.
Well, that's
this is what I think, right? So I think the function of his popular apologetics, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have Christians, right? They want to do evangelism, right?
Yeah,
Majority of the people that do evangelism are not going to be philosophy hobbyists or academic philosophers, right? They have no understanding.
Okay.
Right? So those people are making shitty-ass arguments that, sure, a professional can spot. There's somebody with some knowledge of philosophy who can spot from a mile away. That's being shitty-ass arguments, right? The people that these people are doing evangelism to won't be able to spot that because they don't know anything about philosophy.
Yeah, but hold on. So a few things I want to point out. That a lot of this things where he's doing this stuff, there's going to be people that have master's degrees in philosophy. There's going to be people that are intelligent there that are in the audience. It's kind of weird for him to do something that's so blatantly, like if that's his motivation, that's a weird thing to do. And because there's going to be a lot of people that are immediately going to know he's doing that. The other thing is that you're saying like if you just equip people with their McDonald's to go get raped if they were to encounter anybody that's a better, philosophical, their prowess or whatever. Well, the thing is, you don't necessarily have control over how smart that random interlocutor is that you're going to run into to do apologetics to. So it's kind of a really risky move for him to build up a base of people who are so stupid that they're going to hear this, they're going to run with it, and then they are going to encounter something that's just going to bend them over. And then, if I can just, well, there's one more problem though. Well, I'm trying to respond to Piper all the points to get to several points. Okay, and I'll just kick it over. The last thing is he's not just doing this to his own audience. He's doing this to an audience where, like in debates, there are people on hold, in education. So you're going to have people lay level all the way to PhDs on both sides. So that seems a little strange. And then, so when he gives the argument, I'll just say what I think he's doing. What I think he's doing, at least how I take it, is to get people to think about it who don't really understand this, to think about what it is they really are committed to on this moral issue. Because you just know these things are wrong typically, but you don't really think about what it means to say you know it and how that applies to the rest of the world. So when he gives an example like Hitler and stuff like that, he's like, and the way that he puts it is like to say, for example, to say that the Holocaust was wrong is to say that it was wrong, even though the Nazis carried it out, and it would still have been wrong, even if the Nazis had won World War II and succeeded in exterminating people here, in and exterminating or brainwashing everybody who disagreed with them, so that everyone believed that the Holocaust was good. So every single person believes that it's good. Yeah, but my point is that if somebody was to think about that, the way I took that, and the way that I think of it as force on people who are on defense of this, is to make them think, is it the case that I think people are what determine it? Is people what determine whether the Holocaust is right or Hitler is right or not? And if you think not, which this gives me an this definitely prompts me to like parse it out my own mind. No, it's not dependent on people. And that's why I think it has force on people who could be either on the atheist side and just, haven't thought about it, or on the theist side. And I think that's where I feel like it is not, underhanded or slimy. But anyway, maybe that's up to I agree.
Just that big, I won't address everything. I just want to take that big about why would they setting up to get something, to get raped or whatever, because as soon as they get out, the other anti-rapists to leave them alive. Wow. Well, this is a common reality. Go and look at debates that Michael Schumer did and Russell Falando did on YouTube, where they had an equally professional anti-realist and they blackmailed them with these kind of great moves. But if you try to make them look stupid, try to make the anti-realists look like they thought that rape wasn't really wrong. So it's a very common tactic to get away with an audience and blackmail the anti-realist way. The anti-realist has responses for that. There's a expressivist response, there's a constructivist response. One the Piper gave was the expressivist response that when the guy said, oh, in future, if all the people start believing that narcissism is right, that means that it must be objective because it's still wrong. Well, the expressivist response would be that you're commenting on the future people would do, but you just have a really strong belief, so wrong, that even if future people thought it was right, you still feel like, no, that might be what you might be doing. So there are responses to this, but William and Craig will hide all these responses that the anti-realist takes away and just say, scary, you look like Nazis and that. So I think, let me just do that to be clearer. So I go ahead, Papa, you can make your own reason.
And just to be precise, it's counterfactual people about future.
Counterfactual people, yeah. It's like, even if we maybe, instead of arriving till today, we took another plan, the Nazis one, and everyone was there. You could still make the same response, the expressivist response, that you're just thinking, we're just sitting there. The anti-realists can still maintain their position. They have good stuff to say back. But when the Craig would make it look like, they have no response, they're committed to thinking that rape isn't really wrong. And they all do this. Russell Falando and Michael Schumer do this. They go to professional philosophers. So the people that will have Craig speaking probably won't get raped.
Okay. Are you comparing YouTube debates with like the debates that happen at college campuses in front of like 7,000 freshmen? I think it's a little bit of a different dynamic.
The YouTube debates, I think why they still work here is that Michael Schumer and Russell Falando are debating and also like a PhD researcher who actually what happened to the anti-realists. And they still use this just move and right. Go to YouTube and watch it.
Humor's not an anti-realist, people in the outside.
I didn't say the why. I said they are.
I'm just saying you who won. I just won. I thought you said someone won.
No, they didn't.
You didn't say that.
No, I didn't say anyone won. I'm just saying who won.
I'm asking you, some of the you talking about is the anti-realist.
Two people don't talk. Let me hear what's going on.
You didn't know that they were the
Yes, I don't know who I can't remember, but if you wasn't debating, another person was debating somebody who. Okay. Yeah, I don't know who they were. They were people that knew about it. I'm saying these moves don't only work when Greg does it on a totally clueless.
Okay, I got
This move works. Like, even if they know what to say back and they know the expressive response, they already look back when they've been portrayed as someone who can't really say that it's really, really wrong from their position.
Oh, that's okay.
And another thing I think what these people guys often do is that when the debate is over, they now make an angry response later on their own channel saying, look at what he did, look at the best thing he did.
Well, did you ever watch the debate between Pickle and Down King?
No, I didn't watch that one. I don't think I watched that.
Like the final part of it is Schaefer and disagreeing with him and expressed it. And he's doing that by virtue of the voice. So if you were to deploy counterfactual normativity, you would say something really good, something like correct, because they're both reals, you know. Pickle and Down just grounds it non-natural properties, it's a big argument about it. But structurally it's similar.
Can you explain that? Because I'm trying to really understand this charge of being dishonest. That doesn't strike me.
That's just the fact that this is not the move. I don't think that people have different powers to correct that. I don't know. I don't really push back against that.
No, but I mean, no. But you heard how Piper broke down. Here's what he could be doing. He could be trying to do something that's just basically saying moral realism is true and just baiting the question, which he is saying moral realism is true. But I think he's motivating it by getting people to introspect on what it is that they think about these moral truths.
Just get some rhetorical things he's doing there. If emotivism or expressivism were to be brought up, I mean, you'd probably address it, but the idea is kind of like there's a part in the debate between Carol and Craig, there's like the book that came out, commentates on it. And Jameson further makes this point about like the line that scholars have to balance between like conceptual precision and like lay reception. And there's always like a weird kind of line you get to balance between the two. Sometimes to get it across to the lay person, they think they have to relax their conceptual precision a little bit. I don't think you necessarily have to do that every time. But the explanation that I think that's explanation that they're trying to write down is why not necessarily do not stick. For example,
But do you agree that that's actually not exactly precise? There's something wrong with what he's saying here as far as saying objective moral values is to say that something's right or wrong independently of whether any human believes it or not?
It's emphasized because there's other kind of stances other people.
Sure. That's fine.
And it just didn't want you to throw that in.
But no, I think that's but isn't it covered when he says, and if even if the Nazis have won World War II and succeeded in exterminating, now
they're trying to get rid of all.
Yeah, that's another one. If you got that, right.
And then notice that one experiment just becomes like, you know, and what? Okay. Then I think I was saying earlier on the fact that like if you present that to me simply like asking me to evaluate that hypothetical with my standards is usually a big deal. These big realism.
I typically bring counterfactual normativity to like explain to an anti-realist like why I have the intuition I have. I'll press it like for a second. I would be like, do you think this? And then if they say, well, I just pick the question, I guess it's probably like try to go to like theoretical configurations.
Yeah. So Piper, you don't think you're saying that you would just make it real? You do. If somebody.
I'm saying when you present me a hypothetical, like if you presented me,
exterminated the Nazis. You know, even if Hitler exterminated everyone, and his whole position was this is good. All of his, everything about his stance is that it is good. Okay. And he exterminated everyone else. Do you think that at that from nowhere, just keep evaluation there, that it would still be wrong? Hitler would still be wrong.
So I feel the whole bad about the Nazis is back up in the stance involved, the fact that Jewish people did not die, the fact that you create
of saints that would care about Jewish suffering. Would it still be wrong? That's what I was
You missed the point I was making. We got that. I was saying, you got rid of the countries. You also got rid of the Jews that were suffering, that made lives. Those are not just dynasties. You got rid of the people that you were actually.
The census are beliefs, or desires and stuff, or preferences and stuff. And those beliefs and desires and preferences were like against like what the Nazis were doing, and you eliminate those stances. Then there's no stances left to think. It might be all I might have like but
Yeah. I'm just saying that it's like all your points. Yes, but you got rid of some other things as well. The object of the people that were being punished that made people think that nothing was wrong. They're not there.
Right.
Because you could have a different kind of thing. I don't know, maybe if you converted Jews into Nazis as well, you say, okay, these people are still there, but they're just not being punished. But
in the sense
you end up not only faster on the not only Nazis gone, you just have people there who believe that Nazism is correct, but they're not actually oppressing it, but they're not actually practicing it. You've changed what Nazism means. Nazism just now is a big word. Everybody's Nazi.
Well, what would be the opposite of appraisal in that case would be their preferences. Such that if there were still Nazi or Jewish people running around, they would have certainly said right together. That's all kind of actually not to be correct. But I will say this, there is a debate. I remember a there.
Yeah, sorry, just talking to my black racist brother down in the audience.
Because it got brought up when we brought Chris up on stage and Chris was talking solar. I actually looked this up on focus groups. There was actually a debate about whether or not deployment of thought experiments like that, whether or not you can appraise the thought experiment when it doesn't involve your existence, like across worlds.
Yeah,
like some people think you can't. Yeah. Some people think you can't do that because the thought experiment, the nature of it is excluding your existence. And what would the world be like, or what should you ethically conclude or whatever in some world that doesn't involve like your appraisal, like coming from this world?
Yeah.
But then other people are like, it's like a weird kind of like it's almost inconceivable to not have appraisal that come from the world as a thought experiment that's being presented to you in this world. So there's a debate about that. I think the correct group is sympathetic to people that think that the appraisals won't work across worlds. Like that would be the nature of thought experiments. But there's a debate about that. Anyway.
John, and I appreciate that, John, but I feel like there is something about that, right? You evaluate hypotheticals from just nowhere versus your own stance. But there's a couple of black racists down in the audience I'm friends with. Organic, I invited Organic up. He's a DJ. He said that he runs a lot of music rooms, or as he might call them, black music rooms. But he said, I can still be respectful to white people. I'm simply biologically superior to you. That's all.
You know he's right though, right? Like logically speaking.
He is right. Organic is stronger, brother. You got to raise his brother in the audience. He's a Christian. I mean, in the state right now, he's a Christian too, which is amazing.
Yeah, I'm a Christian too, and I believe that.
Great. I mean, it's always good to have.
It's like a couple of boys with.
I don't think because I don't think like who can we biologically superior to coach because race is it's a social concept.
Race is real. What say you, my brother? Good to see you, my friend. It's been a long time.
Because you got to think about it, and we had this conversation before, man. White people came from a place where there's lack of resources. So when you have lack of resources like that, you're going to have less skill set. So just logically speaking,
Speak up, Organic. Can't hear you better.
Like, I'm just being real with you, bro, about it for a second. Black people are good at sports. Think about it. The sun strengthens your bones. It actually gives you superpowers. If you barely have the sun, you barely got plants to grow to cook you some good seasoned food. This is a bad yes. It makes sense.
They have this transient quality of all sucking.
Well, Organic just said in the chat, he said,
too abrasive for our crowd. So just let your refugees find them. Go ahead.
Mr. Organic, what do you think happens if, like, you know, a black person is exposed to, like, equal doses of radiation?
How much of this will be legal? Because we have to be on our skin and protect something.
Amen. Right, so you don't think black people are susceptible to radiation?
But that's not in the biggest one for your body is your skin. And you have a condition like the biggest one.
Well, can you just answer this question straight up, yes or no, right? Do you think black people are susceptible to radiation?
Can I answer it? Anyone. You're more susceptible.
Exactly. Oh, wait, so you think anyone is susceptible to radiation?
Yeah, everybody is not
but the simple thing. So it's not really, so that's not really the case. It's like, that's not really the case that white people get skin disease, right? It's more just like white people are slightly more susceptible to negative effects of radiation.
Is that not the point?
But you're proving the cost. But you're why you just get to the end because they don't have as much knowledge.
But you're proving his point.
And he's right.
Organic, that was a great point. There's still a disadvantage. Like, you're just missing the whole
I'm going to say this one. 99% of people in Australia, the white people, are dying. Guess what they're dying from?
I already know.
Skin cancer. In the fucking location in the world.
That's a lot of bullshit.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. Just look at your own fucking area.
No, I don't think those statistics are like straight in the point.
See, like,
And Australia, by the way,
skin cancer is a big issue.
People
reputable, and then he said .org, which I'm not sure why he said .org, but maybe he means like .edu or The other thing is organic. The other thing is can you show any source at 99%? That's the other thing.
He's not the only racist guy on stage. He's not the only racist guy. Yeah.
People actually need vitamin D supplements when they live in more northern or more southern climates because of lack of sunlight. So it works both ways, where in the world does the sun not rise? You need vitamin D supplements because the sun. Alright. If you're somewhere where there's no sun, right? We're not close to the sun, right?
Let me read what I got here. Australia has some of the highest skin cancer rates globally because there are different types of skin cancer. The percentage is usually described in terms of lifetime risk or the numbers of treatments performed annually. Lifetime risk. The most common way to measure the prevalence in population by looking at how many millions, approximately 67%, with some form of skin cancer by the by age 85. That was pretty high. Organic, I will give you this. That's a lot higher than that. But I think that is a lot higher than that. By the age and check this out. By age 85, the risk increases to roughly 69 to 73% for men and 65% for women. That is very sensitive.
Because they went to the wrong fucking part.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Danny.
Well, you were wrong on the 99%. Yeah. I like that.
That's what I'm
It sounds funny.
That's what
Thank you. So, if you're asking to break down the numbers by race.
It's gonna go, I do not acknowledge race. Race is a social construct.
Remember that you read that women are less susceptible than men as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
but there's no differences. So don't say that ever again. That's not in Australia, okay, so the highest risk is for white people, it says. Hold on, it's here. Okay.
White I just want to see if there are substantial numbers. No, that's what I'm saying.
So in Australia, skin cancer statistics are primarily tracked
either way, organic, you're not racist enough, brother. The simple fact is this: Europeans don't have nothing unique about them. White people actually do not have any uniqueness that they hold for themselves. They got everything from other people and expounded off of that. And that's what I'm saying for that.
That's not true at all.
Watch this. Watch this. Well, watch this. I got you. Watch this. Can you give me one European invention before Alexander the Great that's uniquely for them, that only them had created? I know. That's why. Let's do it then. Let's do this. Because nobody can. For an example, Egyptian. For an example, Egyptian, you can point out something specifically and uniquely that came directly from them. There's nothing of that for Europeans before Alexander.
I looked it up. I can name hold on, I can't. For example, the European invention that predates Alexander the Great is the Greek tribune worship. By ancient Greek civilization, 7th century BCE, it was a fast, highly maneuverable ship powered by 3 moving oars on each side. This design gave Greek naval forces a major advantage in battles, especially against larger restored ships. Marines played a crucial role in events like the Battle of Salamis, where Rome defeated the Persians. Since this technology was well before Alexander's time, it was in BCE, it really fits the criteria.
Hey man, there's no heard what I said. Heard what I said.
This guy did not move it before he hit the
Now watch this. Now Piper, is a warship a boat?
Yeah, here goes the boat.
token type.
Watch this. Hold on. Is a warship a boat?
You're getting ready to get cut, Piper.
Okay, so a warship is a boat. So what you're telling me is this: that the Greeks had something. Let me finish, man. What's going on? I know it hurts.
Yeah, you're
I know it. So let me finish.
let's see out in the audience, though. Let's see out.
Sure.
Brother, what's going on? Am I able to respond at all?
Yeah, guys, let him respond. This is good.
That's kind of ridiculous. I can't respond to
Let John. Yeah, let John say Piper. Let John cook you properly, and then you can respond. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So for an example, let me just give y'all a little history. The Greeks or Europeans in general learned from the Egyptians. So they did exchanges and they learned from them. The thing that they learned from was math, literally math, geometry, science. Then you can Google this with me to go down the line of things that the Europeans learned from the Egyptians. Not only that, years later they come back around and conquer the Egyptians. And then after conquering them, they decide to claim some of the things of their own as if they invented it. Now here's what the Europeans did. Once they learned from them, and I please finish. Once they, and I please finish. Please, brother. Please.
This is an off-topic ramble, but
All right. Yeah, that's what you want to say. Thank you. So,
Keep it nice and nice, man. Seriously.
I mean, watch this. Let's see if the logic works. If I keep getting interrupted, then it's going to prolong, correct? Like, come on. Bro, like the conversation be out the window. Of course it's going to be long if you keep interrupting me. Just like what you're doing right now, it's going to be longer, bro. You can't rush it. Martin don't speak. Martin don't speak when I'm speaking.
MJ already told you, just keep it. Yeah, he doesn't like speeches. And we all have microwave brain, and a lot of us swim. So just go quick.
you're proving me right that white people are inferior. They're not capable of holding a long conversation. They're not capable of holding these long conversations. You don't have the y'all shouldn't even have look at that.
We don't have quorum or decorum. But listen, can you go ahead and finish what you were saying? Just say it real quick, and we got to go again. I want to hear it. That's right. I want to hear it. We got to begin here. I want to hear it. I want to hear you want to know. Okay, go. Go, John.
No, if I keep getting interrupted, I'm not. You might as well move on.
We'll come back to you.
Yeah, so come back when y'all have respect to it.
I got you. Okay. Whoever wants to go can go, but definitely here's more Danny. How much of that white people are? This whole discussion is on a false premise. The idea that there are races, that there could be one set of some good traits and one have bad traits. It's just, that race is a social construct, so this is just misbegotten,
Well, I'm talking biologically.
Yeah, we're saying that's race is a biological race is a social construct. So, none of this makes any sense.
Why did God make you with
My race is a social construct. He's an atheist, okay? But a lot of atheists on No, I'm saying the BB is an atheist. He's not a Christian. He's not a Christian. I don't know if he ever was. Let me tell you, organic, he's a Jew. Just so you know, he doesn't accept that because he just said there's no differences. We're all the same. Everybody's the same.
Well, if that's true, why did you get so upset when they called white? If we're all the same.
They get upset when they're called white.
Again, why did they say about them?
I've never seen this in my life.
You've never heard that?
I mean, to be fair, organic, every time I see BP, even though he's a Jew, I actually do refer to him as the black Jew. So maybe he did, I never actually asked about Steve. Why are they saying today? These
No one's talking about any social construct. Well, I'm saying they're biologically superior to this.
That doesn't make any sense biologically. It's proven to be a social construct. So actually, he's actually defending himself because in the past he argued about the differences of races. He actually defending himself because people give him a hard time for pointing out differences. They think it's racist. So he's actually doing that.
There's a big difference. He has a skin disease.
Well, I don't think we'll be up for too long. But I'll just say this. But BB, why would I discuss racial differences? Everyone discussed racist social construct. But when black supremacists come on stage, no one was that was racist. Yeah, it's interesting. Piper, you willing to say too? Piper, are you willing to say we're all the same? No, there are people organic, not BB, that don't want to do that.
Beef is inferior to you, just like you are. So I don't see.
No, Piper thinks that all races are the same. Piper thinks that.
I'm
They think that's a fire skill set, organic, that you can camouflage in the snow. Inferior. No snow camouflage, which is inferiority. You have no snow camouflage, which is an inferiority to that. So except for inferiority, it's like
You can't.
Because organic, you don't have anything.
Organic, when you're chasing us down, like when they started, whatever. Oh yeah, no. Let me just say this. Let me just say this. Winter sports, we've got that. We've got that. We have owned. I mean, in a good way.
But that's
in winter sports.
That's only because y'all choose to do sports in the winter. If a black person chooses to do sports in the winter, we'll dominate. I mean, it's just a lot of That's not reaching. Black people literally dominated every sport that white people have been. Why don't you admit that you're inferior from camouflage? That's inferior. Best musicians, best in sports, best in a lot of things.
Let me tell you this. Organic. Yeah, organic. Who's the best at stealing hubcaps?
White people. America's problem is white folks, not even black folks. White folks make up America.
Oh yeah, we're destroying the world.
Yes, it's not even black folks. I'm so racist to the point where you can't even blame black folks.
He's just saying he outperforms us. That's all he's saying. He's not saying anything like him. You're not saying
Y'all great at conquering too. Y'all great at stealing people's stuff.
Organic, I want you to meet Bob. He's a doctor, he knows 6 different languages. And he's kind of an a-hole, and so are you. So I think you two will get along. It likes you pretty good.
You know what's about this conversation is usually white people are anti-collectivism until they want to take credit for Mozart because they're a one-man straight apart thing. It's kind of crazy.
I think one more disadvantage that black people got is organic, they know that they're inferior, but that's why they have to conquer and learn from other people because they didn't have the type of conquer if they're inferior, not even they're superior.
Okay, I agree. I'm just gonna say you're a Jew, Piper, controlling everything. But let me just say this: organic. Piper doesn't like all the race talk because Piper likes philosophy. Piper doesn't like the social issues. So everyone's a lot of Kitover. No. But check it out. Organic. Piper is an atheist and says it's impossible for God to exist. What do you think of that?
Because God betrayed him, so he doesn't want to be atheist anymore. That's all. He used to be believer. That's very
Only not. It's like I'm not sure my passion about not believing. That's why it's passion.
Imagine being passionate about something.
Oh, the guy telling me that this guy just saved a lot. Yeah,
their guy the most, then you got, then we got the aforementioned snow chemical. Then we got BP won't stop. Comic collectors in the world. Can you guys be the BP whisperer? Well, I literally like I gave comic book collecting, brushing your hair, and then I got y'all still I don't think that's the right because you just want to sign up. You know what would be good at playing recording? I'm trying to get what? I know, but be people going like you'll open a room about how I am, like morally harmed. You don't know if I'm right or not. I don't want you to. Like you get on your room right now, we can't do that. Okay? You gotta make an egg if you want to know, right? You gotta chill, because you're power out everybody. So can we get everyone else systematic like we're going? Okay, well, what are you trying to get out? What do you let BP get out of saying? He got her, that is race on all. Let me just cut this out, because if you don't, you'll just constantly talk. Let him get it out, guys. Let me get it out. Okay, hold on. He's got his neck pipe right away. Stop. Okay. White people are really, really good at having small dogs, Pomeranian and stuff like that. They're really good at that. They're really good at having like really, really skinny jeans. They're good at that. They're good at really good at like having novelty plates they display in their living room. You know what I mean? Like, oh, NASCAR 2008, like Daytona. They're really good at that. White people are really good at like just making mashed potatoes. They fucking just throw them awesome at that. White people are really good at polka music. And I don't know, at this point, how can we deny our like incredible ability?
Hey, I heard some dumbass shit earlier. Someone said white people are good at dominating, like that's a good thing. Like if I sneak into your house and kill you, I guess I get to teabag your dead body.
Okay, so they're not good at nothing then. You just proving my point. So they're not good at it. It's like polka. Man, I just think y'all just accept it. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm not wrong with white folks. I thought it was true.
White people are good at mumbling dumb.
Like funny example. Well, sorry, I mean, well, fun example of
Right. I didn't believe the obvious joke that went through this.
the Old Testament doesn't mention white folks at all.
Well, I wasn't slurring my voice. Oh, that's racist.
I thought I was gonna ask something. Tell me the fucking next person.
Sorry, who is this?
Hey, I just want to say, I'm not racist, by the way.
White people
I'm pretty much.
No, you know what, bro? It's like racist. Well, you can be racist. No, because it's about the name of the power. So that only black would be racist. If you're saying that the power.
Does anyone want to give an argument for God?
Oh shit.
Not real, sir. Not real. And this guy's
you'd be one of them.
Coming from like literally the two biggest offenders.
He's interrupting you, but about those that interrupt.
Right.
Panel on neurosurgeons.
Yeah, the roommates. Fair enough.
Well, it could be anatomic research, I guess. But maybe one of the feet is bigger than the other.
Hey, you know what they say about big feet? Only black people have this.
The white ladies know.
Yeah, they know white people not even good at bed, man. Like, that's a lot of stuff, bro.
That's why they like being cuffed. That's a different thing.
They like that. It's so much.
So this Mr. Truth guy was gonna give an argument.
It's so bad, organic, that they made statues of people with small penises and said that.
No.
Hey, but who do you want?
Not you.
Go ahead, Truth. Give us your opinion.
Yeah, so my argument usually just rests on the probabilistic causal argument. So we can't actually know these things, but we also can't falsify them, so we go based on probability. And then based on probability, that's based on...
So sorry. Before you go ahead, there's a lot of pronoun gaming. What are all the ifs and the those and the that's that you're referencing?
So can you give me an example of what I don't know what I just said that. It's like one example.
Well, it's the probabilities of this or that, and I'm just like, well, what can you elaborate on?
So basically juxtaposing creationism up against like atheism, I guess.
Right. So I got that part.
So between those two, we and again, I'm not describing how people should think. I'm just explaining how I think. Yeah. So it's based on probability. The odds are, and then the axioms that the axioms for the variables that construct that probability scale. For me, when I'm looking
at the axioms of the variable that make up the probability scale.
So what I should have said is that, and again, it's like what I'm trying to say is there are logical constructs that seem sound to me that lead to conclude that it is more probable than not that the world was created by a creator.
Right. And what are some of those constructs?
So my favorite one is the causal one, that like everything within our universe is causal. So cause and effect. Therefore, for it to be something outside of it must have created it, because its own creation couldn't come from within it. That's paradoxical.
You're saying the universe couldn't have caused itself.
Exactly.
I see. What makes you think it was caused to begin with?
To be fair, I have no reason to think that other than just blind ignorance.
I see. Do you think typically our intuitions are all when it comes to did the universe have a cause or not?
It's a tough question, but I ultimately side with yes, because I think that's how inventions function as a phenomenon of human mind. Like the very fact that someone much smarter than me, there's a quote where the world is intelligible and the mind is capable of discerning it. And so from that, I would extrapolate the answer to your question is yes.
You're saying our intuitions about strange and metaphysical fundamental truths. See, I'm on the opposite opinion. I don't think our intuitions about that are reliable at all. And the reason I think that is partly because people come to very, very different conclusions based on nothing. There's like a large diversity of thought, and there's no reason to think those particular intuitions are tracking anything truthful.
That's a totally fair point. Yeah, no, the fact that we don't all agree kind of throws a wrench in it.
And not just, don't get me wrong, not just that we don't agree, because there are a lot of things we disagree on, and I think where intuition still can guide us. But not about like I would never trust anyone's intuition if they said, well, what's the boiling point of like hafnium? Well, my intuition is like useless for those types of questions. And I think questions about, I think they're slightly more useful maybe when it comes to this universe. But ultimately, if the question is, what is the reason to think that the universe was caused? I don't think intuitions are going to
No offense, honestly, and that's why I say the way I'm just based on probability. Because I'm like, the options seem to simplify them to a few. It's like, okay, either the existence is infinite, always has been, and always will be, or it has a beginning, but then the beginning implies an end. And actually, even if it was infinite, it doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't created. So there really is no, like I said, just mere deduction and intuition. There's no real way to know. But when I map the pattern of everything observable, it's a series of cycles, right? Like everything is cyclical, not just biological life, but the energy that precedes it. Suns, galaxies, etc. And then now they're even getting to the double bubble theory. People know about that. That like universes are like almost these bubbles that form binaries, and I think, I'm too tired to try to be smart on that. But the point is like everything is cyclical. That's kind of interesting. And then this is what really nudges me, is the weird phenomenon of consciousness. It's like the idea that there was no creator. He would just randomly come about and then question if there was a creator. If there is not, that's even more of a phenomenon. You get where I'm coming from? I know it's not great.
I don't have that particular intuition about it being like a mindfuck. I think if you take a naturalistic view, I think all of those questions or those ponderings are entirely expected. If you take one, like on the view that there was no creator, and then let's say consciousness arose as the end of some evolutionary naturalistic process where we kind of get this faculty of cognition. I think the expected end point or result of that is that we sit here and ponder about where consciousness comes from or something like that. Because it's not an easy question, but I don't think you should be surprised that we are given atheism. Like I think that's expected.
So 100% that I follow that. That makes perfect sense. To be more precise with what I'm saying, it's not just that consciousness, because you're right, consciousness, it makes sense that consciousness can come about the naturalistic consequences, and then it would reach that stage where it's like, wait, how did I get here? But like the fact that because it's not as if beings that are capable of consciousness are within the world, they are the world. And so then the question is,
what does that mean?
Well, so like, okay, would we say that the sun is within the world, or it's a part of the world? Say it's a part of it. Well,
I would think that they in that context they kind of both mean the same thing.
Okay, here's what I mean by that. So if I take like a container and I take a Lego and I put it in the container, we can all say, oh, the Lego is in the container. But when we're talking about existence, it's not inside itself. It is itself. In fact, to say it's in itself is to suggest there's something outside of itself, which is paradoxical. It doesn't make sense. So everything that exists is existence. Does that make sense?
Sorry, say that last one. Last sentence.
Everything that exists is existence.
Everything that exists is existence.
Like it's not within existence, it literally is existence. And so consciousness is something that exists as well. So existence is conscious, which is fucking mind-blowing. I mean, how else is it logically tracked?
No, I don't agree with that. That seems like a because you're saying, like, I could think about all the things I could say that, chairs are in existence, therefore existence is chair. And it seems like that's not saying very much, or if it's saying something, it's saying something straight false, since I'm false.
Well, I think the difference is a chair is like an abstraction, where consciousness is a phenomenon, right? Like consciousness
if I may interrupt.
Yeah, of course.
How are chairs abstractions?
Well, they don't exist outside of the conscious observer and creator. However, consciousness, regardless of what.
Well, I think it do. Like, I think if all humans and all animals on planet Earth died, I think all the chairs in my house would still be there.
Yeah,
Yes, but would they still be chairs?
No.
Or would they just be matter?
Be chairs. It would just be no one who described them as chairs. That doesn't mean chairs. Like, think about maybe another example. Water, like something we didn't create. Like water H2O would still be H2O even if all animals are humans.
No, that's a good point. I'm trying to think of a way to. I guess what I'm essentially trying to say is, like that water, consciousness is that water, right? It's like any other molecule, any other element. It's just a thing within existence. It is not within existence. It is a part of existence, and therefore.
I think to the extent that it's part of existence, you're saying something trivial. You just mean it's part of the set of things that exist.
I never thought of putting it like that. So let me, because this is actually really, I appreciate this. Okay, so when I conceptualize like the human body, like as I think of myself, I'm not the trillions of cells that live in my body, and yet my body is made up of these trillions of cells. So linguistically, we wouldn't say like, oh, this red blood cell is Chris, but at the same time, without the blood cells, I would be. And so in the same way, the parts that make the whole are, from a technical point of view, they are. Like we can divide everything down to the atom, but that doesn't mean that's what things actually are. If that makes sense.
No, I agree. Like I don't think truth is yourself. But the point is, I think there's an equivocation there between your body and you. There's a sense in which you are your body, but I think that's more colloquial, as in the flesh suit that you're using. I don't think it makes sense to say the cells are you, but I think it makes sense to say the cells are part of you or something like that. They're part of the flesh suit that we point to that denotes you.
Right, and so with that,
but you as an abstract, like you as a person, you as an abstract concept, you're distinguished from your cells. Like there's something about you that cannot be reduced to just like nails and spleen and liver.
Right, and so with that, sorry,
or that problem,
so where I was going to go, next is, okay, so if we look at like biological life and evolution, and then we take the concept of time, and time even, like obviously we have these scientific models, but even with deductive reasoning led to the same conclusion the science has, which is that, time has to be on some level illusory, because what we're really doing is measuring movement, but then it's like, where does existence move? It can't move into non-existence. That wouldn't make sense. So it's really just turning in upon its own face. And then upon turning in its own face, you have gravity.
Why are we talking about time?
Well, because if we conceptualize the process of evolution, things evolved before we witnessed them evolve. That sounds so
yes.
But you got that.
That doesn't sound retarded. That's what happened.
Thank you, right? So likewise, consciousness is this piece of existence, and therefore it's like an inevitable conclusion. And ironically, it's the only thing that this is where we should get a little friction, but consciousness is the only thing that can grant meaning, because only a conscious observer can hold meaning.
That I agree with, but I don't see how that gets you. What does that have to do with God?
Okay, it goes back to the probability thing, where I'm like, now that lines up so perfectly, and then what are the odds of just by chance and there was no creator, we're just lucky?
Well, I don't think it's luck.
Well, luck might have been moving, but you get what I'm trying to say. Like it's I don't know, circumstantial, coincidental. I don't know if even coincidental is a good word.
No, but are you just saying you think consciousness is more probable on theism?
Yes, because it's like if there was no creator, why out of all the possibilities, why would existence have consciousness? As an inevitable conclusion.
Yeah, because so I can maybe speak to this, because this is an actually interesting development that based on the metadata and sort of like adapt automatically to that data we're doing. So the problem is that with these neurotic patterns was that on no training data, these collection of neurons started to adapt and behave into the environment of the video game Doom. Doom was like a popular video game in the 90s, like, you know, your basic like first person shooter type of thing. Which, you know, if I were to show you the video demonstrations of what these neurons are capable of doing, you would think that it was just a normal human playing Doom. You would just think of that. So when you understand that these concepts of large numbers of neurons working together generates what we would perceive us as humans engaging with, it's not improbable to imagine the fact that we know that there's, you know, on the order of like 86 trillion neurons in the brain, you know, give or take the ones that, you know, die on a periodic basis. Those are just like the average number of person's life. It's not impossible to conceive that consciousness is an inevitability of evolutionary processes. So I think it's even more probable, even under a naturalistic frame, than what is theistic.
Interesting. That is actually super interesting. Yeah, and the fact that, I know what you're talking about, the fact that they have a really adapts to the environment, we still are so limited by understanding of how, like, why that's happening. That's a mind bender for me. No, I take your point.
So what else has been going on tonight, Andrew?
Well, last night there was some word saladers. Instead of me and Mel started talking word salad to each other. And then the word salad, instead of being like, that's word salad, they just looked at me, like they're trying to get that, like, our fancy dog was like,
Meaningful,
something we had to do with it, rather than, you know, the opposite that we were just doing word salad. It was pretty fun. Man, you just Googled that even.
Very impressed. Maybe this person organic wants to come up and give an argument for God.
He might want to talk about it. He wants to talk about really life is so severe. This is main topic. Camouflage arguments why that people have an inferiority. Undefeated.
What do you want to talk about? Do you have something for us?
Because
I'm going to ask you now.
I just have to know where people go to think like that. I just don't get it.
Is there like a black 4chan where if you want to be racist against black people, you go to 4chan, but if you want to be racist towards white people, where do you go?
Twitter. Yeah, maybe on Twitter. Twitter doesn't exist anymore. Jesus. Great text.
I refuse.
Oh, that's just terrible.
Yeah, thanks.
Twitter is biological name.
Oh, did I just get?
I'm never going to call it X.
It's the worst rebranding in all.
Listen,
Quite possibly, yeah.
Twitter, just because they want to have to do pronouns and be like, oh, my parents, like, nah, it's not what your parents named you. I'm naming you according to them.
You guys need to invite up other organic.
He's waiting to come.
Oh, come on. You guys are hating on it. Quit hating on it.
Players.
Andrew, do you think that these arguments are cogent?
Organic
that black people are just superior. He's saying he doesn't hate us all. He's just saying we're superior.
Right.
You know? And he'll give you various ways. He said the sun's trying to wipe you out. That's what Kia told me too. She said, look, even the sun's trying to wipe you guys out.
Right.
Let's be honest.
People online were so fucking annoying.
We are right.
People get mad at the Jews for building tunnels in New York, but we're just trying to escape from the sun's deathly rays.
Well, there's some of those things going on in the tunnel too, if you know what I mean.
Right. No, it's just a way to shade into. You might not look better. I'll give you a personal tour of the New York City tunnels next time you visit.
That's a good idea, actually. Come on up, Hansel and Gretel. Nay, that is.
Personal tour.
Woo, dangerous. Whoa.
Now that I'm with this Slovenia, so to build tunnels here, it's just in my nature. I just need to build
Same Slovenia? You're not in Kurdistan? You're not in Kurdistan?
No,
that's
it's
Slovenia. What do you mean Slovenia?
What's the name of your country? Look it up on a map.
Oh, okay. I mean, what are you doing in Slovenia? I'm trying to remember. But he said, what are you doing there?
I'm living here.
That's not true, though.
What do you mean?
You're in like Mississippi.
What?
Why you talking to me like that?
Sorry.
Why would you think I'm in Mississippi?
That's where you're from, brother. Let's be real. Oh, yeah, my bad. Well, I didn't want to talk to you, jeez. Welcome, Hanson. Good to have you back, my brother. Hanson wanted to revisit. You wanted to revisit an argument that we haven't really had before too often. Yeah, it has to do with this, and maybe, what was it? Claims evidence.
Right now, fuck
Is someone who has claims on evidence?
Yeah, exactly. Please, be on the right side of history, your brother.
What?
Truth. Be on the right side of history. You have look at drills. Look at this guy on the stage right now. His name's Drill. Look at his PTR. Open it up. Okay. Open up his PTR. He made that. That's supposed to be a picture of me. By the way, it is pretty true to life. My picture in my PTR is actually very old. His PTR picture is a little more. That's a little more accurate, right? Yeah. So look at his PTR. Look at the picture that's and that was made about me, okay? Because I was in the room telling him and his two student brothers that claims are evidence in some cases, and they all wanted to deny it. And we had to go. We got down to it was very bloody. Lilith was there for most of it, so Lilith got to see a lot. Well, she got to see the last stretch of it. I'm trying to see what else here got to see the last stretch of it. Buster's got a good deal, so the Hanson part, good chunks of it. But anyway, at the end of it, there's some.
Trying to put a conclusion to it, but some idiot called Christian.
Yeah, Christian. Yeah. Well, Christian doesn't have a mod, so you need Chris. You mean Chris.
Oh, Chris.
I don't know. Yeah, but truth. Do you think claims are ever evidence?
No.
Okay, well, that's because Down syndrome is contagious, my brother. And I love you, Truth, and I hate to say it like that, but we gotta help you, brother. But no. That being said, Hanson is from Yale. Bob and Hanson have been good friends. They've got along real well. Bob is a big fan of the degrees earned in the STEM fields. He feels like it's produced some real winners. And he thinks Hanson is one of those winners. That being said, we talked about claims or evidence. Hanson, what would the conclusion be that you'd like to put on that discussion?
Well, actually, I mean, it's pretty late now to that. But I wanted to know what the claim actually was. And then, so once we set up the claim, or so to speak, probably then we can analyze whether it's true
Before I say that to you, let's say it's in real life, though not on the internet, because I think the internet does actually kind of alter it a bit, because people like anonymity and stuff like that. But when we're talking about in real life, right, when somebody comes up to you and says, you know, hey, nice to meet you, my name is Jacob. Do you think that that is more likely than not going to be, in fact, what their given name is? And I would argue, yes, you have good reason to believe that is true. And you didn't know that that was their name until they told you that. If you just saw them, you wouldn't know what their name is. But then they tell you their name, and now you've moved from before you got that evidence, which is the claim, and then after, right? You go from before not knowing and not thinking, you know, maybe there's a 1% chance or much less than that probably, that their name is Jacob, right? Then the posterior probability, after they tell you my name is Jacob, there's a massive increase there. And I'm saying that's what we mean by evidence. Yeah, because you think it's actually true. Go.
I like the way that you put it is Bayesian framework. The thing is the conditional probability, whether it's always larger or smaller than the unconditional probability. So they are different. The only thing is they're different. They're not necessarily the same. But I don't know what your claim is. Your claim, I always laugh at it because this is not common. Your claim is that it is always greater, or most times greater, or whatever.
If the posterior probability is down, either way, then that just means the claim is evidence. So you mean that
so long as it is not equal to the conditional probability, so long as it is not equal to the unconditional probability, you're saying that is evidence.
That's evidence. Yep. Correct.
Okay. And if it is equal, then it is not.
Not correct.
Okay. That's how you define that.
Yeah, because I think evidence, testimonial evidence is a thing, testimonies are claims. When people, and that's just information, it's either disconfirming or confirming, any particular potential.
Could be rate could be lower.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then it actually it's equally depending on the probability distribution of the fires, it can be you can say equally likely to raise is equally likely to lower.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and then insofar as it's in relation to the truth of the proposition, like if they say my name is Jacob, well, that's in fact raising. And I think in the vast majority of cases, when you encounter somebody who claims their name is X, their biological name or given name or whatever, their given name, their birth name, if they say this is X, well, it is generally going to count. But then in some cases, stronger evidence, like maybe somebody that's a friend of one of your really good friends, and you just know that they hang out with honest people generally. There's going to be some background information.
In fact, it depends on your background information.
Sure, but if you meet a random person, I'm saying even the random people you walk into, in the kind of the general, kind of just normally in the United States, the mores and commitment.
You can have an entity in the United States.
But what I'm saying is there are different social norms. Sure, but let's just say the average person you bump into, when they say their name is whatever, it's most likely the case that is their name, and that would just be evidence.
Well, it depends on the requirement put on them.
Yeah, I
things embarrassing, whatever. There's going to be stuff like that. Okay, true. But in generally speaking, you take, you get account for all of these different.
And if I just say that it should be trivial to steal money from someone who denies this, it's going to go to someone who goes to training. What's your name, Mike? You ask a question, what's your name, Mike? And you make a bet on whether it is Mike or not. And then you should probably assign it to 1,000% that it is Mike. And they say, hey, what's your name? They go, Mike is Mike. And then you go, do you want to make a new bet? Whether the name is Mike? Now, I would update to 98% chance the name is Mike. But Hanson over here, without changing, still put it at 1,000 probably.
Yeah, and a drill said
and
the
then
same thing.
it's like, they really make money off it over and over and over. Because he's not changing his property.
I think he is acknowledging. I think he's acknowledging.
And that's a Dutch book.
Hanson, you not realize how hard it is not changing your plan. You're just literally the slowest of all the things.
You need to be fucked to live on the ass. Is that an offer?
That's not what I expected.
If someone told you it's very obviously evidence that he's might be sick on his argument.
You need to fuck from the ass.
If someone tells you the name is Mike, it's almost certain that the name happen is not. Yes, it was. You have why. Because we know how often people lie about it. There's not that many cases of lying with the fucking name.
And polish your rock and roll is truly lying.
I think you guys have way too much faith in humans. I just turn out to be.
Why do people lie with their
I
name?
don't care what people say.
Why do they lie about us?
As significant information.
What's your hypothesis for why they would lie about their name, Chris?
Who knows? But I can't know.
Who knows? Here's why we know. Because people fucking don't. People often are calling things
There's such a valuable English.
Oh, to believe that people aren't actually
Exactly. That people that scams.
If you're in a fucking spy, if you're talking about spies, I mean, you're fucking scared about spies, not remote. I'm not talking about regulation. We're talking about regulation. We're talking about people, not spies. We're not talking about spies who have to take identity. We are talking about regular people who don't have an incentive to lie about their name. If someone is acting of false identity, I guess you can't lie about it. Facebook
some random nation. Are you just gonna believe them?
Someone what?
If someone tells you, if someone calls you and tells you they are the area
Now I'm doing something different. Trying to change.
in a country that does exist, are you just gonna believe
He's
them?
trying to change it to where you get random telecalls. He is.
Yes, obviously when you're talking about sustainable phone calls, the probability of
He's not here. Why not?
So obviously people are flying more off the spam phone calls. But we're talking about just talking to someone on the street. You go up to people on the street at random, exactly as the same. If you are unstaffed, updating information to say your face back to the name, you will be making money off of you. So fine, be a retard, but let's just make better. And make better. Exactly, idiot. Because you'll just lose money. I can actually, from a scientific we make infinite amounts of money off of you. If you just make these bets, because we just rely on you, dumb bet, dumb probability, you think that the probability is 1 in 1,000 that it's money. You're going to hide it, you'll take bets. A different fucking bet on that. They make you keep making money off of you.
You guys are the most complimentary. That's the kind of topic that standards are looking for. Okay, guys, nobody's talking about.
You're just too stupid to do it.
No one's talking about. That's why nobody's talking about random telecalls. We all know that.
No one believes
I am believing from where I'm drills. Nobody is discounting certain relevant background information to freaking telecalls, goofball. I said any person that can bump into something
somebody and they say, my name is X. Oh, hey, nice to meet you. My name is X. They are more often than not going to be telling you the truth. That's just what evidence is. It's moved you from believing, hey, I don't know what the name is.
That's so stupid because you're a fucking psychic.
Dishonest person, bro. It's like your partners. I know you're gonna laugh and just go quiet, right? Your partners.
Yeah, because I don't want incredulous to laugh on the mic while you just rant.
Okay, true.
What about your partners? Your partners, CM and A, actually both eventually realized, A reluctantly, CM actually has gone back and forth the whole time. He's been jumping all over the place. They both have admitted that yes, it is that. So I don't know what to do.
Drills. What probability do you assign to a random human being in the country of America 30 this month? What probability would you assign to that?
Let's see if you check out this conversation.
What's wrong with this one?
The question is, what probability
I'm never going to make
random person?
never going to make a claim if I don't have evidence.
No, the probability. The probability. Not the certainty.
You're never gonna make a claim if you don't have epistemic certainty. Why do you
Maybe 1 in 2,000, 1 in 2,000.
Like if someone asks you where your car is, you wouldn't say it's in the garage because you don't have epistemic certainty. Where's your wife? I have no idea. Wasn't she at work? No, I can't answer that question because I don't have epistemic certainty. Where's your son? Is he in school? No, I have no idea where he is actually because I don't know where he is right now. Is this your son? Well, I never did a paternity test. I can't have epistemic certainty. So I won't say that he's my son.
That's a little different.
These people are silly, silly dudes.
Yeah.
I got one.
Listen to this. No, this is no joke. So A and CM were all in the room with drills here. And Piper asked, and this is just an epic, and Piper is such a beautiful thing. Piper's like, so you're telling me you don't know anybody's names? Like, how would you confirm them? Well, I confirmed at least a couple. I know names because I confirmed them by looking at their birth certificate or their driver's license. So Piper's like, you tell me you don't know anybody else's names other than just a couple or 2 or 3? That was an amazing thing. To watch somebody literally say, I only know like 2 or 3 people's names. Then eventually Abe said, I don't know anybody's names.
This is like insane, but
this is awesome too. This is Piper's all, okay, if somebody comes up to you and says, my name is Mike, should you believe that that's good evidence to believe the name is Mike? And then he's all, no, that's just good evidence that they want me to call them.
Which is funny because either basically admitting that it
claims are evidence. Right. But then he tried to deal with that. He tried to say, remember when you tried to get out of that Piper? He said when you're revealing your subjective preferences or something like that, that you are going to probably be right on that. Which would just mean that certain claims.
Yeah, so this isn't getting about admitting it.
It's so funny. It's so funny. Oh my goodness.
like how do you even function in real life like this?
It's actually a really
I mean, none of them actually do this stuff.
No,
They hold them to their
no.
faces. Like, you guys are just writing this up and like, basically the obvious fact that you're wrong about this, right? Like, you don't actually operate like this in the world.
And I said you're either lying or you're actually so delusional that you think what you're saying right now is correct. But like you're actually that, like talking to the dissonance is so high that you're just actually just choosing to just believe that this is not the case. But of course you don't live this way. And truth, we can help you during the course of this. So this can be a real-time demonstration.
Are these your pants? Well, someone could have snuck into my closet and planted them. I can't be epistemic and certain.
Well, so here's the thing. Drills, I'm just going to warn you. Like I said, Drills is a very dishonest person. But I want to see the discussion. He'll probably tap out. I hope he doesn't. He'll probably just tap out and leave. But can you please pursue this with me? Because
I didn't say that. I looked up.
he's been a very dishonest person. Anyway, Truth, you understand what you said.
So we can't answer that question because you don't have epistemic access to what there is.
To where there is. Is that what you said? To where there is?
Yeah. Like you can't have epistemic certainty about where is there. Like who knows where there is? Am I there? I don't know if I'm there.
Thank you. It's good. Truth, are you tracking me with what you said?
No, I'm definitely. I'm actually mad because I still don't believe. I don't believe claims are evidence, but you've actually constructed a really good argument.
I think what is going on with this thing is still that no matter how you explain to people that evidence is this public reasons, which makes sense to them, they still just this when you say this sentence, it is evidence. I think somewhere in the subconscious they think you are saying anytime someone just says something, they should believe it. Yeah. And I think that's what Chris is struggling with.
Yeah,
I think that's what your friend should believe it. Yeah. So I don't know, I think just believe people.
And I want to make a distinction between just a claim, implicative versus to claim. Somebody who's claiming something, they're making a claim, right? It's because it's tied to the credibility of the person. Like how often humans lie, the likelihood that they'll lie about whatever it is that they're saying, like what motivations humans have to lie about what it is. All that's going to be relevant. So it's not just a claim in and of itself. It's a claim made by a person. And then you're receiving that claim. And then that compared to your background information, when you come up with the postulated probability after you count on that evidence, right? But so the thing is, Truth, is that people are more often than not, and I think there's sociology, sociological and psychological studies that show that people are more often than not truthful. Now there is nuance to that, but that's true. I think that's true, right? So there's that.
We have no way to know.
Well, you don't know. That's not what we're talking about.
They might be lying. The whole thing could be lies all the way down.
Exactly.
We'll never know if she's lying.
Exactly. That could be the case. But the point is more and then you don't see any, reasons that they might on the face be motivated, right? There's no financial gain. There's nothing that seems really clear to you. They look like they're not on drugs. They don't look like they've been, they speak normally. They don't look like there's somebody who's got cognitive, decline or something like that, dementia. If they say something and you have no other reason, all things being equal, that's good reason to believe that's their name, right? Or whatever it is they're claiming about general things. Your background, your prior, it's a lot for you to accept it as evidence. Like that's generally true. So evidence just means an increased probability to their name is whatever. Oh, because the handsome one who finished that Truth disagrees with and Droz up here. And Droz is just being dishonest and all this. But yeah, the truth is that but if you just take evidence to be something that's probability raising to the truth of the proposition, right? Like if you take the claim as being something that a person's doing, the person's claiming something, the proposition is their name is whatever. And they claim it.
Why are you still talking about this, bro?
I just
every possible case of this.
You have been thoroughly hollowed out on this, bro. You've been hollowed out.
I have different answers. That's just a claim. It's not evidence. I have different answers for different cases. In science and philosophy, claims are evidence. And then also, you're machine.
You just can't
everyday trivial examples. Shut up, bro. Everyday trivial examples. You're saying like brilliant point. I'm saying everyday true examples.
Like you disagree with this, You disagree with this, and in science and in history and in all other areas, claims are being retarded.
And being
yeah, you're being a retard again.
Depending on what claim is.
Yeah.
Relevant
back up, trying to defend yourself again after lying. That's okay.
What lying? I'm the one
No, you're saying
I'm the one being rigorous. precise is not something anyone associates. It's like the furthest from what you want.
What does that mean in philosophy or science? Claims are evidence in science and philosophy.
Just to be trying to clear this up.
Mere claims are evidence. Yes, the claim alone.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys will get to the bottom of this. Yeah. Just like
Any second.
You're never promising to understand the other information because your brain's broken, you're back to doing that. Well, nobody's saying that. But in science, I'm going to be precise. The area is
Very precise. When I think of CM, I think about linguistic precision.
Yeah, you should. Why don't you say some claims are evidence? Hey, CM, so we said not in science and not in philosophy. They're not. Yes, there's claims in philosophy, in philosophical circles, and in science that are in fact evidence. So you know what?
You're almost there. It's like one more sentence, one more intuition comment.
So I'm struggling with some things. I'm curious. Okay, so
Yeah, you're
So obviously testimony is evidence, and claims can function as testimony. But I think claims are only evidence when they're functioning as testimony. But then I'm trying to parse out. Wait, when does a claim ever function not as testimony? What do you think a testimony is?
Move on.
Yeah. Trying to think, I'm like, I don't think you can parse them. I think it is inherently testimony, correct?
That's the first time. A testimony is usually when you say, like, I heard, I saw,
or even I believe.
Well,
if someone says, I think I believe, that doesn't necessarily mean it. But again, evidence doesn't mean proof.
a little different than an eyewitness testimony, or like, some kind of, I was present at this thing and I heard
Andrew,
this.
can I just tell you on your joke?
Yeah, well,
Please help.
The claims are evidence.
Oh, shit. Oh,
And the crowd went wild.
what if the testimony is a hallucination, though?
There we go.
Nobody said A wasn't fun.
Dave's had an enormous amount of charity because we've been ignoring for so long. Aren't you happy about that, Dave?
I am angry. I appreciate it. Look, you're happy to have me on stage. Be great if you're.
No, that is real. That's facts.
That is facts. And you become more likable about it, especially after we've gone through some stuff, some hard times. CM is still lying. It's kind of a product kind of lying. I don't like it. But I think because you just said science and philosophy claims are never.
It's science and philosophy. Claims are not evidence.
Yeah, you're right.
And it's look, because what we have is a series of claims for things that happens.
The fact is, I'm making the non-trivial point, and then you guys are responding by making the triviality point.
Brother, you said that claims are not evidence. And everybody else knows. So you never
On the base triviality. You wanted to actually say some claims are evidence, or claims in philosophy and in science. Some claims are evidence. And I told you, if you say claims are evidence, that can be interpreted. This is the dishonest nature of bullshit that you're doing. You say nobody else claims are evidence. If you can interpret that as all and nobody is misinterpreting.
Hey, Andrew, can my hallucination be testimony? Yes. No, we don't know. Just me saying something that I hallucinate and I speak it.
But you're stipulating it.
I'm just asking, like, if I get anything out of my brain, like whether it's hallucination or thought, that's still my testimony, right? I think I witnessed my walls breathing last night, right? That's my testimony. So here, that's
something. How do we parse that? How do we parse that? The quality of that?
Well, first of all, do you mean when you say breathing, do you mean like taking an oxygen, or do you mean like expanding and contracting?
Expanding and contracting.
Yeah. But Andrew, the point I just want to clarify. I told you I talked to Roger, right? We literally did like Roger, yeah, he was like the PhD. Yeah, okay, fine. So you understand that he did not respond.
He didn't say he responded to impossible, neither did I. I just said you don't live that way, and everybody up here knows you don't live that way.
Exactly. Well, Andrew, he did not say to me, I don't think you live that way, and everyone up here thinks you don't live that way.
Yeah, because he's not up here. I would give him to
what he said, he said, it's fine.
He hasn't dealt with it. Andrew wants to make trivial points.
Yes.
Not a trivial point, you idiot. Why he wants to make, you guys disagree with the trivial idiots.
Look, Roger is the guy who talked to.
Yeah, Roger's not, he's not the all be all, but he's probably.
He's not the all be all.
No, but Bob is like the claims. He said claims. I'm telling you, what's his name? Why don't you tell everybody what he said? He agrees with me. They claim forever. Of course he does. So
he talked to.
You're talking to Joe Schmidt. He agrees with claim forever.
Yeah, he agrees with me. And here's the point.
Claims are evidence, correct?
He won't agree with claim or not.
Some claims can be.
Right. He actually worked that way. Okay, he actually worked that way. I'm perfectly fine with that.
You know what I'm saying. When I say claim for evidence, I mean that there are claims, a lot, that are evidence. What you mean is some claims are completely right. Shut up. Is that not?
Just amounts to the same thing.
And stop now. Stop doing your distinction. Is that not? Yes or no? He's talking about here's what you know about. To make it seem like he knows what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's the same thing with the
Is that what you shut up. Yeah, I don't want to answer. Yeah, your brain is broken, okay? And no, you're in the vast majority of cases, okay? So now,
obviously.
This on you. Vast majority of cases, claims are going to be evidence in relation to your background information. They are evidence themselves. Exactly. Stop trying to clarify.
That's always been in claim. That's a concession part because you claim claims up.
Yeah, but let me clarify.
No, that doesn't matter.
Evidence
Your claim originally was that claims aren't evidence category. And now your position is some claims can be evidence. So that's a concession on your part, not on him. Because I never claimed all claims, literally all claims are evidence. No, I'm just saying, I'm trying to be precise, you're not. I can't be precise, you're not. He's trying to be trivial point. See, it doesn't matter if it's trivial, because there was no condition.
Why are you guys trying to say
I don't know.
Because
But there was obviously no condition. You didn't stipulate when you made it original. This just pertains to scientific evidence.
Are you conceding it? Just admit it. That's what you give up. Is that yet? You're a liar, bro. What are you supposed to say?
Go back to talking to Abe. I think that's. Peppers might disagree.
Yeah, because all of you getting fucking teeth kicked in.
That's right.
Play test.
And just trying to summarize, I'm trying to steelman your position, okay? Which is not, right? You should not answer when I say claims are not evidence and I live that way. You should not say, I think you're stupid or delusional. You should have no student or
You're just trying to do this thing about, oh, Roger told me it's not stupid. Well, he's being friendly to you and giving you, look, he's going to disagree with you. You just tried to say, he said he talked to Schmidt, and Schmidt and him agreed. They claims are not evidence. No, claims are evidence.
No, this is what he said. He said, don't get like stuff and you don't say you're stupid or delusional, then the only critique he had for my position, he said, I understand you can live your life and say claims.
I asked you a claim for evidence. And you said that he said they aren't. That's not true.
No, it's not that I said that.
No, Dave, I asked you if Roger said claims for evidence, and you said no. He doesn't.
Yeah, he said claims for evidence.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
So the point is that yes, your only point here is trying to say that he thinks that you have a reasonable position. No, correct.
Yes, he does. Let me explain.
He said, I'm not going to call you a liar or dumb. That's fine. No facts. Correct. The point is, yes.
No, but the only thing you're saying is that he's not uncivil towards your position.
No, the point is his critique, Andrew, was not
his critique is you're wrong.
For you to live that way. His critique, can I just
that's not a critique of the position itself. That's just pointing to the obvious performative contradiction.
No, he's saying it's not a contradiction. Let me just say, I never said it's a contradiction. I know it's a performative.
No, performative contradiction.
Yes, I'm not
saying you're claiming something in actuality, you live it as though that's not true.
No, that's not true.
No, that's obviously true. That's not, you're never going to be able to gaslight anyone.
It's like a form of gaslighting. So let me just go on gaslighting. Let me just go on. Can I just explain to you what you're saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying. Listen, you got to the point. You literally were saying, you didn't know anybody's name. That's what you said.
I don't know anybody's name.
That's ridiculous.
That's
obviously ridiculous. Like, and the project heard you say that kind of nonsense, probably. Well, he wouldn't call you stupid because he's a nice guy, but he would definitely pick you up.
How do you know that guy's name is Roger? I don't. I'm taking it to work my boss. Look, Andrew, can I just steal maybe your position?
You know my position, but I don't know. This is all.
No, Roger.
You're just going to say Roger. You take to be a smart guy. He's smart in a lot of ways. You're just going to say that he.
I don't know what he's saying. Okay, I'm not going to say it. He didn't get it.
Hey, I think it's like Roger. All you're trying to do right now is just use me to say. You're just trying to do the same to say that. Basically, I was in the he was. That's all you're doing.
No, I'm trying to give you ammunition, bro. I'm literally like, help me. I'm trying to give you a better part.
I don't know what you're saying about the complete regress of claims, but go ahead.
Oh, pretty good. I'm impressed you remembered that. Okay, so tell me what I'm about to say.
I'm not going to do it than me, by the way.
Go ahead, say it.
That's an oxymoron.
The only one here that have non-trivial, really fucking points. Everybody trivial. Thinking this makes sense. Okay, but can you please answer? Please be honest. And please be honest. By principle, give me some claim or by major evidence, you should quit trying to make a claim. Quit trying to say
I should move over to the other.
Bob, you talk about look up this on to keep on saying. How can I keep it honest? I'm telling you to be precise.
What's the evidence of that?
My thing is this is extraordinary.
He is shameless. He'll never leave or
Am I wrong?
I know what he's trying to act like. Everyone in here knows what's going on. Everyone understands. It's just that CM is shameless and you're his biggest pop, so he'll never concede anything ever.
I've never lost my shit the way you know.
He just said, let me get clear what you're saying. You're saying that evidence claims of evidence sometimes, right? Oh,
yeah, I know. We understand. Trust me, anyone in here whose opinion you care about is already aware of this.
I can't even just say it's the most cringe, it's like we go through a whole day.
I know. He's shamelessly dishonest. He doesn't care. He's like a dumb troll. I get it. I know.
The Bible talks about people who cannot blush or shame. That's what
I don't care what the Bible talks about.
I know you mentioned why are you being purposely? It says that you cannot show shame or blush. That's what he's doing right now. This is the one I'm telling you, he's fucking being purposefully vague.
Why are you? I clarified it.
So then just answer yes.
No, I'm going to leave it to question here. If you might be waiting and you trying to get clarity, say yes, you can show that we're on the same page. I think this is trying to fix me.
So you interact and see.
No, it is not.
Okay, and there is a question. I can actually get you. That's my opinion. That's my.
Nobody openly puts your
Maybe something on something.
I can't handle these here. You're such a liar. Go ahead, Dave. We're moving on.
Lie.
Okay, go.
The point is, I want to walk through this one theory, because what, your whole thing with CM's collapse, because you're basically just going to say, oh, you change your mind, you change your mind.
With different views, I have different answers.
Right. Right, well, no, he has never changed his mind. Look, he never changed his mind. He had different answers for, like you said, for different,
No, that's not true.
He said, when somebody tells you that it's not okay. But Eve, again, it's not okay. Okay, but wait, fine.
They don't take you for reason on it. Yeah,
with me, you can't do that because I never changed. So this is the
you actually go, hey. Did George Washington exist?
Hold on, Andrew. I'll answer that question. Let me finish. I'll answer that question.
Hey, did George Washington exist? Yes or no?
He doesn't know. Let me finish and I'll answer that question.
Yeah, fine. You should still say yes or no. But you're going to have to say yes and then you're screwed.
No, I don't know. I said
It is
yes.
That's not true. We said that's only in service of trying to be consistent with the claim, with the position that he's already said he doesn't agree with anymore.
Can I answer this? Thanks, Well, the point is, when I talked to Roger, Joe Schmidt's friend, what he said, he explained that the reason him and Joe Schmidt think that claims can be evidence is because he said if you hold the position like you're doing, Dave, which he said I can hold, if you hold the position that no claims are evidence, what he was concerned about is how would we ever verify anything to be true, right? Because everything would just suddenly become an infinite regress of claims.
That's not true.
How do you know your name?
That's not
I know your name is Mike because you get your birth certificate. How do you know your birth certificate is
Right? No, you can't come to truth without claims. There's ways to come to truth without claims, but the point is a vast portion of your knowledge base is based on claims. And so the whole point is when I ask you how Russian exists and you say, I don't know, you could have never said that long ago. The only reason you're saying that now is to be consistent with the insane position you're holding. Okay, did George Washington exist?
Yeah.
Oh, now you say yes.
Did you say that? I didn't say that.
Brother.
Somebody answer for me.
I'll take on. Yeah, fuck. Where else stands for more? Did Jesus exist? Hey?
I don't know.
No, you used to say yes. So now,
I happen to be convinced we probably did.
okay, why would you think that must have evidence for it?
I will tell you why. But
Yeah, answer right now. Answer right now, don't say anything else. Why do species exist?
because of reasons that aren't based on.
No, see, I know what are the reasons. Don't give me on.
Reasons, they have to do with the philosophical method.
Pure philosophy, guiding to believe in the existence.
What is it that you have that you can
No, but
create
it's historical method. Historical method.
Yeah, and the historical method
The stories, you heard stories?
The historical method involves analyzing what?
A convergent line of evidence.
Of what?
A bunch of different data.
Like what?
Yeah, you want me to go through the historical method?
He wants you to say claims, bitch.
It's a bunch of claims. You aren't going to find physical DNA of Jesus. You have no pictures of Jesus, no video of him, no bones of him, because he rose from the dead. But anyway, no, you are going to find any of that. You haven't been over to where, allegedly he is in tune.
Okay, before he does that, let me ask you 2 minutes. Let me ask you.
Yep, it's all my heart.
This is the part where you're going to melt down, okay? Because when I tell you that it's a working hypothesis that I said that Jesus existed, hold on. If it's a working, because I didn't know I was going to have to go into this.
You didn't tell me when you press on your view.
not, you in fact believe it's more likely not that it's proved that Jesus existed. And why do you believe that? Because you have evidence for it.
The working hypothesis.
No, it's not called a working hypothesis. You have evidence for it.
Okay, so the point is this. At the end of the day, when I talked to Roger, and he said to me, you can do what you're doing, but the only issue is that you'll have an infinite regress problem, whereby you will always be searching for evidence for your claim, and the claim will never, you all searching for evidence for the proposition or whatever, and you'll never be able to prove anything. Now, Andrew, all I'm pointing out is, this is a deeper problem in philosophy that has nothing to do with claim to be evidence. This is called, yes, let me explain for 1 minute. This is called Agrippa's trilemma.
Yeah, I'm aware.
How do we ever get
I'm aware.
verification? Okay, so you understand.
You and I
only options. None of them are truly satisfactory.
The point is
that doesn't mean you don't have evidence.
I'm telling you that you and I have similar epistemic standards generally on a lot of things, and so it is not the case that this is something that you and I are really having to contend with, because it's just the only reason you're doing what you're doing here is because you started out denying that the claim to be evidence, and then now you realize that a lot of stuff that you believe actually is based on claims, things that you think are actually true, you think more probably than not.
I take it as a working hypothesis.
No, it's not that. You think it's more probably true than not.
Yeah, it's a working hypothesis.
Brother, if somebody put a gun to your head, you said that you don't know anybody's name. You think your mom's name, or if they said, if you tell me the wrong name about what your mom's name is, I'm going to pull the trigger. Are you going to bet? Are you going to say, it's either this, they give you two options. It's either whatever she told you her name is.
My mom's name is Mary Ellen Sue.
Okay, exactly. If your mom's name is Mary Ellen Sue, according to her, I can't say it, play. But if your mom says her name is Mary Ellen Sue, is it the case that if I pull this trigger, like if you don't tell me the correct name, I'm going to pull the trigger, right? Either you say her name or say it's not that. It's one or the other. We'll do two best options. You pick one of the two. What are you going to bet on?
Andrew, it's not a matter of bet.
No,
my working hypothesis. My working hypothesis would be that I say Mary Ellen Sue.
No, you wouldn't say, no. You wouldn't just say that if you didn't think that there was evidence to support that to be the true conclusion. You would not just say that.
True, Andrew. I would go
No,
for working
why
hypothesis
would you
because
pick that over the other kid no evidence for? I'm sorry. Why would you pick that? Why would you pick that?
I will tell you. Why? Because I'll tell you, Andrew, let me answer.
Yeah, answer the thing that's trying to stop. Go.
The odds that I get the right name by myself are infinitely lower than if I just go with my working hypothesis. I don't know if the working hypothesis is going to work.
You can have a working hypothesis that that's not her name. So why do you have a working hypothesis that that's her name?
Because she told me it's her name.
So you have some evidence?
No, but she told me it's her name. So I have a working hypothesis.
What is going on? How can I have a hypothesis?
No, the point is the reason you're favoring one option over the other is that you have some reason to think that that's true over the other.
Of course.
And that's just all that evidence means. If you're not completely indifferent and you're favoring one over the other, then the reason you're favoring it is the reason why that's evidence.
No, I can favor it without being evidence. I literally say
Why do you favor?
Because it's my working hypothesis.
No, but why do you favor that over any arbitrary name?
If I could just say, at a minimum hypothesis.
Why would you just favor some working hypothesis? They're all working hypotheses.
No, I just want to say that hypothesis is not a guess. So hypotheses are literally based on
this case.
No, I'm just saying.
Not in this case.
No, I'm just saying. So to him, if you keep using the term working hypothesis, you're actually defeating your own point.
No, but that's the point I'm making, is that if someone tells you your name and you say, well, my working hypothesis becomes that your name, if someone claims their name is Mark, and then now your working hypothesis is that that person's name is Mark. There's a reason for that, right? Over any other name you could have arbitrarily chosen. Why is John not your working hypothesis?
Because think logically. If I would have to start choosing my own working hypotheses for other people.
Why is Mark your working hypothesis?
Because the animal human who said to me, hi, my name is Mark, he's the one who made those sounds. I didn't do it.
Right. And why does that make Mark the working hypothesis?
Okay, so this is what I told Roger, right?
No, don't tell me what you told Roger. Why does the
that he says his name is Mark, why does the fact that that's now your working hypothesis? What is it? What way is it?
What would I look like? Think about it. What would I look like in a world where somebody came up to me and said, "Hi, my name is Mark"?
Why are you favoring the name Mark over any other name?
What would I look like if I did it?
Why are you favoring that name over any other name? And how can I answer because you're yourself?
I would look like a crazy person if I started.
No, that's not. That's not. I'm saying for you. No. I'm not saying how would you respond to the person. You can call him Mark for the pragmatics of that particular social situation. You can call him whatever. I don't care about that. I'm talking about what your cognitive processes are. When you say you have a working hypothesis, that's not about you communicating with that person. That's about what attitude you have to the hypothesis of his name is Mark. And I'm saying what makes you, in that cognitive process, what makes you favor the name Mark over any other arbitrary name?
That reason has almost nothing to do with epistemology. And I think what it has to do with is we as human animals.
Why do you favor it?
Because we as human animals generally trust the other person. And if my life was in danger, if someone had a gun to my head, I'd probably just go with, oh, maybe the human, animal.
Why do you favor it?
Because humans generally trust each other. That's an empirical.
So if humans generally just trust each other, all you're telling me is that it's some reason to think that is his name.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
that is exactly what you're saying. Why would you trust him? If you trust him, Abe, that means you have a high likelihood in what he's saying is true. And if that's true, that gives you some reason to think that that's actually his name. What do you think trust is? Trust is some confidence in the veracity of his testimony. And that's just trivially is what the fuck evidence is.
It's not epistemology, it's more...
It is epistemology. What do you mean? If you say you trust him, it means that you assign a high probability to the fact that what he's saying is true. And that's what you favor that name. And that just trivially is what evidence is in this case.
I don't have to even assign that it's a high probability.
Jesus Christ. No, I'm saying a higher probability. If you say, the reason I assume that's his name is because I generally trust people. What that just amounts to is saying, generally people tell the truth. And generally people don't tell the truth. When he says his name is Mark, that gives you reason to think that the statement, my name is Mark, is true. And that just trivially is what evidence is. It's something that gives you reason to think that it's true. And that reason then reduces down to, you think there's a likelihood that he's telling the truth because generally people are truthful.
No, because look,
don't say no. This is like, you're completely off right now. You are utterly done. You're well done. I've already digested you and checked you out.
Number one.
There's no response.
Number one. You can say that it's empirically true because we as humans are social animals. Okay, that's nothing to do with whether it is a good principle.
No, that's not what you said. Now you're lying. You said that because you think the reason you assume that is because people are generally truthful. And if people are generally truthful, that gives you a link to think that his name is Mark. And that's why you favor it. And reason and that epistemic motivator is just trivially what evidence is. It gives you some reason to favor one hypothesis over the other.
If humans were generally trustworthy, would you then say it's okay to not take consent? If humans were not trustworthy, you wouldn't be.
No, but I'm saying, the point is, you are describing a process by which you're assigning some credence position, and the method by which you're assigning that credence happens to be, okay, in this case, it's because people are generally trustworthy. But then what that amounts to is trivially that their testimony is evidence. The fact that they're making the claim, the fact that they're saying my name is Mark, then trivially is evidence, because that's the reason you're favoring that hypothesis.
No, that literally
follow.
It doesn't.
That literally does follow.
Because humans might generally be honest. That does not follow. Therefore, their claims are evidence.
That is exactly that. If you generally take people to be truthful, that's a reason to think that they're telling the truth.
So
What are you, a fucking moron? That's trivially entailed. If you think people are generally truthful, what that just amounts to is saying more often than not, they tell the truth. And if more often than not they tell the truth, you should have a higher than not confidence in the fact that what they're saying is true. These are all trivial logical entailments.
No, because again,
Oh my God.
This is not fixed. What happens if tomorrow?
I don't know what that's not fixed means. All you said, people generally tell the truth. What I take that to mean is that more often than not, they tell the truth. So if you're rolling a die at any given moment about whether or not someone's telling the truth, you should have some prior confidence that, okay, this is more likely true than not, especially when it comes to trivial matters like what someone's name is. So all you're telling me is more often than not the truth, but you're also trying to find, but that gives you no reason to think they're actually telling the truth. That's fucking insane. How do you assign any credence as to any proposition?
Through evidence, through data,
Right, and one piece of data for your own admission is the fact that they're telling you what their name is, because people generally tell the truth. So you generally should think that what they're saying is true, and that trivially is just what evidence is.
Hold on. First of all, number one, you would agree that if people were just honest, you wouldn't think this is a good epistemology to say that people we should take their name as if their claim.
Yeah, if you have some good reason to think that more often than not people lie especially about trivial matters, then sure, obviously you would think that it shouldn't give you evidence to think that they're saying it's true. Or rather, maybe it should give you some evidence, but it wouldn't pass some whatever threshold you're setting up. But in this case, it's even worse. It's clearly just past the threshold. Like if you're rolling a die or if you're placing a bet, you really bet on the fact that they're telling the truth. And that just means you have a higher than 0.5 credence in the fact that it's true. That just trivially means that evidence accepted on that hypothesis that they're telling the truth.
Okay, but
that's just what evidence.
Are you saying that in your epistemology, you're just going to say what CM says, which is some claims can be evidence some of the time?
Can you not dodge? Do you agree with what I just said? No, I know what you're asking me, but you're like trying to escape from acknowledging the point I just made.
Your point was just you're paraphrasing. You just said because people generally don't lie, that's why you said that's okay.
No, Jesus Christ, I said you're saying more often than not people are tell the truth. So when someone tells you that their name is Mark, the reason you're favoring that hypothesis over some other hypothesis is because people generally tell the truth. All that amounts to is that on the hypothesis that they're telling the truth, on the hypothesis that their name is Mark, the fact that they say it is evidence for that proposition. That's just like conceding the entire point. And then you try to ask me about something else, but that's just like dodging. You're just trying to escape from rhetorically acknowledging. You're just trying to escape from rhetorically acknowledging that point, because acknowledging that point undermines their position.
No, but if you believe this, that it counts as evidence, then why can't they say my name is, I don't know, some crazy name Axel? Or why can't they say I saw Jesus walk on the water?
No, people just have. For names, so here's what you messed up. For names that are really crazy, what that just amounts to is not that the claim isn't evidence that what their name is. It's just for really freaky names, maybe their testimony isn't sufficient to warrant belief, but is nevertheless evidence that that's what their name. Unless it's something completely crazy, where you have priors to think that, actually that's very, very unexpected that that's what their name is. Like if someone was named shit-faced pants, whatever, something weird like that. I think you have really strong reasons to think that that's not actually what their name is. But for unusual, weird names, the fact that they say that that's what their name is should still count as evidence, because it's still more expected given what you just given to the epistemic principle you admitted to. It just for some of those wouldn't be sufficient to warrant belief, which is the same attitude you should have about when someone claims something like that guy rose from the dead. You and I are in agreement that kind of, I would never believe any such claim on testimony, but that doesn't mean that such claims can't be evidence. It's like the fact that someone said they saw something
believe it happened? Really?
Yes.
Something crazy.
Unless you think that sort of thing is impossible. Then it's not a reason to think that, because then your prior is zero, and no amount of updating is going to get you down zero. But if your prior is anything but zero, I think generally that's how we think about it. But you don't have to admit that literally all claims are evidence, because I don't believe that. Like, there are claims for which you have, given some set of priors, or for example, the prior is zero, you don't update. If there's no update, it's still going to zero. But just on your own epistemic principles, if people generally tell you more often than not, they're agreeing that would the veracity of their claim, you should have some higher than 0.5 readings in it. And that just triggers repeats that when someone tells you the name is Mark. You have some reason to think that it is, which is why that becomes your working hypothesis. The evidence that update is why you favor that particular hypothesis over the other. Maybe you meet him and you're like, well, what could his name be? Like, that's something people think about. And then you're like completely agnostic, you're completely indifferent as to what his name is. Maybe not completely indifferent, but you're choosing from a huge basket of really plausible and common names. And then he says, my name is Mark. Now you update the Mark hypothesis, and it goes through the roof. Now you're like 0.98, because you think people very, very often in these cases just are honest about what their name is. That's just what evidence is. Evidence is the thing that is expected, expected on some hypothesis, and makes the probability of the hypothesis higher or not.
Well, look, the reason I said it in this way is because you can say it, I understand the way you're looking at it, that you're saying like, oh, if someone had a gun to your head, since you choose his name, that proves that you're accepting it as that.
No, that wasn't my hypothetical.
Okay, well,
like, I don't think you need hypotheticals like that. I think in some sense you're right to be like, well, that kind of hypothetical kind of doesn't really work. Maybe, but I just think that ultimately the reason you're picking Mark over the other just reduces down to what I explained.
But I would say you can word it that way. And like I said, if you want to guess something like Andrew did, that's fine. But what I would say is the reason I pick Mark's name over any other name is because I said, honestly, what would my life look like if somebody said to me, my name is Mark, and I just started saying, you know what, I don't really know if someone has guns to my head. No, I don't know if his name is Mark. I'm just going to choose another name out of the hat. Like, what the
No, I know. Those are like pragmatic concerns disconnected from the point I'm trying to make.
Well, I think that's the pragmatic way I live my life, and I don't assume epistemic knowledge based on somebody just talking to me.
No, but you do, which is why you do this favoring. It's not for practical reasons, which we just went through this. It is just trivially, you conceded that you think people are truthful more often than not. And then all the other stuff I just said just falls out of that. You don't need to do this like, the reason I do it is not for epistemic reasons, it's for pragmatic reasons. Because there just are, for your own admission, epistemic reasons to think that's the case.
No, there might be empirical reasons, not epistemic reasons.
I'm saying that is an epistemic reason. If you think people tell the truth more often than not, then that is an epistemic reason to think that what someone says is true.
Yeah, it's not like a fixed principle in epistemology.
It doesn't have to be a fixed principle. I'm just saying this just falls out of your commitments, your epistemic commitments. It doesn't have to be a fixed principle of epistemology. I'm just saying, hey, well, regardless if you and I agree that fundamentally, if you removed everything else, this is a fixed principle of epistemology. I'm just saying this is a principle of your epistemology.
No, it's a principle of my empirical understanding of humans.
No. It's obviously not. I think and now it's just not like run this course, because now you're just obstinately disagreeing with everything, even though I read it up extremely clearly. I don't even know what it means to say, well, it's an empirical principle. I'm just saying, when you do your epistemic processes, your cognitive epistemic processes, the reason you epistemically favor one hypothesis over the other, that might be based on the empirical evidence that you're getting, but it's nonetheless an empirical process, an epistemological process. And that's the reason why you epistemically favor one principle over the other. That's not an empirical process.
I don't know how many times I can say I don't chemically do it. I'm just holding it as a working up. So, yeah,
I don't know what that means. I mean, I think I'm thoroughly, completely not in this position. Was that satisfactory?
Andrew, are you there?
So I'm here, but I guess I just want to point out, Steve's profile says on it, look at this, it says, this is so good, ready? It says, not smarter, no, that was good, Bob. Not smarter, just thinking harder, it's truly an honor.
The Grim Reaper one is really good.
You're still phrased with me when you mean exactly. Why can't you just say yes? You say I'm playing a jar. You're trying to make that. You're trying to curse.
We're talking about that topic for weeks now. Are we going to move on?
No, I know for a fact. I'm done.
Yeah.
Mike, I'm never letting you on stage until you say yes.
This. Andrew should be kept on a very short leash. It's good.
Yeah, he uses Pokemon to protect him at all times. This is where he feels safe.
That argument lasted long. I mean,
Dude, it's lasted like 4 days.
well, I was missing that. In the time y'all was having that debate, I made sweet potato fries, 2 delicious burger patties, and blueberry cookies.
Can you take a picture and put it on your PTR? I want to see.
There's about 10% of my burger left. And I ate all the sweet potato fries. Yeah, that's the other thing. I cooked it and ate it.
Remember, Truth, actually, Clayton has evidence that you gotta take a picture if you want.
Oh my gosh, that was good. That was actually a really fun movie.
It's all good. What else has been brewing?
I think Christian, I keep forgetting it. There's 2 different people. Sorry. Truth, he gave the knockdown argument. Did you hear it?
Yeah, by knockdown argument, you mean he agreed with every point I made?
But he had an knockdown argument for what?
Well, the thing is, Truth actually, I think Truth is actually pretty good at arguing. Truth actually, yeah, he's got a, don't you have an argument with Truth? He thought it was a little more elaborate, a little longer form. But you feel like everybody can navigate into the same conclusion.
Oh yeah, about creationism versus atheism.
Yeah, it was something that when Greg was like, dude, you're saying some base stuff right now. You gotta be a little careful about Greg though. But he was pretty happy about what you were saying because you're talking about, it was not too long ago. You were getting in, I can't remember what you were saying, but you had some argument. So that's when you give an argument for theism, and you said, yeah, like you started to go down, it was an unusual path, but I can't remember what it was exactly. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
So it's like 1:30. I'm fried, but if I had to guess, it's usually like downstream of causality, probability, and then like the fine tuning argument.
Yeah. Are you more realist?
Yeah, my origin is actually atheism, funny enough.
No, but I say, do you believe in?
Are you a moral realist?
Yeah, are you a moral realist?
Oh, no. I'm more of a. So even when I was agnostic, philosophically, I kind of relate to. So okay, the argument always is like, oh, morality becomes subjective because of biases, etc. But the way I look at it is that the objectivity is based off the context and the goal. So for example, like an easy example is if someone says, what's So
okay, now you want to be kind of imprecise with each.
Yeah. So again, you gotta remember I'm trying to stuff. But so the reason I bring up the subjective moral, because moral realism. Okay, so for example, someone would say, "Oh, murder is wrong. It's not just a feeling. It's not a preference. It actually is wrong. Humans can be right or wrong about their actions and beliefs." And it gets into this whole, I don't know, this argument on how you even, holy shit, I hit the microphone. Oh my god, it's not there. This sucks. Basically, bro, I'm really gonna like me out. Long story short, the way I look at it is you apply a context, and within the context, now we no longer have the issue of subjectivity. So if someone asks, so what's the best car? Who knows? But if we have an intended goal, now we know what goes the most, what gives the best gas mileage, etc. So if we ask, what is the best moral good? We give it a context that by creating a framework of what creates the best life for humans, and even that is built on other frameworks. For example, we would say like an easy one would be, is it good for a human to be tortured? No. Okay, easy answer, right? So torture is bad. And then even that, we argue why it's good, why it's bad, and then slowly but surely, you have a set of axioms, and these principles guide the morality itself. And you don't need to actually even think about it, you just need to ask, what is the most pragmatic, productive approach?
You don't think people can disagree, even in a question like torture?
Not if they're functioning and healthy. For a functioning human to say they want to be tortured, that's counterintuitive to the
So then you are a moral realist. It's a real moral.
It's not moral. Yeah, it's like it, but it's not quite moral realism.
Or objective, whatever. I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
I didn't get anything.
Can you give an example of something that you think is like a morally objective behavior?
One that's not an easy one.
Doesn't think any of them are actually. He just thinks like there are like intersubjective like interests that human beings have in virtue of being human beings, right? And so because of that, like there's this broad convergence on values, right? So it's not just like the whim, the opinions, and preferences of one person. This is maybe objective.
You're not taking it.
I just want to ask just to kind of get an example. I literally just heard him say that. So. And he gave the example of torture. Just that. Oh, I'm sorry. I completely missed that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wait, so Tracy said you think torture is morally objective?
Yes, morally objective.
Morally objective, okay. So what would you say to like, I don't know, there's a whole society that developed the norm that torture is okay. How are they doing that under your belief that this is like objective?
Well, how
they just be wrong.
Yeah.
Let's be wrong.
It would just be wrong. Okay. But when you say objective, what does that mean?
But that's like saying, if it's objectively true that the earth is round, then how are there to be flat earth?
Well, what I mean by objective, I mean like we all agree that like objectively it's true that gravity exists. So whether people accept gravity exists, yeah, but what I mean is they still hold. That's what I mean.
No, but they don't ascribe it to gravity.
Okay, well, at that point, I'm just saying like there are certain physical laws. Right. I'm saying there are physical laws for our universe that cannot be not denied, but they cannot be resisted, no matter your ideology. Yes, presumably there's subject that everybody's subject to the same physical law. Yes, he's aware of that or reason. Right, but everyone's not subject to the same like objective moral standards in the sense. Well, that would just be making a question against the realism. Maybe you have to provide argument.
Or at least interact with why they're wrong about that.
Why they're wrong about what?
That it's not objective. Because you're just saying, well, morality isn't the sort of thing we can objectively
is not every single country people agree that torture is bad. So I'm saying that.
No, sure.
Just comparing non-likely and non-likely, right? Like, the analogy, giving an analogy of people agree with you because they exist. Those are different issues.
Well, I'm bringing it down.
No, well, I think he's saying everywhere everyone observes things falling to the ground, they don't observe. No, I agree. That's where this analogy kind of falls apart. I think everyone has the observation that things fall to the ground. I guess like if you want to call that the undeniable kind of aspect of this, then I agree. It is undeniable that things fall down.
But it is deniable. It is deniable when some people say I think torture is okay, other people say I don't think it's okay. So just that proves kind of subjectivity. The fact that we have
no.
You can deny that
because that's just like
theory of relativity is deniable in the way that like objects falling to the ground isn't. The theory of relativity is subjective.
But also there's no analogous empirical observation you can make similar to the apple falling about moral truths in this way. So it's difficult to run the analogy you're trying to run.
Well, I mean, to my brain, when I see a bunch of different human beings on the planet, and it's so obvious that like their moral intuitions are being shaped by their upbringing and their country and their environment, like that seems to me to be the definition of subjective, based on a subject, based on
who's mind.
No, but think about in order to properly analogize that, think about what kind of stories they tell about the objective reality. Imagine you said, well, there are a lot of things that different stories people have told, different cultures have told different stories from different times about, what causes lightning. So therefore lightning is subjective. Like that's not the right way to do it.
No, because that's something we can measure objectively. We know that lightning is
No, we can see, this is where the analogy breaks out. It's not a dispute of it's not a dispute of do we see the lightning bolt? Everyone sees it in the same way everyone sees moral action. What they're disputing is what causes the lightning. And you're saying, well, everyone kind of has different ideas about what morality is or what moral norms there are. That's not in dispute. But that doesn't analogize to these empirical examples about the external world. No, it doesn't, because there's no observation that everyone is making that's undisputed that you can analogize to the moral thing. What's being disputed is what causes the lightning, or what is lightning made of, so to speak. And that's where the analogy is, because different cultures have had different answers about what lightning is and what causes it. The same way that different cultures have had different answers to what is morality and what is it made of, so it's quote unquote, just to make the analogy.
Yeah.
But the part about where we all see the lightning, it's just not some comparable empirical observation of morality.
So in other words, perspective is a caution.
But what did you know?
Or maybe you could say, no, that doesn't make any sense either. So, I was going to say that we observe murders, we observe people killing each other. But yeah, I don't think this analogy works.
The problem is you're laying out the principle that because something is the norm, it's objective, right? I think this is going to be my
I'm not saying that.
Okay. I don't think this is what he's doing.
I'm not objective. What I'm trying to say is that number one, in all these different countries, if people got the same understanding of how to measure what lightning is, they would all come to the same conclusion. Like they would figure out that it has to do with energy in the sky.
Yeah, but that's what the moral realists are saying. If everyone had the same epistemic access to what the moral facts are, we would all come to the same conclusion.
But that's just not true. That's just a claim.
But that is true. If on their view that is true. On their view, there is an objective moral reality and there are objective moral facts. And the only thing preventing you, the only reason you think differently, it's because you don't have epistemic access to those moral facts. And that's perfectly analogous to people having different hypotheses about what causes lightning. They don't have epistemic access to the underlying reality level.
Are they going to demonstrate that claim? Or are they going to demonstrate it, or are they just going to assert it?
No, they might think they can demonstrate it, but the point is just in principle, that's the proper analogy. They're claiming they have some. The fact that they can't demonstrate it doesn't mean that that's a different issue. I agree with you But the idea is, if moral realism is true, then there just trivially are moral facts. And the fact that people have disagreements about morality doesn't undermine the fact that there are moral facts. It just means they don't have it just means they don't have epistemic access to the moral facts.
What I'm saying is the much more Occam's razor and simple solution to why people disagree is simply because morals are subjective, not because there is objective moral value.
No. That obviously doesn't check out, and there are like a trillion counterexamples just looking at the scientific world. Like this principle you're appealing to is fallacious because the evidence completely underdetermines that. Like there's no way to tell very, very difficult based on that sort of evidence to just generate one hypothesis over the other. Because you have just like inductive reasons to think that's false. Because if we apply your reasoning, then we shouldn't think that objective reality, all these empirical facts about objective reality have some objective source. Because a bunch of people have disagreed with them. So if there's a bunch of disagreements about all of these things, if you're not just taking the question against the view, we should think that it's all actually just subjective because people disagree. Even if there is later some convergence on it. Because there has been convergence on moral, on normative facts. Like we have moved not as quickly, but we have moved towards like there was a time, not very long ago, but certainly that slavery and murder and rape and raiding and pillaging, all that was rampant, and now we kind of, at least for the most part, there is definitely converging on these ideas. Yeah, those things are wrong. They've been slowly abolished as norms in most countries, even if they still exist. But it's like going steadily in one direction.
Yeah, but also because the world's gotten more connected and more globalized.
Right. Convergence breeds. Yeah, that just supports my point when there's more like epistemic diffusion than on the moral realist hypothesis. That's exactly what you would expect.
I would say
the more people share, the closer to the truth we get.
And that would support the subjective point, which is that once you program people in your own subjective way, you reduce conflict because then you both subjectively agree.
No, you need to. I'm just saying that the moral realist can tell a similar story. All the reason we get because we're now all better at apprehending the moral facts, and that explains what they can just tell a similar story. Yeah. So I'm just saying that the argument you're making, like, it's very, very difficult to make. Like, the evidence is just undetermined which conclusion we should draw.
Well, again, I can make a cumulative case based on neurology and psychology and human history, but if you think that it's truly 100% undetermined, you can't tell the difference, then why are you a moral subjectivist? You said you're not a moral realist.
No, but I'm saying it underdetermines the particular argument you're making. Like, I think the principle you're using to get there, I think you can't get to, I don't think that's a good way of getting to moral anti-realism. I have other reasons for being a moral anti-realist.
Okay, what's the reason?
Well, my reasons are, like, my reasons for leaning that way is that, like, first of all, I'm obviously not a believer. And in the absence of being a believer, which I don't really think, I haven't heard a strong case for why that should compel you to be a moral realist. I'm just completely unconvinced by moral realist arguments. Like, they seem not right to me. Like, I'm not sure what these stance-independent facts are supposed to be. I'm not sure how to, epistemically access them, even if they existed. And moral realism isn't just, it is a broader thesis than just, objective moral facts.
But the question is, are you saying you do hold by objective moral facts then?
No.
But Bobby was say like you still have like all usable, right? For you would say like these are really bad. Like atheists can actually hold objective moral values. Like
obviously I think atheists can. I just don't see I would accept that, obviously. Like there are atheists who claim to be moral realists. I just have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. But I think that's also true of theists. When they say, oh, if theism is true, then God is the objective moral source. I think that makes a little more sense. Like, okay, now I have some entity, some quote unquote referent for that objective morality, but I don't think it makes sense still. Like, there are problems with claiming moral realism.
I don't think any more sense. Like, what's the saying they have a reference? How does that make any more sense?
Because at least, at the very least, they're like, the way it makes a little more sense is, if you're an atheist and you claim objective morality, you're claiming there are some set of like objective facts. Okay, and furthermore, you're saying these facts aren't substantially different from other types of facts, like natural facts. And I'm like saying, okay, if that's true, what could that possibly be? Like, what could these facts possibly look like or consist of? But when it comes to God, that's a little, like, I have something tangible. They're saying God's nature is the source of moral facts, or God's commands are the source of moral facts. That gets me like one step closer, but we're still very, very far away.
I've been trying to say this for fucking 10 minutes. I hate yelling over people, bro. I just want to be able to speak. So, no, it's been like about 10 minutes. You guys have been going back. So, well, I'm not going to take too much time. I just want to say an easy example is murder. Not killing, mind you, murder. That sounds like an easy example. Like, because, murder is unjustified killing. Like, you see where I'm going with this? Like, go ahead.
An easy example, sorry, an easy example of what?
Yeah, that's like objective morality.
Exactly, thank you.
Yeah, but
an example of objective morality.
You can't. So
it's not an example of objective morality.
So how is murder not objectively bad?
Well, that's only like first of all, it assumes that you think something being unjustified means that it's bad, and then you give a normative theory about why that's it.
That's how.
And maybe that but the anti-realists can do that as well. Murder is actually a bad example because I think everyone, the anti-realist as well as the realist, agrees that unjustified moral action is bad, and that's almost analytically true. That's just like by definition what it means for an action to be unjustified in the moral sense is that it's bad. So murder is like the worst example.
No, it's the best because it creates okay. So where the distinction would break down is when we talk about what makes killing justified or not. But the fact that we can conceptualize there is such a thing as unjustified killing means that there is an objective take on the moral act.
No, because the subjectivist can also say, like, it's not like the moral anti-realist doesn't have anything to say about whether or not an action is moral or immoral. It's just about why are those truths to the extent that they are truths? Maybe you don't think they are. What are they indexed to? Like, that's a separate thing from being able to proclaim that an action is unjustified. Like, it's not like a moral realist can say, stealing is wrong. They just like, so there are differences in why they're saying it. But I like why murder is a bad example because murder just by definition is unjustified murder. Unjustified killing. And what the unjustified there is doing is essentially saying it's unjustified in the moral sense. And what that then amounts to is you can't do it. Like that's just what most moral theories mean by unjustified action. But that has nothing to do with whether or not that the reason you think it's unjustified is because there's an objective moral fact.
Yes, I'm saying that's where their argument would fall apart. That's why subjective morality just falls apart. And you were saying
no, it's not where it's not where they fall apart.
That literally would fall apart.
Because they can give you their subjective reasons for why it's unjustified. How does it fall apart? What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Their subjective reasoning is not going to be based on. Oh fuck! I can't.
Yeah, it's obviously not going to be based on something objective. But why does that make them more?
I can't think of one. I've had 2 words you're literally talking. So yeah.
My bad.
Appreciate it. Yeah. So it's whatever subjective